Martial Peak, Chapter 4461, Prison League. After seeing Gu pan off, Yang Kai turned to Hui Gu, looking him over so meticulously that the latter couldn't help feeling spooked. "What is it, sir?" Hui Gu hurriedly asked. "Did nobody invite you to join Prison League?" Yang Kai asked. Startled, Hui Gu hurriedly explained, "This one has already submitted to you, sir. I will always follow you, sir. I will never join an evil force like Prison League willingly. Relax." Yang Kai patted Hui Gu on the shoulder and cheerfully said, "I know how loyal you are to me, but joining Prison League is not in conflict with your loyalty to me." "Sir, do you mean?" Hui Gu seemed to have caught on to Yang Kai's intentions. Yang Kai affirmed, "There are no more fish to catch here. As a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, I'm sure you will obtain quite a high position if you join Prison League. At that time, we should work together from both inside and out." Hui Gu immediately understood, "A good idea, sir." He pondered in silence for a moment before he added, "Logically speaking, somebody should have invited this one to join when Prison League was established. Since I didn't receive an invitation, it's quite possible that the invitation bearer was killed by you, sir." Yang Kai stiffened in surprise and nodded lightly, "That's certainly possible." During the time he spent waiting in the tree cave, he had caught 3 large fish and many other small fries. There was a high possibility that the people sent by Prison League to deliver an invitation to Hui Gu had died at his hands. "But, it's not a problem. If I take the initiative to join Prison League, I believe those old farts won't turn me away." Hui Gu volunteered. "Go, but be careful." Yang Kai nodded. They exchanged means to communicate with each other, then, Hui Gu immediately set off to search for the location of Prison League. With the loyalty list in his hand, Yang Kai had no need to fear that Hui Gu might betray him. As long as Hui Gu could join Prison League without issues, he could act as a spy for Yang Kai. In that way, Yang Kai would be the first to obtain news about Prison League's movements. One day after Hui Gu departed, Yang Kai set off with Lu Jing. 4 or 5 months had passed since the Dao Theory Assembly kicked off and the situation on the prison star that started off as a chaotic mess had gradually settled. The weak had chosen to huddle together to stay warm, desperately seeking shelter and protection from other masters as a result. That was how Prison League was born. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Prison Star were powerful existences with a deep heritage from the long years of accumulation since their advancement. In a one-on-one battle, the participants from the major cave heavens and paradises would be no match for them. However, the strength of the veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would become lacking if it turned into a 2-on-1 battle. Of course, while the newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the cave heavens and paradises knew how to work together, so did the veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Prison Star. Since Prison League came into being, it had madly absorbed all the criminals on the Prison Star and became an enormous behemoth in a very short time frame. Throughout the existence of the Prison Star, this was the first time the criminals had ever been so united. The process on Hui Gu's side went very smoothly. He was one of the masters that Prison League had wanted to invite from the start, so now that he took the initiative to join them, it was only natural that he was taken in quickly and given the role of a protector. Prison League's headquarters was located on a piece of barren land called the Yellow Spring Cave. It was originally the secluded home of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master by the name of Huang Quan, also known as Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, but this place had been transformed into the headquarters of Prison League out of necessity. With Huang Quan's strength, he could be considered a first-class existence on the Prison Star. Even the jade slip that Chu Huashang gave to Yang Kai had specially flagged this person along with a handful of other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to warn Yang Kai to be careful if he encountered them. That was because these Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were existences on the verge of advancing into the Seventh Order. It could be said that they had reached the peak of the Sixth Order. As a result, they were existences on the same level as Yang Kai's subordinate, Mao Zhe. Even after being imprisoned on the Prison Star for so many years, their strength would not have decreased by much. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch had established Prison League and proclaimed himself as Prison League's master. There were 2 Vice League masters and 6 protectors serving under him, all of whom were in the 6th Order. It could be said that Prison League had 9 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as their strongest combat force. Now that Hui Gu had joined them, that number reached an incredible 10 6th Order Masters. Besides the 5 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters killed by Yang Kai, Prison League had gathered almost all of the remaining 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters under its banner. Even if some were missing, there were not many of them. This was only taking into account the 6th Order Masters. There were countless more with cultivations below the 6th Order. This information was what Hui Gu secretly passed to Yang Kai after he joined Prison League. The criminals had huddled together to keep warm, resulting in the establishment of a powerful great force like Prison League. In turn, the cultivators participating in the Dao Theory Assembly began bemoaning their misfortune. In the previous months, they were able to hunt down some of the criminals and reap some achievements. Although many of them also died as a result, in general, there was a balance of losses and gains. However, it became extremely difficult to find and kill any lone criminals since Prison League was established. The criminals of Prison League would move about in groups whenever they traveled anywhere. Moreover, these groups were always led by 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at the very least. 5 made up a small team, 10 formed a medium team, and 20 or more formed a large team. If the lone cultivators participating in the Dao Theory Assembly ran into these groups, their strength would not be enough for them to resist. The only fate waiting for them was death. As such, the number of fatalities among the cultivators participating in the Dao Theory Assembly increased sharply. The establishment of Prison League also forced the cultivators participating in the Dao Theory Assembly to form their own groups. It was just that there was no rallying call for unification. Not to mention, they were scattered all over the prison star. Their groups simply consisted of good friends or general acquaintances temporarily traveling together, which did not improve their safety by much. With the help of Hui Gu acting as a spy, Yang Kai gained a lot of benefits. Hui Gu was one of the 7 protectors of Prison League, so it was only natural that he had access to inside information, which he quietly passed on to Yang Kai, allowing the latter to enjoy success again and again. Yang Kai and Lu Jing both sat down cross-legged in an extremely dry and hot cave located in the belly of a barren mountain about 150 kilometers away from Yellow Spring Cave. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's expression changed. He took out and examined the communication bead, then he slowly got to his feet. Sensing movement, Lu Jing quickly opened his eyes. "Senior brother, are you going out?" Yang Kai nodded. "This trip might be a little dangerous. Wait here for me." Lu Jing was aware that his strength was lacking. The last few times Yang Kai had made a move, he could only watch from afar with no means of participating in the battle at all. Thus, he nodded at those words. "Take care, senior brother." Yang Kai smiled and strode out, his figure rapidly becoming a blur on the horizon. An hour later, Yang Kai quietly laid in ambush on top of a barren mountain while concealing his aura. According to the information from Hui Gu, Prison League had arranged a large deployment this time. If everything went well, he would be able to reap a great harvest. It didn't take long before numerous figures approached quickly from a distance. There were many people, as many as a dozen or so. In addition, they were led by 3 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Such a lineup could be considered a very powerful medium team. Most cultivators would be powerless against them. Be that as it may, this group of people was nothing more than an abundant harvest to Yang Kai. These people landed on the barren mountain, seemingly with a clear goal in mind. They immediately began searching the area with a fine-toothed comb. Their divine senses surged turbulently as they probed their surroundings. Although it was vague, they seemed to have formed a simple formation between them that connected their auras with one another. The amplification might not be large, but it was enough to enhance their respective auras slightly. Yang Kai remained hidden in the shadows, concealing his aura. With his cultivation in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, he was not afraid of being discovered by this group. After waiting for a short while, Yang Kai abruptly summoned the Azure Dragon Spear when the enemy group entered a suitable range and swept out with his weapon. Caught off guard, the dozen or so people were thrown off their feet, with a number of them exploding into blood mist on the spot. Black light burst forth and plunged into Yang Kai's golden wristband shortly after. Horrified screams rang out as those who were lucky enough to survive did not hesitate to act. They quickly used their respective secret techniques and artifacts to bombard Yang Kai indiscriminately. Yang Kai's spear danced. Drawing upon his strength as a sixth-order open heaven realm master, he defended against this barrage of attacks before carrying forward his momentum to thrust out his spear again. At this moment, 5 people suddenly emerged in a ghostly manner, each one of them possessing a powerful aura. The 2 people standing in the lead were both in the 6th order. One of them was a fair-faced man. It was none other than Hui Gu. The other person was a tall and dignified middle-aged man with graying hair. As soon as they appeared, they activated their power at the same time to cover Yang Kai from above. It was obvious that they were prepared in advance. The middle-aged man shouted, "We've been waiting a long time for you." Yang Kai paled in shock and raised his spear to block Hong. His body was shaken badly and golden blood spurted out of his mouth. His expression immediately fell and he staggered backwards by a significant distance. Barely able to steady his figure, he raised his head to look at them with an uncertain and fearful expression. "Who are you?" Hui Gu's brow twitched at the sight. He took a careful look at the blood trickling out of Yang Kai's mouth and thought to himself, "Sir sure has great acting skills. If I had not known the truth, I would have been fooled by his performance." Still, stepping forward, he announced lightly, "This monarch is Hui Gu." The middle-aged man held a pale blue longsword in his hand, one that flashed slightly as he coldly snorted, "This monarch is Void-Mind Heavenly Monarch, Wu Nian." 2 heavenly monarchs. Yang Kai wiped at the blood at the corners of his mouth, his expression becoming extremely solemn. Coldly observing the many open heaven realm masters that were forming an encirclement around him, he snorted softly to himself, "Prison League sure is giving me great respect. I can't believe they dispatched 2 heavenly monarchs to ambush this king." Wu Nian ground his teeth, "You've ambushed and killed 36 members from Prison League. Did you really think we would be so easily bullied? I don't care which cave heaven or paradise you come from. This place will be your burial ground today." With the help of the information provided by Hui Gu, Yang Kai had attacked Prison League 3 times recently and killed many of its members, including a number in the 5th order. As a result, he naturally caught the attention of Prison League's leaders. After investigating the 3 battlefields, Prison League determined that it was the work of a 6th order open heaven realm master. Moreover, this 6th order open heaven realm master was acting alone. They could not remain indifferent to the culprit behind these attacks, hence, Hui Gu suggested a plan to lure out the culprit. Sure enough, the 6th order open heaven realm master who secretly attacked from the shadows had made his move again, but this time, 2 of Prison League's protectors were hidden nearby to finally put an end to this menace. Huh! Wu Nian suddenly noticed the dense stars covering the golden wristband on Yang Kai's wrist and couldn't help feeling shocked. Just how many people did this guy kill in the short span of 6 months? How did he accumulate such horrifying achievements? Martial Peak, Chapter 4462, A Good Show. In addition to the shock Wu Nian felt, his expression was filled with greed. "If I succeed in killing this brat, then all the stars on his wrist will be transferred to me. Even if I have to divide the spoils of war with Hui Gu, it will still be quite a considerable gain." Enyang Cave Heaven announced a long time ago that anybody from the prison star who obtained great achievements in the Dao Theory Assembly would be set free. As one of the 36 cave heavens, Enyang Cave Heaven's promise was extremely credible. Although Wu Nian did not know how many stars were needed to buy his freedom, he was certain it could not be too many. In other words, both he and Hui Gu would regain their freedom as long as they could kill the 6th order open heaven realm master in front of them. "Attack!" He shouted and swung his long sword, lunging straight towards Yang Kai. At the same time, the many open heaven realm masters surrounding Yang Kai quickly launched their respective secret techniques in unison, hong hong hong. The surrounding space around Yang Kai was filled with chaotic energy and his world force became turbulent. Standing there, he resembled a lone wooden canoe in the middle of a storm. He swayed unsteadily and his figure instantly became drenched in blood. After trying to defend against the attacks for some time, he turned around and fled. "Where are you trying to run?" Wu Nian roared. Such a good opportunity was right in front of him. If he did not seize this opportunity, then he might be trapped on the prison star for the rest of his life. While speaking, he raised his sword and stabbed at Yang Kai's back with eyes filled with great excitement. At that moment though, a sudden pain erupted from his back. It felt as though an entire world had slammed right into him. The small universe in his body became turbulent as a burst of stars danced in his vision and blood mist sprayed out of his mouth. He hastily turned back to look and saw Hui Gu, who had been following close behind him all this while, slowly retracting a palm with a cold and indifferent expression. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He never imagined that Hui Gu would attack him from behind. Why? Could it be that he wants to devour all of that guy's achievements himself? But, can he guarantee that he can defeat this guy alone? Besides, this guy has accumulated so many achievements. There's more than enough to divide among ourselves. Why does he need to hog everything for himself? Before Wu Nian could sort through his muddled thoughts, Yang Kai abruptly turned around even though he had been fleeing just now and thrust his spear out. The panicked expression from before had vanished without a trace and was replaced with a savage grin. A sudden possibility struck Wu Nian. Looking horrified, he shouted, "Hui Gu, how dare you collude with outsiders?" Yang Kai burst out laughing, "What do you mean by colluding? Hui Gu has been working for me all along." Wu Nian's complexion instantly turned ashen. In the next moment, he was caught in a pincer between Hui Gu and Yang Kai. Not to mention, he was already severely injured from Hui Gu's sneak attack earlier. How could he be an opponent in a 2-against-1 battle? It only took 3 breaths before he was beaten so badly that he was on the verge of death. Blood splattered wildly and his injuries became increasingly severe. The open heaven realm masters who were surrounding Yang Kai earlier were dumbfounded at this sight. It was supposed to be a trap set up by Prison League to lure out their prey. Everything had been going well, so how did the situation turn around so quickly? It was very difficult for anybody to understand just what had happened. The words that came out of Yang Kai's mouth made their expressions change drastically though. Void Mind Heavenly Monarch was currently stuck in a precarious situation. Seeing that he could lose his life at any moment, they did not dare to remain idle. They hurriedly scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. "Stand right there. Whoever runs will die." Yang Kai raised his spear to bombard Wu Nian indiscriminately with a barrage of attacks. At the same time, he gave a loud roar and surged his space principles. Nobody heeded Yang Kai's words of course. If they did not escape now, they would simply be waiting to die. However, the space around them thickened and made them feel as though they were stuck in a quagmire. It was now difficult to take even a single step forward. "Go!" Yang Kai ordered Hui Gu. Grey Bone's heavenly monarch immediately nodded, and with a shift of his body, he charged towards the fleeing open heaven realm masters. He was well aware of Yang Kai's abilities, so forget about the heavily injured Wu Nian. Even if the latter had been in peak condition, he would still be no match for Yang Kai. There was nothing to be worried about. Besides, his cooperation with Yang Kai could not be exposed, otherwise, they would not have another chance to perform something like this again. By the time Hui Gu captured all of the fleeing open heaven realm masters and sealed their cultivations, Yang Kai had stabbed more than 10 gaping holes in Wu Nian's body. Fresh blood and innards flowed out all over the ground. In addition, the pitch-black golden crow's true fire burned all over those wounds. Wu Nian was doomed. Gu knew in his heart that it was impossible for anybody to recover from such injuries, even if an open heaven realm masters had great vitality. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a winner to be decided so quickly in a battle between sixth-order open heaven realm masters. Even if one party was no match for the other party might be helpless if the former was determined to flee. There were two reasons for this situation to occur. The first reason was that Wu Nian had been severely injured by Gu in a sneak attack. The second reason was that Yang Kai's strength was beyond the limits of those in the same order. Wu Nian had no hope of escaping at all. Cough. 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 Wu Nian coughed violently and fell to one knee on the ground. Gripping the long sword in his hand, he forcefully propped himself up to prevent himself from falling down. He raised his eyes and glared at Gu furiously, "Backstabbing bastard. I will be waiting for you on the road to hell." He sincerely believed that he would not have had such a tragic ending if Gu had not attacked him from behind. Gu just stared back at Wu Nian indifferently and said nothing. "Things are over here. You can head back first." Yang Kai waved a hand at Gu to dismiss the latter. Wu Nian no longer had any strength left to resist. His vitality was slowly dispersing and he would die soon even if Yang Kai left him alone. On the other hand, the remaining open heaven realm masters had been imprisoned nearby by Gu. They could not move a single muscle, so it was time to reap the harvest. "I'm afraid I can't go back like this," Gu said. Yang Kai was taken aback by those words, but he understood immediately. "I was negligent." Yang Kai raised a hand and struck his palm towards Gu. Gu did not resist and just stood there to take the attack. His figure staggered unsteadily and blood spurted out of his mouth. After stabilizing himself, he spoke with a pale complexion, "Sir, I'll be leaving first." Yang Kai nodded and Gu immediately soared into the sky and fled towards the place where he came from. Wu Nian watched coldly, his expression forlorn. He simply could not understand why a sixth-order open heaven realm masters like Gu would be so respectful towards a participant of the Dao Theory Assembly from the outside. "Now, I'll send you all to hell." Yang Kai grinned. Lifting his spear, he was about to land the killing blow when he suddenly turned to look in a certain direction and shouted, "Who goes there?" Ripples spread out through the surrounding space in that direction and four figures slowly emerged. Yang Kai looked up, and his expression turned grim at the sight. That couldn't be helped as he recognized two among these four people. Moreover, these two people held deep grudges towards him. They were Yin Xian Zhao from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven and Pei Wen Xian from Myriad Demons Heaven. "I can't believe that they're here." Yang Kai was furious. He had been so focused on his fight with Wu Nian just now that he failed to notice anybody approaching this place, and it was too late by the time he did. "I wonder how long they've been here." These two had teamed up somehow, most likely due to the pressure from Prison League. Acting alone at this point was not safe, so they decided to cooperate with each other. Aside from the two familiar faces, there were another two that Yang Kai didn't recognize. One of them was covered in rich demon qi, so it was easy to see that he was a Myriad Demons Heaven disciple at a glance. The other person showed no noticeable characteristics, but was probably a disciple from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. Before Yang Kai revealed himself, only fifth-order open heaven realm masters were supposed to participate in the Dao Theory Assembly, so both Xian Yuan Cave Heaven or Myriad Demons Heaven had each registered a fifth-order open heaven realm disciple for the Dao Theory Assembly. However, the sudden appearance of a sixth-order open heaven realm master like Yang Kai had muddied the waters. Only after his presence was revealed did the cave heavens and paradises adjust their strategies and register the sixth-order open heaven realm disciples they brought along for the Dao Theory Assembly at the last moment. Judging from the current situation, the other two were probably in the fifth-order open heaven realm. They were most likely the original candidates chosen by Xian Yuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven to participate in the Dao Theory Assembly. The Xian Yuan Cave Heaven disciple was unfamiliar to Yang Kai, so Yang Kai had probably never met him before. On the other hand, the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Myriad Demons Heaven seemed slightly familiar to Yang Kai. He had the vague feeling that he had met this person somewhere before. His memory was very good, so it only took him a moment of thought for him to recall where he had seen this person. This Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had followed Tizheng to Shattered Heaven back then. Many Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises had joined forces to fight Zhu Jiao-yin outside Shadowless Cave Heaven, and this guy was one of them. Didn't they say that Tizheng died in an unexpected accident? Why is this guy still alive? Yang Kai was a little puzzled. Even so, he did not think too much about it. His current strength was so extraordinary that a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was not worth his attention. On the contrary, that person smiled at Yang Kai, causing him to frown slightly at the sight. "Oh, it's you too." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "How can I help you?" He was secretly calculating what kind of consequences he would face if he went on a massacre in this place. With his current strength, it was not difficult for him to kill these four. Be it Yin Xian Zhao or Pei Wenxian, both of them had only advanced into the Open Heaven realm recently, so they had probably only just stabilized their cultivations. As a result, they could not be considered strong amongst Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Unfortunately, it would probably be extremely hard to deal with the aftermath if he killed them. These two were core disciples of two cave heavens after all. Su Linggong had claimed that the Tao Theory Assembly did not shy away from killing, so there should be no resentment even if disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises died in this place. That being said, the Cave Heavens and Paradises would not leave the matter alone if the disciples belonging to them were to die. They might not do anything during the Tao Theory Assembly out of respect for Yinyang Cave Heaven, but they would definitely settle their grievances after it ended. What's more, there's no saying what kind of secret trump cards these two have on them. I might not get another chance if I fail to kill them in one attack. As these thoughts flitted through Yang Kai's mind, he gave up on the idea of killing them. Nevertheless, he couldn't help feeling inwardly resentful. His actions were often hampered and obstructed without the backing of a powerful great force. I only planned to come over and watch the excitement when I heard the commotion, but I didn't expect to enjoy such a good show. Yin Xian Zhao clapped his hands softly with a meaningful expression on his face. A good show? Yang Kai coldly snorted, I don't know what you're talking about. Yin Xian Zhao chuckled, are you still trying to hide the truth at this point? Yang Kai was indifferent to those words, but he knew that Hui Gu's identity had been exposed. These four had probably been here for a while now, so they witnessed everything that happened just now. An aggressive light involuntarily flashed through Yang Kai's eyes as he felt the urge to silence the witnesses to his crimes slowly rising. Cooperate with us and we'll let you live. Yin Xian Zhao's expression suddenly sank. He looked at Yang Kai coldly and continued, you should know that you won't survive in your current state if I join forces with senior brother Pei. But, we are willing to let you live for the time being since you're useful. Martial Peak, Chapter 4463, Cooperation. Cooperate? How do we cooperate? Yang Kai asked. Yin Xian Zhao glanced at the golden wristband on Yang Kai's wrist with a gloomy expression, you sure have a lot of stars. When Yang Kai left the dense forest tree cave with Hui Gu, he had nearly 60 stars. Furthermore, he carried out ambushes 3 times in a row and killed more than 30 members of Prison League recently. Having obtained even more achievements, there were close to 70 stars now. The densely packed stars twinkled at a glance. On the contrary, there was not a single star on the golden wristband around Yin Xian Zhao's wrist. Yang Kai had failed to notice this fact at the beginning and couldn't help feeling taken aback at the sight. Then, he looked over and realized that the same held true for Pei Wenxian. This clearly did not make sense. Both of them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, so it was impossible for them to have 0 achievements after entering the prison star for so long. Nevertheless, he immediately understood the situation when he looked at the 2 Fifth Order Open Heaven realm masters. The Fifth Order Master of Myriad Demons Heaven only had a few stars on his wristband, which was hardly noteworthy. On the other hand, the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven standing behind Yin Xin Zhao had nearly 30 stars. Judging from the situation, the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven had been tasked with dealing the killing blow for all the enemies that these four had defeated to absorb the achievements. In this way, they might succeed in pushing this person into the top position and ultimately win the Dao Theory Assembly. When killing the criminals, the others would not receive a share of the achievements as long as they stood outside a 300 meters range. It was obvious that Yin Xin Zhao and Pei Wenxian had continuously captured and imprisoned the criminals they encountered, then let the Xian Yuan Cave Heaven Disciple deal the killing blow. That was how the Xian Yuan Cave Heaven Disciple obtained so many stars. As for how the two had secretly reached this agreement where Myriad Demons Heaven represented by Pei Wenxian willingly gave up their qualification in the Dao Theory Assembly, it was not something Yang Kai could guess. In this way, even if the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven won the Dao Theory Assembly, he could enter Yin Yang Cave Heaven without any worries. All Xian Yuan Cave Heaven would lose was a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, which was their original plan. They originally thought that this achievement was enough for them to stand out from the crowd, and it was not until they met Yang Kai that they realized how great the difference was. It was almost 2 times the difference. Moreover, it had to be said that the four of them had been working together while Yang Kai was working alone. Combining everything they had witnessed earlier, Yin Xin Zhao couldn't help admiring Yang Kai's intelligence. It was clearly much more convenient to have somebody on the inside of Prison League. Although he did not know why a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was acting in complicity with Yang Kai, it was only natural that he made good use of the weakness that he discovered, otherwise, it would be a huge waste of such a great opportunity. "You have quite a lot yourselves," Yang Kai said lightly with a pointed glance at the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. "Stop wasting time on nonsense. Right now, you only have 2 options to choose from." Yin Xin Zhao looked confident that he had Yang Kai in the palm of his hand, so he simply declared, "First, I join forces with Brother Pei and kill you." Yang Kai's expression darkened. "Where do you get your confidence from?" Yin Xin Zhao chuckled. "It has not been long since we all advanced into the Open Heaven realm. Nobody is stronger than the other by much. How long do you think you can hold out if Brother Pei and I work together to take you down? If we kill you, all the stars that you possess will become ours." The two of them were confident that they could kill Yang Kai if it really came down to a fight, but they would have to pay quite a heavy price to do so. He might even severely injure one of them during the process. The risk was too great. Besides, a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was not an easy opponent to contend with in a life-and-death battle. They could not guarantee that the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven could obtain all of the achievements on Yang Kai's wrist alone. The most likely outcome was that he and Pei Wenxian would be forced to deal a killing blow, leading to Yang Kai's death. If that was the case, the achievements on Yang Kai's wrist would be evenly split between them. It would not benefit the overall situation. After all, they had to make sure that the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven came out on top. Yang Kai's expression was solemn and his eyes were filled with rage and resentment. A fierce energy lingered around his body, as though he was going to attack at any time. Pei Wenxian and Yin Xin Zhao stepped forward together. One of them was sneering while murderous intent surged in the other's eyes. Both of their auras were locked firmly on Yang Kai. There seemed to be an invisible collision of the world force which shook the surrounding space, causing the void around them to ripple unstably. A long time passed before Yang Kai suddenly turned pale. Clutching at his chest, he staggered backwards and coldly snorted, "What's the second option?" Yin Xin Zhao slowly shook his head. "Since you refused a toast, you must drink a loss." "Why do this?" "The second option is obviously to cooperate with us. We will carry out a massacre with the help of your spy in Prison League." Yang Kai's expression became ugly. "It looks like I don't really have a choice." Xianxia smiled and nodded. A wise man submits to his circumstances. I can cooperate with you, but I will need compensation, Yang Kai said. Compensation? You want compensation? Xianxia frowned deeply and looked at Yang Kai strangely. You want to make use of my spy and take all the merits from me. Why shouldn't I get some compensation? Yang Kai coldly snorted, if you won't agree, then we might as well fight to the death here. We will see who has the last laugh. Xianxia looked a little taken aback. What do you want as compensation? He secretly decided that he would immediately kill Yang Kai if his demands went overboard. In any case, with their current achievements, there was probably nobody else who could surpass them. It would be easy for them to obtain the top position as long as they killed Yang Kai. Anything. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Xianxia was startled for a moment. Only then did he understand something. Yang Kai is giving himself a way out. Why else will he say something like that? We are Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters after all. Who would want to be embarrassed in public? Failing to stifle his laughter, Xianxia casually fiddled around with his space ring before tossing a spare ring towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught the space ring and stuffed the ring into his pocket without even looking at the contents. It's okay now, right? Xianxia asked impatiently. Yang Kai remained silent and did not reply. Xianxia turned and shot a look at the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master beside him. Zhuang Wei, do it. The Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master called Zhuang Wei immediately nodded in response. Yes, senior brother. Striding forward, he walked until he came to stand in front of Yang Kai and stretched out his hand. Please move aside. Yang Kai glanced at Zhuang Wei. How could he not know what Zhuang Wei wanted to do? Annoyed, he coldly snorted and moved 1,000 meters away with a flash of his body. Zhuang Wei came to stand in front of Wu Nian and stared at the other party greedily. He had been under the protection of 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all this while, so he was practically invincible in this place. Even so, he had never killed a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master before. It was a stroke of luck that he gained this opportunity for free today, so he had to fully enjoy the feeling of killing a stronger opponent with such ease. Wu Nian had one last dying breath left in him. Glaring fiercely at Zhuang Wei, he suddenly flicked the long sword in his hand to stab at him. Zhuang Wei jumped in fright and hurriedly backed away only to realize that the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in front of him barely had any strength left. Even this last attack turned out to be very weak and feeble. Becoming angry out of shame, Zhuang Wei stepped forward and slapped a palm out. Wu Nian didn't even make a sound as his head was pounded straight into his chest cavity. A black light flew out and plunged into the golden wristband around Zhuang Wei's wrist, instantly lighting up 5 stars. Zhuang Wei was overjoyed. Afterwards, he walked towards the many prison league members nearby who had been subdued and imprisoned by Hui Gu earlier. Ignoring the begging cries for mercy from those people, he killed them all with a palm strike for each person. It was an easy harvest. Following that, the number of stars on his golden wristband soared by more than 10, causing him to smile happily. He had more than 30 stars in the first place, so now that the number had gone up by more than 10, Zhuang Wei had a total of 40 stars on his wristband. Aside from Yang Kai, nobody else on the prison star could possibly have an achievement higher than his. At present, the Dao Theory Assembly was only halfway through the 1-year period. With the help of Yang Kai and the spy inside Prison League, it was only a matter of time before he took the top spot in the competition. His heart immediately burned with excitement when he imagined that he would have a wife like Chu Huashang in the future. There was no denying that he was an outstanding talent in Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Even so, he was a far cry from a core disciple like Xianxia. Zhuang Wei would not have been dispatched to participate in the Dao Theory Assembly otherwise. After all, the sects were fully prepared to part with the disciples dispatched to participate in the Dao Theory Assembly. To put it in more realistic terms, these people were dispensable existences to the great forces behind them. The young master of Yinyang Cave Heaven. That position was much higher than Zhuang Wei's current status. However, not everybody was qualified to become the young master of Yinyang Cave Heaven. Only the husbands of the top core disciples in Yinyang Cave Heaven had this qualification. Huigu fled back to Prison League headquarters at Yellow Spring Cave. He was drenched in blood and his aura was very weak. The Vice League Master, Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch Jin Gang, was on duty at the time. Upon hearing the news, he was shocked and hurriedly came forward to investigate the situation. He examined Huigu's injuries inside the secret room and asked solemnly, "What the hell happened, Brother Huigu? Where is Brother Wu Nian?" Huigu immediately looked depressed. "I'm afraid Brother Wu Nian is gone. Vice League Master, we were ambushed. Not a single brother survived. I'm the only one who managed to escape." Ambushed? Jin Gang's eyes widened at those words. Who did it? Huigu shook his head. "I don't know which cave heaven or paradise they belonged to." Jin Gang said, "You and Wu Nian are both in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, moreover, you brought so many others with you. To think they managed to defeat all of you. What's more, even Wu Nian lost his life in this battle. Just how many Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters were there?" "At least 3, maybe more." Huigu made up nonsense on the spot. Both he and Wu Nian were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm after all. It would not make sense if there were too few enemies. Jin Gang's expression became slightly more solemn than before. "This is a very important matter. You will come with me to meet the League Master and report this matter to him personally." Huigu couldn't help feeling guilty. Meet the League Master. We can't afford to delay any longer. Let's go now. Jin Gang did not allow Huigu to make any objections. Grabbing Huigu by the arm, he quickly departed. A short while later, they met with Prison League's League Master, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch. Huigu repeated his prepared speech once more and lowered his head. "League Master, this Huigu failed his duties and caused Prison League to suffer severe losses. I ask that you punish me." Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch was a famous figure and also the strongest master on the prison star. If that was not the case, he could not have taken the position of League Master. He glanced at Huigu lightly and said, "I know what you and Wu Nian are capable of." The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who participated in the Dao Theory Assembly had only advanced recently. Even if they had the advantage in numbers, how did you lose so badly? Martial Peak, Chapter 4464, Who is this guy? Huigu lowered his head in response, "We were too careless." Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch Huang Quan looked at Huigu quietly with a gaze that was very deep. Huigu was stared at so intently that he became scared. Could it be that he noticed something? "If my identity is exposed here, then I'm a goner." He might be in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, but he was weaker than both Huang Quan and Jin Gang. Not to mention, this was Prison League's headquarters. There were 8 other Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters gathered in this place, aside from him. If his identity was exposed, then only death would await him. "Where were you ambushed? Bring me there." Just as Huigu was worrying about his gains and losses, Huang Quan suddenly spoke up. Huigu knew that he could not refuse, so he could only bite the bullet and agree. A short while later, 3 figures rose into the sky and headed in a certain direction. While leading the League Master and one of the Vice League Masters to investigate the remaining traces of the battlefield, Huigu tried to send a message to Yang Kai on multiple occasions but failed to make contact with him. He did not know whether Huang Quan could detect anything from the remaining traces of the battlefield. Nevertheless, he had the vague feeling that he was going to be in great trouble soon. He secretly decided to flee as soon as things turned south. That way, he might still have a chance of survival. Half a day later, the 3 of them arrived at the previous battlefield and landed amidst the corpses. There was a patch of blood that had yet to dry staining the ground. The traces of a battle between Open Heaven Realm Masters remained in the surroundings. Moreover, the corpses that had long lost their vitality were strewn everywhere. Firm gold heavenly monarch Jin Gang stepped forward and came to stand in front of a corpse. After a careful investigation, his expression became solemn. Brother Wu Nian. This person was obviously the late void-mind heavenly monarch. It was just that his head had been smashed into his chest cavity. Meanwhile, Huang Quan did not say anything. He simply swept his gaze over the entire battlefield before he gently closed his eyes and quietly perceived his surroundings. Hui Gu stood behind Huang Quan, his eyes shifting nervously. He secretly thought to himself, if I attack Huang Quan right now, can I kill him on the spot? If he could kill Huang Quan, then only the Jin Gang would be left. Although he was no match for Jin Gang, he was confident that he could escape. Not all Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were as sickeningly powerful as Yang Kai. But, if I fail to kill him in one move, then I will be stuck in between two top Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. In my current state, death is the most likely outcome. Just as Hui Gu was being indecisive, Huang Quan suddenly jerked open his eyes and spoke with a frown. 3 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters left traces of their aura here. 3? Hui Gu couldn't help being stunned. What does he mean by 3? Aside from Prison League, only Yang Kai was here earlier. Could it be that 2 others came by later? This is really helpful. Feeling considerably relieved, Hui Gu quickly followed Huang Quan's lead and said, at the time, 1 person held me back while the other 2 joined forces against Brother Wu Nan. In the end, a cold light flashed through Huang Quan's eyes. These people from the cave heavens and paradises are too presumptuous. How dare they bully us like this? Do they think Prison League will take this lying down? He turned to look at Wu Nian's corpse and quickly added, rest assured, Brother Wu Nian. Prison League will definitely avenge you. He instructed Jin Gang to carefully retrieve Wu Nian's corpse. Afterwards, the 3 of them returned the way they came. Inside their hiding place, Lu Jing glanced curiously at the 4 people who entered together with Yang Kai. He might not recognize these people, but that did not prevent him from sensing their overwhelming strength. None of them were people he could afford to provoke, especially the 2 who were filled with abundant demon chi. He could tell that they were myriad demons heaven disciples at a glance. Find a place to stay yourselves. I'll notify you once I receive further news, Yang Kai said before he headed towards his own room. Xian Zhao threatened darkly from behind, don't make us wait for too long. We don't have much patience. Yang Kai coldly snorted and ignored Xian Zhao. Behind him came Xian Zhao's low laughter filled with pure delight. Mo Sheng, tidy up that area. Pei Wenxian instructed. Yes, Senior Brother Pei. The 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had been following closely behind Pei Wenxian all this while responded respectfully. He walked over to the side of the cave and wrapped his hands with demon chi. It didn't take long before he built a simple cave mansion by the side. On the other side, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged with a shocked and suspicious expression on his face. The 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who has been following behind Pei Wenxian is called Mo Sheng. Did I mishear? Or, is it just a similar sounding name? Great Demon God was also called Mo Sheng. It was just that Yang Kai and the other great emperors from the Star Boundary had joined forces to kill him. In the end, Wu Kuang had used his heaven-devouring battle law to devour Mo Sheng's body and seized control of it. It could also be considered another method of possession. He later left the Star Boundary and there had been no news from him since then. Wu Kuang was a man of great aptitude and talent. If not, he could not have single-handedly created a heaven-defying secret art like the heaven-devouring battle law all by himself. Back in the Star Boundary, he had been publicly acknowledged as the strongest master in the Star Boundary's history. Many great emperors had died at his hands during the Great Emperor War in the Shattered Star Sea. Yang Kai naturally did not have a good impression of Wu Kuang as he was both cruel and brutal in both his temperament and methods. Wu Kuang was definitely not a compassionate man, hence, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief when he left the star boundary for the outer universe to seek a higher martial Tao. The truth was that he would not have felt at ease if Wuquang had remained in the star boundary. After leaving the star boundary, Yang Kai didn't even bother to search for news about Wuquang. There wasn't any friendship between them, so he did not care whether the other party was dead or alive. I can't believe I ran into a guy called Immortal in this place. Out of all the coincidences, he also turned out to be from Myriad Demon's Heaven. But, his appearance is completely different from either Immortal or Wuquang. Is he another person called Immortal? Or, is he Wuquang in disguise? Yang Kai suddenly recalled something else. This guy went to Shattered Heaven with Tizheng. Tizheng died back then, so how did he survive? Yang Kai was unable to understand the situation, but he was in no position to recklessly investigate anything either. As such, he could only wallow in his questions. Besides, he was currently stuck in an uncomfortable situation. Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian had learned the secret about his cooperation with Hui Gu, but he could not silence the witnesses to his crime. Since it was not convenient for him to take action, he could only try to murder them with a borrowed knife. There were many on the prison star who were capable of killing these two after all. I will need to borrow the strength of Prison League. Immersing his mind into his thoughts, Yang Kai began to form a vague plan. If everything went well, then Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian would both die on the prison star before long. As time passed, Yang Kai led Xian Zhao, Pei Wenxian and the other two out to hunt several times according to the information that continued to come from Hui Gu. Needless to say, they obtained great benefits every time. The stars on the golden wristband of the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master called Zhuang Wei increased steadily and soon reached a point where he was about to surpass Yang Kai. The smooth progress delighted him greatly. The four of them had spent a lot of effort over the past 6 months searching everywhere and eventually accumulating around 30 stars. However, ever since they met Yang Kai, he had gained the same amount of achievement from before in less than a month's time. It was only recently that he understood how Yang Kai had obtained all those stars. He secretly thought to himself, if Senior Brother Yin and Senior Brother Pei kill that Yang Kai, then it's a given that I will obtain the top spot in the Tao Theory Assembly. With the great hope of winning the Tao Theory Assembly in his heart, Zhuang Wei was always the most enthusiastic of them all whenever they moved out. While Zhuang Wei was making great progress, Yang Kai's plan was slowly moving forward. There were less than 5 months left before the Tao Theory Assembly ended, but that was ample time. He had nothing to worry about yet. On the other hand, Yang Kai tried numerous times to probe into the identity of the guy called Immortal. Unfortunately, his efforts were fruitless. He could not figure out the other party's identity and after multiple failed attempts, he decided to ignore Immortal instead so as not to reveal anything. On a certain day, Yang Kai received another message from Hui Gu. He had only just finished checking the message when Zhuang Wei's figure appeared at the entrance of the cave and asked excitedly, "Did you receive new information again?" "That's right. A patrol will be dispatched from Prison League tomorrow. The team will be led by 2 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and there will be 12 people in total." "That's great." Zhuang Wei grinned. Glancing at Yang Kai, he added in admiration, "You're amazing too. Don't worry. I will speak to Senior Brother Yin and Senior Brother Pei on your behalf when the Tao Theory Assembly ends. Disputes should be resolved rather than settled." "Many thanks," Yang Kai chuckled. Zhuang Wei nodded. When he turned around, a hint of coldness flashed through his eyes. He knew very well that Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian were simply making use of Yang Kai's inside connection for the time being. Those two were waiting until the Tao Theory Assembly was about to end to kill Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai's spy would no longer be useful at that time. Not to mention, killing him meant that they would also obtain the considerable achievements that he accumulated. Zhuang Wei's words just now were only to appease Yang Kai. How could he possibly upset Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian for the sake of an outsider? The next day, the four of them walked out of their hiding spot and headed in a certain direction under Yang Kai's guidance. Hui Gu was currently serving as one of the protectors of the Prison League. It was a high-level position that came with great authority, hence, it was easy for him to investigate and even influence the route of Prison League's patrols. It was only possible for Yang Kai and the others to kill all those Prison League members previously thanks to the information that Hui Gu provided. The prison star was so vast after all, so Yang Kai would have no idea where to find these people otherwise. Yang Kai landed in a mountain valley surrounded on all sides a short time later. "Is it here?" Zhuang Wei asked. "The patrol will pass this place in an hour. Get ready." Yang Kai did not bother to explain further. Having experienced this situation countless times by now, they were naturally familiar with this situation. They each used their respective secret techniques to conceal their auras and hid in the shadows to quietly lie in wait. In Prison League's headquarters, Hui Gu was on duty when he suddenly heard the gloomy tolling of a bell resounding throughout the Yellow Spring Cave. The tolling of this bell meant that the League Master had issued a summoning order. More importantly, the bell would not be rung unless it was an urgent matter. This was the first time Hui Gu heard the bells ever since he joined the Prison League. Instructing his subordinate to take over his duties, Hui Gu rushed towards the main conference hall. He glanced around upon reaching the hall and saw that many people were gathered here. There were as many as 4 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who arrived, and League Master Huang Quan sat in the main seat. To the left and right sides below him sat the 2 Vice League Masters, Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch, Zhang Yan. Hui Gu bowed to the League Master and the Vice League Masters before he went to his seat and sat down. For some reason, he felt extremely uneasy, as if something very bad was about to happen. Martial Peak, Chapter 4465, Exposed. A short while later, 5 more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters arrived one after another to sit on both sides of the hall. There were a total of 10 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Prison League. After Wu Nian was killed, only 9 were left. It could be said that all the strongest masters in Prison League were gathered here at this moment. Hui Gu couldn't help feeling apprehensive. It was his first time seeing such a large-scale force ever since he first joined Prison League. There had never been a time when all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Prison League gathered together before. There was only one thing that could make Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch summon all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It was obvious that Prison League was planning something very big. Thus, Hui Gu sat in his seat and observed the situation. He soon discovered that most of the people present did not know why the League Master had summoned them. Divine senses continuously fluctuated across the Grand Hall as everybody quietly communicated with each other. All of a sudden, somebody stood up and cupped his fist. "League Master, why did you summon us?" Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch nodded at that person lightly and said, "Don't be impatient. You will find out soon. Since everybody is here, then follow me." He stood up while speaking and walked down from his seat. The rest did not dare to neglect and quickly followed suit. When they came outside, they saw a huge group of Prison League members gathered, numbering at least 100. Moreover, every one of these people was a 4th Order Master or above. Everyone was waiting quietly in formation. "Greetings, League Master." As soon as Huang Quan appeared, they shouted at the top of their voices, seemingly shaking the sky as they roared. Huang Quan nodded lightly and waved his large hand. "Let's go." After a few moments, countless streams of light rose from Yellow Spring Cave and rushed towards a certain direction. At this moment, almost all of the Prison League's forces had been mobilized. Although some people remained behind, they were all below the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm. Their nest was practically empty. If any masters were to raid them at this moment, Yellow Spring Cave would be razed to the ground in the blink of an eye. Hui Gu was becoming more and more nervous with every passing moment. That was because the Prison League was heading towards the place where Yang Kai was lying in ambush. Unless something unexpected happened, they would encounter each other in a matter of moments. Yang Kai might be powerful, but all the elites of the Prison League had been mobilized this time. From the League Master, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, to the many Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters below him, it was impossible for Yang Kai to stop this raging torrent no matter how powerful he was. It was foreseeable that Yang Kai would suffer a tragic ending once both parties encountered each other. At present, Hui Gu's life was tied to Yang Kai's, so if something were to happen to the latter, he would also have a hard time protecting himself. I need to get a message out. The thought flashed through Hui Gu's mind, but just as he was about to send a warning to Yang Kai, he noticed two people approaching him from left and right. He turned to the side only to see the two Prison League Vice League Masters. Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch drew close to him from both sides. When their gazes met, Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch smiled at Hui Gu. On the other hand, Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch lightly commented, "Brother Hui Gu, you seem rather nervous." Hui Gu forced a smile, "You must be joking, Vice League Master. I'm just worried about Yellow Spring Cave." "What is League Master planning to do?" "All the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters have been mobilized. If any strong enemies were to invade the headquarters, the remaining members would be powerless to resist." Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch shook his head, "League Master knows what he is doing. Since he won't explain, then it is not our place to ask. We only need to obey his orders." Hui Gu was astonished, even the Vice League Masters don't know what League Master is planning? Jin Gang said, "Why don't you go and ask, Brother Hui Gu?" Hui Gu glanced at Huang Quan leading at the forefront and shook his head, "Forget it. Since League Master has a plan, it's useless to ask." Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch chuckled and patted Hui Gu on the shoulders, "Relax. Yellow Spring Cave might be our headquarters, but it's nothing special. It doesn't matter even if it were destroyed. Besides, the prison star is vast. As long as we remain, we can rebuild again anywhere." "You're right, Vice League Master," Hui Gu nodded. They did not continue the conversation. Whilst traveling with Huang Quan in the lead, Hui Gu tried multiple times to escape Jin Gang and Xianxia, however, his efforts were in vain. Those two stuck to his sides like glue and he felt his heart sinking into the abyss while the ominous feelings he had only grew stronger and stronger. In the mountain valley where the ambush was set up, Yang Kai and the others waited for approximately an hour. Sure enough, a Prison League patrol consisting of a team of 12 passed through the mountain valley right on schedule. It was perfectly in line with the information that Yang Kai received. Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao were well prepared, so as soon as the 12-man team stepped into the ambush range, they were struck by a sneak attack. The leader of this patrol was only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm, so how could they stand up against two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? Yang Kai didn't even need to do anything as the 12 men were quickly captured. Zhuang Wei excitedly rushed forward with a long sword in his hand. Ignoring the bitter pleading and vicious cursing of those 12 people, he killed each one of them with a stab of his sword. Numerous black lights flew out from the wrists of those Prison League members to plunge into the golden wristband around his wrist, lighting up 4 stars in an instant. "Ha ha ha!" He roared with laughter as the number of stars on his wrist had almost caught up with Yang Kai's before this ambush. Now, he surpassed him. He turned around to cup his fist and bow to Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian, "Many thanks, senior brothers." Yin Xian Zhao smiled and nodded. Then, he patted Zhuang Wei on the shoulder, "Don't forget this senior brother when you marry into Yinyang Cave Heaven in the future." Zhuang Wei sincerely said, "This junior brother will never forget the kindness you showed me today, senior brother." Yang Kai was watching coldly from the side when all of a sudden, he turned his head to look in a certain direction. An exclamation of surprise escaped his lips. "What's wrong?" Pei Wenxian followed Yang Kai's gaze, then his expression changed drastically, "This is bad. Let's go." Along the horizon, a dense stream of lights was charging at them in an aggressive manner. The strongest great force on the prison star was undoubtedly Prison League. Furthermore, the only organization that could mobilize so many people at once was also the Prison League. Yang Kai felt a twinge of fear in his heart. He had long planned to kill Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian with a borrowed knife, and to that end, he had been trying to figure out an opportunity to expose their whereabouts so that Prison League members could get rid of these two on his behalf. Contrary to his expectations though, Prison League took action before he could even implement his plan. How did Prison League learn of our whereabouts? Unless Hui Gu spilled the secret? But Hui Gu is restricted by the loyalty list. He wouldn't do something that would dig himself into the grave like this unless he was prepared to lose his life. In that case, there is only one possibility. Hui Gu's identity has been exposed. Prison League turned the tables on us. Yang Kai secretly sighed in amazement. Although this was somewhat different from what he originally planned, the end results weren't too dissimilar. Be that as it may, Prison League's League Master, Huang Quan, sure was cold and ruthless to use the lives of 12 people in a patrol as bait to lure them out. All sorts of thoughts rolled around in Yang Kai's head in an instant, then, he turned around and fled. To his surprise though, 4 figures suddenly appeared ahead of him, each one a 6th Order master. The person in the lead was dressed in a python robe, which gave him a menacing appearance. He lightly slapped his palm down over the crowd, saying, "Since you're already here, you should stay." The overwhelming power of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master flooded out as the other 3 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters attacked in unison. Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian's expressions changed drastically. The 4 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who appeared behind them displayed an extremely powerful and pure world force, so it was obvious that many years had passed since these 4 broke through to their current realm. Newly advanced cultivators like them were utterly incomparable. Having advanced directly into the 6th Order, their starting point was generally higher than others, but even so, that advantage was not enough to make up for the difference formed from the accumulation of thousands of years. Hence, they were no match for any one of these 4 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in a one-on-one battle, much less if these 4 joined forces against them. The 2 of them desperately used their divine abilities to break out of the encirclement, but unsurprisingly, they were blocked by the people who came, shwa shwa shwa. One after another, the sound of something slicing through the air rang out. They had missed the only chance they had to escape. Numerous figures landed in all directions, surrounding Yang Kai and the others tightly. Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian both looked furious while Zhuang Wei shivered in fear. On the other hand, Mo Sheng looked contemplative as he quietly watched from the side. Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian swept their divine senses out before they felt their hearts sinking into the abyss. The people surrounding them were displaying their respective strengths without the slightest reservation, so it was easy to tell that there were 9 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Prison League gathered in this place. In addition, there were more than 100 cultivators below the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm but above the 4th Order. Such a lineup could be said to be inescapable. Yang Kai, how dare you betray us? Xian Zhao turned to glare at Yang Kai. In such a short time, countless possibilities had crossed his mind and the most likely one was that Yang Kai had betrayed them. Yang Kai glared at Xian Zhao coldly, "Idiot." While it was true that he had this plan in mind and had been making some quiet moves to accomplish it, the current situation was completely unrelated to him. The Prison League had dispatched so many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, which went to show their determination. Even he was powerless against such a force. If he wanted to survive, then his only option was to escape. It was just that he could not confirm whether Hui Gu's identity had been compromised or not, otherwise, he would have escaped before this encirclement was formed. There were as many Prison League Masters as there were clouds in the sky at the moment, and Yang Kai was certainly not their opponent, but even the Prison League could not hope to stop him if he wanted to flee. Yang Kai glanced surreptitiously at Hui Gu and immediately furrowed his brow at the sight. With his eyesight, how could he not realize that Hui Gu was being closely guarded by 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? Hui Gu didn't have the slightest freedom at all. No wonder Huigu didn't even send a single message even though the prison league was carrying out such a large-scale operation. It was not that he didn't want to but that he couldn't. It looks like my guess is correct. Huigu's identity has been exposed. The current situation is all part of Prison League's retaliation. Prison League's Huang Quan greets little friends. The man in the phaeton robe blocking the path from behind gave a slight nod in greeting. So it is Brother Huang Quan, I have long admired you. Xian Zhao forced himself to remain calm on the surface even though his heart was pounding. This guy is the Prison League's League Master. Huang Quan smiled, my reputation is nothing more than floating clouds. You are too polite, little friend. You have certainly come from afar, heavenly monarch. How can I help you? Xian Zhao asked with a frown. They were currently stuck in a precarious situation where the slightest mishap could lead to their deaths. The criminals on the prison star were heinous and cruel after all, so they would not bat an eye at killing others. Xian Zhao might be in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm and boast great strength, but a newly advanced 6th Order Master could barely make a ripple under the current circumstances. Little friends, you've killed so many people from my prison league. As League Master, it's only natural that I give the people under me a suitable explanation. Huang Quan was cheerful and amicable, but the friendlier he appeared, the more terrifying he seemed. Martial Peak, Chapter 4466, Breaking Out of the Encirclement. Xian Zhao quickly asked, what explanation are you looking for, Heavenly Monarch? Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, Huang Quan, smiled without saying anything, pooh. A soft sound rang out suddenly, mixed with a muffled grunt. Huigu spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground weakly without warning. A huge gaping hole appeared in his abdomen. Standing in front of him, one could clearly see the scenery on the other side through the hole in his body. In the sky, Jianghu slowly retracted his bloody fist. Huigu lifted his head to look at Jianghu with horror in his eyes. Many of the Prison League's 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were in an uproar and turned to look at Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch in confusion. They did not understand why the Vice League Master attacked one of their own out of the blue, much less severely injuring Huigu in a single attack. This is the consequence of colluding with the enemy and bringing harm to our comrades. Jianghu coldly snorted, Huigu, you're doomed. Nobody can save you today. Huigu clutched at his chest and tried to circulate his strength to stabilize his wounds. His complexion was pale and he said nothing. A 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Protector who generally had a good relationship with Huigu asked in a deep voice, Vice League Master, what is the meaning of this? The sudden attack on Huigu made him very uneasy, after all, he too was one of the Prison League's protectors. If he did not get to the bottom of this matter, something like this might even befall him in the future. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch smiled and answered the question, don't panic. His actions are in line with this monarch's intentions. Huigu is a despicable and cunning man. He is a secret chess piece that these participants inserted into the Prison League. A blanket of silence fell over the scene. All the protectors looked at Huigu in disbelief. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Protector who spoke up earlier also looked absolutely shocked. Huigu gritted his teeth, what do you mean, League Master? This Hui does not understand. I cannot admit to anything here, or else I will really be killed. Huang Quan smiled, at first, this monarch was only slightly suspicious and could not be certain, after all, there were traces of your interference every time a patrol was dispatched. You might have concealed your tracks well, but there are no walls that are truly airtight. If this monarch failed to notice something as simple as this, then this monarch would not be worthy of being Prison League's League Master. Nevertheless, it was not until Wu Nian died and you escaped alone that this monarch truly became suspicious. In order to verify my conjecture, this monarch tested you again and again. At this point of his speech, his expression fell. He pointed at the severed limbs and scattered corpses around him, apart from this monarch and the 2 Vice League masters, you were the only other person who knew the whereabouts of the patrol that was dispatched today. Even so, they were intercepted at this spot within an hour of being sent out. If you weren't the one to tip off the enemy, then who else could it be? Hui Gu shook his head. League Master, please understand. I have no knowledge of this matter. Jin Gang smiled deviously. If it was not you, then are you implying that it was me or Tsang Yen? Hui Gu, oh, Hui Gu. You truly disappoint me. What benefits did these participants promise you to make you turn your back on your old friends of countless years? Nearby, Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian exchanged a glance with each other. They initially thought that Yang Kai had sold them out, but based on the current situation, it would seem that the people from the Prison League had figured out Hui Gu's identity and used their plan against them. Be that as it may, the current situation was very worrying. They couldn't help being racked by anxiety. Hui Gu looked sorrowful as he slowly sneered. One never lacks a reason to make false accusations. How dare you quibble with me? Huang Quan's expression turned frosty. I initially thought that this would be a chance for you to redeem yourself for your crimes, but it would now seem that you're determined to make enemies of the Prison League. In that case, I will let you die with full understanding. He shouted with a wave of his hand, bring him. Somebody immediately walked out from the side with a bloody figure in his grip. When Hui Gu looked in that direction, his eyes immediately widened in shock and he blurted out, by Mo. The bloody figure turned out to be his one and only subordinate whom he sent out on errands previously, by Mo. At this moment, it was difficult to tell whether or not by Mo was even still alive. He was disheveled and filthy and it was easy to see that he had been greatly tormented. Strange tendrils of energy weaved in and out of his body like spirit snakes and his vitality was extremely dim. Ever since the day Mo was sent on that initial errand, 3 other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had received the message and brought their subordinates with them to the dense forest tree cave and became Yang Kai's achievement. Afterwards, the Prison League was formed and Yang Kai finally came out of hiding when he ran out of fish to bait. During this time, Hui Gu had tried to ask around for information on Mo, but his efforts had been fruitless. Only now did he learn that Mo had fallen into the Huang Quan's hands at some point. Seeming to hear Hui Gu's voice, the dying Mo flinched. He raised his lowered head, revealing a face that was so swollen that he looked like he had been soaked in water for several years. It was a mess of rotten meat and turbid blood. A small gap suddenly opened in his swollen eyelids. Carefully looking in Hui Gu's direction for a while, he cried out in a miserable voice, Master, Mo is sorry. What else do you have to say for yourself? Huang Quan stared at Hui Gu coldly. Hui Gu's complexion was ashen. He knew that it was useless to try and talk his way out of this. Mo was only in the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm after all. It was a pity that he fell into the hands of somebody like Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch. It was only natural that Huang Quan had ways to make him divulge the truth no matter how loyal he was. It looks like you have nothing more to say, Huang Quan coldly snorted and exerted some strength into his hand. Mo exploded into a cloud of blood mist, leaving nothing behind. The reason why Huang Quan went to so much trouble to prove that Hui Gu was colluding with the enemy was to pacify and reassure the other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Protectors, otherwise, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Protector could not be killed so easily. Hui Gu's eyes immediately widened at the sight. After dealing with Hui Gu, Huang Quan finally turned to look at Xian Zhao and the others. Little friends, where are you from? Xian Zhao gloomily said, Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. And, you must be a Myriad Demon's Heaven disciple. Huang Quan turned to look at Pei Wenxian with a smile. The people from Myriad Demon's Heaven were the easiest to recognize. After all, the unique characteristics of Demon Chi were too obvious to miss. It was like walking around with a glaring billboard wherever they went. What about you? He looked towards Yang Kai. Void Land. Yang Kai replied flippantly, however, his mind was focused on Hui Gu's situation as he seemed to be in an abnormal state after Bai Mo was killed right in front of him. Huang Quan frowned. Perhaps I've become a bit ignorant and uninformed after all the years. I'm afraid I didn't know about the existence of a void paradise. It's void land. Yang Kai reiterated. Huang Quan seemed to understand something and nodded lightly. So, that's how it is. He was secretly confused. Didn't they say that the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters participating in the Tao Theory Assembly are all newly advanced Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises? Why is this person from Voidland here? Too lazy to think too much into this matter, he gave a light wave of his hand and spat out a single but extremely chilling word, kill. Hui Gu, who had reached some kind of critical limit, suddenly attacked at the same time. Charging directly at the Huang Quan, he let out a ferocious roar. Huang Quan, suffer death. Huang Quan looked over coldly but did not move. Jin Gang and Xianxia attacked Hui Gu from both sides and sent him flying backward with just a single move. Hui Gu coughed up a mouthful of blood and stumbled weakly. He had been heavily injured by the Jin Gang earlier, so he was no match for the two Vice League Masters at the moment. In the meantime, the world force in the surroundings fluctuated chaotically as the power of various secret techniques and artifacts loomed over Yang Kai and the others. Yang Kai, Yin Xian Zhao, and Pei Wenxian roared furiously. They knew that they were in an extremely precarious situation, thus, they did not dare to hesitate and quickly used various means to defend against the barrage of attacks. Hong hong hong. Following a series of explosions, the three of them were shaken badly and their respective small universes were in turmoil. The difference in numbers was simply too great, so the outcome of this battle was determined before it even began. This place is too dangerous. I can't stay here for long. Yang Kai made a feint and retreated backwards, leaving Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian to fight against the many Open Heaven Realm Masters from Prison League on their own. With a flicker, he rushed towards Hui Gu. He was fast, but surprisingly somebody else was even faster than him. Mo Sheng, the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had been following behind Pei Wenxian all this time, had already arrived next to Hui Gu at some point, grabbed his arm, and dragged the latter towards Yang Kai with all speed. The attacks from Jin Gang and Xianxia that came from behind him caused him to cough up blood and his demon chi to churn violently. Go! Mo Sheng roared at Yang Kai who was rushing towards him. Yang Kai was dumbstruck, but still surged his space principles to wrap up Mo Sheng and Hui Gu, preparing to escape this place. Jin Gang was following closely behind and his expression turned grim at the sight. A space secret technique? Don't even think about escaping. Taking a deep breath, he let out a deep roar. An invisible sound wave spread out into the surroundings, causing the local space to shatter like a broken mirror. The figures of Yang Kai and the others that had been fading away abruptly solidified once more. His instantaneous movement had been interrupted. Xianxia and Huang Quan quickly swooped in from both sides when they saw this complication. The world forces of the two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, like two separate worlds, were barreling in this direction. Break! Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. As soon as the spear thrust out, a golden dragon head flashed behind him and a dragon roar shook the skies. The Azure Dragon Spear in his hand suddenly transformed into a 1,500-meter-long great dragon that shook its head and flicked its tail as it charged forward recklessly. A gap suddenly appeared in the oppressive auras of the two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai activated space principles once more and fled through the gap with a flash as the sounds of explosions and attacks rang out endlessly from behind him. In addition, the rampaging world force threatened to shatter the void once more. By the time Jin Gang broke through the explosions and rushed over, Yang Kai along with Hui Gu and Mo Sheng were nowhere to be seen. Space secret techniques. Huang Quan scowled deeply and spread out his divine sense into the surroundings. However, Yang Kai was long gone without a trace. He sure escaped quickly. Likewise, Jin Gang looked furious. He had interrupted Yang Kai's space secret technique as soon as he noticed that something was not right, but unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. It was said that people who were proficient in the Tao of space were unparalleled when it came to escaping, and judging from the current situation, those rumors were not unfounded. We were too careless. Xianxia sighed. If they had known that there was somebody proficient in the Tao of space, they would have created a heaven-sealing earth-locking array or formation at the beginning so that the other party could not escape. It's fine. Huang Quan slowly shook his head. It's not like we don't have any gains. He looked back at the battlefield where 3 disciples from 2 cave heavens were trapped. Although 2 of them were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, they were both newly promoted, so their heritage was a far cry compared to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters in Prison League. Moreover, there was a huge disparity in numbers, so it was only a matter of time before those 3 died. On the battlefield, both Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wen Xian were red with rage. Their figures swayed unsteadily, seeming to be at risk of dying at any moment. As core disciples of Cave Heavens, they had various items in their possession to protect themselves. Nevertheless, the continuous use of these items was merely a futile dying struggle that delayed the time of their deaths. Martial Peak, Chapter 4467, It's really you. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Yin Xian Zhao roared inwardly. He originally wanted to make use of Yang Kai's spy in the Prison League to easily obtain the top spot in the Tao Theory Assembly. Who could have known that he would be besieged by the enemy in this place instead? It would seem that he was doomed to die today, Chi. A soft sound suddenly came from behind him. He quickly turned to look back before a look of extreme panic appeared on his face. Not far away, the Prison League's League Master, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, Huang Quan, was holding a sharp longsword in his hand. The longsword had pierced right through Zhuang Wei's heart. Following a violent burst of world force, the impact turned Zhuang Wei's body into a bloody mess with all his internal organs destroyed. Senior Brother Yin. Save me. Zhuang Wei stuttered, spewing fragments of his organs out of his mouth as his vitality swiftly dissipated. Huang Quan withdrew his sword and with the flash of a sword light, Zhuang Wei's head flew into the sky and blood gushed out from his neck like a fountain. Dazzling golden light flew out of the golden wristband around Zhuang Wei's wrist and plunged into Huang Quan's wrist. The black band around Huang Quan's wrist was originally empty, but now dozens of stars instantly lit up after the golden light poured into his wrist. All of Zhuang Wei's achievements during this period had been transferred over to him. Flicking off the blood on his long sword, Huang Quan smiled lightly and asked, "How would you like to die, little friends?" Both Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wen Xian felt chills running down their bodies upon hearing those words. Pooh! Yang Kai coughed up fresh blood and stumbled to the ground weakly. Although he had managed to break through the void and escape at the last moment, the attacks from numerous 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had followed him across space. Even if his flesh and skin were tough, he was still hit so badly that he coughed up blood continuously. Similarly, Emotion collapsed headfirst to the ground next to him, his aura fluctuating unsteadily. Hui Gu, whom he had been carrying this while, rolled out of his arms and lay to the side motionlessly. Hui Gu's aura might be weak, but he was not dead. He was the most severely wounded among them all. However, the vitality of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was so strong that he would not die so quickly. Wu Kuang. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and looked at the guy named Mo Sheng in front of him. Who? Mo Sheng grinned and sat cross-legged on the ground, surging his strength to heal his wounds. You still want to pretend? Yang Kai gnashed his teeth. He would not have dared to confirm that this person in front of him was Wu Kuang if the other party's actions had not exposed him at the last moment. Be it in terms of appearance or even aura, this person was completely different from the Wu Kuang in his memories. Nevertheless, only people who were very familiar with Yang Kai would have known that his mastery over the Tao of space was their only hope of escape in that dire situation. Without question or hesitation, this Mo Sheng immediately dragged Hui Gu over to Yang Kai, so it was obvious that he wanted Yang Kai to bring him along. He would never have done that if he were an actual Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm cultivator from Myriad Demons Heaven. After all, the only person a real Myriad Demons Heaven disciple could rely on at that time would have been Pei Wenxian. Do you dare to deny it? Yang Kai pointed his spear at the other party. Do you believe I won't stab you to death with my spear? Mo Sheng calmly stared at Yang Kai for a while before he reached out, pushed the Azure Dragon spear away, and chuckled lightly. If you're so sure, then why do you keep trying to sound me out with your words? Yang Kai was stunned. So, it really is you. Although he was quite sure that the person in front of him was Wu Kuang, he still couldn't help feeling incredulous when the other party personally confirmed the fact. After all, the perception of his divine sense indicated that this person did not contain the slightest bit of Wu Kuang's aura. I guess it's true that good people don't live long while a scourge lasts 1,000 years. Yang Kai clicked his tongue. It takes one to know one. You're not much better yourself, Wu Kuang sneered softly. The two of them looked at each other for a moment before they broke out into laughter, only for Wu Kuang to suddenly stop laughing and comment, all right, enough. If you laugh any longer, this guy is going to die. Yang Kai slapped his forehead lightly in response. Hurrying over to Hui Gu, he examined the latter's wounds and furrowed his brow tightly. Hui Gu was badly injured. He might not be in danger of dying at the moment, but he would die tragically if his injuries were left untreated much longer. Yang Kai quickly took out some healing pills and stuffed them into Hui Gu's mouth. Afterwards, he summoned his towering evergreen divine manifestation. An ancient tree immediately appeared behind his back, its branches hanging low as wisps of green light filled with vitality flitted about its leaves. After advancing into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, Yang Kai's control over this wood element divine manifestation became more and more effortless. The ancient tree behind him was not that large, only big enough to cover the three of them, making it more convenient for them to heal from their wounds. Wu Kuang opened his eyes and took a look, but didn't pay any more attention to the phenomenon a moment later. However, Yang Kai soon noticed something strange. Judging by the power leaking out from Wu Kuang's body, he was not a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but a Sixth Order one. Yang Kai was absolutely dumbfounded. It was not Wu Kuang's advancement into the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm that was shocking to him, of course, as Wu Kuang was supremely talented and many years had passed since he left the star boundary. Furthermore, Wu Kuang entered one of the top great forces like Myriad Demons Heaven. What was shocking was how he managed to conceal his cultivation. Prior to this, Yang Kai had clearly sensed that the fluctuations from Wu Kuang's attacks were only in the Fifth Order. Not to mention that Myriad Demons Heaven had allowed him to participate in the Dao Theory Assembly, which could only mean that he was nothing more than a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the eyes of the Myriad Demons Heaven Elders. Hence, he was a dispensable pawn. Wu Kuang must have an extremely top-notch method or artifact, otherwise, he would have been exposed a long time ago. An incense stick later, Yang Kai stood up after helping to stabilize Hui Gu's injuries. Help me watch him. I'm going to get Lu Jing. Hui Gu's identity had been exposed, so their previous hiding place was no longer safe. If the prison league headed towards their hiding place, Lu Jing would be in danger. A Sixth Order Yang element treasure was at stake, so Yang Kai could not simply ignore Lu Jing. Wu Kuang opened his eyes to look at Yang Kai but did not speak. Seeing as he did not say a word, that could only mean he had no objections. Yang Kai left in a flash, taking less than an hour to arrive at their previous hiding place. After confirming that there were no ambushes nearby, he carefully brought Lu Jing out and returned to their new hiding place. Lu Jing was startled to see Hui Gu with such a weak aura and covered in blood. On the other hand, Wu Kuang was nowhere to be seen. All he left behind was a single jade slip. Yang Kai picked up the jade slip and checked the contents. The contents immediately set his teeth itching with hatred. He initially hoped to inquire about the mystery behind Wu Kuang's hidden cultivation after he brought Lu Jing over, but how could he have known that Wu Kuang would flee in advance? He had the vague feeling that Wuquang did not want to expose the relationship between them in front of others. With no other choice, he could only give up on his intentions. In any case, he now knew that Wuquang was in Myriad Demon's heaven, so it would not be too late to search for another opportunity to contact him in the future. A couple 100,000 kilometers away, a black cloud churned violently and landed among a small group of 6 to reveal Wuquang's figure. The 6-man team consisted of 2 5th Order and 4 4th Order masters. They couldn't help feeling shocked when they noticed somebody blocking their path. Then, they took a good look at the other party. The person blocking their path was drenched in blood and had a very pale complexion. It was obvious to see that he was badly injured, therefore, they simply looked at each other in confusion. The 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the lead cupped his fist in greeting, so it is a senior brother from Myriad Demon's heaven. Dare I ask how we may help you, senior brother? Judging from the energy fluctuations coming from the demon chi cloud earlier, this person was most likely in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. That was why this team of participants were not too apprehensive despite recognizing Wuquang as a member of Myriad Demon's heaven. They had 2 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side after all. Wuquang greedily swept his gaze over the 6 people and chuckled softly, "I've been restrained for so long. I'm finally free now." "What did you say, senior brother?" The leading 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master scowled deeply. The stare Wuquang gave him made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was like being stared at by a starving beast which had found a mouth-watering meal. The end of life is just the beginning of reincarnation, and death is not the only ending. "Senior brother?" The leading 5th Order Open Heaven frowned even more, shooting a warning look at his companions as he spoke. Instead of struggling and suffering in the midst of all living beings, it is better to die and be liberated. All 6 people were speechless and gazed at Wuquang strangely. Is this guy insane? What is he muttering to himself? You are very lucky to have met this king. Now, become one with me. I will grant you immortality. Wuquang opened his arms and the demon cloud behind his back transformed into a black screen that covered the sky. The world fell silent. A short while later, the demon cloud began to converge again to reveal Wuquang's figure while the 6 people from before were gone. He licked his lips, a hint of color appearing in his pale complexion. Turning around, he looked in another direction before his body transformed into a black cloud once more and vanished into the distance. Inside the new hiding place, Huigu slowly woke up. He couldn't help coughing slightly. As his chaotic thoughts slowly cleared up, he recalled everything that transpired earlier. He looked up to see Yang Kai sitting beside him and looking at him in concern. "Sir." He struggled to get out of bed. Yang Kai pressed him down again. "Your injuries are very serious. Focus on recovering. Don't move about recklessly for the time being." "Many thanks, sir." Huigu coughed a few more times before he continued with a look of regret. "Sir, please forgive me. I failed to carry out my duties properly." Yang Kai shook his head. "That Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch is not a simple man. This is not your fault. It's a pity about what happened to Bai Mo." Bai Mo, Huigu's expression was heavy. He spoke through gritted teeth. "I will personally avenge Bai Mo's death one day." Yang Kai nodded. "It's good if you can think that way. This place is relatively safe for the time being, so you can rest and recuperate here. I need to go out for a bit." After saying that, he stood up and patted Lu Jing on the shoulder. "Help me take care of Huigu. I'll be back soon." Lu Jing nodded. He knew that a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him had no role to play on the prison star, thus, he would only become a burden if he followed Yang Kai around. At present, his only wish was to leave the prison star alive. A few hours later, Yang Kai returned to the mountain valley where he had been ambushed before. Several days might have passed, but the traces of the battle in this place remained clearly visible. There was a lot of blood on the ground, but not a single corpse. Judging by the situation from before where they were surrounded on all sides, it would have been impossible for Xianxia and Pei Wuxian to escape death. Even Yang Kai could only hope to escape under those circumstances, so what need be said about others? Yang Kai was overjoyed. Both Xianxia and Pei Wuxian held deep grudges against him, so his greatest wish in this place was for them to die at the hands of the Prison League. The process might have been a little different from what he initially planned, but the results were the same. It could be said that he had successfully carried out a murder with a borrowed knife. In addition, Zhuang Wei, who had obtained more stars than himself earlier, was dead. With his current achievement, it was obvious that none of the Dao Theory Assembly participants could compare with him. As long as he could hold on to his achievements, it should not be a problem for him to win first place. Martial Peak, Chapter 4468, This Old Master Fears No Man. Inside the palace outside the prison star was an enormous sand table which displayed the landscape of the entire universe world. Moreover, there were many golden and black lights moving about. Each golden light represented one of the cultivators participating in the Dao Theory Assembly, while each black light represented one of the criminals on the prison star. Furthermore, the brightness of these golden and black lights varied slightly depending on their respective cultivation. The brightest lights among the golden and black lights were undoubtedly the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on both sides. There were not many of them, only 20 to 30 in total. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Elders of the various cave heavens and paradises who brought their disciples here did not remain idle. They took turns to stay around the sand table to monitor the progress of the assembly. Half a year had gone by and the Dao Theory Assembly was moving along smoothly. They occasionally observed numerous golden and black lights vanishing from the sand table, which represented the deaths of the participating cultivators or criminals. However, what interested most of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was one of the golden lights. Judging by the brightness of the light, that person was undoubtedly in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. He had joined up with one of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm criminals on the prison star from the beginning of the Dao Theory Assembly and had been almost inseparable since, killing countless people together. It was not until the establishment of the Prison League that these two finally went their separate ways. The black light that represented the criminal had joined the Prison League. Meanwhile, the golden light did not settle down for long before he joined another group of 4 participants. Nobody knew the exact identity of those 4, but it was certain that these 4 were disciples of the cave heavens and paradises. That was because 2 of them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Although there was no way to see what was actually happening on the prison star, all of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters monitoring the sand table were experienced veterans, so how could they not have some guesses after seeing the current situation? The biggest possibility was that one of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm criminals on the prison star had been incited to defect and became an agent for one of the participants. With the help of this spy, that participant repeatedly attacked and successfully killed a number of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm criminals to obtain an amazing number of achievements. While the elders looked approving, they also couldn't help being curious as to which cave heaven or paradise this person belonged to. Such methods and skills would really make his sect proud. It had to be said that it was not an easy feat to incite a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm criminal to defect. What kind of benefits were promised to make an enemy turn into an ally? During their discussion, some of them even went to ask Su Linggong about this matter. The sand table was created by Yinyang Cave Heaven after all, so just because the others did not know who the lights represented did not mean that Su Linggong did not. Unexpectedly, the old ghost claimed that he did not know the situation on the prison star either. Everybody had no choice but to wait patiently. After all, everything would eventually become clear when the Dao Theory Assembly ended. On this day, however, the elders gathered around the sand table were arguing fiercely in front of Su Linggong. This couldn't be helped as the little ones working together had accidentally fallen into Prison League's trap. As a result, a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had been killed on the spot. Although 2 had managed to escape, the remaining 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters seemed to have been captured alive. There was a high possibility that they would die if they were not rescued soon. The Prison League had deployed 9 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in this ambush, so the little ones were practically powerless to resist. More importantly, none of the elders knew which sect those 2 captured Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters belonged to. What if they belonged to their own sect? Disciples who directly broke through to the Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were geniuses that only appeared once every 1,000 years even for a cave heaven or paradise and would eventually become future pillars of their respective great forces. They could not be allowed to die during this Tao Theory assembly. For that reason, the elders of the dozen or so cave heavens and paradises joined together to pressure Su Linggong to open the prison star grand array so that they could rescue their disciples. When Su Linggong completely ignored their demands, the scene became a huge chaotic mess as a huge battle threatened to break out among them. Su Linggong, are you going to open the prison star grand array or not? Duan Ruishan of Clear Mind Heaven glared at Su Linggong with a vicious expression. The Tao Theory assembly lasts for 1 year. Nobody can intervene until it ends. Su Linggong looked at Duan Ruishan coldly. Brother Su, we understand that you are in a difficult position, but there has been such a huge change in the Tao Theory assembly. You have to be accommodating. All the most elite core disciples of our sects are inside. What if something goes wrong? Lu Zhenyang of Azure Nether Paradise tried to be understanding. That is their fate. Su Linggong coldly snorted. Before the Tao Theory assembly began, this monarch warned that this assembly was a matter of life and death. The participants had to bear the consequences themselves. Since they chose to participate in this event, then they should have prepared themselves for the possibility of death. Brother Su, the prison star grand array might be excellent, but it cannot stop so many of us. Zhuobu Kun of Azura Heaven looked at Su Linggong. Su Linggong turned to look in his direction and coldly snorted, "Are you trying to threaten me? This old master fears no man. If you plan to marry this Su Linggong's disciple, then you have to bring out the best of your abilities. If they die during the Tao Theory assembly, then that means they are not qualified enough. Let's see who dares to break through the prison star grand array. If any of you dare to interfere in the Tao Theory assembly, then don't blame this old master for opposing you. Brother Su, are you really going to be so unaccommodating? I dare you to come." He snarled back, "Send a message to the ancestor. Tell him that our guests are looking to cause trouble in the Tao Theory assembly. This old master alone is not their opponent, so he must beseech the ancestor to come forward and preside over the situation. Also, activate the prison star grand array's defenses to their limit and place disciples to stand guard outside it. Anybody who dares to invade is to be killed without mercy." This disciple obeys. Behind him, Suing Xue and Qing Kuei cupped their fists before they turned around and rushed into the depths of Yinyang Cave Heaven. All the elders of the major cave heavens and paradises went pale. Ancestors and supreme elders of cave heavens were 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. There were more than a dozen 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters present, but they might not be an ancestor's opponent even if they all worked together. Old Su, why disturb the ancestor over such a trivial matter? Somebody stood forward to try and smooth things over. Su Linggong stubbornly refused to back down. "You forced my hand." That person sighed and shook his head. "You won't have any friends if you act like this." "Friends?" Su Linggong sneered coldly and swept his gaze over the crowd. "If you thought of this old master as a friend, then you wouldn't have tried so hard to marry those incompetent wastes of yours to this old master's disciple. Aren't you the ones who didn't give this old master any face at all?" He smashed his fist into the sand table while speaking. There was a loud crash, then the sand table cracked into pieces. "Get out. Their lives are in the hands of fate. Regardless of whose disciples die inside, you will simply have to accept the losses. The Tao Theory assembly is for this old master to choose a husband for his disciple, not for your incompetent disciples to play house." Suing Xue and Qing Kuei headed into the depths of Yinyang Cave Heaven while Qing Kuei scratched his head and asked, "Are we really going to inform the ancestor? Are you stupid?" Suing Xue rolled her eyes at him, Honored Master didn't mean those words. Did you really take them for the truth? Then, what are we? She explained, we don't need to inform the ancestor, but we do need to drag out the disciples remaining in the sect to put on a show. Otherwise, it would be very embarrassing for Honored Master after everything he said. Qing Kuei showed a look of understanding. A short while later, many Yinyang Cave Heaven disciples flew over and surrounded the prison star. The elders felt their facial muscles twitching at the sight, but nobody clamored to enter the prison star to check on the situation again. None of them knew whether one of Yinyang Cave Heaven's supreme elders was watching from the shadows, so they were afraid of causing big trouble if they forced their way into the prison star. Inside the prison star, Yang Kai was refining open heaven pills in his new hiding place leisurely while Hui Gu was still recovering from his injuries. The Dao Theory Assembly now only had 3 or 4 months left until it ended, and Yang Kai had accumulated more than enough achievements by now, so he was no longer eager to act. Besides, he was not too worried that somebody might overtake his achievements. With the establishment of Prison League, all the criminals on the prison star were now huddling together to keep warm. The others would have a hard time killing many criminals even if they wanted to. It could be said that it was very unlikely for anybody to surpass his achievements. The days slipped by just like that, and regardless of the situation outside, the place where Yang Kai and the 2 others were hiding was very peaceful. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly sensed something and abruptly opened his eyes, then, his figure instantly vanished from the spot. 300 kilometers away, Yang Kai reappeared in the middle of the sky where a stream of light was rushing straight at him. The stream of light seemed startled to see someone blocking their way all of a sudden. Following that, the wooden sword in the other party's hand danced lightly to form a mysterious pattern in the air before slashing down at him. The pattern contained a peculiar energy that was as gentle as the wind, belying its shockingly destructive force it contained. Yang Kai dodged the attack lightly and shouted, as expected, "It's senior brother Ning." For a moment, I thought I perceived wrongly. The stream of light charging towards Yang Kai paused for a moment before the brightness dissipated to reveal a figure. It was Ning Dao Ran of Free and Unfettered Paradise. Junior brother Yang? Ning Dao Ran looked astonished. He spun the wooden sword in his hand to hold his sword behind his back before he exhaled deeply in relief. I thought the people from the Prison League caught up to me. Are you injured, senior brother Ning? Yang Kai glanced at Ning Dao Ran's chest where there was a patch of blood that was still wet. Ning Dao Ran's expression changed drastically. Junior brother Yang, we need to go. I have pursuers behind me. Come. Yang Kai rushed over to grab Ning Dao Ran. Manipulating space principles, he returned to his hiding place with a flicker of his figure. At the same time, his divine sense surged to isolate the auras inside. A short while later, the sound of people flying through the air passed over their heads and disappeared into the distance. Inside the hiding place, Ning Dao Ran breathed a sigh of relief and glanced suspiciously at Hui Gu, who was sitting nearby. This is Grey Bone's heavenly monarch. The heavenly monarch has repented for his mistakes and turned over a new leaf. He has helped me greatly during this time. Ning Dao Ran nodded. Every man has his faults, but the ability to repent for one's mistakes is admirable. Ning Dao Ran of Free and Unfettered Paradise greets you, senior brother Hui Gu. Hui Gu returned the greeting. You are too polite, junior brother Ning. Lu Jing also came over to introduce himself. He might be the young league master of the Gathering Yuan Union, but there was a huge gap between his status and the status of somebody like Ning Dao Ran, hence, he wanted to use this opportunity to become acquainted. Who could say whether this connection might come in handy in the future? Senior brother Ning, who injured you? Yang Kai asked in concern. Ning Dao Ran gave a bitter laugh. Have you heard of the Prison League? Yang Kai and Hui Gu exchanged a wry glance with each other as Prison League could not be more familiar to them. Ning Dao Ran explained, there is a man known as Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch on the Prison Star, who established the Prison League and recruited all the surviving criminals under his banner. He presently has 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters under his command, which gives him an advantage in numbers. They are currently actively eliminating the cultivators participating in the Dao Theory Assembly. I accidentally exposed my whereabouts, so. Martial Peak, Chapter 4469, Rejection. Yang Kai understood the situation. All the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who participated in the Dao Theory Assembly this time around had broken through to that realm within the last 100 years. It had only been a few years since Ning Dao Ran himself advanced into the Open Heaven Realm, so how could he be a match for the veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Prison League? Injuries were inevitable if he were to encounter them. The Prison League has become very powerful under the leadership of its League Master, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch. He has 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters under his command and hundreds of criminals moving in unity. There is no place for participating cultivators like us wherever we go. Ning Dao Ran shook his head with a sigh. Before participating in the Dao Theory Assembly, nobody could have expected a situation like this to take place on the Prison Star. With 8 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and hundreds of criminals moving as one in Prison League, the participating cultivators stood no chance at all. Death was the only fate waiting for the participating cultivators following an encounter with the Prison League. Prison League is acting so overbearing? Yang Kai was secretly shocked by Huang Quan's boldness. When the Prison League was first established, they had fortified themselves in Yellow Spring Cave in an effort to huddle together to stay warm, but now they had decided to come out with a bang. How could the participating cultivators resist them under these circumstances? It would not take long before the participating cultivators were wiped out completely. Ning Dao Ran had accidentally exposed his whereabouts and was pursued by several Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as a result. Thankfully, he was one of the core disciples of free and unfettered paradise, so he had many artifacts to protect himself and help him escape. Otherwise, he could not have survived long enough for him to meet Yang Kai. Now that the Prison Star criminals have rallied together, the participating cultivators have also done the same. If we don't join forces, we will be completely powerless to resist and survive for the remaining 3 months of the Dao Theory Assembly. Ning Dao Ran smiled wryly and continued, I have received news that Lin Feng and several other fellow brothers have gathered together and are preparing to deal with the Prison League. Junior brother Yang, why don't you come with me? The greater our numbers, the greater our strength. Yang Kai frowned slightly. After pondering for a while, he slowly shook his head, no. Before he could finish his sentence though, a violent force suddenly came from above. There was a series of rumblings as the ground cracked open and their hiding place collapsed around them. A cold sneer rang out, let's see how much longer you can continue hiding. Shwa shwa shwa. Amidst the falling dirt, several figures rose into the sky. Yang Kai carried Lu Jing while Hui Gu and Ning Dao Ran stood beside him. Looking around, his expression changed slightly. Unbeknownst to him, the people of the Prison League had surrounded this place at some point. There were 8 figures around them, forming a tight encirclement. Yang Kai's expression turned grim as it was only at this moment that he realized that Ning Dao Ran's whereabouts had long been exposed. Flying past their head earlier was only to buy some time and numb Ning Dao Ran's sense of danger. Judging by the current situation, it was just as Ning Dao Ran had mentioned earlier. The Prison League was moving in unity, otherwise, it was impossible for 8 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Prison League to appear in this place all at once. It's you. Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch's eyes widened. On the other hand, Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch, Tsang Yen, shouted, this is bad. Quickly form a heaven-sealing earth-locking formation. They never imagined that Yang Kai would appear here. They assumed that Ning Dao Ran had been alone, but it was too late to set up a formation by the time they realized their mistake. Before they could complete the formation, Yang Kai had already urged his space principles to wrap around Ning Dao Ran, Hui Gu, and Lu Jing and vanish out of sight. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch reached out and grabbed at them only to come up empty-handed, causing him to gnash his teeth furiously, damn that brat. If not for Yang Kai, Ning Dao Ran would never have escaped. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch formed a set of hand seals before turning to look in a certain direction and shouting, "Give chase." His figure shifted and he took the lead, with the 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters quickly following behind. Several hundred kilometers away, 4 figures emerged from the void and Yang Kai began examining Ning Dao Ran carefully, puzzling the latter. "Senior brother Ning, check your body carefully to see if there is anything unusual," Yang Kai reminded the other party. He believed that his concealment earlier had been perfect, so there was no reason for their whereabouts to be discovered so easily. Ning Dao Ran's expression changed. How could he not know what Yang Kai meant? Thus, he quickly surged his divine sense to carefully examine every part of his body. A short while later, his expression changed slightly. "There's a strange mark on my body." When? If not for Yang Kai, he would not have made such a careful search of his body, nor would he have found this mark on his body. "Can you remove it?" Yang Kai asked. "I'll try." Ning Dao Ran nodded solemnly and focused on controlling his power in an attempt to disperse the mark. Meanwhile, Yang Kai continued to wrap his power around the other 3 and escaped into the distance. The 8 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters hurriedly gave chase, but not long after, Huang Quan, who had been leading them, stopped in his tracks with a furious expression. The 7 people behind him looked in his direction. Huang Quan grunted, "The soul tracing mark is gone. They must have found it. What a pity. All our efforts were all in vain." Jin Gang sighed as he couldn't help cursing the little brat who was proficient in the Tao of space under his breath. That boy had ruined Prison League's plans twice now. "It's fine. We might have failed this time, but we will have other opportunities in the future." Surprisingly, Huang Quan was rather optimistic about the situation. He gently gave a flick of his sleeves and turned around to head back. 10,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai, Ning Dao Ran, and the others flew forward as swiftly as the wind. Ning Dao Ran said, "It's best if you can rethink your decision, junior brother. Many changes have taken place on the prison star recently. I'm afraid the elders never expected this to occur during the Tao Theory Assembly. All we can do is work together and support each other until this is all over so that we can escape this place safely." After experiencing the incident just now, Yang Kai decided to follow Ning Dao Ran to find Lin Feng and others. Just as Ning Dao Ran mentioned, the Prison League was so powerful that nobody could fight back against them alone. The participating cultivators had to follow their example and huddle together to stay warm. Yang Kai had his space secret techniques, so he could escape even if he could not win. However, he also had to take care of Lu Jing. He was not sure if he could protect the latter if they fell into critical danger. They traveled for 2 whole days before Ning Dao Ran landed on a barren mountain. He checked the surrounding topography and confirmed his position before he took out an incense and lit it. After a short while, a figure suddenly flew over from not far away and landed directly in front of them. He glanced around at Yang Kai and the others, only frowning slightly before he turned to Ning Dao Ran and cupped his fist. "Greetings, senior brother Ning." Ning Dao Ran nodded. "Did brother Lin send you here?" "That's right. Senior brother asked me to pick you up." "Lead the way." Ning Dao Ran nodded lightly. That person glanced at Yang Kai and the others again. Although he found their presence strange, he did not say anything and led the way without hesitation. It didn't take long before they entered a cave in the belly of a mountain. The cave was extremely dry and there was no strange smell in the air. Moreover, the surrounding cave walls were decorated with strange stones that emitted fluorescent light and illuminated the passage of the cave. They followed the man as he took several twists and turns inside the cave. There was no saying how many kilometers they walked before their vision suddenly brightened in front of them and a large karst cave came into view. At least 100 people were gathered in this place. In addition, there was a group of 9 people standing side by side at the forefront. They were clearly waiting for Ning Dao Ran's arrival. The leader of the group was Lin Feng. Senior brother Ning is here, said the cultivator who led the way earlier. Lin Feng's gaze shifted to look behind Ning Daoran, then he exclaimed in surprise, Yang Kai. Ning Daoran said, I met junior brother Yang on the way and invited him to come here with me. Yang Kai smiled slightly, your reaction seems to say that I'm not very welcome here, brother Lin. Lin Feng coldly snorted, you're already here. Are you going to leave even if I don't welcome you? Yang Kai smiled, since I'm already here, of course I won't leave. Gu Pan nodded at him lightly from beside Lin Feng. On the other hand, the others were unfamiliar faces to Yang Kai. He did not know which cave heaven or paradise they belonged to, but that was no surprise since he had never encountered them before. The others were also looking at him curiously. Many of them appeared unhappy, but this couldn't be helped. The reason for their participation in the Dao Theory Assembly was that Yang Kai had muddied the waters in the first place. They only followed their respective masters on this trip to see the world and increase their experience. They were only forced to participate in the Dao Theory Assembly when a sixth-order open heaven realm master like Yang Kai suddenly appeared. As a result, things turned sour for them. At this point of the Dao Theory Assembly, the Prison League was running rampant and forcing all of them into hiding. It was a miserable situation, but fortunately, they had gathered a large force now. There were 7 or 8 sixth-order open heaven realm masters among them, though it would still be difficult for them to compete with the veteran sixth-order open heaven realm masters of Prison League. It would be more strange for them to look friendly upon seeing the main culprit behind the entire situation at this moment. Inside the dim cave, the densely packed stars on Yang Kai's wrist twinkled brightly, making them very eye-catching. A group of people stared at his wrist with a mixture of shock and astonishment. The best among them only had 30 or 40 stars at most, which was only half of what Yang Kai had accumulated. Unfortunately, it was difficult to hunt another lone criminal under the current circumstances. In other words, the total achievements that they accumulated so far would basically determine their final rankings in the Dao Theory Assembly. Several people looked at each other with a shocked look in their eyes. One of the slender youths seemed to mull over something for a while before he stepped forward and asked, Brother Lin, are you acquainted with Brother Yang? Lin Feng responded with a look of disgust, we've met before. That person nodded, so that's how it is. Then, he turned to look at Hui Gu who was standing behind Yang Kai, and, what is with him? If my guess is correct, he is one of the Prison Star's criminals, right? Why is he here? The black ring around Hui Gu's wrist was completely different from the golden one the other cultivators wore. Ning Daoran explained, this is Greybone's heavenly monarch. He has pledged his loyalty to junior brother Yang. There's no need to concern yourselves over him. That person frowned, that being said, there's always a chance. Every single criminal on the Prison Star is heinous and sly. We must always be on our guard. Brother Zhao is right. This is our hiding place. It would not benefit anybody if the news leaks out and attracts the Prison League. You are welcome to join us, Brother Ning, but Brother Yang and Greybone's heavenly monarch, another person slowly shook his head. The meaning behind his words was as clear as could be. Hui Gu lowered his eyes and said, Huang Quan killed my only loyal subordinate. This monarch cannot live under the same sky as him. Also, this monarch previously snuck into the Prison League under Sir Yang's orders, but my actions were later exposed, so this monarch is nothing but a traitor in the eyes of the Prison League. Zhao Xing shook his head slowly, are we supposed to take your word for it? Brother Lin, the stakes are very high. It's better not to accept these two into our midst lest they cause trouble for us. It will be too late for regrets by then. Martial Peak, Chapter 4470, In for a copper, in for a gold. Ning Daoran's expression darkened and he stepped forward and said, aren't you making too much out of a small matter? I believe in Brother Yang's character. If not for Brother Yang's help, this Ning would have died at the hands of the Prison League. I would not be alive to stand here today. Zhao Xing shook his head, Brother Ning, it's not that I'm trying to make trouble. It's just better to be safe than sorry. There's nothing wrong with being cautious. What do you think, Brother Lin? Zhao Xing turned to look at Lin Feng, clearly trying to force Lin Feng into taking a side. After all, Lin Feng was a huge factor behind the reason why everybody was gathered in this place. He had the most say in the organization formed against the Prison League. Lin Feng quietly said, Yang Kai and I share a life-and-death friendship. Zhao Xing and the others were stunned by Lin Feng's answer. After seeing the uncongenial interaction between Lin Feng and Yang Kai earlier, they mistakenly assumed that there was some animosity between those two. Who could have expected this answer from Lin Feng? Although it was not a direct answer, Lin Feng's meaning was obvious enough. He trusted Yang Kai. Unable to imagine what kind of experience those two had gone through together, their expressions were rather ugly. Alright then. Let's vote on whether Brother Yang and Grey Bones' Heavenly Monarch should remain. There are hundreds of our comrades standing behind me after all. This is related to everybody's safety. This is no small matter, so they should also have the right to express their opinions, Zhao Xing suggested. No need. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively, I only came here to escort Brother Ning to this place. Since I've brought him here, I'll be taking my leave now. Cupping his fist slightly, he turned around and walked out. Since the people here did not welcome him, then there was no point in staying. The Prison League might be powerful, but he had nothing to worry about thanks to his space secret techniques. Hui Gu and Lu Jing naturally immediately followed. Ning Dao Ran sighed, why do so many people in the world only care about profits and try to cheat each other? After saying that, he cupped his fist at Lin Feng and turned around to leave. Before Zhao Xing and the others had time to reveal their shock, a petite figure slipped past them. It turned out that Gu Pan had run forward. She didn't take many steps before she turned back to look at Lin Feng. What about you, senior brother Lin? You go first. Lin Feng nodded lightly. Gu Pan understood and rushed out without another word. Are you satisfied now? Lin Feng looked at Zhao Xing and the others coldly. What do you mean? The expressions of Zhao Xing and the others were extremely ugly. They only wanted to chase Yang Kai and Hui Gu away. How could they have known that Ning Dao Ran and Gu Pan would leave with Yang Kai? Do those two have such a good relationship with Yang Kai? Lin Feng coldly snorted, you're on your own. This Lin is leaving too. After saying that, he strode out with his hands behind his back. Zhao Xing inquired, Brother Lin, where are you going? However, there was no response. Yang Kai led Hui Gu and Lu Jing back the way they came and it only took a short while for them to arrive on the surface. Yang Kai was just getting his bearings when he heard Ning Dao Ran shouting from behind him, Brother Yang, wait for me. He turned to look behind him in surprise, Brother Ning, you. Ning Dao Ran smiled, the values of those short-sighted people are not in line with my own. He looked behind him and added, I'm not the only one. Gu Pen came out from behind and nodded lightly at the two of them. Yang Kai couldn't help chuckling, but before he could say a word to her, he saw Lin Feng appearing behind her. What's with that look? Lin Feng glared at Yang Kai scornfully, did you think this Lin is an ungrateful person? Yang Kai restrained the look of surprise in his eyes and laughed softly, this is great. Other than Senior Sister Chu and Brother Su, we've all gathered together again. Lin Feng replied lightly, in any case, we're leaving it all to you for the next 3 months. If we encounter anybody from the Prison League, you're responsible for our escape. The others might not know about Yang Kai's methods, but they knew his abilities very well. Back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he had escaped the pursuit of dozens of divine spirits even though he was only in the Emperor realm at the time. Now that he was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, it would be impossible for something as trivial as the Prison League to capture him. Yang Kai roared with laughter, rest assured. I will guarantee your safety. Let's go. We need to find a new hiding place so that we can wait out the last 3 months in peace. Lin Feng suggested. Gu Pan chimed in, I know a place that is very well hidden. We can head there. Then, we shall trouble you to lead the way, junior sister." Ning Dao Ran stretched out his hand in a polite gesture. There was a huge uproar back inside the karst cave. In particular, those below the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm were at a loss for what to do. When they started huddling together, a total of 9 Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters had gathered. It had not been long since these Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters advanced into the Open Heaven realm, but their numbers were not few. It was just enough to defend against the Prison League so that they stood a fighting chance even if they encountered the enemy. Unfortunately, things had taken a sharp turn. 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters had left all at once, leaving only 7 behind. Even Lin Feng, one of the people responsible for organizing this group, had left. It was only natural that the people were unsettled. Most people did not know what happened just now. All they knew was that a group of outsiders had arrived. Following that, the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters seemed to have disagreed about something and caused this situation. Whispered discussions and countless divine sense conversations spread out throughout the cave. "Why are you all chattering away? Shut up!" Zhao Xing shouted furiously, his complexion red with rage. He never imagined that things would end up in this situation either. His original intention was only to force Yang Kai and Hui Gu to leave. Who could have known that Lin Feng and Gu Pan would leave too? It was humiliating that his actions had caused the strength of his faction to weaken considerably. The other Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters were all looking at him, some of them clearly having a measure of blame in their eyes, which only made his anger flare higher. He looked up and coldly snorted, "Don't think I don't know what kind of ideas were going through your heads. You were planning to force Yang Kai to leave and then find an opportunity to kill him to obtain the achievements that he had accumulated. Now that things have gone sour, you're turning around to blame me instead. How is that reasonable?" All the people who spoke up to reject Yang Kai earlier looked embarrassed when he exposed their initial plans. They might not have communicated with each other, but it was undeniable that some of them were eager to act after seeing the abundant number of stars on Yang Kai's wrist. If Yang Kai hailed from one of the cave heavens or paradises, they would never have had such thoughts. However, Yang Kai was from Void Land, so what consequences would befall them even if they actually killed him? "Brother Zhao, there's no point talking about this now. We should think about what to do in the future. Now that Brother Lin and Junior Sister Gu have left, we no longer have enough strength to completely resist the Prison League. Don't forget, the Prison League has 8 veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters." Somebody said. "That's right. Why don't we ask Brother Lin and Junior Sister Gu to come back? As for Yang Kai and Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch, there isn't a big problem with them joining," somebody proposed. If they allowed Yang Kai and Hui Gu to join them, then they would have 12 Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters on their side, including Ning Dao Ran. They would have strength comparable to the Prison League even if they encountered their enemies. A dark light flashed through Zhao Xing's eyes as he coldly said, "So what if you invite them back? It's not like you didn't see the achievements that Yang Kai has accumulated so far. If my guess is correct, he will definitely win the Dao Theory Assembly. If that happens, what would happen to the pride of the cave heavens and paradises?" "Brother Zhao, do you mean?" He grimaced for a moment before he ruthlessly said, "In for a copper, in for a gold." All of them were astonished. They never imagined that Zhao Xing would be so ruthless. However, thinking about it again, there didn't seem to be a better solution to their problems. If they could get rid of Yang Kai, then the winner of the Dao Theory Assembly would definitely be one of them. If that was the case, it was acceptable no matter who won the Dao Theory Assembly. But, in this case, we will have to confront Brother Lin and the others, somebody said worriedly. This matter is related to the pride of the cave heavens and paradises. Brother Lin and the others will understand. We cannot afford to delay in this matter. We have to move now, or else it will be too late. After we succeed in this matter, we will find a place to hide. The Prison League might be powerful, but the Prison Star is vast. Moreover, the Tao Theory Assembly will end in 3 months. We only need to hold up until then. Even the people who hesitated earlier were tempted by his words. The 7 of them quickly came to an agreement. Following that, they hurriedly set off together. Outside the cave, Zhao Xing quietly studied the traces left behind in the surroundings before turning to look in a certain direction. After that, he took to the sky, this way. The other 6 quickly followed him. An hour later, Yang Kai was following Gu Pan to her hiding place when he suddenly frowned. He looked back and saw numerous figures wrapped in light chasing after them from behind. Likewise, Lin Feng and Ning Dao Ran soon noticed and turned to look back, surprised by what they saw. What do they want? Lin Feng frowned. Although they were still quite far apart, he was very familiar with those figures. It was obvious that they were his former comrades. They were the newly advanced 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Brother Lin, please wait. Everything just now was a misunderstanding. Please listen to our explanation, Zhao Xing, who was in the lead, shouted loudly. Lin Feng did not doubt Zhao Xing, thus, he stopped and turned to look back. When he stood there motionless, Yang Kai and the others had no choice but to stop as well. Behind them, Zhao Xing and the others were overjoyed at the sight. They exchanged glances with each other and put more effort into rushing over. As the distance between both parties closed, their 6th Order Open Heaven Realm auras climbed steadily. Ning Dao Ran furrowed his eyebrows slightly, something's wrong. Even Lin Feng had noticed that something was strange. It felt like these people came chasing after them for a fight, not to make peace. Before he could ask them anything though, he heard a shout from the leader, Zhao Xing, attack. In an instant, those 7 people turned into 7 separate streams of lights. They acted in accordance with the strategy they discussed before, rushing towards Yang Kai and the others. Before they even arrived, the power of various secret techniques and artifacts blasted out in front of them, hong hong hong. Figures shuttled about and the power of their small universes collided with each other. A moment later, the violent forces died down abruptly, almost as though everything earlier was nothing but an illusion. However, the chaotic situation immediately became apparent. The 12 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the 2 sides had been separated into 5 different battlefields. Lin Feng, Gu Pan, and Ning Dao Ran were each held up by one person in a face-to-face confrontation. On the other hand, 2 people blocked Hui Gu from left and right. Similarly, there were 2 people standing in front of Yang Kai. One was Zhao Xing and the other was a young man with a jade-like complexion. Although everybody remained motionless as the auras of their respective small universes flared. Their auras silently collided and suppressed each other, causing the surrounding space to become slightly distorted. As for Lu Jing, he was thrown 1,000 kilometers away by Yang Kai and was now watching the battle from afar, shivering in fear. Martial Peak, Chapter 4471, Why Must You Force Me? What is the meaning of this? Lin Feng looked around with an ugly expression. Senior brother Lin, please stay out of this. The young man confronting him quickly said, otherwise, this junior brother will be very troubled. Like Lin Feng, he was a core disciple from one of the cave heavens and paradises. As an existence who also advanced directly into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, his strength was on par with Lin Feng's, hence, they would be evenly matched if it came down to a fight. Neither could defeat the other. Moreover, their actions would simply harm the peace between them. It was not just Lin Feng. Ning Dao Ran and Gu Pan were in similar situations. Only Yang Kai and Hui Gu were each facing 2 newly advanced 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their own. Upon seeing this situation, how could Lin Feng not know what Zhao Xing and the others were planning? Hui Gu was a veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The cultivators who came to intercept them knew that they were not his opponents on their own, therefore, they assigned 2 people to stop him. On the other hand, there were also 2 people surrounding Yang Kai. It would seem that the real target of Zhao Xing and the others was Yang Kai. They were all newly advanced 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with less than 100 years of experience, so it was impossible for Yang Kai to come out on top in a 2-on-1 battle. As long as they eliminated Yang Kai, Zhao Xing and the other guy would be free to assist in getting rid of Hui Gu. Even Hui Gu would be in danger if he had to face 4 enemies at once. As for Lin Feng, Ning Dao Ran, and Gu Pan, Lin Feng was not worried. With their forces behind them, Zhao Xing and the others would never kill them unless they wanted to start a war between their respective sects. But, were 2 trivial newly advanced 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters enough to defeat Yang Kai? Zhao Xing turned to look at Lin Feng. Brother Lin, please don't be impatient. Just wait by the side for a bit. This Zhao will apologize to you after finishing up here. You don't understand anything. Lin Feng slowly shook his head. Stop doing something pointless. Let's end this incident here. Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, so such obstructions were simply child's play to him. The truth was that he was perfectly capable of escaping at any time. Unfortunately, Zhao Xing and the others were completely oblivious to that fact and foolishly believed that victory was within their grasp. Zhao Xing replied, Brother Lin, please have some self-respect. Don't harm the relationship between us fellow brothers. After saying that, he turned to look at Yang Kai and smiled. Thousand Cranes Paradise Zhao Xing. The other young man with a jade-like appearance also bowed his head and introduced himself, Huang and Yi of Pure Yang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai looked at them with an indifferent and expressionless look on his face. Zhao Xing continued smiling as he asked, Are you going to kill yourself, or do you want senior brother Huang and I to kill you instead? If you choose to kill yourself, you can choose a comfortable way to die. You will get to keep a whole corpse and I guarantee that your body will be brought back and delivered to Void Land for burial. But, if senior brother Huang and I take action, I cannot guarantee how much of your corpse will be left. Huang and Yi followed up, I do not wish to attack you either, not unless there is no other choice. We might all be 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but we are from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. It will be bad for our reputation if word spreads that we killed you in a 2-on-1 fight. It's a pity. He glanced at the stars on Yang Kai's wrist and slowly shook his head. The tree which rises too far above the forest is bound to be destroyed by the wind. Ha! Yang Kai looked up at the sky and let out a soft sigh. His expression seemed rather annoyed. How irritating. Zhao Xing and Huang and Yi were stunned to hear those words. Zhao Xing laughed, You're right. There are certainly many troublesome matters in the world. Grievances, fame, and fortune entangle people's hearts. Only death will liberate you from them. Since you've already understood this point, then why do you still hesitate? Do you want to force senior brother Huang and I to take action? You are seriously annoying. Yang Kai lowered his head and furrowed his brow deeply, looking bitter and resentful. Zhao Xing's expression darkened slightly. Yang Kai, don't refuse our kindness and force our hand. We are being considerate of your identity as a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, which is why we don't want to make things too difficult for you. Don't sully the magnanimity that senior brother Huang and I are showing you. Kill yourself quickly, otherwise, senior brother Huang and I will be taking action. You're all so damn annoying. Yang Kai let out a low growl. Abruptly stepping forward, he suddenly lifted his lowered head and a horrifying light burst out of his eyes, almost as blinding as 2 suns. He looked very aggressive and at the same time, an indescribable hostility mixed with murderous intent poured out of him. I never wanted to make things difficult for you people from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. So why must you force me? Zhao Xing's expression changed slightly as he shouted through gritted teeth, Stubborn fool. Attack! As soon as those words left his mouth, he took the lead and charged towards Yang Kai. Huang and Yi did not hesitate either and quickly followed Zhao Xing's example. They might come from different sects, but their cultivations were both equally profound. At this moment, they cooperated flawlessly. Their figures were like two spinning tops as they crossed and flowed around each other. One person slammed a palm out while the other blasted out with a punch. The world force of two sixth-order open heaven realm masters surged from their attacks and loomed down upon Yang Kai. Their attacks were merciless, showing their ruthless intent to kill. The truth was that they could not afford to hold back either. It had not been long since their advancement, so they were not too familiar with controlling their strength. As a result, whenever they attacked, they could only attack with all their strength. Yang Kai let out a low roar and the power of his small universe erupted. Both his hands turned into a barrage of fist shadows that flew into the sky to meet their attacks. Hong hong hong. World force collided and exploded into turmoil. Even with the suppression of the prison star grand array, the surrounding space shattered like a broken mirror. One could only imagine how much more violent the situation would be without the suppression of the grand array. Immediately after that, two figures were sent flying backwards like paper kites while simultaneously coughing up blood in midair. All but one present was shocked by the sight. Staring blankly at the two people who had been sent flying, they wondered if there was something wrong with their eyes. They originally thought that the cooperation between Zhao Xing and Huang and Yi was bound to defeat Yang Kai. After all, everybody had only just advanced into the sixth-order open heaven realm. Nobody should be much stronger than the other. If two people joined forces, then it was impossible for a lone person to be their opponent. However, reality turned out to be very difficult for them to accept. The ones who were sent flying and spitting up blood turned out to be Zhao Xing and Huang and Yi instead. Lin Feng's eyes bulged while Gu Pan and Ning Dao Ran stared in shock. Only Hui Gu, who was stuck between two sixth-order open heaven realm masters, seemed to have expected this outcome and slowly shook his head. The young and ignorant are truly fearless. He had personally witnessed how Yang Kai killed Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch. Even a veteran sixth-order open heaven realm master like Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch had failed to last more than a few breaths against Yang Kai before dying miserably. Therefore, he simply could not understand where these young and newly advanced sixth-order open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises got their confidence to attack this freak. Were they just sick of living? It was precisely because Hui Gu had already anticipated this outcome that he had not been worried seeing Yang Kai being besieged by two newly advanced sixth-order open heaven realm masters. How is this possible? Zhao Xing looked absolutely shocked. Blood spurted out of his mouth and the small universe in his body shook violently. Just now, he had exchanged hundreds of blows with Yang Kai, and he had suffered a loss every single time. Moreover, his small universe had suffered a heavy shock with every single blow. There was only one possibility for such an outcome to occur: the heritage of Yang Kai's small universe was vastly superior to his own. That was the only reason for such a one-sided outcome. A veteran sixth-order open heaven realm master like Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch might have been able to achieve an effect to this level, but Yang Kai, he had only advanced to the sixth-order open heaven realm recently. Moreover, Yang Kai's time since his advancement should be shorter than his own, since Zhao Xing had at least 10 years since he broke through. Before the thought finished forming in Zhao Xing's head, he felt his vision going hazy for a moment. Then, he looked up and felt his soul nearly leap out from his body. Yang Kai had appeared right in front of him at some point. They were so close that their faces were practically touching. "Why must you force me?" Scorching hot air blew out of Yang Kai's nostrils. Zhao Xing's pupils contracted to the size of a needle. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw a punch in Yang Kai's direction with all his strength. Unfortunately, the exchange just now had thrown his small universe into turmoil. Not only was he completely powerless to attack at this moment, but he could barely even draw out any world force from his small universe. Yang Kai grabbed Zhao Xing by the fist. Standing in front of Zhao Xing, he shouted fiercely, "Are you going to continue forcing me?" While speaking, he punched forward and hit Zhao Xing squarely in the chest. Gotcha. The sound of Zhao Xing's ribs breaking echoed through the air. The clothes on his back exploded apart and a portion of his back bulged outward. The flow of blood coming out of his mouth became increasingly heavy as stars danced in his vision. It felt as though an extremely brutal force had slammed right into his small universe and nearly shaken it apart. I'm not his opponent. I'm not his opponent at all. Zhao Xing started to panic. The heritage of the other party's small universe was countless times stronger than his own, and if things continue at this rate, he would surely die. Raising his hand, he beckoned at something behind Yang Kai. I guess you won't regret your actions unless you see your coffin. If that's the case, I will show you what true terror means. I will show you what real strength is. Yang Kai's fists transformed into a flurry of fist shadows that slammed into Zhao Xing's chest. Zhao Xing's hand remained held high in the air as he shouted at Huang and Yi, who stood dumbfounded behind Yang Kai, Save! Save me! Brother Yang, show mercy! Lin Feng shouted, his expression changing drastically. Ning Daoran also came back to his senses and hurriedly yelled, Brother Yang, don't be impulsive. Everything had happened too quickly. They initially thought that Yang Kai would have no choice but to flee with Zhao Xing and Huang and Yi teaming up against him. Who could have known that he would simply crush them in a head-on clash? With just a few kicks and punches, Yang Kai had already completely destroyed his two opponents' ability to resist, which was why it took them some time to recover from their shock. Seeing that the situation was turning dire, they quickly began shouting to stop Yang Kai. Zhao Xing was a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise, so his status was equal to their own. There would be huge trouble if Yang Kai killed him here. After all, the murder of a Paradise's core disciple would surely cause huge consequences and great upheaval. Yang Kai stopped, his scalding fists raised before him. His expression was fierce and brutal. When he looked behind him, he saw Huang and Yi looking pale with shock. Then, he glanced at Zhao Xing's raised arm and quietly asked, You were asking for help? You should have said so sooner, I thought you were still trying to fight back. Pooh. Zhao Xing vomited up blood and his aura weakened abruptly. Pathetic weakling. Yang Kai cast a sideways glance at Zhao Xing and slowly drifted backwards before lowering his head to look at his fists with a sorrowful expression. This is all so annoying. I've created another grudge with somebody else again. Back then, Yang Kai had been forced into a corner and had no choice but to break through to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm in front of the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. His actions finally allowed him to escape the eyes of the cave heavens and paradises that had been targeting him. But now, he had thrashed a core disciple from Thousand Cranes Paradise, which would probably generate a new grudge. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling deeply distressed. He hadn't wanted to make a move against anybody, but there was always somebody forcing his hand. The newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who flew over to kill Yang Kai were all frozen in shock. They made a foolproof plan before they departed. 3 people were assigned to stop Lin Feng Gu Pan, Ning Daoran, and Gu Pan, while 2 others were assigned to suppress Hui Gu. Meanwhile, Zhao Xing and Huang and Yi were tasked with dealing with Yang Kai. Once they killed Yang Kai, they would then kill Hui Gu. Once they were done, they would successfully complete their mission. Afterwards, they planned to find a hiding place to conceal themselves for the next 3 months until the Tao Theory Assembly ended. It was just that the situation in front of them right now was completely different from what they had imagined and they were at a loss for what to do. Martial Peak, Chapter 4472, Collapse. Move. Lin Feng shoved the sluggish young man blocking his way aside and rushed over to Zhao Xing. He helped Zhao Xing up and reached out to examine his aura quickly before his expression changed drastically. Ning Daoran also came over hurriedly and asked nervously, How is he? Lin Feng's expression was grim as he swiftly took out a bottle of spirit pills. He opened the bottle and pried Zhao Xing's mouth open before pouring the entire bottle into his mouth. Be that as it may, blood continued to gush out of Zhao Xing's mouth. He couldn't even swallow the spirit pills. Lin Feng tried multiple times, but his attempts were all unsuccessful. All of a sudden, Zhao Xing's turbid eyes shone with a horrifying light. He grabbed Lin Feng by the arm and sputtered, "Avenge me." After saying that, something seemed to escape his body rapidly. His body might not have changed much, but the scene resembled a balloon that had been popped. A dense world force swept throughout their surroundings. All the rest of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the cave heavens and paradises turned pale at the sight. His small universe collapsed. Not far away, Huang and Yi murmured in a daze. They might not have witnessed something like this before, but that did not stop them from recognizing the phenomenon. The small universe in Zhao Xing's body had collapsed. That was the only reason for this phenomenon where the world force had dissipated so violently to occur. Since the root of an open heaven realm master lay in their small universe, the only ending following its collapse was death. The escaping world force slowly calmed down. When they looked over again, Zhao Xing was completely devoid of life. His two eyes were glaring forward furiously. Embers of hatred remained burning in his pale orbs, seemingly not yet extinguished. Zhao Xing had died. A core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise, Zhao Xing, was dead. In a direct clash with Yang Kai, it had taken less than a dozen breaths for him to be beaten so badly that his small universe collapsed and he died. Lin Feng and Ning Daoran looked at each other and saw the deep worry in each other's eyes. Even Yang Kai was stunned. He never imagined that the other party would be so weak as to succumb to a few punches. It was not like he had planned to kill anybody, but it seemed he used a little too much strength. In reality, since his advancement into the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm until now, Yang Kai had fought many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but all of them had been veterans like Mao Zhe and Zhu Xian, so their small universes were far more robust. They might be no match for him, but they could still exchange a few hundred blows with him at least. Are all newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters so weak? Upon further consideration, Yang Kai realized that the small universes in the bodies of these newly advanced Open Heaven Realm Master weren't even stable yet, so it was certainly easy for them to collapse under a violent bombardment. This was all a big accident, but now that things had reached this point. Yang Kai's gaze turned solemn as he shot a look at Hui Gu. Hui Gu immediately felt his heart clench at the sight as he understood Yang Kai's intentions. He wanted to silence all the witnesses. Lin Feng immediately noticed the spike in Yang Kai's murderous intent. Seeing the look on Yang Kai's, his expression changed drastically and he shouted to the crowd, "Why are you still standing there?" Ning Daoran also quickly reacted. Still in a state of shock, he stood in front of Yang Kai and blocked his sight while shouting, "Brother Yang, please calm yourself. Move." Yang Kai glared at Ning Daoran aggressively. A faint sheen of sweat oozed out of Ning Daoran's forehead, but he did not budge as he earnestly said, "Brother Yang, don't be impulsive. If you really do this, then everything will be over." The newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around them were still in a state of shock after witnessing Zhao Xing's death. None of them could recover so quickly. Lin Feng was both furious and anxious as he yelled, "Do you all want to die? Why are you still standing there?" While speaking, he tossed Zhao Xing's corpse at Huang and Yi and urged them desperately, "Scram." Huang and Yi hurriedly caught Zhao Xing's corpse and finally returned to his senses as he felt Yang Kai's murderous intent locked firmly onto him. It was difficult not to notice, hence, his expression changed immediately. Carrying Zhao Xing's corpse in his arms, he hurriedly escaped. Only then did the rest of the newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters snap back to the present, each of them transforming into a stream of light that swiftly escaped. Lin Feng stood up and walked over to Yang Kai. Stopping next to Ning Daoran, he stared straight into Yang Kai's eyes and declared, "Brother Yang, if you really wish to silence the witnesses, then please start with Brother Ning and I, rest assured, we will not resist. Since we left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, we have both owed you our lives. We will just be repaying our life debt to you." Yang Kai glared at Lin Feng coldly as the latter returned his stare without revealing any weaknesses. After a while, Yang Kai closed his eyes and took a deep breath. By the time he opened his eyes again, the sharp light in them had faded and only a sea of warmth remained. Smiling, he shook his head and spoke, "What nonsense are you two thinking?" Lin Feng breathed out a sigh of relief, "I'm glad you reconsidered." While Lin Feng looked calm, he could still feel cold sweat dripping down his back. Judging from the way Yang Kai killed Zhao Xing just now, both he and Ning Dao Ran would definitely not be able to stop Yang Kai even if they worked together. Lin Feng sighed once more before speaking earnestly, "Please don't blame us. We were only acting in your best interests. Killing Zhao Xing might not be a trivial matter, but there could still be room for maneuver if he is the only one. On the other hand, there will be no going back if you actually slaughtered the rest." "I know," Yang Kai nodded lightly. Su Linggong had announced that deaths would not be questioned during the Dao Theory Assembly and that there was to be no resentment no matter who died on the prison star. Be that as it may, those words were mere words. If any of the cave heavens and paradise's core disciples were to die, the great forces behind them would never let the matter go. Zhao Xing was a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise and a genius who advanced directly to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Given enough time, he could have become one of the pillars of Thousand Cranes Paradise. However, he died at Yang Kai's hands. The grudge that formed between them was bound to run deep. This was an accident as Yang Kai never intended to kill Zhao Xing, but what was done was done. Yang Kai looked down at his wrist and saw nearly 80 stars. He originally had close to 70 stars while Zhao Crossing had approximately 30. Following Zhao Xing's death, his achievements had been transferred to the others who were close by. Yang Kai was not the only person standing next to Zhao Xing earlier, so both Lin Feng and Ning Dao Ran gained an equal share. Such great achievements would basically guarantee Yang Kai the top spot in the Dao Theory Assembly, hence, there was nothing else he needed to do now. All that was left was to sit back and wait. "Let's go," Yang Kai composed his emotions and gathered the others. Killing Zhao Xing might have been an accident, but he was destined to have a feud with Thousand Cranes Paradise now. He could not imagine how powerful the heritage of a paradise would be, however, it was a little crazy to think that he could stop them with his current cultivation as a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Strength. I need even greater strength. Unfortunately, what Yang Kai needed at his level of cultivation in order to get stronger was time. Refining open heaven pills and resources of various orders all required great amounts of time. He couldn't accomplish much overnight. The hidden place Gu Pan mentioned was located in the middle of a mountain range. There was a hidden cave at the foot of a certain mountain, one that was almost impossible to notice unless one was searching carefully. After entering the cave and walking for several kilometers, they arrived at a kind of utopia. The scenery in this place was extremely beautiful and peaceful, therefore, they settled in and quietly waited for the Dao Theory Assembly to end. As time passed, Yang Kai and the others would occasionally gather together to drink tea or discuss the Dao or exchange various secret techniques. Regardless of the changes in the outside world, they lived in peace. They were all newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so it was only natural that they had many common topics to discuss. Besides, exchanging their respective cultivation experiences allowed everybody to gain something from each other. Huigu was a veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master and the amount of time he spent in this realm was several times longer than the rest of them combined, so he naturally had far more say when it came to matters of cultivation in this realm. His occasional guidance would also give Yang Kai and the others flashes of inspiration. Although Yang Kai was much stronger than Lin Feng and the others, they came from various cave heavens and paradises, hence, they had come into contact with many things that he had never heard of before. Yang Kai learned many interesting things over the months of their interaction. On a certain day, the people chatting away happily suddenly stiffened in surprise and looked down at their golden wristbands. A distinct wave of spiritual energy was now pulsing from these wristbands. They lowered their heads to perceive the phenomenon and immediately realized they had received a divine sense message. The Dao Theory Assembly is finally ending. Lin Feng slowly got to his feet. There's another half a month's time before the exit opens, but we should start making preparations. Needless to say, nobody had any objections. As there was nothing to pack, they simply prepared to set off on their journey a short while later. Huigu sent them off as he had no way to follow them on this trip since he was still considered a prison star criminal. Nevertheless, he had written his name down on the loyalty list, so he believed that Yang Kai would not ignore him. Wait here for a while. I will talk to the people of Yinyang Cave Heaven later to negotiate your freedom, Yang Kai instructed. I will obey your orders, sir. Huigu responded with a bow. Lin Feng, Ning Dao ran, and Gu Pen watched quietly from the side. If they had not witnessed Yang Kai's strength for themselves, it would have been difficult for them to understand why a veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be so obedient towards him. At first, they believed that Huigu had struck up a deal with Yang Kai to cooperate with each other in exchange for something. It was not until later that they realized the truth. These two had a master-servant relationship between them. Let's go, Yang Kai called out, wrapping his energy around Lu Jing before he rose into the sky. Suing Shui mentioned that the prison star Grand Array's exit would open once more when the one-year period was up. Moreover, the location of the exit was specified in the Divine Sense message from earlier. For that reason, what they needed to do was to rush to the location and arrive within the time limit. They set off half a month in advance, so there was no urgency in terms of time. As they soared across the sky, the small group saw some of the cultivators participating in the Dao Theory assembly flying out from their hiding places to follow behind them. These participating cultivators had remained in hiding all this while, probably to avoid Prison League's hunt. It was only natural for them to quickly follow along when they noticed several 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters leading the way forward. Joining this powerful group would give them a sense of security, otherwise, they basically had no power to resist if they encountered the Prison League along the way. Yang Kai and the others ignored these people since they were only following at a distance and did not dare to approach too closely. More than 10 days later, Yang Kai's group finally arrived at the specified location. There was a large rock that had been cut smooth to form something similar to a platform there, and it seemed the exit would appear above it. It was just that there was not a single person around at a glance. However, it was revealed that many people were hiding nearby when they scanned the area. It was obvious that many people had arrived in advance, but they did not dare to reveal themselves easily, choosing to remain in hiding. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4473, You Can't Touch Him. Yang Kai and the others landed directly on the platform. Then, they each found a spot and sat down cross-legged. Their arrival could be considered early. After all, there were still 3 days left until the return passage opened. As time passed, more and more cultivators arrived, most of them in small groups that simply decided to wait nearby. Meanwhile, the cultivators who came early and concealed their presences gradually revealed themselves. At first, Yang Kai was vigilant as to whether the Prison League would make a move, but in the end and to his surprise, they did not show up. Even Huang and Yi and the rest were nowhere to be seen. There was no saying where they were hiding. 3 days later, the entire prison star rumbled noticeably. Everybody looked up to see a rainbow bridge swiftly spreading out across the sky. One end of the rainbow bridge connected to the depths of the void while the other end extended above the platform. Yang Kai, Lin Feng, and the others glanced at each other and nodded lightly. It's finally over, Yang Kai stood up and, bringing Lu Jing with him, he was the first to step onto the rainbow bridge. Just like when he was first transported into the prison star, he immediately felt the world spinning around him. His vision distorted and changed rapidly, and by the time he recovered, he had already appeared in the palace square where he first departed from. There were a dozen or so chairs lined up on the stage above the palace square. Moreover, there was a high-rank open heaven realm master from the various cave heavens and paradises sitting in each chair. The one sitting in the center was none other than Su Linggong. Oh! Su Linggong couldn't help looking surprised to see that the first person to return was Yang Kai. Although being the first to return did not represent anything, being the first to step on the Rainbow Bridge, under those circumstances, was undoubtedly a symbol of strength. This brat's performance seems to be rather unexpected. Su Linggong nodded lightly. Speaking of which, he might have forced Yang Kai to enter the Tao Theory Assembly, but he had not expected much from him. He simply did not want to wrong his own disciple. Chu Huashang was a core disciple who advanced directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm after all. Even if she married somewhere else, she had to marry a young handsome man whose aptitude was equal to hers. How could those old men whose lifetime limit was the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm dare to covet her? The purpose of making special arrangements for Yang Kai was to disrupt the plans of the other cave heavens and paradises. Su Linggong wanted to force them into a position where they had to dispatch their core disciples to participate in the event, and his plan had worked perfectly. After those rising stars participated in the event, the level and quality of the Tao Theory Assembly immediately increased by a large margin. At the same time, Yinyang Cave Heaven's pride was also protected. The only thing that remained uncertain was who would win the top spot in this event. Lin Feng, Ning Dao Ran, and Gu Pen emerged closely behind Yang Kai. Afterwards, numerous figures appeared. They were all cultivators who participated in the Tao Theory Assembly. Soon, the square was filled with people. Divine senses surged as the elders of the great forces quietly questioned their juniors about the results of this event and whether or not their juniors sustained any injuries. On the other hand, the elders whose juniors and disciples did not appear couldn't help feeling anxious and worried. The prison star was not a forgiving place, and every single criminal locked up inside was heinous and evil. If anything were to happen in that place, the outcome would most likely be death. For the next hour, more than 100 people gathered in the square. At this point, the number of cultivators returning from the prison star had obviously reduced to an infrequent trickle. There was even a long period where not a single person came back. Many elders who led their disciples here became increasingly solemn. If their juniors failed to appear after so long, then it could only mean that they were dead. The manner in which the Tao Theory Assembly was conducted had been completely out of their expectations. If they had known that the Tao Theory Assembly would be held on the prison star, they would never have brought their juniors here. It was a pity that Su Linggong's last-moment changes to the Tao Theory Assembly were something that nobody could have predicted. Not only were many of the elders of the second-class great forces who led their teams here looking grim, but even the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting in the dozen or so chairs above the square were starting to look solemn. This couldn't be helped though, as out of more than dozen or so core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises, only 3 had come out so far. The others were nowhere to be seen. This doesn't make any sense. Su Linggong maintained a smile on the surface, but his heart was pounding like a beating drum inside. He had mentioned that the Tao Theory Assembly was not a game and that the participants would be responsible for their own lives. Nevertheless, he would be held partially responsible for this incident due to his position as the organizer of the Tao Theory Assembly if so many core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises had lost their lives on the prison star. Just as he was hesitating over whether to send Suing Shui to question Yang Kai about the situation in the prison star, the rainbow bridge connecting to the prison star suddenly fluctuated again. Su Linggong was stunned by the sight. This phenomenon could only mean that somebody was returning from the prison star. In addition, there were quite a number of them. In the next moment, numerous figures appeared in the square, as many as 100 of them in total. Most of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were filled with a slight sense of relief and their nerves finally relaxed when they saw their core disciples. On the contrary, one of them stood up abruptly. His eyes widened as he looked down with an expression of disbelief. Then, he rushed into the crowd with a shift of his figure. The aura of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master spread out unchecked, and the participating cultivators who just returned were immediately pushed off balance by the impact. Those who were slightly weaker went pale and blood leaked out of the corner of their mouths. Martial uncles Huang and Yi called out sorrowfully. The elderly man in front of him was somebody he recognized as an inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise, as well as Zhao Xing's honored master. Zhuo Quanhui stared blankly at the corpse in Huang and Yi's arms, and after reaching out to check for Zhao Xing's aura, his body trembled slightly and his slightly short figure seemed to droop considerably. Who did this? Although he asked lightly, Huang and Yi could sense the suppressed rage in Zhuo Quanhui's voice. It felt like a volcano that was about to erupt was hidden in his chest. Void Land's Yang Kai. Huang and Yi pointed out Yang Kai in the crowd. Zhuo Quanhui abruptly turned around, his eyes crimson. Like a wild beast that was about to devour its prey, his gaze crossed over the crowd to fix fiercely upon Yang Kai's body. His gaze was so sharp that he could almost slice through space all by itself. Die! Without any hesitation, he reached out his hand towards Yang Kai and roared. Following a violent surge of the world force, Huang and Yi, who had been standing beside Zhuo Quanhui, went pale with fright and was sent flying from the fallout. Faced with the furious assault of a veteran 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Yang Kai simply stood there indifferently and did not bother to move a single muscle. In contrast, Lin Feng, Ning Daoran, and Gu Pan swiftly came to stand in front of Yang Kai, surging their respective strength as they pushed their palms forward. Lin Feng shouted, "Senior, please calm down. Get out of my way, juniors." Zhuo Quanhui roared furiously. World force flared and at the same time, he slammed his palm at Lin Feng and the others once each. His actions were as quick as lightning, but fortunately he was not completely blinded by his rage. His attacks might be overpowering but they were not meant to kill Lin Feng and the others. Hong hong hong. Lin Feng and the others quickly retreated backwards, their complexions deathly pale. After repelling Lin Feng and the others, Zhuo Quanhui's moves became much more violent. He reached out his large hand, like a claw that covered the entire sky. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. "This is Yinyang Cave Heaven." Su Linggong stood there like a mountain, his clothes flapping wildly as his hair that was tied behind his head flew about. He lightly clenched one fist and slowly pushed it out. "Why are you acting so presumptuously?" Hong. There was a loud explosion and Su Linggong's figure slumped slightly. On the other hand, Zhuo Quanhui was forced several meters back through the air. Both were 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had advanced many years ago, so the difference in their strength was not very apparent. This exchange of blows had ended in a draw. Zhuo Quanhui felt his rage surging. His most precious and prized legacy disciple had been killed, hence, his eyes were dyed red with rage. Even though Su Linggong blocked his charge, he continued forward recklessly only to be stopped by Su Linggong once more. On the other hand, the elders of Lin Feng and the other two received divine sense messages from their juniors. Although they were not certain about the exact situation inside the prison star, they could tell that these three were connected to Zhao Xing's death. What's more, the fact that Lin Feng and the others had stood up to stop Zhuo Quanhui made it difficult for them to remain on the sidelines. 3 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters leaped forward and worked together with Su Linggong to stop Zhuo Quanhui. One of them said, "Brother Zhuo, calm down. Don't embarrass yourself in front of the juniors." "That's right. Brother Zhuo, stop for a moment. It's not too late to act after getting the full story." Zhuo Quanhui was in a 4-against-1 situation, so how could he win? His several attempts were fruitless, so he was so furious that he roared. All of a sudden, his hostile gaze swept over Su Linggong and the other three. "Are you all really going to stop me?" Su Linggong quickly said, "It is not that this old master wants to stop you, but rather that you are acting too outrageously. Don't forget, this is Yinyang Cave Heaven, not Thousand Cranes Paradise." Zhuo Quanhui pointed at Yang Kai standing at the back. "That little bastard killed my disciple." Su Linggong snorted, "One is responsible for their own life during the Tao Theory Assembly. You should have been mentally prepared for Zhao Xing to be killed when you let him join. Stop being a hypocrite. If your disciple had been killed instead, you would not be spouting such nonsense." Su Linggong replied, "My disciple would not be such a waste." "You, Zhuo Quanhui felt his rage ready to explode. The blood in his chest churned and a sweetness filled his throat, nearly causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Su Linggong, hand that brat to me and this Zhuo will owe you a favor. Su Linggong glanced back at Yang Kai, while Yang Kai just grinned back at him, looking so calm that it made his stomach sick. Damn it! Isn't this brat too good at causing trouble? How could he dare to kill a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise? Who gave him the courage? If you're going to kill him, then you should have made sure it couldn't be traced back to you. Don't let somebody catch hold of your weakness. This matter just had to be exposed here. For a time, Su Linggong was not sure whether arranging for Yang Kai to participate in the Dao Theory Assembly had been worth it now. Still, he turned back and declared, he came to participate in Yinyang Cave Heaven's Dao Theory Assembly. His actions are within the rules of the Dao Theory Assembly, so Yinyang Cave Heaven will bear responsibility for the consequences. You want to protect him, still? Zhuo Quanhui shouted. Su Linggong glared at Zhuo Quanhui coldly, you can't touch him. For eyes met as vague sparks filled the air. After a long while, Zhuo Quanhui finally nodded, good. Let's see how long you can protect him for then. I will remember this, boy. Sooner or later, this monarch will twist your head off. While speaking, he came to Huang Enyi's side and took Zhao Xing's corpse with trembling hands. Following that, he soared into the sky and left. It was obvious that he did not wish to stay here for another moment longer. Martial Peak, Chapter 4474, How could it be him? Zhuo Quanhui's legacy disciple had been killed, he had completely fallen out with Su Linggong just now, and he was unable to kill his enemy who was right in front of him. It was no surprise that he was in no mood to stay. Su Linggong did not stop Zhuo Quanhui and simply watched until his figure disappeared out of sight before he coldly snorted, continue. With a leap of his figure, he returned to his seat. Likewise, the elders of Lin Feng and the others also returned to their seats upon seeing that the situation had calmed down. On the other hand, many participating cultivators in the palace square were looking at Yang Kai in horror. They might not have known what happened before, but how could they remain ignorant now? It turned out that Zhao Xing of Thousand Cranes Paradise had been killed. Void Land's Yang Kai. How could he be so bold? Even the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting on the stage were looking at Yang Kai with displeasure. Zhao Xing might be a member of Thousand Cranes Paradise, but throughout history, the Cave Heavens and Paradises had always been staunch allies. If Yang Kai dared to kill Zhao Xing, then it meant that he dared to kill anyone. It was only natural that they found a person like that displeasing. Ignoring all the strange looks from the crowd, Yang Kai continued to stand there motionlessly. Lin Feng and the other two approached him once more while Ning Daoran sent him a divine sense message, Brother Yang, you must be careful in the future. Zhuo Quanhui is Zhao Xing's honored master and he will never let this matter go. Yang Kai nodded lightly, I know. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to silence the witnesses to his crime back then, but judging from the current situation, he might not have been able to kill every single one of them even if he attacked them at the time. These Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all had their respective methods to protect themselves, so they were not that easy to kill and news would have leaked out eventually. Acting rashly would only have caused feuds with even more of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Following the return of those 100 or so people, the Rainbow Bridge became quiet once more. Nobody else returned after that. As a result, Elder Zhuo Bu-kun of Myriad Demons Heaven, Elder Yu Huan of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, and Elder Lu Jin Yang of Azure Nether Paradise looked very solemn. This couldn't be helped as more than a dozen Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises had participated in the Dao Theory Assembly. Excluding Zhao Xing who was killed, all the others had basically returned except for the disciples of these three sects. The situation with Myriad Demons Heaven was not too bad as the Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm disciple known as Mo Sheng had returned from the prison star and was currently standing quietly among the crowd. Zhuo Kun secretly sent a transmission and questioned Mo Sheng about the situation. Then, his expression became even more gloomy. He learned from Mo Sheng that Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao had been ambushed by many Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Prison League and their fate was uncertain. Meanwhile, Mo Sheng was lucky enough to escape alive. After waiting for another half an hour, Zhuo Kun and the others could no longer sit still when they saw that nobody else was returning. The three of them pressured Su Linggong to allow them to enter the prison star in person so that they could search for traces of Pei Wenxian, Yin Xian Zhao, and the others. Su Linggong reassured them repeatedly, all while murmuring to himself in his heart, "Those bastards on the prison star better not have been ignorant enough to dare to kill the core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises." An unexpected incident had already occurred earlier, but only Zhao Xing had died in that incident. If Pei Wenxian and the others had died on the prison star as well, then the Dao Theory Assembly would turn into a huge disaster. Su Linggong could withstand the pressure from Thousand Cranes Paradise if it was alone, but if 3 more sects were added things would become untenable. He would probably be punished by Yin Yang Cave Heaven as a result. He secretly regretted his actions as it seemed he had overplayed his hand in this Dao Theory Assembly. In order to appease Zhuo Kun and the other elders, he quickly sent Suing Shua and Qin Kuei to the prison star to inquire about the situation. Those two rushed into the Rainbow Bridge and returned together not long afterwards. Suing Shua whispered something in Su Linggong's ear which caused him to nod lightly. With his expression relaxed considerably, Su Linggong turned around and said something to Zhuo Kun and the others. Only then did Zhuo Kun and the others calm down. Good. The Dao Theory Assembly ends here. You've all worked hard for the past year, so it is now time to examine the results. Let's see who obtained the top spot in the Dao Theory Assembly. Su Linggong sat upright in his chair and after his speech, he gave a slight wave of his hand. Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples who had been prepared in advance flew down immediately and landed in the square. They each cast secret techniques to remove the golden wristbands around the participants' wrists and record their achievements. Compared with their original number, the surviving participants had been reduced by more than half, with those missing almost certainly having died on the prison star. The elders who brought their juniors to participate in the Dao Theory Assembly couldn't help looking sad and gloomy. Most of the second-class great forces had originally hoped to ride on the coattails of Yin Yang Cave Heaven and soar straight to success. That was why they had brought the most elite cultivators from their respective sects to participate in the Dao Theory Assembly. With the number of people who died on the prison star though, it could be said that their losses were heavy. But, who could have known that Su Linggong would play such tricks during the Dao Theory Assembly that was only held to choose a husband for Chu Huashang? It was too late for regrets now. An incense stick later, all the scores had been counted with the golden wristbands having been retrieved and placed on a table in front of many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The dozen or so high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters swept a glance over the golden wristbands and quickly noticed the one with the most stars. The main reason was that the number of stars on this golden wristband was so high that the others couldn't even compare. There was no need to search carefully at all. It looks like the top spot belongs to this person. Su Linggong chuckled, turning to look around him. I wonder which sect this junior belongs to. Many of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters smiled reservedly as one of them said, "We'll know once we check." In their opinion, it was impossible for their disciples to marry into Yin Yang Cave Heaven even if they took the top spot. They were forced to send their core disciples to participate in the Dao Theory Assembly, but it was simply to preserve everybody's face. Core disciples who advanced directly into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm were potential 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Who would willingly let go of such talents? As for how things would end if one of their core disciples obtained the top spot, it was bound to be an argument with Yin Yang Cave Heaven. In any case, they all had long lives, so bickering for several hundred or even thousands of years was not a problem. They could even use this kind of argument to relieve their boredom. Su Linggong smiled faintly. How could he not know what these people were thinking? Be that as it may, These core disciples had participated in the Dao Theory Assembly and would be named a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law if they won the top spot. How could he allow any objections or resistance? Even if he had to use force, he would make sure that the person remained here. As such, he grabbed the golden wristband and looked inside it. 2 large characters printed on the golden wristband entered his vision, and the smile on his face abruptly stiffened. How can it be him? Su Linggong was absolutely stunned. When the golden wristbands were being recovered, the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven disciples in charge of recovering them were tasked with engraving the names of the participants onto them. Each golden wristband corresponded to only one person, so there could be no mistakes. In other words, the name and score recorded on this golden wristband was completely accurate. Brother Su seems to have been met with quite a pleasant surprise. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who spoke up earlier couldn't help making a joke when he saw the strange expression on Su Linggong's face. At the same time, he glanced at the golden wristband in Su Linggong's hand and immediately looked stunned at the result. The 2 large characters on the golden wristband shone so brightly with a golden light that he nearly couldn't open his eyes. Who is it? Who took the top spot? Somebody else looked over curiously. Everybody who saw the results couldn't help falling silent and wrinkling their brow. The reason why they sent their core disciples to participate in the Dao Theory Assembly was to prevent this exact situation, but contrary to their expectations, their efforts proved fruitless even though more than a dozen 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters had participated. Suing Xue and Qing Kuei, who had been standing behind Su Linggong all this time, saw the 2 large characters on the golden wristband from the beginning. Yang Kai. They couldn't help feeling absolutely shocked. Moreover, the number of stars on this golden wristband was almost twice that of the second place, so there was no comparison. This result was simply overwhelming. He took the top spot? They exchanged a glance with each other, feeling a little incredulous. Yang Kai might also be in the 6th-order Open Heaven Realm, but his background was nothing special. He did not have any elders teaching him or providing him with resources, artifacts, or powerful techniques. Therefore, there should be a huge gap between him and the 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Now, however, it seemed it was the disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises who were very far behind him. When they allowed Yang Kai to enter the Dao Theory Assembly, neither Su Linggong, Suing Xue, nor Qing Kuei held many expectations for him. Su Linggong's original intention was only to muddy the waters of the Dao Theory Assembly with the help of a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai. They never imagined that they would stumble upon such fortune. Suing Xue came back to her senses and immediately sent a message to Chu Huashang, who was waiting for news. When she told Chu Huashang about the results, she could only imagine how happy her junior sister would be. It was just that the current atmosphere was a little strange. Many participants standing below, including the elders of the great forces who led their teams here, were eagerly waiting for Su Linggong to announce the results. However, Su Linggong and the dozen or so high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters fell into an eerie silence. Nevertheless, Su Linggong quickly came back to his senses. It might be unexpected, but the result that came out was not something he could not accept. Holding up the golden wristband in his hand and revealing the 2 large characters to the crowd, he raised his voice and announced, "The winner of the Dao Theory Assembly is Voidland's Yang Kai." As soon as that statement came out, everybody turned to look at Yang Kai, again. Lin Feng cupped his fist, "Congratulations." Likewise, Ning Dao Ran and Gu Pan also congratulated Yang Kai. On the other hand, Yang Kai was not sure how to respond. Although he knew that he would obtain the top spot with no issues, winning first place in the Dao Theory Assembly meant that he would become a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law. In other words, he would have to marry into Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. But, I don't want to marry into Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Besides, how am I supposed to explain this to Su Yan and the others? For a time, Yang Kai suffered a headache and gastric pains. Many thanks for coming from afar to participate in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's Dao Theory Assembly. This event has ended on a successful note. In 3 days, this monarch will hold a banquet. Please be sure to show up. Su Linggong announced. The Open Heaven Realm Masters of the second-class Great Forces quickly responded to his invitation while one of the elders from the Cave Heavens and Paradises stood up. Brother Su, there is something I need to attend to back in the sect. I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in the banquet. Let's meet again in the future. After saying that, he summoned his disciples and soared into the sky. Su Linggong did not stop them. Similarly, the other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters slowly got up one after another to leave with their respective disciples. It did not take long before only the elders of Myriad Demons Heaven, Xianyuan Cave Heaven, and Azure Nether Paradise remained. They wanted to leave, but their disciples were still on the prison star, so they couldn't depart even if they wanted to. They glanced at each other with helpless expressions on their faces. The result of the Tao Theory Assembly could be said to have embarrassed all the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Outsiders would not think too much once the results of this event got out. All they would know was that Voidland's Yang Kai had suppressed more than a dozen Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises to come out on top and win the Tao Theory Assembly. Martial Peak, Chapter 4475, Son-in-Law. Junior Brother Yang, please rest here for now. I need to help Honored Master handle the rest of the Tao Theory Assembly, then I'll come and speak with you. After Qing Kuei led Yang Kai to the reception hall on a certain spirit peak, he patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. His attitude was undoubtedly more affectionate compared to before. Yang Kai had taken the top spot and could now be considered a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law. With this status set in stone, it was not strange that Qing Kuei's attitude would change with a connection like that. Qing Kuei might not have imagined such an outcome at first, but it was what Chu Huashang had been hoping for, so as her senior brother, he was happy for her. Please go ahead, senior brother. Yang Kai cupped his fist lightly. Qing Kuei winked at Yang Kai, don't you dare mess around. What? Yang Kai was flabbergasted. However, Qing Kuei had already turned around and left. Watching Qing Kuei's figure disappearing out of sight, Yang Kai finally shook his head before he turned around and walked towards the palace. There were maidservants elegantly bowing to him on both sides who all gave a crisp greeting, "Greetings, young master." These Yin-Yang Cave Heaven maidservants were all in the Emperor realm, moreover, their figures and appearances were far above average. Their slim waists and ample peaks were very eye-catching. Yang Kai gave a noncommittal response, but just as he was about to enter the palace, his gaze suddenly landed on a certain maidservant and he failed to stifle his laughter. "Senior Sister Chu, what are you doing here?" The maidservant had her head lowered so that her hair covered her face, but even though she was trying hard to disguise herself, how could she hide from his keen eyes? Chu Huashang looked up and smiled at him when he saw through her ruse and quipped, "Have I been discovered?" While speaking, she walked over and reached out to hold his arm. Her ample bosom pressed against his arm without hesitation as she murmured sweetly, "You've worked hard, junior brother." He smiled, "It's nothing." There was really nothing difficult about the Tao Theory Assembly for Yang Kai, as with his current strength, there was basically nothing on the prison star that could endanger him as long as he was not besieged by the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Prison League. Chu Huasheng then instructed the rest of the maidservants, "My fiancé has worked hard for a whole year. Prepare the scented bath." "Yes." The maidservants around them quickly responded. A short while later, a huge bath was filled with warm water. Colorful flower petals floated on the surface while little waves made the water sparkle and steam permeated the air. Yang Kai leaned against the wall of the bath and soaked his body in the water. This scented bath was probably filled with all sorts of expensive spirit herbs that had the effect of relieving fatigue and relaxing the spirit. There might not have been any danger on the prison star, but it was quite tiring after spending a year there, hence, his fatigue was greatly relieved at this moment. Yang Kai was generally not one to enjoy such luxuries, however, he simply went with the flow since Chu Huashang had made these arrangements for him. Suddenly, the sound of fine footsteps rang out. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction and saw several slender figures slowly walking towards him through the hazy steam filling the air. Waving his hand dismissively, Yang Kai declared, "Stop. I don't need your service." Those people ignored his instructions, however, and continued walking over. When they drew closer, Yang Kai discovered that these maidservants were only dressed in gauze that was as thin as a cicada's wings. Their most precious places gleamed in and out of sight amidst the steam. They lowered their heads and entered the water lightly with slightly blushing faces. Disregarding whether he approved or not, they pressed against him from both sides and carefully helped to wash his body for him. The situation left Yang Kai absolutely uncomfortable, and just as he was about to leap out, he suddenly heard a peal of giggling and charming laughter. "Junior brother, are you feeling shy?" The voice came from behind him, and leaning his head back, he looked up and saw Chu Huashang crouching in front of him, smiling down at him. The beautiful womanly scenery under her skirt was faintly discernible, so he could only withdraw his gaze speechlessly and mutter, "Senior sister, what are you doing?" Chu Huashang reached out her hand and made a light sliding movement. Slowly stroking her fingers over his firm chest, she murmured softly, "I heard you speak so eloquently about the Yin-Yang Union cultivation in the past, so I thought you were a veteran of such matters. It turns out that you were just talking big. Senior sister, be careful when playing with fire, you might accidentally burn yourself. Most people won't be able to withstand my passion once this junior brother gets started." Yang Kai closed his eyes slightly and suddenly understood why Qing Kuei told him not to mess around before leaving. Chu Huashang giggled softly, "Go ahead and burn with passion. These girls can help you put out that fire if you're willing." The maidservants helping him wash his body on both sides flushed even redder. Meanwhile, Chu Huashang leaned down lightly and exhaled an orchid scent next to his ear. "Junior brother, can you really hold yourself back? After this, I'm going to be cultivating in retreat for 100 years. You can devour every single person here if you want, including me." Yang Kai grabbed her small hands that were wandering across his chest and declared, "Senior sister, stop fooling around." In response, she pouted, "How boring." Releasing her hand, he asked one question in concern, "Senior sister, do you really have to cultivate in retreat for 100 years? She nodded, "That's right. This is supposed to be one of the methods for the sect to protect me. Since it has been announced to the public, we cannot fake it. But, it doesn't matter. It will only be for 100 years. I've only just advanced into the 6th order open heaven realm anyway, so this is actually perfect for me to carefully consolidate my cultivation." Yang Kai nodded lightly, "I'm glad you think so, senior sister." He couldn't help feeling slightly relieved. These 100 years could be considered a buffering period. Although he had won the top spot in the Dao Theory Assembly and was now a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law in name, many things could change in a century. Chu Huashang might have different ideas by the time she comes out of her seclusion. After Yang Kai was bathed and dressed by the maidservants, he thoroughly learned how passionate a woman from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven could be. Throughout the entire process, Chu Huashang not only showed no intention to shy away but watched everything with great interest. However, Chu Huashang did not stay for long because Suing Shui soon rushed over to take her away. Before they left, Suing Shui even threw a fierce and dirty glare at Yang Kai that made him feel like he was wronged. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Su Linggong hosted a banquet for all the representatives of the great forces who participated in the Dao Theory Assembly. The banquet was held on the open-air platform of a wondrous spirit peak, making for a grand and lively scene. Yang Kai had been magnificently dressed up by Yin-Yang Cave Heaven in festive red robes, to the point that those who didn't know better would have thought that he was getting married today. In addition, he was seated in the first spot to the left and below Su Linggong's seat. Young girls sang and danced in the square, showing off their beauty to the fullest. Plate after plate of delicacies were presented to the table while precious vintage wine emitted a charming fragrance. The atmosphere of the banquet was lively as masters from various great territories weaved about the crowd and exchanged drinks with each other. Such a large-scale gathering was rare across the whole 3,000 worlds. Although many of their disciples suffered disastrous defeat and even death in the process, this was still an opportunity for these people to build relationships with other great forces and open up new opportunities for their own sects. Therefore, except for the high-rank open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises who left early, everybody else was basically in attendance. Yang Kai looked at Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao sitting opposite him, feeling absolutely speechless. After being ambushed by the prison league, Yang Kai had used his space principles to escape along with Hui Gu, Lu Jing, and Wu Kuang, leaving Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao behind. Yang Kai thought that those two would definitely end up dead, but who could have known that they would survive? What is wrong with the prison league? Why didn't they kill them? Yang Kai frowned slightly and quietly sent a transmission to Qin Kuei to ask about the situation. Only then did he learn the entire story. The truth was that the prison league had not killed Yin Xian Zhao or Pei Wenxian. Additionally, they even caught another core disciple from Azure Nether Paradise later. Even Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch knew that the core disciples from the various cave heavens and paradises could not be killed at will, as doing so would surely invite the wrath of the cave heavens and paradises. If that were to happen, they might not enjoy a peaceful life even if they hid away on the prison star. It was a better choice to capture those people alive to use them as bargaining chips to negotiate with Yin Yang Cave Heaven. The final result of the negotiations was that the prison league would return the 3 core disciples from the cave heavens and paradises. In return, 3 sixth-order open heaven realm masters from the prison league would be freed. This was similar to what Su Linggong promised from the very beginning, where the prison star criminals could earn their freedom as long as they killed enough participants. Needless to say, a negotiation between 2 parties required leverage. Prison League had used the 3 core disciples from the cave heavens and paradises as their bargaining chips. This situation distressed Zhuobu Kun and the other elders so much that they nearly spat blood. Although Zhuobu Kun, Yu Huan, and Lu Zhenyang joined forces to pressure Su Linggong into agreeing to the Prison League's demands, how could somebody like Su Linggong accept such demands so casually? Moreover, the 3 people caught by the Prison League were not Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples, so their lives had nothing to do with Yin Yang Cave Heaven. However, it was still true that their lives hung on a single thought from Su Linggong. In the end, the 3 cave heavens and paradises were forced to pay a huge price, and only then did Su Linggong relent and pardon the crimes of 3 Prison League 6th-order open heaven realm masters. By doing so, they finally got Yin Xian Zhao and the others back in exchange. As for what price the cave heavens and paradises had to pay, even Qin Kuei did not know. That was the result of a secret discussion between Su Linggong, Zhuobu Kun, and the other high-rank elders. A total of 4 6th-order open heaven realm masters and a dozen others below the 6th order from the Prison League had received their freedom. Aside from the 3 6th-order open heaven realm masters who received special pardons from Su Linggong, the rest had accumulated enough stars to obtain their freedom themselves. Among them included the Prison League's league master, Huang Quan. Huang Quan had personally killed Zhuang Wei of Xianyuan Cave Heaven, earning him an astonishing 67 stars in an instant. Such achievements were enough for him to escape the prison star. After knowing the truth of the matter, Yang Kai could barely stifle his laughter. There was nothing he could say about the transaction that Su Linggong made, as it was practically a free deal. No wonder Zhuobu Kun and the others had such ugly expressions during the banquet. It was obvious that they were hurting from being bled dry. It's just a pity. I originally wanted to murder with a borrowed knife. In the end, my plans failed thanks to the Prison League's petty greed. There was no doubt that the protagonist of today's banquet was Yang Kai. As a Yin Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law, countless people should have come to offer him a toast on their own initiative. This was not out of consideration for him, but rather to honor the prestige of Yin Yang Cave Heaven and Su Linggong. However, the truth was that he simply sat there unnoticed. It was not that the participating open heaven realm masters were being disdainful, it was just that they were afraid of Thousand Cranes Paradise. Zhao Xing had been killed by Yang Kai, so even though Su Linggong had relied on his advantage as host in this place to forcefully suppress Wu Quanhui who led the team from Thousand Cranes Paradise, everybody knew that Thousand Cranes Paradise would never let this matter rest. They might be targeted by Thousand Cranes Paradise if they went up to congratulate Yang Kai at a time like this, so who would dare to be so bold? Martial Peak, Chapter 4476, Opportunity has come. Being aware of this fact, Yang Kai was not bothered by the issue. He was happy and content just to eat and drink by himself. On the other hand, Lu Jing brought the elders of Gathering Yuan Union over to offer a toast out of gratitude for Yang Kai's protection on the prison star. Even so, he was soon dragged away by his elders. The banquet ended and Yinyang Cave Heaven's guests gradually left. Before leaving, Lu Jing met with Yang Kai one more time to inform him that the 6th Order Yang element treasure he previously promised would be sent directly to Void Land. 3 days later, Yang Kai was led by Qin Kuei to the Spirit Peak where Su Linggong lived. Su Linggong sat confidently inside the Grand Hall on the Spirit Peak, studying Yang Kai who was sitting below with piercing eyes and a strong sense of scrutiny. After bowing in greeting, Yang Kai stood there quietly with a calm look on his face. He had no idea why Su Linggong had summoned him, but Chu Huashang was Su Linggong's disciple. Now that he was a Yinyang Cave Heaven son-in-law, they had a much closer relationship with each other than most ordinary people. After a while, Su Linggong finally raised his hand and said, "Take a seat." "Many thanks, Senior," Yang Kai responded before he turned around and walked over to a chair by the side. Flicking his outer robe slightly, he took a seat. "To be honest, this monarch was very surprised that you managed to win the top spot in the Dao Theory Assembly," Su Linggong said. The outcome had certainly astonished him. In his opinion, only disciples from the cave heavens and paradises could have won, so Yang Kai coming out on top was a shock. After all, the heritage of those who came from the various cave heavens and paradises was generally superior to others, especially since they were newly advanced 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Su Linggong believed that was true even if he had heard the rumors about how Yang Kai had planned to advance directly 7th Order Open Heaven Realm and refined multiple 7th Order powers to that purpose. However, the reality was that Yang Kai had taken the top spot with almost double the achievements of the person in second place. In terms of performance, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch was the only person who could compare. "It's good that I didn't disappoint you, Senior." Yang Kai bowed. Su Linggong chuckled, "You definitely didn't disappoint me. For this monarch, it doesn't matter who takes the top spot as long as it's not those old farts in the 5th Order. This Su's disciple cannot be humiliated by others." His smile faded and he quickly said, "But, the fact that you killed Zhao Xing is still quite a hassle." At the mention of this matter, Su Linggong couldn't help feeling a headache. He had been resisting the pressure from Thousand Cranes Paradise and protecting Yang Kai in order to maintain Yinyang Cave Heaven's face. After all, the Dao Theory Assembly was organized by Yinyang Cave Heaven and he was the one who claimed that one would not be held accountable for any loss of life. Zhao Xing had been killed by Yang Kai, so if Yang Kai was killed by Zhuo Quanhui as soon as the Dao Theory Assembly ended, what would happen to the reputation of Yinyang Cave Heaven? At the time, he had not known that Yang Kai would end up taking the top spot and simply wanted to protect Yinyang Cave Heaven's reputation by defending him in public. As for whether Yang Kai could survive Thousand Cranes Paradise's retaliation in the future, that was entirely on Yang Kai. He could not be bothered to care that much. Unfortunately, the situation was different now. Yang Kai was now a Yinyang Cave Heaven son-in-law and the future husband of his disciple. Su Linggong had no choice but to meddle in this affair even if he didn't want to, otherwise, Chu Huashang would become a widow if Yang Kai was killed. "It was an accident," Yang Kai replied. At the time, he had not intended to kill Zhao Xing, it was just that he used a bit too much strength. Su Linggong waved his hand, "It doesn't matter whether it was an accident or not. It has already happened. You heard what Sua Quan Hui said before he left. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Voidland will not be bullied so easily. Why is Su Linggong telling me this? Could it be that he feels I have caused too much trouble and Yin Yang Cave Heaven does not wish to be involved in this matter? If that's the case, I can understand. Su Linggong coldly snorted, do you think they will let you return to Voidland? If my guess is correct, they are waiting for you along your return path. There will be no escape for you the moment you show up. Senior, do you mean to say? Su Linggong continued, if you're in no hurry to return to Voidland, you should remain here for the time being. As for Thousand Cranes Paradise, this monarch will try to negotiate with them to see if there's any room for mediation. He glanced at Yang Kai and added, don't worry too much. Yin Yang Cave Heaven is perfectly capable of withstanding the pressure from Thousand Cranes Paradise. Zhao Xing was killed during the Dao Theory Assembly and this monarch openly declared that No will be held accountable for deaths during the trial. It would be best if they give up on this matter, but if they refuse, this monarch will show them whose fist is bigger. Yang Kai was slightly touched. The meaning behind Su Linggong's words could not be clearer. He would deal with this troublesome matter. Thus, Yang Kai's impression of Su Linggong improved considerably. He stood up and bowed deeply, many thanks, Senior. Su Linggong nodded lightly, also, you should carefully regulate your condition in the near future. Yin Yang Cave Heaven might have another opportunity for you. An opportunity? Yang Kai raised his brow at those words, keenly aware of the astonishment on the faces of Suing Shua and Qing Kuei, who had been standing behind Su Linggong all this while. It was obvious that this potential opportunity was not small. I can't confirm anything yet. I'll tell you when the time comes. Su Linggong did not provide any further explanation. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Then, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Senior, this junior has a favor to request. Su Linggong glanced sideways at Yang Kai. You are now my Yin Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law, which makes you part of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. As long as your request is not excessive, this monarch can fulfill your request. I would like you to help me free someone, Senior. Yang Kai said. Who? Greybone's heavenly monarch from the prison star. A short while later, Qing Kuei led Yang Kai back along the way they came. Su Linggong had readily agreed to Yang Kai's request. As an inner elder of Yin Yang Cave Heaven who was in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, he held a high position and great authority in the sect. Aside from the Supreme Elders who essentially never came out of retreat, he was one of the most influential people in the entire Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Setting someone free from the prison star was a simple task. It was also not until this moment that Su Linggong understood how Yang Kai could obtain such great achievements during the Dao Theory Assembly. It turned out that it was all thanks to Huigu secretly helping Yang Kai from the shadows. Be that as it may, Huigu had a criminal record, so Su Linggong was honestly quite uneasy about releasing the former from the prison star. However, he happily agreed to the request after Yang Kai revealed the loyalty list to him. Senior brother Qing Kuei, what is the opportunity Martial Uncle Su mentioned earlier? Along the way, Yang Kai raised this question. Judging by Suing Shua and Qing Kuei's reaction earlier, they definitely knew the secret behind this mystery. Qing Kuei smiled and shook his head, I can't say. If you receive approval, then you will be told in due time. If the matter falls through, then there's no point in knowing. Just wait patiently. I can only tell you that even in Yin Yang Cave Heaven, only very few people are eligible to obtain this opportunity. Yang Kai was slightly moved hearing that. He never imagined that the so-called opportunity would be so precious that only a few people were eligible to obtain it, even in Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Unfortunately, he was not in a position to ask further questions seeing as Qing Kuei was not willing to talk. It didn't take long for Yang Kai to return to his living quarters. After waiting for another 2 days, Huigu was brought out from the prison star by Qing Kuei. Huigu couldn't help sighing softly when master and servant reunited. From the day he was thrown into the prison star, he never even imagined that he would one day leave that place alive. It was just a pity that Bai Mo, who had served him loyally for so many years, had not survived. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch has also been released, but I don't know his current whereabouts. Rest assured, I will ask somebody to investigate him in the future. There will always be a chance to seek revenge. Yang Kai comforted Hui Gu. Hui Gu bowed, many thanks, sir. If I can avenge Bai Mo, then this Hui Gu will have no other regrets in life. Bai Mo's strength was not impressive, but he was extremely loyal. It was impossible not to develop feelings after spending so many years together. Hui Gu had long since considered Bai Mo to be his disciple and family, therefore, Bai Mo's murder that took place in front of him had caused him to thirst for revenge. As time passed, Yang Kai and Hui Gu remained inside the residence. During this time, Chu Huashang came to inform Yang Kai that she was going to enter retreat. She also asked him to look forward to seeing her again in 100 years. Yang Kai naturally agreed, and after spending 3 days together, they parted ways for now. After a few more days, Qin Kuei suddenly dropped by the residence. He looked at Yang Kai with admiration and envy. Congratulations, junior brother. The opportunity has come. Accompany me. Yang Kai was stunned, but suppressing the overwhelming curiosity in his heart, he instructed Hui Gu to wait for him and not to wander around arbitrarily. Then, he followed Qin Kuei out. They traveled at a hurried pace, though Yang Kai did not know where they were heading. In the beginning, they occasionally encountered some Yin-Yang Cave Heaven disciples along the way. When these people noticed Qin Kuei, they quickly stopped in their tracks and bowed deeply. However, the further inward they went, the fewer people they met. At one point, there were no traces of anybody else. It could be seen that the place they were going was located at an extremely isolated location. Some time later, up ahead of them was a figure standing proudly in the void, quietly waiting for their arrival. It was none other than Su Linggong. Qin Kuei led Yang Kai straight to Su Linggong. Cupping his fist, he reported, "Honored master, I've brought him here." Su Linggong nodded, "You should head back first." Qin Kuei responded, "Yes." After that, Qin Kuei turned around and returned along the way he came. Su Linggong gestured towards Yang Kai, "Let's go. Up ahead is one of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's restricted areas. Nobody is allowed to enter this place without permission. Those who try will be killed without mercy." Yang Kai's expression hardened. It was only natural for a giant organization like Yin-Yang Cave Heaven to have their own restricted areas. However, even a sixth-order open heaven realm master like Qin Kuei could not enter this place at will. It could be seen just how much Yin-Yang Cave Heaven valued this restricted area. He was becoming more and more curious about this so-called opportunity as well as the restricted area he was about to enter. Whilst traveling, Su Linggong's voice entered Yang Kai's ears. "You might have taken the top spot in the Tao Theory Assembly, but it was only thanks to a convenient strategy. When it comes to your strength among the sixth-order open heaven realm masters, you are no different from the little ones who participated in the Tao Theory Assembly. All of you rank at the bottom of the sixth order since you've only advanced into the open heaven realm recently." Yang Kai nodded, "Yes, senior." He knew that Su Linggong was unaware of his actions on the prison star, but it made sense when he thought about it. Almost all who witnessed his true strength were dead. Although the core disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises had witnessed his strength when he killed Zhao Xing, they left the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven as soon as they came out. On the other hand, Lin Feng and the others who remained were Yang Kai's friends and would not spread his secrets if they were not forced to. Therefore, Su Linggong believed that Yang Kai's strength was ranked at the bottom of the sixth-order open heaven realm since he had only just advanced into the open heaven realm recently. In addition, he also believed that Yang Kai obtained the achievements that allowed him to win the Tao Theory Assembly only thanks to Hui Gu's help. Martial Peak, Chapter 4477, Shortcut. As for how Yang Kai persuaded Hui Gu into cooperating with him, that was the result of his own ability and charisma. Su Linggong didn't bother to pay much attention to that matter. The cultivation of open heaven realm masters comes from the accumulation and precipitation of time. Refining open heaven pills or cultivation materials of various orders has been the most orthodox cultivation method among open heaven realm masters since ancient times. Although this is a lengthy process, it is also the safest and simplest method. Naturally, there are people who want to take shortcuts. Refining the heritage of universe worlds for one's own use is one such method, but it has many drawbacks. The heritage of those universe worlds that have been refined might not be perfectly compatible with oneself. If any rejection occurs, one's heritage might even plummet as a result. The benefits are simply not worth the loss. Moreover, every single universe world is unique. That includes the small universes within open heaven realm masters like ourselves. It is unimaginably difficult to find a small universe that complements perfectly with your cultivation. Su Linggong's voice slowly entered Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai nodded lightly. He once met an open heaven realm master who tried to refine the heritage of the demon realm to restore his strength. It was just that he stopped that open heaven realm master from succeeding and eventually killed him for trying. On the contrary, the world force released during the death of that open heaven realm master had nourished the demon realm instead. But, just because it is difficult to use shortcuts does not mean that there are no shortcuts. Yang Kai's expression changed with those words and he asked, "Senior, do you mean?" Su Linggong glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully. "You had high ambitions in the beginning and aimed to advance directly into the seventh order open heaven realm. Unfortunately, your actions touched on the tolerance of many people. In the end, you were forced to advance into the fifth order open heaven realm in shattered heaven. It has only been a few years since then, so how is it possible for a fifth order open heaven realm master to advance into the sixth order open heaven realm in such a short period? I believe that the information I received is accurate, so you should have only advanced into the fifth order open heaven realm in shattered heaven, not the sixth order." Yang Kai remained silent. That was not something he could hide even if he wanted to. Many people were there to witness his advancement after all. Even Chu Huashang had been present, so it was not strange for Su Linggong to know about this matter. It is rumored that there is a miraculous medicine in this world known as the world fruit. World fruits can be divided into low, mid, and high rank. The rank of the world fruit corresponds with the rank of the open heaven realm. More importantly, the world fruit allows a cultivator to safely and directly advance to the next order without any hidden dangers. Su Linggong continued speaking without regard for Yang Kai's opinion. "Both you and Chuer entered the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary in the past. Around that time, someone auctioned off a low-rank world fruit in Yinyang territory. That person had also entered the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary before. According to the information obtained by Yinyang Cave Heaven, that person obtained their low-rank world fruit from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. That is why I believe that you managed to advance from the fifth order to the sixth order in such a short time by consuming a mid-rank world fruit. Senior is indeed insightful." Yang Kai admitted frankly, "Indeed. I advanced into the sixth order open heaven realm by consuming a world fruit." "Good." Su Linggong smiled slightly. "If that's the case, then you and Chuer are definitely a good match for each other. I was initially worried that there might be a gap between Chuer's future limit and yours. It looks like I was worried for nothing. If Yang Kai had advanced into the fifth order open heaven realm, then his limit was the seventh order open heaven realm. However, if he reached the sixth order with the help of a world fruit, then his future limit would be the eighth order, which was the same as Chu Huashang. With aptitudes like theirs, as long as they were given enough time, it was only a matter of time before they advanced into the eighth order open heaven realm. You sure had good fortune to obtain such a precious treasure like a mid-rank world fruit. No wonder you were willing to advance into the fifth order open heaven realm back at shattered heaven." Su Linggong nodded lightly and glanced at Yang Kai approvingly. "Consuming the world fruit is the best-known shortcut in existence. Senior, are you saying that there are other shortcuts?" Su Linggong smiled slightly. "Of course. The 3,000 worlds is vast and contains endless mysteries. Even a high-rank open heaven realm master like me may never discover all its mysteries in my lifetime. The only reason you've never heard of these shortcuts before is that you have not seen or experienced enough of the world yet. Yang Kai said seriously, "Please enlighten me, senior." Su Linggong asked, "Have you ever heard of a temporal river?" A temporal river? Yang Kai was astonished. It is an innate phenomenon filled with the mysteries of time. The flow of time inside a temporal river is different from the outside world. It can be 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times faster. Do you know what that means? Yang Kai's expression stiffened in surprise. Does senior mean that if one cultivates in a temporal river for 1,000 years, only 1 year will pass in the outside world? Su Linggong revealed an expression of nostalgia. Although only 1 year passes in the outside world, you can cultivate for tens, hundreds, or thousands of years inside. The heritage you accumulate will naturally be stronger than others. Moreover, this is the standard process of accumulation and precipitation, so there will be no hidden dangers whatsoever. Back then, I entered a temporal river and gained great benefits as a result. Yang Kai looked shocked. I can't believe there is something as strange as a temporal river in this world. If I didn't hear this from Su Linggong himself, I might not believe something like that exists. However, he soon remembered about Flowing Time Great Emperor. Flowing Time Great Emperor was proficient in the Tao of Time, and the Flowing Time Temple he left behind was once sealed a rich amount of time principles. The two little ones, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, had cultivated in retreat for several hundred years inside the Flowing Time Temple, but only several years passed in the outside world. Hence, the Flowing Time Temple was akin to an artificial temporal river that Flowing Time Great Emperor created. It was a pity that the time principles sealed within had long been exhausted and the flow of time in the Flowing Time Temple had returned to normal. Looking at things from this point of view, it could be seen that Flowing Time Great Emperor was an unprecedented genius. If he had not died after his encounter with Mo Sheng, he would certainly have a place in the 3,000 worlds. At that thought, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. "Senior, could the opportunity you mentioned be a temporal river?" Su Linggong burst into laughter. "You wish. If anybody were to come across a temporal river, they would have gone in to cultivate a long time ago. They would never leave that place until the time principles inside had been exhausted, so you should stop dreaming about temporal rivers." Yang Kai was astonished. Only then did he realize that a temporal river was something like a consumable resource. If somebody were to discover one, it only made sense that they would not leave anything behind for others. Don't bother dreaming about temporal rivers for the time being. It is a very rare occurrence in the 3,000 worlds. Even if one did appear, you would not get a chance to experience it. Su Linggong paused for a moment before he continued. A temporal river is one of the shortcuts, but another type is small source worlds. Small source worlds? Yang Kai furrowed his brow slightly and revealed a dubious expression. He had never heard of such a thing before. Since you obtained a world fruit, you must have entered the world inside the world fruit. Yang Kai nodded. That's right. Furthermore, he had done so more than once. Yang Kai couldn't help recalling that time in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Using the small sealed world to cheat, he carried a group of people with him to experience more than a dozen worlds within the various world fruits. He eventually angered the world tree, which caused it to beat him up badly. That incident was truly traumatic. A small source world is similar to what you experienced when you entered the world within the world fruit. It can be said that a small source world is a weaker version of the world fruit's world. Please enlighten me, senior. Yang Kai humbly said. The flow of time in a small source world is different from the outside world, and if you can refine part of the small source world's source strength, then you will only obtain a part of the small source world's world force. If you integrate this world force into your body, it will strengthen the heritage of your small universe and save you many years of cultivation. Yang Kai's eyes brightened at those words. If he could obtain the small source world's world force by refining the small source world's source strength, then it was certainly as Su Linggong mentioned. He would strengthen his heritage and save a lot of hard cultivation time. No wonder he mentioned that a small source world is a weakened version of the world fruit. A world fruit can help an open heaven realm master advance directly into the next order, but a small source world cannot. Even so, the small source world has its own advantages compared to a world fruit. A world fruit can only be used by one person once. On the other hand, a small source world can become a training ground for many people. Small source worlds are one of the foundations that support the cave heavens and paradises. Every cave heaven and paradise will have at least one small source world. Yinyang Cave Heaven has a total of 3 small source worlds. Yang Kai looked excited. So, the opportunity you mentioned earlier. Su Linggong replied, that's right. The opportunity this monarch prepared for you is the chance to enter one of the small source worlds. This small source world is the highest ranked among the small source worlds in Yinyang Cave Heaven. If you can refine part of the source strength, you will surely obtain great gains. Yang Kai gratefully said, many thanks, martial uncle. Such a precious gift was incredibly generous. Qing Kuei also mentioned that few people received this opportunity, even among those in Yinyang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai could roughly guess the reasons for such strict restrictions. Su Linggong had mentioned that a small source world could become a training ground for many people. However, the small source world would weaken every time somebody refined a portion of its source strength. If care was not taken, the small source world would vanish completely one day. Compared to a one-time use consumable item like the world fruits, a small source world could be used many times, although the effects were not as good as the world fruit, but had their respective advantages. Be that as it may, there was a limit to how many times a small source world could be used within a certain amount of time. That was why only the most talented cultivators in Yinyang Cave Heaven could enter the small source world. In any case, the existence of a small source world was no doubt more important for a sect than a world fruit. After all, the former could help increase the strength of many disciples over time, while the latter would only benefit a single person. Su Linggong must have gone through a lot of trouble to let a semi-outsider like Yang Kai into the small source world. You don't need to think too deeply. This monarch is only doing this for Chuer. Since you only just advanced into the 6th order open heaven realm, your foundation is unstable and your heritage is lacking. Entering the small source world will give you a chance to accumulate and precipitate some strength. Otherwise, it would be unfair for Chuer if you encounter danger and die early, Su Linggong said lightly. Besides, there's no guarantee you will gain anything even if you entered the small source world. It all depends on your own effort and luck. Rest assured, martial uncle. This junior will do his best. Yang Kai promised solemnly. We're here. Su Linggong suddenly stopped in his tracks and stood in the middle of the void. Yang Kai looked around but saw nothing. Meanwhile, Su Linggong formed a set of hand seals before he suddenly pointed to the front and shouted, "Please answer my call, ancestor." A stream of light burst forth, causing ripples to spread out in the void ahead. After the ripples settled, an old man sitting cross-legged eerily appeared in Yang Kai's vision without warning. The old man had white hair and a white beard. His brows were so long that they drooped to his chest. His upper body was unclothed and covered in firm muscles that gleamed with a bronze glow that seemed to contain an endless amount of power. His lower body was only covered in a pair of plain linen trousers. To top it off, he was barefooted. When the old man opened his eyes though, it felt as though 2 bright suns flashed into existence. Martial Peak, Chapter 4478, Eldest Senior Brother. Greetings, Ancestor. Su Linggong bowed respectfully. Yang Kai, who was standing behind Su Linggong, hurriedly followed suit and bowed. After listening to the way Su Linggong addressed this old man, how could he not know that this person was one of Yinyang Cave Heaven's supreme elders? More importantly, only those in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm could serve as a Supreme Elder in the Cave Heavens and Paradises. This was Yang Kai's first time meeting a cultivator in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Although Bai Shi possessed strength on par with an 8th Order Open Heaven realm master, he was a divine spirit, so there was an obvious difference between him and an actual 8th Order Open Heaven realm master. Yang Kai snuck a glance in that direction and saw that the old man's bare chest was covered in dense, crisscrossing scars. They looked like ferocious centipedes crawling all over his body. The longest scar extended from his left shoulder to the right side of his waist. Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. An 8th Order Open Heaven realm master was extremely powerful, so who could injure an ancestor of Yin Yang Cave Heaven so badly? It had to be said that 8th Order Open Heaven realm masters had extremely robust vitality and vigorous recovery abilities, so most injuries would not leave a trace on them. Even so, the scars of past injuries remained shockingly apparent on this old man's body. It was conceivable just how severely injured he had been at the time. "What is it?" the Supreme Elder asked quietly. Su Linggong replied, "Ancestor, please understand. This disciple wishes to send this junior into the divine armament world. Please open the world boundary and create a corridor, Ancestor." The Supreme Elder glanced at Yang Kai and furrowed his brow lightly. "This boy is not a disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, right?" His eyes were incredibly sharp, so he could tell at a glance that Yang Kai did not belong to Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Su Linggong explained, "He might not be a disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, but he can be considered a Yin Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law now." "So that's how it is," the old man nodded lightly. "Since he is a son-in-law of our Cave Heaven, he does have the qualifications to enter the divine armament world. Do you have the edict from the sect master?" "The edict is here. Please have a look, Ancestor." Su Linggong raised his hand and shot out a stream of light. The old man caught the stream of light and took a quick glance. Then, he nodded, "Everything is in order." While saying so, he suddenly lifted a hand and pointed to a spot beside him. A huge vortex suddenly appeared in the void without a sound. The extremely clear and distinct aura of a universe world came from within the vortex. "Go on. The small source world is an interesting place. Don't panic no matter what you encounter inside. Carefully explore and it will definitely benefit you." Su Linggong patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. "Many thanks, Martial Uncle Su." "Many thanks, Ancestor." Yang Kai nodded and plunged straight into the vortex. A feeling of weightlessness immediately washed over him. It was not until Yang Kai's figure disappeared that the vortex slowly faded away. The Supreme Elder glanced at Su Linggong and asked, "You didn't give him a seal to escape. What if he dies inside?" Su Linggong smiled, "If he dies inside, then it means that he is nothing special. In that case, he is not qualified to become a Yin Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law." "Good." The Supreme Elder did not say another word. Closing his eyes, his figure gradually vanished once more. "Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother, wake up." Yang Kai felt as though somebody was tugging at him in his dazed state. An urgent cry entered his ears and he slowly came awake and opened his eyes. However, the world spun around him and his vision was bleary. Ugh, he held his head in his hands and groaned in pain. "Eldest senior brother, stop drinking. You'll die if you continue drinking like this." The voice that woke him up rang out again. A strong smell of alcohol lingered in his nose and Yang Kai instinctively sensed that he was drunk, thus, he couldn't help feeling surprised. He was not such a heavy drinker. Besides, how could a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master like him get drunk so easily? When he tried to urge his power to scatter the effects of the alcohol and recover from his hangover, Yang Kai stiffened in shock and his eyes abruptly jerked wide open. There was not much power in his body, only a faint trace flowing through his meridians and his body. Compared to his strength as a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master, this paltry bit of power was so weak that it was practically unnoticeable. The shock was so great that he immediately broke out of his drunken stupor. Before Yang Kai could understand what was going on though, he felt pain running through his head. An endless stream of complicated information poured into his mind, causing him to groan in pain like an injured beast. The person in front of him was startled and quickly exclaimed, "What's wrong, eldest senior brother? Don't frighten me." A short while later, Yang Kai finally calmed down and stared at the table in front of him in a daze. His name was still Yang Kai, but now he was a disciple of Void Spirit Sword Sect. Void Spirit Sword Sect was an extremely small sect with only several dozen members. It was nothing but a grain of sand when compared to the entire divine armament world. There were countless other small sects like Void Spirit Sword Sect in this world. He had entered the sect early and became the eldest senior brother of this generation of disciples. As the eldest senior brother, he had a mild temperament and treated people generously. His aptitude was relatively good among the others in the sect, so the elders in the sect had high hopes for him. They believed that he was their only hopeful candidate to enter the Earth realm in the last 100 years. There were 4 distinct great realms in this world, known as Mortal, Earth, Heaven, and Spirit. Furthermore, each great realm had 9 minor realms. This was how the cultivators in the divine armament world categorized their strength. At present, Yang Kai was only in the 4th order mortal realm. He used to live up to the expectations of his elders, working hard and cultivating diligently. However, ever since he met a girl 1 year ago when he was running errands outside, he became so enamored with her that his entire life was turned upside down. Just a few days ago, he fought for the attention of that girl out of jealousy and lost her to another. As a result, he became depressed and tried to drown his sorrows in alcohol. This information was what Yang Kai found from the memories that flowed into his head just now. Everything was so vivid and lifelike, almost as if these events had happened to him. Am I Yang Kai from Void Land? Or Yang Kai from Void Spirit Sword Sect? His thoughts were a mess. He could clearly recall Su Linggong bringing him to the entrance of the small source world where he was supposed to enter for training. Why was he suddenly in this situation then? In addition, his strength that was as vast as the sea could not be mobilized at all. He could clearly sense that his power was still there, but it was suppressed by some kind of inexplicable force. Is this the small source world? All of a sudden, Yang Kai recalled what Su Linggong mentioned just before he entered the small source world. The small source world is an interesting place. Don't panic no matter what you encounter inside. This is, certainly very interesting. Yang Kai suddenly thought back to the time when he brought a group of subordinates with him to train within the world fruits. Each world fruit was unique. For instance, when he entered the second world fruit, both he and Lang Qingshan had been transformed into rusty iron swords. It turned out to be a world of swords. There was also a time when several of his subordinates transformed into monster beasts. That was a world inside a fruit where monster beasts ruled. Inside each of those world fruits, Yang Kai could only leave and obtain his prize once he found a method to escape. It would seem that the existence of the small source world was indeed somewhat similar to the world fruit even though there were clear differences. When he entered this small source world, it felt as though the divine armament world had given him a brand new identity as the eldest senior brother of Void Spirit Sword Sect. This was the identity accepted by the entire world, so that was why everything felt very natural. Eldest senior brother, what's wrong with you? Please don't frighten me. The person in front of him was still shouting. Yang Kai looked up, and after trying his best to focus his blurry vision, he finally managed to see clearly. A petite and adorable young girl was looking at him nervously from across the table, her expression filled with concern. She was only around 16 years old, but she had seemingly developed quite well for her age, as emphasized by the 2 large mountains on her chest. She was also wearing a light green dress that hugged her graceful waist. Waning Ying, the little junior sister of Void Spirit Sword Sect. This thought popped into his mind out of nowhere. It's you, little junior sister, Yang Kai murmured, his tongue involuntarily slurring over his words. How are you, eldest senior brother? Wanning asked in concern, where do you feel unwell? Ugh. My head hurts. Yang Kai reached out to rub his forehead. Wait for a moment. I need to sober up. She quickly nodded at his words. Good, good, good. It's good as long as you stop drinking. Then, she turned around and called out, shop hand, bring a bowl of hangover soup. The shop hand nearby responded immediately. A short while later, a bowl of hot hangover soup was brought over. Wanning personally brought the bowl to Yang Kai's lips and fed him. Meanwhile, Yang Kai sat motionless as he combed through all the new information in his mind. At the same time, he drew upon his strength to dispel the lingering effects of the alcohol. Although his cultivation in the 4th stage mortal realm could not be considered anything amazing, it was still not bad for a member of the younger generation. It was at least enough to help speed up the process of sobering up. His current location seemed to be inside a restaurant, one that was filled with customers. Some were ordinary people while others were cultivators. These people were drinking together in small groups of 3 to 5. The Divine Armament tournament that is only held once every 100 years is finally over. When the masters fight, it's the ordinary people like us who suffer. I wonder how many lives were destroyed and how many people lost their homes during the Divine Armament tournament this time. A voice came from one of the tables by the side. Yang Kai immediately became interested and quickly paid attention to the ambient gossip. There's no helping it. The Divine Armament Tournament is the biggest event in the Divine Armament world. It only happens once every 100 years, moreover, winning a Divine Armament means wielding supreme power. How could people not be tempted? Speaking of which, the 10 great Divine Armaments of our Divine Armament world change hands every 100 years. When will these battles end? If some heaven-defying person can collect all of the 10 great divine armaments, that might end the chaos in this land. What a joke! Somebody shouted, it is said that just refining one divine armament takes infinite mental strength. Not to mention that each divine armament is extremely ferocious and bloodthirsty. If one's willpower is insufficient, one will only become the divine armament's puppet. It's difficult enough to refine just one of them, so who could possibly collect all 10? After listening to the conversation in the surroundings, Yang Kai furrowed his brow slightly. This small source world was called the Divine Armament World. Furthermore, a Divine Armament tournament would be held every 100 years. His purpose in coming here was to refine a portion of the small source world's source strength to enhance his small universe's heritage. Judging from the current situation, it would seem that the Divine Armament Tournament was the key. Perhaps, he could obtain a part of the small source world's source strength by obtaining the Divine Armaments. 100 years. It's not a short time, so I should have ample time to cultivate in peace. Besides, I don't need to worry about the outside world right now. The small source world is similar to world fruit, hence, the flow of time here is different from the outside world. 100 years in here might be less than 1 year in the outside world, maybe even just a month. Yang Kai soon made up his mind. I have to cultivate diligently. In 100 years, I will participate in the Divine Armament Tournament. Martial Peak, Chapter 4479, I see disaster in your future. Young man, I can see a dark mark on your forehead. Moreover, your gaze is dull and your essence spirit has dissipated. I'm afraid a catastrophe will befall you soon. A voice suddenly entered Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai turned to look to the side and saw an elderly man standing in front of him with a smile. The elderly man wore a tall hat and a long linen coat. He was also holding a cloth banner that had big characters for fortune-telling written on it. My eldest senior brother is just drunk. What nonsense are you saying, old man? Before Yang Kai could respond, Wanning shouted with a glare. Yang Kai raised a hand to stop her and looked up at the elderly man with a smile, a divination master. In his memories, there was indeed such a mysterious group of people in the Divine Armament world. He did not know whether their predictions were accurate or not, but he couldn't help being interested since it was his first time meeting one. This old master is indeed a divine oracle. I can see 500 years into the future and 500 years into the past. Everything below the heavens and above the earth is not beyond my knowledge. There's nothing I don't know. Young man, if you wish to resolve this catastrophe, then you should let this old master divine your future for you. Perhaps, it might save you. You certainly have a lot of confidence. Yang Kai chuckled, if that's the case, then why don't you divine my fate for me? Sure. The divine oracle immediately felt refreshed now that he had a sail in his hand. Placing the cloth banner in his hand aside, he sat down and asked, young man, do you want me to divine your handwriting or read your palm? Let's make it simple. Please read my palm. Do you want my left hand or my right hand? It doesn't matter. This old master's fortune-telling is not so limited, the divine oracle grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowing teeth. Wanning stood beside Yang Kai, looking hesitant. She wanted to tell her eldest senior brother that this group of people made a living by scamming people, so there was no need to believe them. After thinking about it again though, she changed her mind. He had been so depressed and disheartened for the past year that it was rare for him to show interest in anything, so she couldn't bring herself to dampen his mood. We'll only lose some money, but it'll be worth it as long as it can make eldest senior brother happy. With that thought in mind, she quietly shot a look at the divine oracle to warn him to speak carefully. There was no saying whether the divine oracle noticed her look as he picked up Yang Kai's hand and studied the lines on his palm with a frown. Young man, it seems your life is not going very well and your path ahead is full of disasters. If this old master is correct, you encountered something sad recently, right? Wanning angrily spoke up from the side, stop talking nonsense. Who wouldn't know something like that? Huh, the divine oracle chuckled softly. He was not bothered by her outburst and continued his examination until all of a sudden, he frowned as if he had discovered something extraordinary and his expression became extremely dignified. Wanning grit her teeth at the sight and secretly vowed to herself, if this old fart makes another rude remark, I'm going to beat him up and throw him out. Old sir? Yang Kai called out softly. The divine oracle stared at Yang Kai's hand in his grip for a while, seeming to freeze in place. After a while, he slowly released Yang Kai's hand and stood up. He grabbed the cloth banner he had placed by the side of the table and retreated, cupping his fist in apology, I'm sorry for disturbing you. Wanning looked at the divine oracle in confusion, wondering what tricks this old man was playing. However, she watched as the elderly man retreated to the door and turned around to run away. Who could have known that he would happen to bump into someone? That person was an impressive and handsome young man who had a jade-like woman in his arms. One of his large hands fondled restlessly around the woman's waist. When the divine oracle ran into him, he was caught off guard and stumbled backward suddenly. Furious, he grabbed the old man by the collar and shouted, "Old dog, are you blind? Don't you look where you're going?" The divine oracle apologized repeatedly before suddenly looking up at the young man and saying, "Young man, I can see a dark mark on your forehead. Moreover, your gaze is dull and your essence spirit has dissipated. I'm afraid a great disaster will befall you soon." This situation made Wanning utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the young man became even angrier. He slapped the divine oracle with his palm and knocked him straight to the ground. Then, he stepped forward and added 2 more kicks for good measure. His stomps made the divine oracle scream in agony. After fiercely venting his anger, he finally grinned savagely, "How dare you say that a great disaster will befall me? I'll show you what a great disaster looks like." The divine oracle was powerless to resist and could only curl up into a trembling ball. The young man called out, "Pull out all his teeth. Show him the consequences of speaking nonsense." Yes. 2 attendants immediately rushed out from behind the young man. They grabbed the divine oracle from both sides and dragged him to the side. On the other hand, the young man sauntered into the restaurant with the woman held snugly in his arms. Wanning immediately turned pale. She stood next to Yang Kai and grabbed him by the arm. "Eldest senior brother, let's leave quickly." Who could have known that Yang Kai would be as immovable as a rock? She could not budge him whatsoever. Near the door, the young man led the woman and his attendants inside. His gaze swept around and immediately landed on Yang Kai, causing him to grin meaningfully. "Isn't that Yang Kai from Void Spirit Sword Sect? Goodness, what a coincidence." The gorgeously dolled-up woman who had been giggling away in his arms suddenly stiffened at those words. When she turned around to look at Yang Kai, her expression immediately became uneasy and she murmured softly, "Young Master Zhang, this old place has a shabby atmosphere. Let's go somewhere else." The young man called Young Master Zhang sneered, "Does this place have a shabby atmosphere? Or, are you feeling uncomfortable after meeting an old lover?" The woman looked embarrassed but did not open her mouth. He sneered, "Since you've met an old lover, you should definitely go and greet him." While saying so, he dragged the woman in his arms over to Yang Kai and sat down opposite him. His attendants spread out to form a line behind him, giving off an impressive aura. Yang Kai quietly watched the young man and information floated into his head. This person was Zhang Yulin from Tian Luo Hall. Compared to a small force like the Void Spirit Sword Sect, Tian Luo Hall was much stronger. The cultivators in the divine armament world could be divided into 4 realms: mortal, earth, heaven, and spirit. The same applied for the great forces. Both Void Spirit Sword Sect and Tian Luo Hall had Earth Realm Masters assuming command over their sect, so they could be considered Earth Realm Great Forces. However, the Earth Realm Masters in the Void Spirit Sword Sect were only in the 3rd stage at most. In contrast, Tian Luo Hall had several 9th-step Earth Realm Masters. Therefore, Tian Luo Hall stood on a different level compared to Void Spirit Sword Sect in terms of both quantity or quality of masters. Any random elder in Tian Luo Hall could easily wipe out the entire Void Spirit Sword Sect. Zhang Yulin's strength was only slightly higher than Yang Kai's, so there was not much of a difference between them. Be that as it may, their statuses and authority were as different as night and day, as the former was a descendant of a Tian Luo Hall elder. Meanwhile, the woman next to him was called Zhou Xian. She was a disciple of the Zhou family. Yang Kai had gotten to know her and secretly fell in love with her when he went out to run errands in the past. He initially thought that she was a gentle, kind, and intelligent woman, an ideal companion. Who could have known that Zhang Yulin would appear out of nowhere? Faced with a choice between Yang Kai and Zhang Yulin, Zhou had chosen the latter. That was also the greatest reason why Yang Kai had been drowning his sorrows in alcohol lately. The identity given to me by the divine armament world was such a failure. Yang Kai sighed slightly. "I told you never to appear before me again. I also told you that I would beat you up every time I saw you. Did you think I was joking?" Zhang Yulin glared at Yang Kai coldly. He might have stolen Yang Kai's woman, but he had no intention of forgiving Yang Kai either. His arrival in this place today was not a coincidence. It was intentional. What a coincidence. I don't know why I get so worked up when I see your face. I have the urge to beat you up too. Yang Kai grinned. The divine armament world had given him a brand new identity that naturally came with many different emotions. At this moment, he was filled with an inexplicable rage when he saw his love rival standing in front of him. Zhang Yulin was taken aback by those words. Similarly, Zhou also looked at Yang Kai in astonishment from where she stood within Zhang Yulin's arms. Her impression of Yang Kai was that of a warm and kind-hearted young man who treated others with generosity. She had never seen him looking so aggressive before. He even gave off a murderous intent. A Yang Kai like this was very unfamiliar to her. "What did you say?" Zhang Yulin cocked his ear to the side and leaned his head close to Yang Kai. "Can you say that again? I don't think I heard you clearly." "Pa." Yang Kai raised his hand and slapped the other party without another word. His palm landed squarely on Zhang Yulin's face, causing a bloody tooth to fly out. The force of impact sent Zhang Yulin flying through the air, spinning several times before he collapsed heavily to the ground. Even Zhou, who had been embraced in his arms all this while, collapsed to the ground with him. Two screams rang out at the same time. They came from Wan Ying, who stood behind Yang Kai, and Zhou respectively. Young Master Zhang. Zhang Yulin's attendants went pale with shock and hurriedly stepped forward to help him up, scrambling in panic for a moment. At the entrance of the shop, the disheveled divine oracle with several footprints still on his back rushed in with his cloth banner in his hand. He glanced at Zhang Yulin, who had collapsed on the ground with blood in his mouth, and roared with laughter, "This old master warned you that you will face a great disaster today, but you didn't believe me. Ha! Let's see if you believe me now." After saying that, he turned around and fled like a column of smoke. Zhang Yulin stood up with some help from his attendants, feeling as though half of his face was swollen. Shaking his head vigorously, he stared at Yang Kai with a mixture of shock and fury. "You dare hit me?" Yang Kai replied nonchalantly, "I apologize. You stretched your head so far out that my hand just landed on it when I tried to turn. Eldest senior brother, we need to go." Wan Ying was so anxious that her complexion was deathly pale. She tugged at Yang Kai's arm with all her might. When she first saw Zhang Yulin, she had immediately wanted to drag Yang Kai away. Unfortunately, she failed to do so. Who could have known that things would take such a turn? "I can't believe that eldest senior brother hit Zhang Yulin. Now that things have gotten out of hand, there is no way to resolve this matter peacefully. You want to leave?" Zhang Yulin was livid. "Why are you still standing around doing nothing? Get them. Break that bastard's limbs. I want him to suffer." His attendants immediately rushed forward from behind him. There was not much difference between his strength and Yang Kai's, as Yang Kai was in the 4th step mortal realm while he was in the 5th step mortal realm. It was not that his aptitude was better than Yang Kai's, but rather that Tian Luo Hall had more abundant resources, so he received better support. However, the attendants that he brought with him were all in the 8th step or 9th step mortal realm. They might not be in the earth realm, but they were not far from it. Eldest senior brother, Wan Ying's small face was as white as a sheet and her petite body trembled slightly. Although she was extremely terrified, she stood in front of Yang Kai. "Go quickly. I will stop them." Yang Kai laughed and stood up, pulling her behind him. "Your eldest senior brother is here. There's no need for you to come forward. Just stand there and watch. My journey in this world will begin here." Tsang. Following a soft sound, a sword light dazzled his eyes. Yang Kai looked down at the long sword in his hand and gave an exclamation of surprise. "Oh? It turns out that I have a sword. It looks like this world treats me quite well." Martial Peak, Chapter 4480, Neat and Tidy. Void Spirit Sword sect naturally focused on the sword Dao, so it was only natural that the disciples carried swords. Yang Kai had been ignorant of this fact, and it was not until he instinctively drew his blade that he discovered he had a sword, Qi. Soft stabbing sounds rang out as one of the 8th step mortal realm masters charging at Yang Kai froze in place and looked down at his chest. A long sword had pierced right through his chest and a stinging pain spread out from his heart. "You," the attendant lifted his head and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. He neither understood what had happened nor how he had been stabbed by a sword. "Pang San." The expressions of the other attendants nearby changed greatly. From their point of view, it seemed as though this attendant called Pang San had accidentally impaled himself on the other party's longsword. And, this was the outcome of the accident, Qi. Yang Kai pulled out his sword, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Then, Pang San turned pale and collapsed face first to the ground. "You court death." The rest of the attendants were enraged. There were several 8th step and 9th step mortal realm masters attacking a single boy in the 4th step mortal realm, so how could they accidentally be killed by their opponent? It was a great humiliation to them. Roaring furiously, they circulated their strength and drew their weapons to attack from both sides. A fight had suddenly broken out and one person had already died. Screams rang out in the restaurant and everybody quickly fled outside. Even the shopkeeper and shop hands of the restaurant vanished without a trace. Inside the restaurant, Yang Kai and the attendants were at each other's throats. Sword lights flashed as Yang Kai retreated while protecting Wan Yingying behind him. At the same time, he raised his sword to parry the ferocious attacks that kept raining down on him. The sounds of swords clashing against each other rang out endlessly. Yang Kai suffered from the impact of all the blows landing on him, and consequently, his arms went numb and his vitality churned violently. His cultivation was no match for his opponents, so he was bound to suffer at their hands. He was at a disadvantage in a frontal confrontation and his long sword trembled continuously, almost as though it could be sent flying at any moment. Chi. Another soft stabbing sound rang out as an attendant in the ninth-step mortal realm halted in his tracks and looked down at his chest in disbelief. His eyes instantly widened at the sight. He had suffered the same fate as Pang San. Yang Kai's sword had skewered him through the chest and stabbed straight into his heart. Before he could understand what had happened, he felt a large invisible hand squeezing his heart. All the vitality in his body rapidly drained away and he collapsed to the ground. The remaining two attendants were shocked and horrified. They did not understand why their companion seemed to have the tendency to run straight into the opponent's sword today. The boy opposite them was clearly much weaker than them, but he had managed to kill two of their companions in such a strange manner. Rather than being killed by Yang Kai, it was better to say that both their companions had impaled themselves on the opponent's sword on their own. Weak. Too weak. Yang Kai's expression was filled with dissatisfaction. The body given to him by the divine armament world was so weak that he could not bear to look at himself. Compared to the strength of his original body, this Yang Kai of Void Spirit Sword sect was no different from an ant. He only managed to kill two of his opponents by relying on his overwhelming experience and skill. Although he could not use his actual strength in this place, he could freely wield the techniques he honed from so many years of fighting. It didn't matter whether the enemy was greater in numbers or stronger than him, killing them was not difficult as long as he could seize the fleeting opportunities before him to make his move. These attendants in the 8th step and 9th step mortal realm might have spirit chi protecting their bodies, but he could find openings at critical moments and position his long sword so that they impaled themselves on his sword all on their own. Rather than saying that Yang Kai had killed them, it was better to say that their own strength had killed them. That was why, in the eyes of outsider, those two people who died seemed as though they had committed suicide. It was extremely peculiar. Zhang Yulin had brought along 6 attendants with him. 2 of them had gone to dispose of the divine oracle and their current whereabouts were unknown. Out of the remaining 4, Yang Kai had killed 2, therefore, only 2 were left. These 2 remaining attendants were frozen in place, horror spreading across their faces. Their calm looks from before were gone. 2 of their companions had been killed in quick succession. It would be weirder if they failed to realize that something was strange about Yang Kai. It was just that Yang Kai was only in the 4th step mortal realm no matter how they looked at him. Not to mention, the fluctuation of the spirit chi surrounding his body was much weaker than their own. In a deadly battle, hesitation is one's greatest flaw. Yang Kai flicked his sword and sneered coldly. When his body moved, he boldly took the initiative to charge straight towards those 2 and his sword flashed so swiftly that nothing could escape its reach. The 2 remaining attendants paled with shock and hastily defended themselves. However, what depressed them greatly was that even though their strength was clearly greater than their opponents and their spirit chi was much denser than his, the figure in front of them was as slippery as an eel. They could not grasp his position and instead were the ones to reveal more flaws due to the fear and unease in their hearts. A short while later, there were 2 additional corpses in the restaurant whose blood stained the ground. A family should never be separated. Yang Kai flicked off the blood on his blade. The long sword in his hand was pitted and damaged along its entire length as it was not some extraordinary weapon. It was simply a mortal-grade longsword, so after fighting with 4 8th step and 9th step mortal realm masters, the sword was at its limits. Still, Yang Kai looked up at Zhang Yulin, only to see that the latter was utterly dumbstruck. When the battle first began, Zhang Yulin had energetically shouted provocations from the sidelines, but as his attendants fell one by one, the horror on his face grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, he was shocked to the core. Is he really the same Yang Kai who groveled and didn't dare to say a word in front of me? He felt as though he was dreaming. Everything felt almost surreal. Even Jotsun beside him was full of doubts. Seeing Yang Kai approaching step by step, Zhang Yulin immediately panicked. Stay away. Didn't you want to chop off my limbs? How are you going to chop my limbs if I don't come over? Yang Kai stared at Zhang Yulin calmly, suppressing the rage in his heart. The divine armament world had given him a brand new identity that came with its own set of emotions. These memories felt so real that he felt as though they were his actual life experiences. I was just joking. Zhang Yulin shivered in fear. All of a sudden, he saw Jotsun standing next to him, pale-faced with fear. Without hesitation, he hurriedly shoved her in front of him and shouted, "Didn't you like this woman? I'll return her to you. Just don't come near me." Jotsun was shoved so hard that she stumbled and slammed into Yang Kai's chest, causing her complexion to turn even paler than before. When she looked up, all she saw was Yang Kai looking down at her coldly. The gaze was so unfamiliar that she couldn't believe what she was seeing. A sudden stab of pain came from her chest. Looking down, she saw the tip of a sword piercing her in the back and protruding from her chest. The sword had penetrated her body to stab into Yang Kai's abdomen. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yulin's hysterical laughter came from behind her. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of this young master? Let's see if you survive that. Wan Ying's scream rang out. On the other hand, Yang Kai gave a furious roar and raised his sword to slash at something behind Zhou Xian. A sword light flashed and Zhang Yulin's head flew into the sky. His vicious and triumphant expression remained on his face as his headless corpse swayed slightly before slowly collapsing to the ground, blood gushing out from his neck like a fountain. Jotsun went limp in Yang Kai's arms. Yang Kai took 2 steps back and gently laid her down on the ground. Her gaze went slack, but she stared at Yang Kai fixedly and muttered, "I'm sorry." Wan Ying rushed over and immediately saw the wound traversing Jotsun's chest. Zhang Yulin's longsword had passed directly through Jotsun's chest and pierced her heart. With such injuries, there was no hope for her. After she finished speaking that sentence, her eyes slowly closed and her aura disappeared. The stench of blood was incredibly strong inside the restaurant, permeating the air and causing one to gag. "Eldest senior brother, are you all right?" Wan Ying glanced nervously at Yang Kai only to see a patch of red slowly spreading across his abdomen and staining his clothes. Zhang Yulin's final attack where he used Jotsun as a distraction had injured Yang Kai. That was not all. Both Yang Kai's sleeves were also dyed in red blood, a result of him tearing his muscles from his earlier battle. When fighting Zhang Yulin's 4 attendants, Yang Kai had killed them by relying on his overwhelming skills. Nevertheless, the gap in their cultivation had caused him to suffer some losses. The force of recoil that rebounded back at him had turned both his arms into a bloody mess. "I'm fine." He waved his hand dismissively as he sent a complicated gaze towards Jotsun, who was laid out on the ground. This world is strange indeed. I've never even met this Jotsun before, but sorrow fills my heart to see her die in front of me. The reason he had been injured by Zhang Yulin was that a ripple had involuntarily emerged in his heart when Jotsun was shoved into his arms. That feeling had left him reeling in shock for a moment. "You're bleeding so much. How can you say you're fine?" Wan Ying was close to tears. She hurriedly dug through the small cloth bag at her waist and took out a bottle of pills. Tipping a single pill out of the bottle, she stuffed it into his mouth. Then, she took out some medicinal powder, tore his clothes open, and helped him to apply the powder on his wounds. While treating his wounds, she also examined the severity of his injuries and discovered that the stab wound at his abdomen was just a flesh wound. It had not gotten further than 3 centimeters past his skin. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Eldest senior brother, we need to return to the sect immediately. We must not stay here any longer. It was her first time seeing so many people die and so much blood spilled. Despite that, she only experienced a short moment of panic before she quickly realized that they had to leave this place as soon as possible. Jianghu Lin was the favored descendant of one of the elders in Tianluo Hall, so Tianluo Hall would never let this matter go now that he had died at Yang Kai's hands in a place like this. Moreover, this town was under Tianluo Hall's jurisdiction. Once word of this incident spread, Tianluo Hall's members would surely swarm out to surround and suppress them. Wan Ying's heart was filled with worry. Eldest senior brother caused such a huge mess. How will we resolve this incident? Yang Kai nodded in agreement. The two of them gathered their things quickly and swiftly left the restaurant. Walking on the street, he suddenly sensed something and turned around to look. The divine oracle stood at the corner of the street with his bruised and swollen face. He was stroking his beard and looking in this direction with an unreadable expression. When their gazes met, he bowed deeply. His attitude immediately became flattering and he kept bowing politely with a cupped fist. This old guy is interesting. Did he notice something? Yang Kai retracted his gaze and followed Wan Ying to the horse stables to retrieve their mounts. Afterwards, they traveled in the direction of Void Spirit Sword sect located several dozen kilometers away. In this world, only masters in the heaven realm and above could fly. Those in the mortal realm and the earth realm were incapable of such feats, therefore, most people could only travel by horse. Be that as it may, even those in the heaven realm would not choose to fly unless it was an emergency, as doing so consumed too much spirit chi, making flight hard to sustain for long periods of time. Only those in the spirit realm would fly about without any care in the world. Martial Peak, Chapter 4481, A Good Thing. Void Spirit Sword sect was located between several medium-sized spirit peaks. Yang Kai searched his memories and found that Void Spirit Sword sect had been established for quite a long time, over 1,000 years ago, in fact. In a world like this, not many great forces could pass down their inheritance for 1,000 years. Only the very ancient great forces had such long histories. Moreover, the ancestors of Void Spirit Sword sect seem to have produced a Sword Lord in the past. The so-called Sword Lord was the master of a divine armament. The divine armament world had a total of 10 divine armaments. The true Void Sword was one of them. One of the ancestors of the Void Spirit Sword sect had the great honor to obtain the true Void Sword and became the true Void Sword Lord. That era was Void Spirit Sword sect's most glorious and prosperous. It was just that the divine armament world would hold a divine armament tournament once every 100 years and the divine armaments would often change hands during that time. Void Spirit Sword sect suffered terrible losses in the battle 100 years after obtaining the true Void Sword and gradually weakened in strength over the following years. At present, only a small number of people remained in Void Spirit Sword sect, barely keeping the sect from dying out. Even the strongest in Void Spirit Sword sect was only in the third step earth realm, clop clop clop. The constant sound of horse hooves crunching against gravel filled the air as Yang Kai led his little junior sister, Wan Ying, up the mountain on horseback. Their travel speed was neither fast nor slow and the mountain gates of Void Spirit Sword sect were only several kilometers ahead. However, Wan Ying kept staring at Yang Kai's back in heavy silence throughout the return journey. His actions today had frightened her greatly. He was so different from the person in her memories that she couldn't help feeling a strong sense of unfamiliarity. Several 8th and 9th step mortal realm masters had barely lasted an incense stick of time against him before they were slaughtered. Even Jianghu Lin of Tianluo Hall was killed by his sword. Why do you keep staring at me? Do you no longer recognize your eldest senior brother? Yang Kai's voice rang out. Only then did Wanning realize that he had stopped at some point and was currently looking back at her with a smile. The familiar face and smile reassured her considerably. Urging her horse to step forward, she continued onward side by side with him where she asked tentatively, "Eldest senior brother, have you always been that strong?" Yang Kai shook his head. "It's not that I'm strong. It's that they are too weak. They had too many shortcomings. When the gap between our cultivation is not big, a single small mistake can mean the difference between life and death in a fight. Is the gap between a 4th-step mortal realm master and an 8th-step mortal realm master not large?" Nevertheless, his performance today left her unable to refute his words. "Eldest senior brother, were you using the Void Spirit sword art just now? Why does it feel a little different?" Wanning continued asking questions. Void Spirit Sword sect was established based on the Void Spirit sword art, so every single disciple was required to cultivate this sword art. Thinking back to the battle today, Wanning realized that although the moves Yang Kai displayed contained a shadow of the Void Spirit sword art, they were not completely the same. "It is the Void Spirit sword art, but I modified it slightly. I'll teach you next time." Yang Kai reached out to ruffle her head. She was speechless. The Void Spirit sword art had been passed down through the sect for over 1,000 years. Countless seniors and ancestors had improved and modified the sword art over that time. It could be said that even though the Void Spirit sword art was not highly ranked in the divine armament world, it was an extremely solid entry-level sword art. The fact that her eldest senior brother could further improve it was simply incredible. During their conversation, they arrived at the mountain gates of Void Spirit Sword Sect. It was a large stone monument that gave off an ancient aura. The characters Void Spirit were carved into the stone monument. In addition, there were 2 disciples dressed in blue and white robes guarding the entrance. These clothes were the standard uniform for Void Spirit Sword Sect disciples, and as soon as they caught sight of Yang Kai and Wanning, they immediately came forward to greet them. "Eldest senior brother is back." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Leaping off his horse, he handed the reins to one of the disciples and asked, "Where is the sect master?" "Sect master is most likely discussing matters with the 2 elders in the main hall. You can find him there, eldest senior brother." Yang Kai nodded. "You've worked hard." Afterwards, the 2 disciples couldn't help feeling a little absent-minded as they stared at Yang Kai's departing back. "It feels like something is different about eldest senior brother today," one of them said. "I get the same feeling." In the past, eldest senior brother, the other person thought about it and considered his words carefully. He had felt like he was shrouded in heavy death chi before, but it feels like he came back to life today. "That's right. That's right. That's what it feels like. It looks like eldest senior brother has gotten over the issue from before. That's good. The world is not lacking in flowers. Zhoutsen doesn't look like a good woman anyway. She is an ambitious social climbing woman. It's a good thing that eldest senior brother can get over her." The Yang Kai of Void Spirit Sword Sect had a gentle temperament and always treated people generously, hence, he received the love and respect of his junior brothers and junior sisters. When the incident with Zhoutsen took place, many of his junior brothers and junior sisters had been very worried about him. It was only natural for them to feel happy for him when they saw that he had overcome his hardships. Inside the main hall, Void Spirit Sword Sect Master Su Chang Fa, Great Elder Gu Kong Ning, and Second Elder Hong Xiao were gathered together. Void Spirit Sword Sect was weak, so these 3 were the only pillars of the sect among the older generation. They were also the 3 strongest people in the sect. All 3 of them were in the 3rd step Earth realm. Unfortunately, there was a big dividing line between the 3rd step and the 4th step. It was similar to the 3rd order Open Heaven realm and the 4th order Open Heaven realm. One could not cross this dividing gap without sufficient aptitude and resources. Sect Master Su Chang Fa had exhausted his potential, and for that reason, he would never be able to go further than the 3rd step Earth realm. The same went for Great Elder Gu Kong Ning. If there was anybody among the three of them who could overcome the divide, then it could only be Hong Xiu. Hong Xiu was the youngest among the three of them, but be that as it may, she was already in her 40s. It was just that she had taken good care of herself, so she looked like she was only in her early 20s. Her skin was fair and tender, her bosom was ample and full, and her figure was slim and slender. She was also the only female among the three of them. I don't know how the information that we discovered a black jade mine within Void Spirit Sword Sect's territory on Ash Mountain was leaked out. However, the sect master of Roaring Tiger Sect has already sent a letter to me the other day. His message was heavily laden with hints. I'm afraid he wants a slice of the pie. Su Changfa sighed. He was now in his early hundreds. With a cultivation in the Earth realm, he theoretically had quite a long life ahead of him, but handling the affairs of the sect for so many years had exhausted him, causing him to look haggard and old. That bastard. That is Void Spirit Sword Sect's Black Jade Mine. What right does Roaring Tiger Sect have to ask for a share? Great Elder Gu Kongning roared furiously. Su Changfa sighed, even if we refuse, Roaring Tiger Sect will not give up easily. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasures make him guilty. Roaring Tiger Sect is much stronger than us, so there is nothing we can do if they resort to using force. Hong Xiu chimed in solemnly, it's such a tempting meal. We won't be able to monopolize the benefits with Void Spirit Sword Sect's strength alone. Roaring Tiger Sect is arrogant but also powerful, so it's only natural that they want a share of the benefits. But, what about Tian Luo Hall? Now that the news has spread, Tian Luo Hall won't remain silent either. Su Changfa shook his head, Tian Luo Hall has yet to make a move. I don't know what they are thinking, but it's a given that they will meddle in the Black Jade Mine. Hong Xiu contemplated and then said, if that's the case, we can just watch how things play out for the moment. Tian Luo Hall and Roaring Tiger Sect are similar in terms of strength, and since they both have interest in the Black Jade Mine, there will surely be conflict between them. Void Spirit Sword Sect might be able to find a good opportunity among the cracks. Su Changfa nodded, you're right, Hong Xiu. This old master had the same idea. That's why I have yet to send a reply to Roaring Tiger Sect. We should see how Tian Luo Hall reacts to this matter before we come to a decision. He suddenly paused and looked up in the middle of his sentence, then, a smile appeared on his aged face, little Yang Kai is back? Gu Kongning glared in that direction with an expression of disappointment. Meanwhile, Hong Xiu glanced at Yang Kai in concern. Disciple greets honored master and two elders. Yang Kai came to a stop before he cupped his fist and bowed in greeting. Behind him, Wanning followed suit. Along the way here, Yang Kai had taken the time to change into another set of clothes, otherwise, his bloody appearance would have surely frightened many people. Gu Kongning scolded angrily, where were you? You've been slacking off on your duties all day long. And why do you stink of alcohol? Void Spirit Sword Sect will be wiped out if we depend on you. It was not that he disliked Yang Kai, it was just that Yang Kai's recent performance had disappointed him so greatly that he could not help but reprimand him out of anger. Hong Xiu quickly said, it's not that serious. A child's temperament is simply not steady enough. He just needs time to polish himself. Polish himself? Do you know how old he is now? He's only in the 4th step mortal realm still. When will he reach the Earth realm? With his current attitude, I'm worried that he might not fight back even if somebody hits him. That's what happened last time after all, he came home with a bruised and swollen face after being beaten up outside. That was such an embarrassment to Void Spirit Sword Sect, he muttered angrily. Yang Kai bowed in the Great Elder's direction, many thanks for your guidance, Great Elder. This disciple has learned from his mistakes. In the past, this disciple has failed the earnest teachings of honored master and two elders. Fortunately, this disciple has come to his senses and will work hard in the future so that I don't fail your expectations of me. Gu Kongning seemed a little stunned to hear those words. He could not tell whether Yang Kai meant what he said, but his anger still subsided and he nodded. It's best if you think that way. But, I hope you can do more than just talk. This disciple has already begun following your teachings, Great Elder. I encountered some people who provoked me today, so this disciple gave them a painful lesson. Behind him, Wanning Ying's brow twitched at those words. Oh. The Great Elder immediately became interested. Who is this person with no eyes who dared to provoke you? What was the outcome? This disciple killed them all. Yang Kai nonchalantly replied. An eerie silence fell over the entire hall. After a while, Gu Kongning lightly coughed. It's good for young people to be hot-blooded. Only hot-blooded people have the drive to improve. Ahem. Who were these people? The only people who could be killed by Yang Kai were most likely inferior cultivators, therefore, Gu Kongning was not too bothered even though he was surprised that somebody as gentle and kind as Yang Kai could kill another person. Void Spirit Sword sect might be weak, but not just anybody could afford to provoke them either. Zhang Yulin of Tian Luo Hall and several of his attendants. Yang Kai reported truthfully, at the time, this disciple was in the restaurant when. Before he could finish speaking, he heard a clattering sound and looked up. Both his honored master Su Changfa and Great Elder Gu Kongning had gotten to their feet with expressions of horror on their faces. Meanwhile, Elder Hongxiu reached out to cover her red lips with her hand. You. What? What did you say? Who did you kill? Gu Kongning stuttered. Zhang Yulin of Tian Luo Hall. Great Elder, you might not know this person. He is a descendant of Tian Luo Hall's third elder, Zhanbo Xiong. You know Zhanbo Xiong, right, Great Elder? Yang Kai explained seriously. Martial Peak, Chapter 4482, Black Jade Load. Of course, I know. Obviously. Gu Kongning roared, the corners of his eyes twitching violently. Are you certain the person you killed is Zhang Yulin? There's no doubt. Yang Kai nodded. The Great Elder slumped down in his chair, all the color in his face draining away. If that was what Yang Kai said, then there could be no mistake. Besides, there was a long-standing grudge between Zhang Yulin and Yang Kai. It was impossible for Yang Kai to mistake Zhang Yulin for somebody else. Zhang Yulin has been killed. It's over. It's all over. It's over for Void Spirit Sword sect. Even Su Changfa and Hongxiu were unable to react for a time. They could not understand why Yang Kai would cause such a catastrophic disaster. Zhang Yulin had been killed, how could Zhanbo Xiong possibly forgive such a thing? Who in Void Spirit Sword sect could stop a seventh-step Earth Realm master like him? Judging from the situation, it's not that there is no response from Tian Luo Hall. Rather, they've already taken action. After a long time, Hongxiu finally said softly. Upon hearing those words, Su Changfa and Gu Kongning looked at her and suddenly seemed to understand something. They had been wondering why Tian Luo Hall had seemed disinterested in the Black Jade Mine. It would now seem that they were not unresponsive, rather, they had already taken matters into their own hands and were planning to use Yang Kai as their excuse to attack. As the eldest disciple of Void Spirit Sword sect, Yang Kai represented the face of Void Spirit Sword sect in the outside world, therefore, they sent Zhang Yulin to stir up trouble with Yang Kai in order to use the grudges between the younger generation as a catalyst to start a war between the two great forces. It was all a conspiracy to obtain the Black Jade Mine. They probably never imagined that Yang Kai would have the guts to kill Zhang Yulin though. It would seem that Tian Luo Hall had a larger appetite than Roaring Tiger sect. Roaring Tiger sect had only sent a letter to ask for a share of the pie. In contrast, Tian Luo Hall had secretly plotted from the shadows. Their intention to devour and eliminate Void Spirit Sword sect could not be more obvious. After considering all this, both Su Changfa and Gu Kongning gave a soft sigh. Even without the incident involving Zhang Yulin, Tian Luo Hall would have come up with a different method to oppress Void Spirit Sword sect. It was just that Yang Kai had killed Zhang Yulin, which gave them an even better excuse to attack. This incident is not your fault. They were already planning on attacking our Void Spirit Sword sect. Su Changfa waved his hand lightly. Hong Xiu furrowed her brow tightly. As things stand, our only option left is to cooperate with Roaring Tiger sect. Perhaps, we can borrow Roaring Tiger sect's strength to stop Tian Luo Hall. Yang Kai was extremely perplexed by the flow of the conversation, thus, he couldn't help asking, "Honored Master, Elders, what are you talking about?" Gu Kongning and Hong Xiu exchanged a glance, and after a moment of consideration, Gu Kongning explained, "As the eldest disciple of Void Spirit Sword sect, you have the right to know. It's like this. We discovered a black jade lode with abundant reserves on Ash Mountain recently. It's just that the information was leaked out somehow. Roaring Tiger sect has sent us a letter stating their intentions to help us develop the mineral lode, and it's likely that Tian Luo Hall tried to start trouble with you due to the mineral lode." A black jade lode. Yang Kai's expression changed. Aside from absorbing world energy, cultivators in this world could also consume certain resources to improve their cultivation. It was similar to the star boundary in this regard. The most common type of cultivation resource here was spirit jades. Spirit jades contain dense world energy inside them, hence, they could increase a cultivator's cultivation efficiency by a large margin. Spirit jades could be divided into several grades. From the lowest, a spirit jade could be classified as a white jade, black jade, red jade, and finally gold jade. The difference in the value and the world energy contained within the spirit jade varied about 1,000 times between the same portion of gold jade and white jade. Yang Kai checked his memories and, in the past, it seemed he had used spirit jades to enhance his cultivation. Be that as it may, he only had the privilege to obtain white jades for his cultivation. Although he would occasionally receive a few pieces of black jade, these were extremely rare. Furthermore, they were things that Su Changfa had specially saved up for him. If this was the case for the eldest senior brother of the sect, then there was no need to mention the junior brothers and junior sisters, therefore, it was very shocking for a black jade lode to appear in the Ash Mountain. A single black jade lode was enough to allow the strength of an Earth Realm Great Force to soar within a few dozen years. Generally, only Heaven Realm Great Forces could monopolize such a thing, so it was no wonder Roaring Tiger sect and Tian Luo Hall were eyeing the black jade lode greedily. Su Changfa continued, "The black jade lode is too valuable, so Void Spirit Sword sect does not have the strength to monopolize it. We initially wanted to see how things went between Roaring Tiger sect and Tian Luo Hall, but now..." Yang Kai immediately understood, "Now that I've killed Zhang Yulin, Void Spirit Sword sect can only borrow the strength of Roaring Tiger sect to resist Tian Luo Hall." "That's right." Su Changfa nodded. Feeling slightly stunned, Yang Kai clicked his tongue and muttered, "Would have left him alive if I had known earlier." Su Changfa shook his head. Tian Luo Hall's actions clearly indicate that they wish to monopolize the Black Jade Mine, otherwise, they could have openly sent a message to this old master without creating an excuse by instigating a fight between the younger generation. Therefore, even if you had not killed Zhang Yulin, Tian Luo Hall would not have given up so easily. Gu Kongning waved his hand dismissively. "Now that you know these things, you should know how to be grateful. But, there's no need to think too much about this. With your current strength, there's no point worrying about these matters. Even if the sky collapses, you have us to hold it up. We will protect you. You've already wasted a whole year, so it is better if you focus on your cultivation for now rather than worry about things you cannot change." Yang Kai quickly said, "Yes." After this incident, this disciple has realized how lacking his strength is. "I will cultivate seriously from now on." Su Changfa and the two elders stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Then, Su Changfa nodded, "It's good that you have such thoughts." Yang Kai added, "This disciple would like to request for some cultivation resources." I hope you will allow it, honored master. Su Changfa immediately tossed the sect master token to Yang Kai and declared, "Go and collect them from your martial uncle Chang yourself. You can take as much as you want." In any case, if Void Spirit Sword sect survived this disaster, they would have more than enough resources in the future. On the other hand, if they failed to survive this disaster, then it was a waste to leave those resources untouched. Many thanks, honored master. Yang Kai took the token and turned to leave. Is there something else, Ying? Hong Xiu glanced at Wan Ying, who remained standing below them. Wan Ying opened her mouth and was tempted to say that her eldest senior brother had not only killed Zhang Yulin today but also 4 other 8th step and 9th step mortal realm masters. However, she did not know how to express the words that were at the tip of her tongue. Nobody will believe me if I said something like that. Besides, now that I think about it, I can't be sure whether those attendants were really in the 8th step and 9th step mortal realm. It's nothing. I'm going to cultivate, she mumbled and quickly took her leave. Following a discussion between Su Changfa and the 2 elders in the main hall, they eventually decided to cooperate with Roaring Tiger sect. They hoped to borrow Roaring Tiger sect's strength to block Tian Luo Hall's advances. Zhang Yulin had been killed, so it was conceivable that the retaliation from Tian Luo Hall would soon come. Void Spirit Sword sect would be powerless to resist without the help of Roaring Tiger sect. The survival of a 1,000-year-old sect was currently hanging by a thread thanks to the unexpected appearance of a single black jade lode. Standing in front of the sect storehouse, Yang Kai took the sect master token and came to the martial uncle in charge of this place. The martial uncle had the surname Chang, and although he was getting on in years, he was still stuck in the 9th step mortal realm due to insufficient aptitude. In terms of hierarchy, he belonged to the same generation as Su Changfa. Martial Uncle Chang naturally had no objections when he saw the sect master token and readily allowed Yang Kai to pass. Yang Kai entered the storehouse and began walking around aimlessly, grabbing anything and everything that could help with his cultivation. It didn't take long before he walked out with a large bundle in his hands. After Yang Kai departed, Martial Uncle Chang entered to check the storehouse and immediately felt his vision go black. He nearly fainted on the spot. That was because not a single spirit jade remained in the storehouse. Several dozen bottles of elixirs purchased from other sects at a high price had also been cleared out. Even the spirit flowers and spirit herbs for alchemy were gone. It could be said that anything with the slightest value inside the storehouse had been taken away by Yang Kai. The entire storage was cleaner than a rice field devoured by locusts. Thus, it gave him such a shock that he hurriedly went to the sect master to report about this matter. Carrying his huge bundle, Yang Kai stood in front of a statue and looked up at the several-meter-tall carving of a man. The statue was exquisite and highlighted the charming features of this person clearly. He was extraordinarily brave and heroic and his gaze was powerful. Of particular note was the sword he wore on his waist. This was a statue of Void Spirit Sword sect's ancestor who became the true Void Sword Lord. In Yang Kai's memory, he had walked past this statue on countless occasions, but this time he seemed to discover something interesting about the statue. After staring at the statue for a long time, he finally grinned and headed towards his residence with his large bundle in hand. As the eldest disciple of Void Spirit Sword sect, it was only natural that Yang Kai had a private residence. He entered the secluded home and put the bundle down before taking off his shirt to check his wounds. In addition to being stabbed in the abdomen by Zhang Yulin, his arms had been reduced to a bloody mess from him overusing them during his battle against the attendants. Even so, his injuries were already showing signs of recovery. He quietly examined his wounds for a moment before raising a brow. Is it the power of my dragon vein? Yang Kai could clearly sense faint traces of his dragon clan bloodline flowing through his body and his meridians. It was precisely because of these faint traces of the dragon clan bloodline that his injuries could heal so quickly. It would seem that although he could not mobilize his 6th order open heaven realm strength, the divine armament world was also unable to fully isolate him from the power of his bloodline. The power of the dragon vein flowing through his body was extremely weak, to the point that it was barely perceptible, but this power was enough to make a fourth-step mortal realm master undergo earth-shaking changes. Furthermore, he had the vague sense that the power of the dragon vein within him would become more and more powerful as his strength gradually increased and the endurance of his body was enhanced. At present, what I urgently need to do is to cultivate hard and increase my strength. It doesn't matter whether it's for the divine armament tournament or for the imminent danger I will face. I'm running out of time. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and carefully went through the information in his mind. The sword was the foundation of Void Spirit Sword Sect. They cultivated a secret art known as the Void Spirit Art paired with the Void Spirit Sword Art. What he used when fighting Zhang Yulin's attendants back then was the Void Spirit Sword Art, however, it was a version that he had modified and improved. With his rich experience, modifying and improving a simple sword art was not a problem. It would now seem that the Void Spirit Art also had room for improvement. He immediately activated the spirit chi flowing in his body and slowly changed the cultivation route in his body. In less than an hour, Yang Kai finished improving the Void Spirit Art. After a series of experiments, he discovered that both the cultivation speed and absorption of the world energy of the improved Void Spirit Art were at least 20% higher. Martial Peak, Chapter 4483, Crazy Cultivation. Yang Kai was in no hurry to begin cultivating. After spending so many years in the outside world doing just that, he was no stranger to the principle of sharpening his axe before chopping wood. He dug out all the pills he retrieved from Void Spirit Sword Sect's storehouse. Several dozen bottles of pills sat in several rows before him. Then, he opened them one by one to check their various medicinal efficacies. His attainments in the alchemic Tao were extremely deep, so distinguishing the uses of these pills was very easy for him, more so since the pills in Void Spirit Sword Sect were not particularly high-grade products. It didn't take long before he had neatly sorted all the bottles of pills into several categories. He randomly grabbed one of the bottles, opened it without a care, and poured the entire contents into his mouth. Immediately after that, he followed with the second bottle, then the third bottle. It was not until he emptied the contents of the fifth bottle that his stomach felt slightly full and bloated. If he wanted to increase his strength, then his body was his greatest capital. Recalling the journey he took to get here, the toughness of his body had given him many advantages over time. Whether he was cultivating or facing enemies, the resilience of his physique always played a huge and crucial role in his success. The tougher his body, the more pressure he could withstand, and the faster he could cultivate. Yang Kai had secretly examined his body in the divine armament world, quickly discovering that his current aptitude was neither particularly good nor bad. It could only be considered average, nothing special. However, the toughness of his body was practically unmatched. Something like aptitude was basically fixed from the moment of birth. It was difficult for him to enhance his aptitude, so he could only start from a different path. Fortunately, the potential of his dragon vein was still intact. Focusing on enhancing his dragon vein to improve this body was perfectly feasible. The medicinal efficacies inside his stomach dissolved and the slight feeling of fullness from earlier rapidly ballooned. Yang Kai soon felt as though there was a fire in his stomach and all his internal organs were burning. This was only to be expected though, as while Void Spirit Sword Sect spirit pills weren't high-grade, he was only in the fourth-step mortal realm. In the divine armament world, his existence was no different from an ant. How could he possibly withstand the impact of so many medicinal efficacies all at once? If it were an ordinary fourth-step mortal realm master, the explosion of such enormous medicinal efficacies would have been enough to kill him. Yang Kai himself was also having a hard time at the moment. Crimson blood slowly flowed out of his 7 orifices, his body trembled uncontrollably, his complexion turned green and pale, and his stomach felt as though countless cats were clawing at him from the inside with all their might. Still, he forcefully endured the discomfort while at the same time circulating the Void Spirit Art to guide the enormous medicinal efficacies through his blood and muscles, nourishing every part of his body. The power of his dragon vein hidden in his blood slowly exerted its power. Although it was not much, it constantly helped to repair his damaged body and meridians. It was enough to prevent him from dying as he walked along the fine edge between life and death to seek great opportunity. As he slowly became accustomed to the impact of the medicinal efficacies, Yang Kai's mental state improved considerably. The enormous medicinal efficacies were gradually absorbed into his body with the help of the void spirit art to become the foundation of his strength. Approximately an hour later, he finally sensed that the medicinal efficacies in his body were almost depleted. Yang Kai quietly examined himself and found that the toughness of his body had improved sharply compared to before. His muscles were more compact and felt stronger, and his meridians were wider and more resilient, allowing him to tolerate a stronger flow of spirit qi. These effects were not just thanks to the 5 bottles of spirit pills but also thanks to the subtle transformation brought about by his dragon blood. In fact, the latter accounted for a larger proportion of these changes. Compared to before, the toughness of his body had increased by approximately 20%. This result was quite satisfying. A pungent smell filled Yang Kai's nose and he felt his entire body was incredibly wet and sticky, almost as though he was covered in a layer of mud. He knew that this was the effect of his body excreting a large number of impurities. However, he couldn't be bothered and simply swallowed several more bottles of pills. This cycle repeated over and over again. Those several dozen bottles of pills that Void Spirit Sword sect worked so hard to accumulate over the years were used up by Yang Kai in a mere 3 days. The final result was that the toughness of his body had increased many times over. Even the power of his dragon vein had been greatly stimulated. Traces of golden dragon blood flowed through his veins now, carrying with it a horrifying power. In addition, his newly awakened dragon blood was now constantly influencing and enhancing his body. Even if he did nothing, the toughness of his body would only become stronger and stronger over time. His cultivation had also risen from the 4th step mortal realm to the 5th step mortal realm. There were 4 great realms in this world: mortal, earth, heaven, and spirit. Each great realm had 9 minor realms. The concept was similar to the 9 orders of the open heaven realm. Among them, the barrier of the 4th step and the 7th step were the hardest to overcome in each great realm. Doing so would lead to a whole world of difference in strength. On the other hand, one could easily break through from the 4th step to the 6th step as long as one had accumulated enough spirit qi. Yang Kai had consumed many spirit pills during this period, and while most of the medicinal efficacies had been used to enhance and strengthen his body, quite a lot of the remaining medicinal efficacies had also been transformed into spirit qi. That spirit qi flooded his body and meridians, naturally allowing his cultivation to progress at a rapid pace. Suddenly, the sound of a grumbling stomach rang out. Yang Kai was starving. He was so hungry that he felt he could eat a horse. This feeling was very new to him, or rather, very old, making him wonder just how long it had been since he last felt hunger. In the outside world, thanks to the constant advancement of his cultivation, Yang Kai had long ago overcome the need to eat to sustain himself. Even if he ate something once in a while, it was only to satisfy his appetite and cravings, not to fulfill a basic physical need. However, things were different in the divine armament world. The cultivators in the mortal realm were not at a level where they go without food indefinitely, and in fact, it seemed the higher their cultivation became, the greater their appetite. The impurities discharged from Yang Kai's body had already formed a hard shell over his skin at this point, so he decided that he might as well leave his secluded home. He took a bath and changed into a new set of clean clothes before he went to the sect's kitchen and practically gobbled up everything he could get his hands on. The disciples guarding the kitchen stared at Yang Kai in stunned shock, watching helplessly as he finished eating all the food in the kitchen. They could barely believe what they were seeing. The main reason was that Yang Kai's appearance had changed quite drastically. Compared to the last time they saw him a few days ago, he seemed to have become much thinner. The clothes that used to fit him like a glove now seemed almost empty, hanging loosely around his frame. Those who met him for the first time would think that he was malnourished, yet, his eyes were so bright that it was scary. "Who are the visitors in the main hall?" Yang Kai held a half-eaten leg of lamb on each hand, chomping on his food with great relish while glancing in a certain direction. There were 2 rows of disciples lined up on both sides outside the main hall, making for quite the formal sight. In his memories, Void Spirit Sword sect would only perform such grand gestures when dealing with the arrival of important guests. A junior brother nearby quickly answered, "I heard that one of the protectors of Roaring Tiger sect arrived today. Sect Master and the 2 elders are currently discussing important matters with that person." People from Roaring Tiger sect, huh? Yang Kai nodded lightly, "They sure act fast." The reason for Roaring Tiger sect's arrival was undoubtedly the Black Jade Mine. It was just as Elder Hong Xiu mentioned before, with Void Spirit Sword sect's current strength, it was impossible for them to monopolize the Black Jade Mine. They were powerless to resist if Roaring Tiger sect wished to interfere in this matter. Therefore, they had originally planned to survive in the cracks formed when Roaring Tiger sect and Tian Luo Hall fought for control of the mine. It was just that Yang Kai ended up killing Zhang Yulin, so it was useless to count on Tian Luo Hall now. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's current strength was too low, so he couldn't help with these matters even if he wanted to. Burp. Yang Kai let out a loud belch and licked the grease off his fingers. After that, he patted the person next to him on the shoulder and wiped the rest of the grease on his fingers on that person's clothes. "Good, I'm going back to cultivate. Watch the kitchen well. Don't let some random wild beast in to steal all the food here." The junior brother stared dumbfounded at Yang Kai's departing back. When he turned around to look at the empty kitchen, he became desperate to cry but was unable to shed any tears. "Our fellow brothers will most likely have to go hungry tonight." Yang Kai returned to his secluded home and glanced at the white jade scattered across the ground. Then, he loosened his muscles. There were more than 2,000 pieces of white jade stored in Void Spirit Sword sect's treasury. This number was not large, but for Yang Kai, in his current cultivation, it was not small either. It was enough for him to cultivate for some time. Each white jade was about the size of a finger. Moreover, it was cool to the touch and the spirit chi contained within could be perceived clearly. He sat down cross-legged in the middle of the white jade pile. Grabbing a handful in each hand, he let out a breath and began to circulate the void spirit art. Pure spirit chi immediately flowed out from the white jade into his body. The spirit chi circulated through his meridians to sink into his body and dantian. His body that underwent 3 days of conditioning still might not seem that strong, but his physique had clearly gotten much stronger than before. It was perfectly reflected in the speed in which he absorbed the spirit chi from the spirit jade. His meridians had become wider and more resilient, which in turn allowed more spirit chi to flow more smoothly. It was only natural that his rate of absorption would increase significantly. Large amounts of spirit chi flooded his body and transformed into his new foundation. Yang Kai's originally thin figure seemed to swell slowly like a balloon being pumped full of air. It didn't take long before he transformed into a brave, heroic, and extraordinary figure. The loose clothes gradually fit around his body once more. A short while later, Yang Kai stopped feeling any spirit chi flowing into his body from his hands. He spread open his palms and saw that the 2 handfuls of spirit jade had become gray and dull. The energy in these spirit jades had been absorbed cleanly. Discarding the used spirit jades, Yang Kai grabbed another handful to continue his cultivation. Time passed slowly, and after refining more than 600 white jades, Yang Kai felt as though he had reached his current limit. His body was filled with spirit chi to the point that no more could be accommodated. The spirit chi surged wantonly throughout his meridians and his body. It was unbearably painful and his exposed skin turned blood red as a result. Most cultivators would stop cultivating and slowly take the time to digest their gains when they encounter such a situation. After all, cultivation should be done slowly and steadily. Haste was never the answer. However, Yang Kai had no time to waste. He had kicked a hornet's nest as soon as he arrived in the divine armament world, and according to his estimations, Tian Luo Hall's retaliation would arrive soon. If he did not increase his cultivation quickly, he would not have enough strength to survive the calamity. Besides, he wanted to use this kind of crazy cultivation method to increase the limits of his body. As he continued to refine the spirit chi and the spirit jades, his body acted like a bottomless pit. His clothes danced and flapped around him even though there was no wind, while the entire secluded home seemed to rumble faintly. Fresh blood leaked out of his pores and soon dyed his clothes red, but even so, Yang Kai ignored everything and continued to refine the white jades like mad. The damage to his body was left to the power of his dragon vein to heal. All of a sudden, he felt his entire body becoming light all over. It felt as though he had broken through a barrier, and the surging power in his body was immediately alleviated as a result. Sixth Step Mortal Realm. Martial Peak, Chapter 4484, Disciple arrived late. Now that Yang Kai's cultivation had increased to the next step, the pressure that was bearing down upon him vanished without a trace. Thus, he grabbed another handful of white jades and frantically continued to circulate the void spirit art. The white jade scattered around him decreased at a very fast rate, and his cultivation improved rapidly in turn. 3 days after he advanced into the sixth step mortal realm, he achieved another breakthrough and advanced into the seventh step. At a certain point, his hand came up empty when he reached out to the side. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked down only to see that he had finished consuming over 2,000 white jades in the short span of 6 or 7 days. Thanks to the abundant white jades and the several dozen bottles of pills, he had advanced from the fourth step mortal realm to the seventh step mortal realm in one session. If it were any other cultivator, it would have been impossible for them to achieve such a rapid cultivation speed. Yang Kai had relied on the power of his dragon vein, which allowed him to be so unscrupulous in his cultivation. Even so, many dark injuries remained in his body from this process. These dark injuries were like cracks in the foundation of the building. The higher the building, the greater the chance of it collapsing. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was not too bothered. With the power of his dragon vein, these dark injuries would repair themselves sooner or later. Moreover, with the increasing enhancement of his physique, the power of his dragon vein that he could stimulate would also become increasingly intense. There was a positive cycle that had no defined limits. Without more white jades, Yang Kai could only cultivate by absorbing ambient world energy. Needless to say, he was dissatisfied with such cultivation speed. He was just considering whether he wanted to visit the black jade lode to obtain some black jade for cultivation when a figure rushed inside his house. "Little junior sister? Why are you in such a panic?" Yang Kai stared at Wan Ying in astonishment when she rushed over to him. Wan Ying's complexion was pale as she stretched out her hand and stuffed a bag into his arms before hurriedly saying, "Eldest senior brother, sect master has issued an order. You are to set off for Green Mountain Town immediately." "Green Mountain Town?" Yang Kai frowned. "That place is over 1,000 kilometers from here. What does honored master want me to do there?" Wan Ying shook her head. "I don't know the specific details. Sect master only said that you will know once you arrive. Eldest senior brother, this matter is very urgent. You need to leave now." While saying so, she grabbed his hand and tried to drag him out, but Yang Kai did not budge. Despite tugging at him twice, Wan Ying could not move him at all, so she turned around anxiously and stomped her foot. "Eldest senior brother, let's go." "What happened outside?" Yang Kai looked at her quietly. Her expression immediately became unnatural as she shook her head hard. "And nothing. Since you were a child, you've always stuttered whenever you lied. Tell me. What happened outside?" "And nothing. I swear." He ruffled her head. "Did somebody from Tian Luo Hall come?" And no." She shook her head vigorously. Yang Kai stepped outside with a suspicious expression. "How strange. Didn't honored master say that he was going to borrow the power of Roaring Tiger sect to deal with Tian Luo Hall? Where are the people from Roaring Tiger sect?" Wan Ying clutched at him from behind, screaming and crying, "Eldest senior brother, don't go. It's very dangerous outside. Sect master wants you to leave now." It's also to ensure that Void Spirit Sword Sect will continue to exist. You have to hurry up and leave before they find you. So, it really is somebody from Tianluo Hall. Yang Kai raised his brow and returned the bag in his arms to Wan Ying. I caused this situation. Tianluo Hall will never relent if I don't show up. The master sect raised me, so how can I stand by and watch when it is in trouble? Let me go and have a look. Yang Kai walked out with large strides as he spoke. Even though Wan Ying desperately tried to stop him, how could she possibly do that? The sect's main square was a huge mess and fresh blood staining the entire ground. There were only several dozen people in Void Spirit Sword Sect and all of them were gathered in this place. From Sect Master Su Changfa down to the most common disciple, all of them looked sorrowful. Su Changfa, Gu Kongning, and Hong Xiu were covered in wounds and fresh blood dyed their clothes red. The corpses of more than 10 Void Spirit Sword Sect disciples lay scattered across that square. Many shadows stood around the square, surrounding the Void Spirit Sword Sect members. These people were vaguely divided into two factions. One was headed by a middle-aged man while the other was headed by an elderly man wearing black robes. Su Changfa looked at the middle-aged man sadly and called out, "Protector Wan, is this how Roaring Tiger Sect does things? You and I clearly had an agreement." He initially thought that he could borrow the strength of Roaring Tiger Sect to resist Tianluo Hall, and for that reason, Void Spirit Sword Sect had offered the other party a high price that amounted to 80% of the Black Jade load. In other words, 80% of the profits from the Black Jade load would belong to Roaring Tiger Sect. Who could have known that this bastard surnamed one would do nothing and simply watch from the sidelines when Tianluo Hall attacked today? Wan Tian, he laughed when he heard those words, agreement? What agreement? This protector does not recall ever making an agreement with Void Spirit Sword Sect. Wan Tian, his expression of denial made Su Changfa boil with rage. Blood surged up his throat and came out his mouth. His complexion immediately waned. Unfortunately, the overall situation was more important than his personal feelings at the moment, so he was forced to back down and plead in a trembling voice, "Protector Wan, if you can save Void Spirit Sword Sect from this disaster, then the Black Jade mine will belong entirely to Roaring Tiger Sect. Void Spirit Sword Sect will not intervene in this matter again." Wan Tian, he smiled lightly but did not answer. The other elderly man coldly snorted, "Su Changfa, do you still not understand? This is the law of the jungle. The strong stand on top. Only the person with the biggest fist has the right to speak. Void Spirit Sword Sect lost its right to exist in this world a long time ago. With Void Spirit Sword Sect gone, won't the Black Jade mine still belong to Roaring Tiger Sect regardless? You've been colluding with each other right from the beginning." Su Changfa suddenly realized. Both Wan Tian, he from Roaring Tiger Sect, and Zhan Boxiong from Tianluo Hall were in the 7th step Earth realm. Void Spirit Sword Sect was completely powerless against them, and judging by their actions today, it was clear that they had been secretly working together for a while now. Void Spirit Sword Sect was the only one who had been kept in the dark. Su Changfa thought he could use the wolf to drive away the tiger, but all he did was invite the wolf into his home. "Hand over the true Void Spirit art and that brat called Yang Kai, otherwise, I will wipe out your entire sect." Zhan Boxiong shouted coldly. Void Spirit Sword Sect was undeniably weak nowadays, but the true Void Sword Lord was counted among their ancestors. It could be seen that the sect was not without some heritage. It was rumored that Void Spirit Sword Sect possessed a secret art known as the true Void Spirit art, one that was completely different from the one the disciples generally cultivated. Furthermore, the true Void Sword Lord supposedly achieved all his success by relying on the true Void Spirit art. If not to obtain the true Void Spirit art, Zhan Boxiong would have already killed all the people in front of him rather than wasting his time talking to them. Su Changfa smiled miserably. "There is no real or fake Void Spirit art. There is only one Void Spirit art. It is unfortunate that the younger generation is mediocre and are unable to reproduce the glory of our ancestors. It is ridiculous how you believe that there's some hidden inside story. You really are foolish. As for my eldest disciple, this old master sent him down the mountain a long time ago. Go ahead and search for him if you think you have the ability to find him. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough. The smile on Su Changfei's face stiffened quickly as he stared at the figure running here from the bottom of the mountain. That figure moved incredibly quickly. He had only been halfway up the mountain when Su Changfei first noticed him, but he arrived at the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. There was a loud explosion that sounded like a meteor crashing into the ground when the figure wrapped in a sharp aura landed at the top of the mountain. Honored Master, this disciple has arrived late. Yang Kai shouted. Su Changfei's eyes rolled back into his head. He was so furious that he fainted from anger. Gu Kongning, who was drenched in blood, was so enraged that he slapped his thigh and cursed, "Foolish! Foolish brat! How maddening! We are in such a desperate situation. How dare this little bastard come here? Didn't we send Wanning to secretly pass him a message asking him to leave this place? This is just great. The entire Void Spirit Sword sect will be killed by the enemy and wiped from history now." Next to him, Hong Xiu sighed softly, "This is our fate. This disciple has been unfilial. Void Spirit Sword sect's inheritance which survived for 1,000 years will die along with us today." On the other hand, Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly rushed over to Su Changfei. It took a lot of effort before he finally managed to wake Su Changfei and asked in concern, "Honored Master, how are you feeling?" Su Changfei slowly opened his eyes and saw Yang Kai staring down at him. Yang Kai continued with a look of shame, "Honored Master, this disciple was immersed in cultivation and failed to extricate himself in time. This disciple has come late to the rescue. Please forgive me, Honored Master." You, Su Changfei pointed at Yang Kai and shuddered slightly, then his head suddenly tilted to the side. He had fainted from rage again. Yang Kai did a quick check and discovered that Su Changfei was just unconscious. The wounds covering Su Changfei might look ghastly, but they were not fatal. The realization gave him a small sense of relief. Turning to look around him, he saw many corpses lying around them. There were at least 10 junior brothers and junior sisters lying in pools of their own blood. Meanwhile, those who were still alive were covered in wounds. The sight immediately made his expression turn frosty. "Are you Yang Kai?" Zhan Bo Xiong squinted at Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked Zhan Bo Xiong up and down, "That's right. Who are you?" "This old master is Zhan Bo Xiong." A look of understanding filled Yang Kai's face as he asked, "Are you the ones who killed my junior brothers and junior sisters?" "So what? It is a given that a murder should be paid for with one's life. I'm just here to collect my debt. How dare you kill my grandson? I will send the entire Void Spirit Sword sect to accompany him in the afterlife. As for you," Zhan Bo Xiong waved his large hand, "capture him. I'm going to skin this bastard alive in front of Yulin's morning hall and drain his blood dry to comfort my pitiful grandson in heaven." As soon as those words left his mouth, 2 Tian Luo Hall disciples rushed out from behind him and charged at Yang Kai. The expressions of Hong Xiu and Gu Kongning immediately changed drastically. Judging by the spirit chi fluctuations of these 2 Tian Luo Hall disciples when they attacked, both of them were at the peak of the mortal realm, just one step away from advancing into the earth realm. On the other hand, Yang Kai was only in the 4th step mortal realm even though he was Void Spirit Sword sect's eldest disciple of the current generation. There was no way he could resist them. "Run!" Hong Xiu screamed. It was not that she didn't want to help, but that she was too heavily injured. Moreover, Earth Realm masters from Tian Luo Hall were watching her, so she couldn't take a single step forward. Likewise, Gu Kongning was caught in the same situation. To her despair, Yang Kai showed no intention to escape despite facing two masters at the peak of the mortal realm. On the contrary, he actually stood up and rushed straight at them. "Don't be so presumptuous." Zhan Boxiong's eyes were cold. When the three figures crossed each other, Yang Kai reached out both hands at the same time to cover the faces of the two people charging towards him. The confrontation lasted only a flash, and nobody saw what happened clearly. All they heard was a loud explosion, and after that, they saw Yang Kai half kneeling on the ground. His two large hands were wrapped around the heads of the two Tian Luo Hall disciples as he slammed them into the ground fiercely. Kacha. The sound of bones cracking rang out and brains and blood flowed profusely. The two bodies twitched incessantly under Yang Kai's grip as horrifying cracking sounds came from the two heads. The entire square fell silent. Martial Peak, Chapter 4485, Come, Sword. Su Changfa slowly regained consciousness and saw the two Tian Luo Hall disciples twitching under Yang Kai's hands as soon as he opened his eyes. Thinking that he was dreaming, he closed his eyes again and continued to sleep. However, he soon jerked his eyes open again to stare forward with a mixture of shock and confusion. Life is beautiful yet oh so fragile. It seems that you don't understand this. Unfortunately, the ignorant are destined to be cast out by the flow of time. Let me show you the true meaning of power. Yang Kai slowly stood up, cleaned the blood off his hands, and looked up at Zhan Boxiong coldly. Seventh Step Mortal Realm. Both Hong Xiu and Gu Kongning couldn't help widening their eyes at the sight. The aura emanating from Yang Kai was clearly something that only a seventh-step mortal realm master could possess. Isn't he only in the fourth-step mortal realm? When did he become a seventh-step mortal realm master? Has this brat been hiding his strength all this while? But, even if he is a seventh-step mortal realm master, how does that change anything? Even third-step earth realm masters like the three elders had been defeated so badly. A seventh-step mortal realm master was bound to be powerless to fight back in this scenario. Disregarding the fact that Tian Luo Hall had a seventh-step earth realm master like Zhan Boxiong, there were also several other earth realm masters present. This lineup was not something Yang Kai could fight alone. Arrogant junior. How dare you behave so boastfully? Zhan Boxiong was livid. In a moment of carelessness, two of his people had been killed by the other party. It was extremely embarrassing for him. The truth was that the power Yang Kai displayed earlier had shocked him too. A seventh-step mortal realm master had killed two masters at the peak of the mortal realm in an instant. Such a feat was not something just anybody could do. Only the most talented geniuses had the ability to kill enemies above their own realm. The current eldest disciple of Void Spirit Sword sect was not well known, therefore, this sudden display of strength immediately gave Zhan Boxiong all sorts of thoughts. Perhaps this boy cultivates the true Void Spirit art of Void Spirit Sword sect. As long as I can capture him, I can obtain the biggest secret of Void Spirit Sword sect. No matter how strong this junior is, he is just in the seventh-step mortal realm while I'm in the seventh-step earth realm. There's a difference of a whole great realm between us. He is definitely not my opponent. His hatred towards his grandson's murderer and his greed towards the true Void Spirit art compelled Zhan Boxiong to make up his mind to capture Yang Kai personally. His figure flickered while he was speaking and he lunged towards his enemy. Under the urging of his earth realm spirit chi, he came pressing down on Yang Kai with overwhelming force. Honored Master, the ancestors of Void Spirit Sword sect actually left us a huge gift, it's just that we never noticed it before. Yang Kai suddenly uttered this inexplicable sentence. After that, he lifted his hand into the air and shouted, "Come, sword." Kacha. The sound of something shattering rang out. Su Changfa and the others turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw fine cracks running down the sword worn by the statue of their ancestor not far away. Su Changfa abruptly widened his eyes. Seeming to recall something, his expression immediately became filled with emotion. Kacha. Following that cracking sound, a sword light suddenly shot out from the statue and flew into Yang Kai's grasp. It was a sword that emitted an inexplicable halo of light. The sword was a little more than a meter long, with a flat surface that shone like a mirror so clear it could reflect a person's image perfectly. The shape was smooth and streamlined and its edge was so sharp that it looked like it could slice through space itself. The true void sword. Gu Kongning exclaimed softly. Hong Xiu revealed a look of realization, so it was here all along. It turns out that the records in the ancient books were true. Needless to say, this true void sword was not the real true void sword. The real true void sword was one of the 10 great divine armaments of the divine armament world. Only those with great destiny and opportunity could wield the real true void sword. The true void sword in Yang Kai's grip had been hidden in the old statue and was a replica of the divine armament. According to the records written in the ancient books of Void Spirit Sword Sect, the true Void Sword Lord spent an enormous amount of manpower and resources to forge this imitation true Void Sword based on the divine armament during his final years to leave behind for future generations. It was just that nobody knew where the true Void Sword replica went after the death of the true Void Sword Lord, even though there were vague records in the ancient books. 1,000 years later, even if the disciples of the later generation came across the records written in the ancient books, they simply assumed that the true Void Sword replica was either lost or destroyed. Who could have known that it had always been concealed inside the sect's guardian statue? It was hiding right under their noses the whole time. The true Void Sword replica was a far cry from the real divine armament true Void Sword, but even so, the power it contained was not to be underestimated. A spirit armament. Zhan Bo Xiong charged towards Yang Kai, narrowing his eyes at the sight. Immediately after that, he became overjoyed. I never imagined that a small force like Void Spirit Sword Sect would have such a good thing hidden away, ha ha ha. The heavens are truly on my side today. Junior, you are not worthy of this spirit armament. Hand it over to this old master. He reached out and grabbed at Yang Kai while speaking. Cultivators were divided into mortal, earth, heaven, and spirit realm. The weapons in the divine armament world were categorized in the same manner. Below the divine armaments were spirit armaments, heaven armaments, earth armaments, and finally mortal armaments. The sword Yang Kai carried previously was just a mortal armament and had been destroyed during his battle at the restaurant. Divine armaments could not be created and were only innately formed. Even if the true Void Sword Lord spearheaded the creation and collected the most precious materials available in the divine armament world, he was still unable to create a real divine armament. The most he could create was a spirit armament. That said, a spirit armament was powerful enough to wipe out an entire kingdom. Naturally, that also depended on who was wielding the spirit armament. In the end, a weapon was only an auxiliary, a tool to be used, therefore, the amount of power it could exert depended on the strength of the wielder. A 7th-step mortal realm master like Yang Kai was cut by the sharp sword intent just by holding this spirit armament in his hand. His entire body became drenched in blood and his flesh curled violently. On the other side, Wan Tianhe of Roaring Tiger Sect, who had been watching coldly from the side all this while, revealed a look of interest. Who would not be tempted in the face of a spirit armament? Just as he was preparing to join the fight and snatch the spirit armament for himself, his heart suddenly clenched tight. He instinctively felt a sense of crisis looming over him, as if a terrible fate would befall him if he made a move. His cultivation was not that great, only 7th-step earth realm, even so, his danger perception had always been very sensitive. He had relied on his instincts to escape many disasters over the years, so after a moment of hesitation, he chose to remain motionless. Zhan Bo Xiong had arrived within 10 meters of Yang Kai and was staring greedily at the spirit armament in the latter's hand, already dreaming about his majestic appearance after obtaining this spirit armament. Who? An enormous illusory phantom suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. The illusory phantom was several dozen meters tall and filled with an immense aura. The entire illusory phantom was formed from condensed sword chi. Moreover, the illusory phantom was identical to the statue that had stood in Void Spirit Sword sect for 1,000 years. The illusory phantom also held a sword in his hands around which sharp sword qi churned. Ancestor, Su Changfa stared at the illusory phantom in shock. The ancestor has appeared. Similarly, Gu Kongning and Hong Xiu were staring at the illusory phantom in shock while all of Void Spirit Sword sect's disciples were dumbstruck by the sight. Huh! Zhan Bo Xiong felt his chest tightening all of a sudden, as if his skin was being pricked by thousands of tiny needles. Stabbing pain came from all over his body, and at the same time, an inexplicable sense of panic filled his heart. Yang Kai swung the sword in his hand, staring at Zhan Bo Xiong coldly. Death to all who have harmed Void Spirit Sword sect. Sword qi was suspended in the air while sword intent permeated the sky. Slicing sounds rang out incessantly and fresh blood splattered everywhere while severed limbs flew in all directions. It felt as though 1,000 years had passed in an instant, and when the sword qi rampaging in the void finally dissipated, all the Tian Luo Hall cultivators had been killed on the spot. Chunks of flesh and blood covered the ground and not a single one of them retained a complete corpse, their bodies sliced into multiple pieces by the overwhelming sword qi. Even the mountain ahead had been razed to the ground. Meanwhile, the Void Spirit Sword sect disciples who were collapsed on the ground were not harmed in any way. The crisscrossing sword qi seemed to have eyes and did not cause them any harm. Sii. Wan Tian he drew a sharp breath of cold air, his expression a mixture of sickly green and deathly pale. He couldn't help feeling thankful that he had not made his move just now, otherwise, he would have suffered the same fate as Zhan Bo Xiong. Under that horrifying sword qi, a seventh-step Earth Realm Master was no different from an ant. Fools who are completely ignorant of what true strength is. Yang Kai flicked the sword lightly. His entire body was drenched in red, making him look like he had been dredged out of a pool of blood. He then turned to look at Wan Tianhe and asked solemnly, "Protector Wan, do you have anything to say?" The attack just now was naturally not his own strength, it was the power sealed within the spirit armament True Void Sword. All Yang Kai did was use Void Spirit Art to stimulate that power. It was naturally impossible for him to come out unscathed after acting as the carrier for such power. There were countless wounds all over his body and horrifying sword intent leaked out of those injuries, preventing them from healing. The blood that flowed down his legs had stained the ground around him red. Wan Tian he gulped nervously and stared at the true void sword in Yang Kai's hand in fear. Zhan Bo Xiong was in the seventh-step Earth realm, just like me. Our strengths are fairly evenly matched. Zhan Bo Xiong was killed without the slightest hint of being able to resist. How can I possibly defend myself if that brat attacks me? He suspected that even a Heaven Realm Master would have been powerless against that strike just now. Only those in the Spirit Realm had the right to fight back. Zhan Bo Xiong dared to offend Void Spirit Sword Sect, so his death is not worth pitying. Little brother, you did well in killing him. To tell you the truth, this one has long disliked him. Both his legs trembled uncontrollably, but he lied without batting an eyelid. Let us be practical. Yang Kai looked at Wan Tianhe calmly, otherwise, I might just fail to suppress the restlessness of the sword. Wan Tianhe decisively said, this one was in such a hurry to come today that he brought nothing with him. In the future, this one will visit again with gifts of apology. I guarantee that you will be satisfied with the amount, little brother. Yang Kai nodded lightly, good. Wan Tianhe forced out a smile, your noble sect underwent such a huge event today, so I'm sure you have many other things to deal with. This one won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Yang Kai nodded, have a safe journey, Protector Wan. Little junior sister, please see Protector Wan off. Wan Ying had fallen behind when she followed Yang Kai here, and when she arrived at this place, she was just in time to see Yang Kai wiping out their enemies in a single move. At this moment, she was still unable to recover from her shock. She simply could not understand how her eldest senior brother had gotten so strong in such a short time. It was not until she heard his shout that she finally came back to her senses and responded with a nod. "No need to trouble yourselves. Wan Tian," he replied politely. Leading the people from Roaring Tiger sect, he hastily rushed down the mountain. After Wan Tian he and the others left, Yang Kai suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and stumbled. He immediately stuck the sword into the ground and half knelt. Eldest senior brother. A bunch of people immediately panicked and shouted noisily. Su Changfa, Gu Kongning, and Hong Xiu hurriedly moved towards him. One supported him, another took out healing spirit pills for him to eat, and the last examined his wounds. They were extremely attentive. Martial Peak, Chapter 4486, Earth Realm. After a quick examination, Su Changfa's expression became so grim that he was practically dripping with gloom. Yang Kai's internal condition was a complete mess. His flesh was torn, his bones were cracked, and his 5 viscera and 6 organs were heavily shifted. Such injuries were generally fatal. Truthfully, Su Changfa himself was surprised that Yang Kai was still alive with these injuries. Just how strong is his vitality? He also immediately understood why Yang Kai had not killed the people from Roaring Tiger sect earlier and allowed them to leave peacefully instead. It was not that Yang Kai did not want to, but that he simply could not. The first attack had already caused him such serious injuries. If he struck another blow, his body might explode on the spot. "Brat, you better not die," Gu Kongning exclaimed in concern. Yang Kai had turned the tides around and rescued the sect from a great disaster. It would be too much of a loss if he were to die here after everything had already been settled. "Great Elder, rest assured. I won't." Ugh! Yang Kai coughed up another mouthful of blood before he could finish his sentence. His blood sprayed all over Su Changfa's face across him. Hong Xiu anxiously said, "Stop talking. The top priority is to treat your wounds as soon as possible." "That's right," Gu Kongning quickly nodded in agreement. After making some arrangements, Yang Kai decided to focus on recovery immediately. Su Changfa and the 2 elders personally stood guard around him while the other Void Spirit Sword sect disciples scattered around in the vicinity to keep a vigilant watch and guard against any unexpected events. Su Changfa looked at Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, with amazement. His disciples' display today had shocked him to the core. Not only had the threat to their sect's survival been resolved so easily, but the true Void Sword Spirit armament had also been found. With the strength that Yang Kai displayed earlier, Void Spirit Sword sect's revival was just around the corner. For a moment, Su Changfa felt as though he could rest peacefully even if he died today. Unfortunately, the most important matter at hand was whether Yang Kai could survive this disaster. Yang Kai could sense that his current condition was absolutely terrible. The injuries he received from acting as a conduit for such a heaven-defying attack were far more severe than how they seemed on the surface. If not for the fact that he had stimulated the power of his dragon vein greatly over the past week, he would have died along with the people from Tian Luo Hall. Even so, he was currently on the verge of death. His physical injuries were actually not too worrisome. Although he could only stimulate a small portion of the true power of his dragon vein, his powerful regenerative abilities were slowly healing his injuries. All he needed was time. The main issue was the sharp sword intent. The true void sword forged by the true void sword lord contained his own sword chi. Upon activation, the sword chi had injured Yang Kai first before he could even harm the enemy. The horrifying sword intent permeated his wounds and prevented his injuries from healing. It could be said that his injuries would only worsen with time if he did not scatter the sword intent in his wounds. There was no possibility of healing under these circumstances. At this rate, he would eventually be slivered away by the sword intent. Although he tried to dispel the sword intent with his own power, his repeated attempts were only met with failure. The difference between this body's cultivation and the true Void Sword Lord's cultivation was too large, leaving him completely powerless against this sword intent. Yang Kai suspected that even Heaven Realm Masters would not be able to dispel this sword intent. It was only possible for Spirit Realm Masters. However, if his strength was in the Spirit Realm, he would not have needed to rely on the sword chi within the true Void Sword Spirit armament in the first place. That was because he himself would already have that level of power. This isn't right. The true Void Sword Lord left the true Void Sword replica behind as a safety guarantee for his descendants. There's no reason for him to make them sacrifice their lives just for that security. There must be some way to resolve this sword intent. As soon as that thought entered his head, Yang Kai suddenly thought of another possibility. Perhaps this sword intent was never meant to be dispelled. Following that thought, Yang Kai quickly circulated the Void Spirit Art and guided the sword chi to circulate through his body. A week later, Yang Kai's spirits lifted. He could clearly sense that the horrifying sword intent permeating his wounds had weakened a little. This discovery delighted him greatly. It would seem that his guess had been correct, there was no need to dispel the sword intent at all. It would naturally be resolved as long as he circulated the Void Spirit Art. Furthermore, the dissolved sword intent did not disappear but was transformed into pure spirit chi that filled his entire body instead. In just a week, he felt the spirit chi in his body increasing significantly while his body became nourished and refreshed. What would happen if he digested all of this sword intent then? Not daring to procrastinate, Yang Kai focused on maintaining his circulation of the Void Spirit Art. The sword intent that remained in his wounds decreased steadily as time passed while his aura became stronger and stronger. Su Changfa, Gu Kongning, and Hong Xiu, who were standing guard around him, were astonished by this sight. They had been paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements and condition all this while, so it was only natural that they were aware of the changes happening to him. "Senior brother, how is this brat's aura getting stronger? Isn't he supposed to be healing his wounds? Why does it feel like he is cultivating instead? Not to mention, it feels like he is about to break through," Gu Kongning asked in confusion. Su Changfa slowly shook his head. He had never encountered such a situation before either. A person suddenly reaching the point of a breakthrough during the process of recovery was truly an unheard-of phenomenon. We probably perceived wrongly. He might just be circulating his strength to alleviate his injuries. The words had only just left his mouth when he saw Yang Kai stiffen slightly. An invisible wave of energy erupted in all directions with Yang Kai as the center. The spirit chi fluctuation mixed in that wave of energy belonged to the 8th step mortal realm. He really broke through. Hong Xiu was dumbfounded. It was not over yet though, as no more than 2 days later, Yang Kai's aura showed signs of inflation again. His cultivation advanced from the 8th step mortal realm to the 9th step mortal realm not long after, but even so, his aura continued to strengthen as though there was no end to his progress. Su Changfa's brow twitched. He can't possibly break through into the earth realm, right? Gu Kongning shook his head decisively. The mortal realm and the earth realm are two different great realms. Breaking through to the earth realm is not something you can just do overnight. Hong. Intense spirit chi fluctuations erupted from Yang Kai at that moment, and their aura belonged to the first step earth realm. Gu Kongning's mouth fell open in shock. He was forced to swallow the second half of his sentence. Stiffly turning his head to the side, he looked at Su Changfa and asked, "Senior brother, you've gone through so much effort to hide this from us." Su Changfa was confused. "What did I hide from you?" Gu Kongning said, "Did Yang Boy advance into the earth realm a long time ago? Why didn't you tell us?" Hong Xiu nodded sharply in agreement. No matter how great a person's aptitude was, it was impossible to just advance from the 7th step mortal realm to the earth realm in a few days. That did not make any sense, hence, the only explanation was that Yang Kai had advanced into the earth realm a long time ago but had concealed the fact all this while. Su Changfa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I've also just found out that this little brat reached the earth realm." He had been eagerly waiting for Yang Kai to advance into the earth realm so he could inherit Void Spirit Sword sect and lead it back to prosperity. And yet, Su Xianxia couldn't help feeling like he was dreaming when the time really came. Honored Master, Elders, what are you discussing so spiritedly? Yang Kai's voice sounded and the three of them turned to look in his direction. To their surprise, they saw that Yang Kai had walked over to them at some point, holding the replica True Void sword in his hand lightly as he looked at them curiously. Have you recovered from your injuries? Gu Kongning asked in surprise. Yang Kai nodded, yes, more or less. All the sword intent permeating his wounds had been refined into his capital to increase his strength, and without the interference of the sword intent, his injuries were no more than flesh wounds. Besides, this incident had further strengthened the power of his dragon vein. With such powerful regenerative abilities, it would not take more than a few days before Yang Kai completely recovered. How do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Hong Xiu asked worriedly. Yang Kai replied, this disciple feels like he is bursting with strength. I really want to find somebody to fight. While speaking, he swung the True Void sword in his hand around. The sword intent left behind by the True Void Sword Lord had allowed him to advance from the seventh-step mortal realm to the earth realm in one go. In that case, wouldn't he save a lot of cultivation time if he repeated the experience a few more times? However, he knew that his hope was unrealistic. That was because the sword chi sealed within the True Void sword by the True Void Sword Lord could only be used to attack thrice. There were actually two reasons as to why Yang Kai did not kill the people from Roaring Tiger sect. The first reason was that his strength was lacking. The other reason, however, was that he did not wish to waste the limited resources he had. His current strength could not be considered high and he would be powerless in front of a true master, hence, the True Void sword was a precious trump card. Honored Master, Elders, thank you for standing guard for so many days. The three of you should hurry and get some rest. This disciple will explain everything tomorrow. Yang Kai cupped his fist. He knew that Su Xianxia and the others would surely have many questions and doubts in their hearts. After all, his previous performance had been a little too outrageous. Su Xianxia gently nodded, They had also been injured during the conflict with Tian Luo Hall, but they had to stand guard for Yang Kai over the past few days, so they had yet to get a good rest themselves. Following the departure of the three elders, Yang Kai finally looked around at the junior brothers and junior sisters surrounding him, their gazes filled with awe and respect. Have you all realized your own vulnerability and insignificance? Yang Kai asked lightly. They lowered their heads in shame upon hearing those words. Tian Luo Hall attacked us, but we were powerless to fight back. Many of our junior brothers and junior sisters were killed before our very eyes, but we could only watch helplessly. Why? Because they were stronger than us. Because they have more power than us. Their heads lowered even more at those words. Do you want to get stronger? Do you want to seek revenge? Yang Kai questioned them. Eldest senior brother, we want to be as strong as you. We want to avenge our fellow brothers and sisters. Somebody shouted, but, how do we do that? Yang Kai nodded lightly, it's enough if you have these thoughts. Even the tallest tree starts off as a weak seedling. There is nothing that can be achieved overnight. From tomorrow onward, I will prepare a training plan for all of you. I hope you can persevere through this training. For now, you should have a good rest. Yes. The disciples quickly dispersed with raging flames burning in their eyes. The next day, Su Xianxia and the two elders sat on their elevated seats in the main hall. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood below them and told them the story he had come up with beforehand. After a long while, Su Xianxia finally spoke, so, you're saying that you learned that the True Void Sword is hidden in the Ancestor's statue thanks to the Ancestor's legacy inheritance? Indeed. Yang Kai nodded in affirmation. His previous performance had been far too bizarre. Somebody who was constantly drowning his sorrows in alcohol every single day had suddenly obtained the strength to turn the tides of an unwinnable battle and even brought out a secret weapon of mass destruction like the True Void Sword. Su Xianxia and the others were bound to feel uneasy if he could not give them a reasonable explanation. After pondering for some time, Yang Kai could only come up with a nonsensical reason like a legacy inheritance. It would now seem that the effects of his excuse were not too bad. Although Su Xianxia and the others were skeptical, they had no choice but to believe him. After all, his previous performance had completely exceeded their ability to comprehend. Martial Peak, Chapter 4487, Black Jade Mine. It's precisely because of the ancestors' legacy inheritance that this disciple was able to advance into the Earth realm so quickly and learn the whereabouts of ancestors' legacy artifact, the replica True Void Sword. In reality, Yang Kai had noticed that something was hidden inside the statue when he saw it for the first time. Combined with the records of the ancient books in his memory, it was easy for him to infer that the hidden object was Void Spirit Sword Sect's long-lost replica True Void Sword. Gu Kongning nodded. It seems that Ancestor has not abandoned us incompetent juniors. I am too ashamed to face the Ancestor. On the other hand, Su Xianxia looked at Yang Kai with concern and asked, You have indeed advanced into the Earth realm, but do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Yang Kai's advancement was too fast. It could be said that they had watched as he broke through from the seventh-step mortal realm to the Earth realm in a matter of days. Speedy progress generally resulted in an unsteady foundation, so Su Xianxia was naturally worried about this. Rest assured, honored master. This disciple does not feel any discomfort, Yang Kai replied. Holding the True Void Sword with both hands, he took 2 steps forward and offered the sword up. When the ancestor first forged this sword, he sealed 3 mighty sword chi attacks inside of it. This disciple activated one of those attacks a few days ago, so there are 2 left. But, since this sword is the foundation of Void Spirit Sword Sect, I think it's best for you to safe keep the sword, honored master. Su Xianxia glanced at the True Void Sword but did not take it up. He slowly shook his head and said, Since the ancestor left his legacy inheritance to you and told you the whereabouts of the True Void Sword, that means the ancestor values you. He believes that you can lead Void Spirit Sword Sect and bring back our lost glory. This sword, you should keep it. Yang Kai pondered for a while before he nodded, By the way, honored master, ancestors' legacy inheritance also revealed many shortcomings in our cultivation and even contained an improved version of the Void Spirit art. This disciple has tried the new secret art and can conclude it is far superior to our current Void Spirit art. May I teach this secret art to the other junior brothers and junior sisters? Oh. Gu Kongning became interested. The ancestor improved the Void Spirit art? Hurry up and explain. He was not only the great elder of Void Spirit Sword Sect, but also the elder in charge of teaching cultivation in the sect, therefore, he naturally took these things very seriously. And so, Yang Kai began explaining to the 3 elders everything about the Void Spirit art that he had modified. The 3 elders immediately gathered together to research the new secret art, and seeing their excited expressions, Yang Kai slowly exited the main hall. This Void Spirit art was something he modified and improved himself, and it was certainly much better than the original Void Spirit art. He believed that the 3 elders in the sect would quickly teach the secret art to the rest of the disciples, allowing them to achieve twice the result with half the effort in their cultivation. Moreover, since it was an improvement made on the original foundation, there were no hidden dangers in replacing the secret art they were cultivating. But before that, the foundation of those junior brothers and junior sisters will need to be solidified first. Eldest senior brother. Waningying was waiting outside the hall. When she saw Yang Kai coming out, she quickly shouted, Everybody is waiting for you. Yang Kai nodded and walked forward with her. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the same square as before. All the disciples of the sect were gathered there, but even so, the total number of people did not exceed 40. In addition, many of them were not completely healed from their injuries yet. Their complexions might be pale, but their spirits were surprisingly high. It looks like everybody is eager for greater strength. Yang Kai smiled and looked around. One of the junior brothers called out, Eldest senior brother, what should we do now? Please teach us, eldest senior brother. Please teach us, eldest senior brother. The others echoed, their shouts reverberating through the skies. Yang Kai nodded, even the grandest of palaces must be built from the ground up. What is the most important thing for cultivators like us? It is not an overwhelmingly powerful cultivation, it is an unshakable foundation. Without a strong foundation, everything else is meaningless. But if that is so, what is our foundation? Our foundation is our body. If our bodies are strong, then we can take in and circulate more spirit chi. If our bodies are strong, then we can exert greater strength. That is why we should train our bodies before we cultivate. If you can train your physique to its absolute limit, you can even crush cities and destroy nations without having the slightest spirit chi. While speaking, Yang Kai suddenly threw out a punch. A violent force burst out along with a deafening explosion that caused everybody's ears to ring and their eyes to glow with excitement. I will now teach you a set of body tempering techniques that you must all cultivate diligently from now on. Don't slack off. Yes. They promised with vigor. Yang Kai had mastered many body tempering techniques, and over the years, he had traveled far and wide, killing countless powerful enemies and gaining their secret arts in the process. Naturally, several body tempering techniques were included among them. It was not a problem for him to teach these secret arts to the younger generation of Void Spirit Sword sect after making some slight adjustments to them. As for how far they could go in the future, that would depend entirely on their own efforts. After teaching the body tempering techniques, Yang Kai summoned 2 junior brothers, wrote a prescription, and sent them down the mountain to purchase various medicines. The cultivation of Void Spirit Sword sect disciples in the younger generation was too low, so it was impossible for them to show significant improvement in a short period. They could only take their time to cultivate. Nevertheless, buying some herbs to concoct some medicinal liquid for body tempering would speed up the rate of their growth. The 2 disciples accepted his orders and left. Then, he asked Wanning to guide him to another place. The name Ash Mountain sounded extremely barren and desolate, however, it turned out to be a beautiful place. Inside one of the mining tunnels that stretched for several kilometers under the Ash Mountain, Yang Kai strode forward while Wanning followed behind him with a torch. The further they went, the more they could sense the dense spirit chi fluctuations. This place was a black jade lode that contained large amounts of black jade after all. It was not surprising to have such dense spirit chi in this place. Void Spirit Sword sect storehouse had been emptied out by Yang Kai, but he needed large amounts of money to develop the sect and improve his own cultivation. The black jade lode was the only hope to quickly achieve this. This place used to be an ordinary mineral lode where ordinary mortals would come to mine for ores, but in the process, they managed to dig up black jade one day. As this place is under the jurisdiction of Void Spirit Sword sect, the news was reported to the sect master and the 2 elders, Wanning explained from behind him. It was obvious that she knew that he had been so drunk over the past year that he was completely ignorant about everything in the outside world. Yang Kai nodded lightly. When he tried to activate the Void Spirit art, he immediately felt abundant spirit chi flowing towards him, however, it was not as good as using the white jades to cultivate. This black jade needs to be mined, he said. She replied, we can ask senior brothers and senior sisters to come here. Yang Kai, however, shook his head. Void Spirit Sword sect is already stretched thin. Just relying on the others alone won't be efficient. How about hiring people to work this mine them? Wanning suggested. No need. I have an idea. After saying that, Yang Kai turned around and walked out. A short while later, the pair returned to Void Spirit Sword sect. Yang Kai instructed Wanning to cultivate on her own while he went to the stables and took out a horse before riding off into the distance. He soon arrived in the small city at the foot of the mountain. After he bought some herbs from the pharmacy, he spent half a day at an inn before he put away a small porcelain bottle and left on horseback. Tian Luo Hall's headquarters was located in a huge manor. As an Earth Realm great force, they had many disciples under their banner, as many as 600 in total. Compared to the few dozen people in Void Spirit Sword sect, it was a whole world of difference. Besides, so many people gathering together in one place had made the headquarters very lively and prosperous. Its existence was almost comparable to a small town at this point. Tian Luo Hall's sect master and 8 elders were gathered together in their main hall currently. There used to be 9 elders, but 3rd elder Zhan Bo Xiong was killed by Void Spirit Sword sect, so only 8 remained. Nevertheless, all 8 of them were Earth Realm masters. The weakest among them was in the 4th step Earth Realm. In contrast, the strongest among them were Great Elder Li Zhengqing and Palace Master Xu Wancheng. They were both in the 9th step Earth Realm, only 1 step away from advancing into the Heaven Realm. Compared to Void Spirit Sword sect where the strongest master was only in the 3rd step Earth Realm, Tian Luo Hall had much greater strength. At this moment, the main hall was blanketed in gloom and the atmosphere was absolutely depressing. Palace Master Xu Wancheng quickly said, "I summoned all the elders here today because of a major incident that occurred recently. I'm sure you've all heard about it. 3rd Elder Zhan Bo Xiong was killed by somebody from Void Spirit Sword sect. Moreover, the one who killed him was the eldest disciple of Void Spirit Sword sect, a mere boy only in the 4th step Mortal Realm." The 8 elders scowled deeply. "Palace Master, I've also heard about this matter, but my information is not that specific. Was 3rd elder really killed by a brat in the 4th step Mortal Realm?" Xu Wancheng nodded solemnly, "It's the truth. This is information I received from one Tian He of Roaring Tiger sect. He was present at the time, so he knows the situation best. In any case, the murderer apparently borrowed a power that was not his own. It was a sword chi attack left behind by the true Void Sword Lord. That's why the 3rd elder was killed without any power to fight back. The true Void Sword Lord." Several of the elders looked terrified. The murderer was originally only in the 4th step Mortal Realm, but he suddenly became a 7th step Mortal Realm master for some reason. Xu Wancheng added. The 2nd elder stroked his goatee and narrowed his eyes, to activate the sword chi left behind by the true Void Sword Lord with cultivation in the Mortal Realm. "I'm sure that things will not end well for that boy either. There was no power in this world that could be gained for free, therefore, activating power far beyond one's ability to withstand would surely come with a heavy price." Xu Wancheng confirmed the fact. According to Wan Tian He, the boy who activated the sword chi was severely injured. He will not live for much longer. The eyes of the elders below him instantly lit up at those words. "Palace Master, the reason you summoned us here," he explained, 3rd elder has contributed greatly to Tian Luo Hall. I cannot allow him to be killed by Void Spirit Sword sect for no apparent reason. Otherwise, what would happen to Tian Luo Hall's face if news about this incident were to spread? This Palace Master intends to dispatch forces to Void Spirit Sword sect to avenge 3rd elder. He swept his gaze over the people below him. Which elder is willing to take a trip to help relieve the worries of this Palace Master? The 8 elders all fell silent suddenly, with nobody saying a word. Even a 7th step Earth Realm master like the 3rd elder had been killed by the sword chi left behind by the true Void Sword Lord. Not many among the elders present here were stronger than the 3rd elder, so they were not confident that they could defend against such a sword chi attack. Although the brat who activated the sword chi attack in the first place was bound to have suffered a disastrous ending, who could say if there was anybody else in Void Spirit Sword sect who could activate more of the sword chi? It would be bad if they met the same fate as the 3rd elder. Acting as the vanguard was not a pleasant task and the slightest carelessness could put their lives at risk. All the elders were worldly and experienced, so how could they not understand this principle? When Xu Wancheng saw that all the people below him were playing dead, he felt slightly angry in his heart. They always clamor to be the first when something good happens, but they hide away like turtles in their shells when something dangerous occurs. They are completely unreliable. Martial Peak, Chapter 4488, Not eating would be disrespectful. 2nd Elder, Xu Wancheng lowered his head to look at the second elder on his left. The second elder suddenly coughed violently. He coughed so hard that his complexion went pale and blood trickled out from the corners of his mouth. Once he stopped, he spoke with some difficulty. "Sect Master, please understand, this elder is plagued with a chronic illness. It just happened to flare up again recently, so my strength has weakened considerably. As much as I am willing to share your burden, Sect Master, I'm afraid I will not be able to handle such important matters well." Xu Wancheng stared at the second elder fixedly. After a long time, he finally nodded and said, "You should have a good rest if your health has deteriorated, second elder." He turned to look at another person. "Great elder?" Li Zhengqing stroked his beard and replied, "It's only natural for this elder to obey the sect master's orders. But, my 13th concubine is about to give birth. It will only take a few days. Can you give this elder a few days to witness the birth of my child before I set off for Void Spirit Sword Sect?" For a moment, the entire group of elders stared at this old man in amazement. It was soon followed by a stream of congratulatory words. The great elder responded with a smile, and the main hall became very lively. On the other hand, Xu Wancheng's face twitched at those words. How could he not know that the great elder was simply making up excuses? Heaven knows what's the true situation with his 13th concubine. Am I supposed to wait forever if she doesn't give birth? He couldn't help but snort lightly. Only then did the people in the main hall finally quieten down. Xu Wancheng tiredly looked down at all the elders of Tianluo Hall and hardened his heart. Just as he was about to announce that he was going to take action himself, a strange commotion suddenly sounded outside the main hall. Even the weakest among the people present in this main hall was in the fourth step Earth realm, so it was only natural that their hearing was extraordinary. They reflexively turned to look outside curiously. "What's happening?" Xu Wancheng asked with a stomach full of grievances. It's bad enough that the elders are only pretending to show compliance, but now even the disciples are acting so inappropriately. Tianluo Hall is no longer the united sect I first established. His question was naturally met with no response. Xu Wancheng's brow furrowed deeply as he could vaguely sense that something was wrong. Moreover, there seemed to be a faint stench of blood wafting through the air. Many of the elders also became vigilant, with the second elder exclaiming with a frown, "Something is wrong. I'll go and take a look." The seventh elder volunteered and his figure flashed as he rushed outside. A short while later, loud crashing noises mixed with the sound of painful groans came from outside. The expressions of the people inside the main hall immediately darkened when they heard those noises, and they all stood up from their chairs in unison. Xu Wancheng exchanged a glance with Li Zhengqing. They both saw the deep wariness in each other's eyes. Just then, a figure slowly walked into the main hall. It was a handsome young man with a brave and heroic figure. He was dressed in blue and white robes, holding a sheathed sword in one hand while carrying a person in his other. The person in his hands was none other than the seventh elder, who went out to check on the situation just now. The seventh elder, a fifth-step Earth Realm master, was now unconscious and being carried by the young man like a sack. His weight of nearly 100 kilograms seemed as light as a feather in this young man's hands. The young man's footsteps were silent as he walked forward, which went to show his great strength and control. "Who are you?" the second elder shouted with a solemn expression. He could vaguely sense that this young man was not someone easy to deal with. This youth had knocked the seventh elder unconscious in just a few breaths, so his strength was clearly not to be underestimated. "Void Spirit Sword Sect, Yang Kai." Yang Kai broke into a dazzling smile and tossed the person in his hands into the main hall. The seventh elder crashed into the ground with a loud thud. "Yang Kai?" Everybody was shocked by the greeting. Li Zhengqing narrowed his eyes. "Are you the eldest disciple of Void Spirit Sword Sect? We were just talking about this person. I can't believe he showed up here. He truly is reckless to dare to barge into Tianluo Hall's main hall." "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded. Were you the one who killed Elder Zhan Boxiong? Li Zhengqing asked again. Yes. Li Zhengqing turned his head and exchanged a glance with Xu Wancheng, a look of suspicion flashing through his eyes. Logically speaking, Yang Kai should have been heavily injured after he used that devastating sword chi attack. Even if he had survived, he should have been crippled, yet just a few days had passed since the incident and he was now standing here in perfect condition. Even if he hadn't died and somehow made a miraculous recover, it was still impossible for him to knock the seventh elder unconscious. The gap in strength between a seventh-step mortal realm master and a fifth-step earth realm master was simply too wide to cross. Li Zhengqing frowned and looked at Yang Kai. Good, we shall assume that you are Void Spirit Sword Sect's Yang Kai. So, why have you come to Tianluo Hall? Yang Kai grinned. Void Spirit Sword Sect discovered a black jade mine, but we lack the manpower required to exploit it. I heard that Tianluo Hall has many disciples, so, please submit to Void Spirit Sword Sect and send some people to help me with this work. You should also know that Void Spirit Sword Sect has very few members. We simply do not have enough hands to go around. Upon hearing those words, Xu Wancheng looked at Yang Kai with a weird expression. You want Tianluo Hall to surrender to Void Spirit Sword Sect? Did I hear it wrong? Or, did you misspeak? Yang Kai looked at Xu Wancheng. Are you the sect master of Tianluo Hall, Xu Wancheng? Yes, I am the sect master. Xu Wancheng acknowledged. The words had only just left his mouth when he felt a strong burst of wind blowing at his face. Upon a closer look, he saw that Yang Kai, who was originally standing below him, had appeared not far in front of him at some point. Xiao. A clear sword cry rang out, followed by a flash of light as the two figures brushed past each other. All the people in the main hall looked up in horror to see Yang Kai and Xu Wancheng standing back to back 1 meter apart. Xu Wancheng was standing frozen in place, as though somebody had cast a binding technique on him. On the other hand, Yang Kai slowly returned his sword to its sheath. It was only at this moment that the blinding sword light slowly dissipated. Xu Wancheng opened his mouth, but a line of blood seeped out from between his brow to the tip of his chin. Following a strange sound, his body split in half before both parts exploded out. Blood and organs scattered across the ground and a heavy stench of blood instantly permeated the air. A series of shocked gasps rang out inside the main hall. Every single Tianluo Hall elder looked at Yang Kai in terror, urging their respective spirit chi so that they were prepared for anything at any time. Xu Wancheng was dead. Tianluo Hall's sect master was killed by Yang Kai in a single blow. And, they didn't even manage to see how it had happened. Xu Wancheng was Tianluo Hall's strongest master. He was in the peak of the earth realm, only one step away from advancing into the heaven realm, yet such a master had been split apart by a single sword strike as easily as if he was a chicken. If Yang Kai were to attack any one of them, they would be powerless to fight back. The threat of death made all the hair on their bodies stand on end and chills ran up their spines. They never expected that this young man would be so ruthless as to kill somebody without a single word. Where is Tianluo Hall's great elder? Yang Kai turned around and looked down at them. Li Zhengqing felt his heart clench up in fear. He instinctively wanted to run away, but he could clearly feel that a trace of the young man's aura was locked firmly on him. If he acted rashly, he would immediately follow in Xu Wancheng's footsteps. Thus, he bit his lip and stepped forward. This old master is Tianluo Hall's great elder. How may I help you? At this point, he could be certain that this person was not the eldest disciple of Void Spirit Sword Sect. That was because Yang Kai was only in the 7th-step mortal realm. However, the burst of power from this person just now was obviously higher than the mortal realm. He could not distinguish the specific strength of the other party's cultivation because they had moved too quickly, but it was definitely above the mortal realm. Congratulations. From now on, you are the sect master of Tianluo Hall. Yang Kai grandly sat down on the seat that used to belong to Xu Wancheng and looked down at Li Zhengqing standing below him. Li Zhengqing was speechless and did not know how to respond. Although he had been waiting for Xu Wancheng to die so that he could take the seat of sect master for himself, under these circumstances, he did not have the guts to take the seat of the sect master even if it was given freely to him. This place will be Void Spirit Sword Sect's Tian Luo Hall branch from today onward. You will remain as Tian Luo Hall elders while everything about how the sect is run will remain unchanged. Yang Kai issued orders without regard for the others. The elders below looked at each other, completely clueless as to what Yang Kai was trying to do. Li Zhengqing steeled himself and asked, "May I know what your purpose is?" "Purpose?" Yang Kai scratched his chin gruffly and replied, "Didn't I tell you just now? Void Spirit Sword Sect is short of miners, so I want you to send some people over to help." "Is that all?" Li Zhengqing stared at Yang Kai incredulously. "What else did you think I would want?" Yang Kai looked back at Li Zhengqing faintly. Li Zhengqing looked at the two halves of Xu Wancheng's corpse on the ground and let out a long sigh. The sect master truly died for no reason at all. He was killed just because of something as trivial as this. If that's all, then this old master can make the decision on his own and agree to your request. Tian Luo Hall has nearly 600 disciples, so mining the Black Jade mine will not be a problem. In any case, I just need to agree for now. As for the future, we will play it by the ear and see what happens. Good. Yang Kai nodded. In addition, this king came here to bring you some small gifts. You can consider them as a welcome present for joining under Void Spirit Sword Sect's banner. Saying so, Yang Kai reached into his pocket and took out a jade bottle. He opened the jade bottle and shot out several round objects with a flick of his hand. These objects flew towards each elder with great precision. Li Zhengqing and the others stretched out their hands to catch the item only to see a light blue soybean-sized pill in their hands. Their expressions immediately tightened and they raised their heads and asked, "What is this?" "Poison pills." Yang Kai replied with a smile. Even though Li Zhengqing had prior speculations in his heart, his eyes still twitched when Yang Kai openly admitted the truth. "You don't need to worry about what kind of poison pill it is. All you need to know is that you will need to consume the antidote once every month, otherwise, you will suffer pain as though thousands of ants are biting your heart and your meridians are shattering. It is truly a feeling worse than being burned to death." With Yang Kai's attainments in the alchemic Tao, refining something like this was extremely easy for him. He had casually procured some herbs in the local city at the foot of the mountain and refined these poison pills. He was currently in urgent need of manpower, but he had no time to make others truly submit to him, therefore, he could only use such methods. Such tactics might be considered despicable, but its advantage lay in the simplicity and convenience. Li Zhengqing suppressed his anger and glared at Yang Kai. "Is this the small gift you brought for us? Is it not to your liking, sect master?" Yang Kai asked. Li Zhengqing suppressed his anger as he yelled in his heart, "Who in the world will like something like this? Go on. Eat. Why are you not eating? Not eating would be disrespectful. Disrespecting me will not lead to a good ending." Yang Kai stabbed the true void sword into the ground in front of him and his expression darkened. Martial Peak, Chapter 4489, Tian Luo Hall Branch. "You can keep something like that and eat it yourself. Kill him." All of a sudden, a furious roar rang out. Two figures flew out from the left and the right without warning, almost as though their actions were discussed in advance. The spirit chi in their bodies surged violently. One person wielded a dagger while the other was bare-fisted. They came at Yang Kai from both sides in a pincer attack. Xu Wancheng had managed Tian Luo Hall for many years, so he was bound to have a few loyal subordinates. That was the case for the two elders who lunged at Yang Kai. When Xu Wancheng was killed just now, they had failed to react and didn't even have the time to rescue him. However, their patience ran dry when Yang Kai forced them to consume this poison pill and they immediately leapt forward. The sword chi on the dagger was impressive, causing it to gleam with a dazzling light. It was obvious that this dagger was an extraordinary earth armament. Meanwhile, the other person's swinging fists flushed red like a red-hot iron. It was obvious that he had pushed his spirit chi to its limits with some kind of secret technique. Yang Kai sat in the main seat, a trace of mockery flashing through his eyes at the sight. His sword slid out of its sheath with a loud clang. When the sword halo flowed out, he slashed at the person wielding the dagger. He simultaneously clenched his free hand into a fist and punched out at the other person, dang. A crisp sound rang out and blood splashed in all directions. The victor was determined in that moment of confrontation. The dagger-wielding elder had fallen to one knee on the ground, staring at the broken armament in his hand. He widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" His dagger was an earth armament that had taken a lot of resources for him to hire somebody to refine. It was no heaven armament, but it was not that inferior in terms of quality. Even so, his dagger had been cut in two in a single blow. Furthermore, the cut was so clean that it was almost like a piece of tofu that had been sliced with a sharp knife. He looked up and saw a glowing sword radiating an overwhelming aura pointed directly at him, a drop of blood dripping from its tip. Spirit armament. The dagger-wielding elder's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder my earth armament was so fragile in comparison. He is wielding a spirit armament. A dense and heavy darkness loomed over him in the next instant and he collapsed to the ground headfirst. Blood gushed out of the wound in his chest and his vitality swiftly dissipated. On the other hand, the other elder who lunged forward at the same time was being lifted into the air by the neck by Yang Kai with one hand. His crimson fists were a bloody mess and his arms simply hung weakly by his sides. Yang Kai remained seated in the head seat, almost as though he had not moved from the spot at all. He slowly increased the strength in his grip as he spoke, "I like stubborn people like you. The sound they make when I crush them gives a very satisfying crunch." The elder who was being held by the neck struggled with all his might, but he could not break free from Yang Kai's iron grip. A gurgling noise bubbled up endlessly from his throat, "Kacha." There was a loud crack, and the elder's head tilted to the side, his aura vanishing in the next instant. Yang Kai tossed the corpse in his hand to the ground and looked down coldly at the others. "You can all come at me together. I'll admit that you're capable if you can kill this king." The elders who were eager to take action earlier were now drenched in a cold sweat. They stared up at the young man above them as though they were looking at a ghost. They had failed to see what happened when Xu Wancheng was killed, hence, they suspected that the sect master's death was due to a sneak attack. They did not have a precise understanding of Yang Kai's power at the time, and it was not until the two elders working together had been killed just now that they finally realized the truth. The sword in Yang Kai's hands was a spirit armament. If their guess was correct, that was the true Void Sword replica left behind by the true Void Sword Lord. A single spirit armament was not enough to shock them to their core, but in the end, a spirit armament was just an external object. It was not enough to represent the wielder's true strength. It could be said that the dagger-wielding fourth elder had been killed because his weapon was inferior to his enemy's. His death was unfair. However, the fifth elder's death was a testament to the young man's true strength. The fifth elder was a sixth-step Earth Realm master, but in a head-on clash of fists, he couldn't even make that young man rise from his seat. Could this person be in the heaven realm? The elders immediately despaired as soon as that thought crossed their minds. They originally had their own thoughts and agendas, but all their plans dissipated in that moment. In front of a heaven realm master, they were nothing more than ants. Great Elder Li Zhengqing was the first person to return to his senses. Stuffing the poison pill in his hand into his mouth, he swallowed hard and cupped his fist. "Tian Luo Hall will obey you from today onward, sir. As long as you have orders, Tian Luo Hall will not disobey." It was not until this moment that the rest of them reacted. They swallowed the poison pills at the speed of lightning to profess their surrender. Yang Kai smiled brightly, "A wise man will submit to the circumstances. You will not regret the choice you made today." What came next was simple. Tian Luohal's sect master and 2 elders had died at Yang Kai's hands. In addition to Zhan Bo Xiong, who was killed previously, only 6 elders remained from the original 9. Great Elder Li Zhengqing took over as Tian Luohal's sect master, and Tian Luohal became a branch of Void Spirit Sword sect. The turbulent changes at the top had little effect on the disciples below them. Li Zhengqing announced to the public that the sect master, 4th elder, and 5th elder lost their lives due to dissonance in their cultivation. Although the disciples had some doubts in their hearts, they could only accept what they were told. A mighty procession consisting of hundreds of disciples then marched towards Void Spirit Sword sect under the leadership of the elders, ready to help Yang Kai with mining the black jade lode. Meanwhile, Li Zhengqing brought Yang Kai on a tour of Tian Luohal's storehouses to report on the assets and the industries under Tian Luohal's name. Yang Kai was not too interested in such matters. On the contrary, he was extremely interested in the items inside Tian Luohal's storehouses. After refining the sword qi in the true void sword, his cultivation had advanced from the 7th-step mortal realm to the 1st-step earth realm in one go, but he was now short on cultivation resources. That was why he came here to obtain the necessary manpower for mining. Unfortunately, mining the black jade mine would not produce results in a short time. Conversely, the items inside Tian Luohal's storehouse would solve his immediate needs. Enough. Everything in Tian Luohal will remain unchanged. You can take care of it yourself. I'm going to cultivate in retreat for a while. Just send 3 meals a day to me. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively and interrupted Li Zhengqing's endless chatter. This old man was very perceptive, and his ability to jump onto the bandwagon was quite amazing. Since surrendering to Yang Kai, his attitude quickly changed accordingly. Sir, are you going to enter retreat here? Li Zhengqing was slightly taken aback. Do you need this old master to find you a secluded room? No need. It's a pain to move around. Yang Kai waved Li Zhengqing away. In that case, this old master will take his leave. Li Zhengqing said nothing more and left respectfully. When the door to the storehouse closed tightly, the light inside became dim. Fortunately, various stones that glowed in the dark were placed around the interior of the storehouse, so it was not completely pitch black. Yang Kai took out the many pills stored in the storehouse and sat on top of a huge pile of white jades. Tian Luohal's financial resources were undoubtedly many times greater than those of Void Spirit Sword sect. When Yang Kai emptied out the entire Void Spirit Sword sect storehouse back then, he only managed to procure slightly more than 2,000 white jades. He didn't even see a single piece of black jade. In contrast, Tian Luohal's storehouse had nearly 20,000 white jades as well as several hundred black jades. On top of that, there were about 300 bottles of different pills. So many resources. I wonder how far my cultivation will increase with these. Be that as it may, he had already reached the Earth realm, so his need for cultivation resources was also greater now. Yang Kai opened several bottles of pills and swallowed them whole. After that, he grabbed a handful of white jades with both hands. Just as he was about to circulate the Void Spirit Art though, a thought suddenly occurred to him. The Void Spirit Art could be considered a fairly impressive secret art in the Divine Armament world. If not, the true Void Sword Lord would not have been born in the past. As long as one cultivated steadily and had enough aptitude and resources, advancing into the spirit realm was not an issue. There were 2 reasons as to why Void Spirit Sword sect consisted of just a few mediocre disciples. The first was that their aptitude was insufficient, but the second and more important one was that they lacked adequate resources. If they had enough resources, Void Spirit Sword sect would definitely be much stronger than it currently was. Besides, the current Void Spirit Art had been modified by Yang Kai, resulting in its efficiency rising by some 30% compared to the original. But, no matter how extraordinary it was still just a secret art from the Divine Armament world. It was unable to break free from the shackles of the Divine Armament world. Yang Kai had been traveling across many worlds for hundreds of years, and during that time, he killed countless enemies and plundered countless secret arts. Naturally, he had secret arts that were much more powerful than the void spirit art. Perhaps I can try using a different secret art to cultivate. While considering all this, a certain heaven-defying secret art suddenly leapt into his mind. Yang Kai might have collected countless secret arts, but if he was honest, he never came across another secret art that was more amazing than this particular one. It was just that cultivating this secret art came with severe drawbacks, which was why he never tried it before even though he had mastered it long ago. I might be able to try and study the mysteries of this secret art inside the divine armament world. This place is a small source world after all, so even if something goes wrong, it won't affect my true body too much. After various considerations, Yang Kai quickly made up his mind. This was a great opportunity and it would be such a waste to let it simply slip through his fingers. Taking a shallow breath, he activated the spirit chi in his body and modified its circulation route to activate the most profound secret art he knew, the heaven-devouring battle law. In an instant, Yang Kai felt as though his body had turned into a bottomless pit. The spirit chi contained in the white jades poured into his body at a terrifying speed, and even the medicinal efficacies from the pills he previously consumed quickly dissolved into his body and seeped into his internal organs. He was absolutely astonished and nearly stopped circulating the heaven-devouring battle law as a result. This was the first time Yang Kai had personally cultivated this strange secret art. Although he received the heaven-devouring battle law in the past, he only allowed his embodiment to cultivate this secret art. He had never tried it for himself before. Following a series of coincidental encounters, Yang Kai later learned that not cultivating this secret art had been the right choice. The heaven-devouring battle law mainly worked by refining the energy of all things in the world for one's own use, hence, the secret art could turn absolutely anything into a cultivation resource. Naturally, the benefits were extremely high. However, by using this secret art, a cultivator would refine both the good and the bad into his body, which would cause indelible damage to himself unless he could find a method to expel the massive amount of impurities this resulted in. The embodiment had the body of a stone spirit clansman, so he had the innate ability to expel all forms of impurities. That was why he did not suffer any drawbacks from cultivating this secret art. It could be said that the heaven-devouring battle law was perfectly suited for the Stone Spirit clan. Yang Kai did not know how Wuquang resolved this drawback, but he was certain he had some method. Now that Yang Kai was properly using the heaven-devouring battle law for the first time, he discovered that this secret art speed of refining was absolutely insane. The efficiency was not just several times greater than the void spirit art, it could be said to be over 100 times more effective. The light of the white jades in his hand dimmed at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. As the spirit chi faded away, the medicinal efficacies from the pills in his stomach were simultaneously refined cleanly. That was not all though, as even the spirit chi of the white jades and the black jades around him surged madly and poured towards his body under the guiding force of the heaven-devouring battle law. Martial Peak, Chapter 4490, They Don't Believe. In less than 3 days, the energy contained within the white jades and the black jades surrounding Yang Kai was completely exhausted. The spirit jades turned into dull and dim waste as a result. That was not all. Over 200 bottles of pills had also been cleanly devoured by him. In exchange, his cultivation rose from the first step Earth realm to the third step Earth realm. This outcome surprised him. He originally thought that he could increase his cultivation by 5 or 6 minor realms with so many cultivation resources, but in the end, he was unable to continue after reaching the third step Earth realm. There were many reasons for this outcome. The heaven-devouring battle law was powerful indeed. As soon as Yang Kai activated this evil art, his body would turn into a bottomless hole that refined all the energy in the world for his own use. However, his body was unable to withstand the burden. It would not have been a problem for his sixth step open heaven realm body, but in the divine armament world, he was just a trivial earth realm master. His body was unable to digest the enormous amount of power pouring into his body in such a short period of time. Some of the energy was inadvertently wasted, but a larger portion of the energy was diverted to temper the physical quality of his body. That was why his cultivation only increased from the first step Earth realm to the third step Earth realm. With the improvement of his physique, his dragon vein was further stimulated. In turn, the power of his dragon vein further enhanced his physical quality. It was worth the effort and sacrifice. However, the improved strength of his physical body resulted in him needing more energy than ordinary to advance to the next realm. On another note, Yang Kai was starting to feel the drawbacks of cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. Most people would suffer from a weak foundation if their cultivation improved too quickly, and a weak foundation would put them at risk of experiencing cultivation dissonance one day. Fortunately, he did not have such worries. His original cultivation was in the sixth step open heaven realm after all, so there was nothing to worry about since his comprehension and consolidation were already far above the mere earth realm. This was a drawback he could ignore. The more serious drawback was that the energy devoured by the heaven-devouring battle law was very complex and filled with impurities. This secret art was meant to devour all the energy in the world for one's own use, but it did not differentiate between what energy was useful and what was harmful, everything was simply devoured altogether. Although he only started cultivating this secret art, he was already feeling the effects of this drawback. Surprisingly, the power of his dragon vein was slowly removing the impurities in his body and refining it into pure, useful energy. A sudden understanding washed over Yang Kai. It would seem that the heaven-devouring battle law could be cultivated as long as the impurities drawn into the body could be purged. I'm not sure if I can do that when I return to the 3,000 worlds. If it's possible, then my speed when refining large amounts of cultivation resources will be increased significantly. I should find an opportunity to experiment in the future. Tian Luohu's storehouse had now been emptied. There were a few remaining items that were valuable, but they were not beneficial for cultivation, thus, Yang Kai stood up and walked out the door. A familiar figure stood outside the door, and when she heard movement, she quickly turned around and exclaimed in a mixture of shock and wonder, "Eldest senior brother, you really are here." The person who came was his little junior sister Waning. The newly appointed palace master, Li Zhengqing, stood nearby and smiled when he heard those words. "Sir, young lady Ying came here to look for you, so this old master told her you were cultivating in retreat inside." Unfortunately, she did not believe this old master and nearly resorted to violence. He turned to look at Waning. "How is it, young lady Ying? This old master did not deceive you, right?" A look of shame appeared on Waning's face for a moment, but her embarrassment was quickly tossed to the back of her mind as she began shouting, "Eldest senior brother, what happened?" "Yesterday, many people from Tian Luohu came to the sect to help with mining the Black Jade mine. Moreover, they claimed that you sent them there. Sect master and the two elders didn't know whether it was true or not." Yang Kai raised a hand and rubbed her head with a smile. "It's true, I sent them over. Things happened so quickly that I didn't have the time to report to honored master. Come, let's go back home. I'll explain the situation to honored master and the two elders myself." Turning around, he instructed Li Zhengqing, "Prepare the horses." Li Zhengqing quickly left to carry out his orders. Waning couldn't help feeling like she was in a dream when she saw Tian Luohu's newly appointed palace master acting so respectfully and deferentially to her eldest senior brother. Soon, Li Zhengqing personally led two horses over, and a short while later, Yang Kai and Waning headed straight for the mountain gates of Void Spirit Sword sect. Meanwhile, Li Zhengqing watched Yang Kai's departure and secretly wiped away his cold sweat. When he turned around to check on the situation inside the storehouse, his vision turned dark and he nearly fainted at the sight. Half a day later, Yang Kai and Waning returned to the master sect. They went straight to the main conference hall to meet Su Chang Fa and the two elders. To their surprise, they saw many junior brothers and junior sisters gathered outside the hall in extreme wariness. They gave off the air of those preparing to give up their lives for their cause. On the other hand, an elderly man stood outside the main hall with a bitter smile. He was all alone and looked to be in a rather awkward position. Upon hearing movement, the elderly man turned around to look and immediately reacted as though he saw the arrival of his savior. He stepped forward to greet Yang Kai. "Sir, you're finally here." This elderly man was Tian Luo Hall's second elder. "What's going on?" Yang Kai's expression darkened. No matter how he looked at the situation, it seemed as though Void Spirit Sword sect was prepared for battle. The second elder wiped at the cold sweat on his forehead and laughed dryly. "Sir, please understand. Your sect seems to believe that this old master is here to harm them, so they got into formation to stop us." Yang Kai was speechless. "Didn't you explain the situation to them?" The corners of the second elder's brow twitched. "I did. But, they don't believe me. They stubbornly claim that this old master is up to no good. In order to appease your sect's disciples, this old master doesn't even dare to let a single servant remain by my side. However, they are still on guard." Yang Kai immediately understood the situation. After all, Tian Luo Hall's third elder was killed here no more than a few days ago. Anybody would assume that the second elder was here for revenge when he suddenly brought several hundred people here for no apparent reason. As for something as absurd as Tian Luo Hall submitting to Void Spirit Sword sect, how could Su Chang Fa believe such words? If he didn't even have this bit of common sense after living for such a long time, then he would have been swallowed whole by others a long time ago. Therefore, this incident was not the fault of Tian Luo Hall's second elder. Yang Kai patted the second elder on the shoulder and said, "Wait here. I'll go in and talk to honored master." The second elder nodded in response. Eldest senior brother. When Yang Kai strode forward, a group of junior brothers and junior sisters respectfully cupped their fists in greeting. Although they were curious as to why their eldest senior brother was on such friendly terms with Tian Luo Hall's second elder, they did not ask any questions. Ever since Yang Kai turned the tides and rescued the sect from disaster, his position as the eldest senior brother in their hearts had been elevated to an unreachable level. "You've all worked hard." Yang Kai responded and continued forward along the path they opened up for him. A short while later, he entered the main hall and explained the situation to Su Chang Fa and the two elders. Su Chang Fa, Gu Kongning, and Hong Xiu were utterly dumbfounded by what they just heard. What happened over the past few days was too ridiculous to believe. When Yang Kai resolved the annihilation crisis looming over the sect, it was still possible to explain that incident away by saying that the ancestor had shown himself and bequeathed his legacy upon his descendant. But now, Tian Luo Hall had surrendered and became Void Spirit Sword sect's Tian Luo Hall branch. "So, you're saying that Tian Luo Hall's second elder was not joking?" Su Chang Fa asked with a little uncertainty. Yang Kai replied, "How could he joke around about something like this? Rest assured, honored master. The entire Tian Luo Hall is now under my control. Don't we lack the manpower to mine the black jade lode? That's why this disciple took it upon himself to let them mine the black jade for us." Gu Kongning said, "And Shu Wancheng agreed to cooperate so easily? He is not such an easygoing person. I didn't ask him. I made an example of him by killing him," Yang Kai declared with a calm and relaxed expression. Hong Xiu was flabbergasted. "Shu Wancheng is in the 9th step Earth realm. How can you possibly kill him?" All of a sudden, she seemed to recall something. "Did you use the true void sword chi again?" "You're worrying too much, second elder. The true void sword chi is an ultimate weapon. How could I possibly waste something like that on trash? This disciple killed Shu Wancheng with his own abilities. I've already inquired around previously. Shu Wancheng has done many atrocious things in his life, so his death isn't worth pitying. At the moment, Tian Luo Hall's palace master is Li Zhengqing." Su Chang Fa and the others looked at each other and wondered, if a 9th step Earth realm master like Shu Wancheng is trash, then what does that make us? Although they did not dare to believe what Yang Kai was telling them, there was no other reasonable explanation for the situation in front of them. When several hundred people from Tian Luo Hall came marching here yesterday, they thought that death was inevitable. Who could have known that the other party would plunge directly into the Ash Mountain and leave only the second elder to communicate with them? Even so, Void Spirit Sword Sect was powerless against the other party. Tian Luo Hall's second elder was an 8th-step Earth Realm Master after all. If he wanted to harm Void Spirit Sword Sect, he would have taken action a long time ago. Seeing that Su Changfa and the others were still doubtful of the truth, Yang Kai turned his head to the side and called out, "Hey, you! The one standing outside. Come inside and explain." Tian Luo Hall's second elder. Actually, he should be regarded as the great elder now. Li Zhengqing had taken over as the palace master, so the second elder would naturally be promoted too. It was just that Yang Kai was uncertain how to address him and had not bothered to ask clearly either. Upon hearing Yang Kai's shout, the elderly man hurriedly walked in with a deep bow and an ingratiating smile. "Sir, this old master is Shi Minghui. What orders do you have for me?" Seeing his groveling attitude made Su Changfa and the others' eyes bulge in shock. This man was an 8th-step Earth Realm Master. 8th-step Earth Realm Masters rarely even bothered to glance at a person below them under normal circumstances. When had they ever behaved so obsequiously before? "Tell my honored master about the current situation in Tian Luo Hall," Yang Kai instructed. "Yes." Shi Minghui responded before he turned to face Su Changfa and the two elders sitting in the hall. Then, he spoke righteously, "The entire Tian Luo Hall admires Sir for his great character and virtue, therefore, we decided to make a change and show our proper respect to him. From now onward, we will serve under him, come hell or high water." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction and waved Shi Minghui away. "You can go now." "Yes." Shi Minghui retreated respectfully. Meanwhile, Su Changfa and the two elders stared down at Yang Kai from above with very complicated gazes. They seemed to have aged considerably in the blink of an eye, but they were mostly filled with excitement and gratification. After a long while, Su Changfa finally said, "Child, I'm not going to ask you how you did all of this. Since the ancestor passed his legacy inheritance down to you, it can only mean that you are the future hope of Void Spirit Sword Sect. It would now seem that the ancestor has very good eyes. Even so, you need to be more careful. Tian Luo Hall is much stronger than us after all. If you are not careful, you may get burned. This disciple understands." "Please don't worry, honored master," Yang Kai nodded solemnly. "I'll leave the matters regarding the Black Jade Mine to you then." Su Changfa waved his hand to dismiss Yang Kai. It could be seen that the incidents today had been a huge shock to him. He needed some time to digest the overwhelming information he received today. Martial Peak, Chapter 4491, World Principles Restriction. After a few more questions, Yang Kai was preparing to leave when he suddenly remembered something and turned around to ask, "By the way, honored master, did Roaring Tiger Sect send anything over?" Su Changfa shook his head, "No." Yang Kai gently nodded, "This disciple will take his leave." Outside the main hall, Yang Kai asked his junior brothers and junior sisters who were standing guard to stand down and return to their cultivation. Only Wanning remained, and Shi Minghui quickly stepped forward to greet him, "Sir." Yang Kai walked ahead while asking Wanning a question. "I asked two junior brothers to go down the mountain and buy some herbs a few days ago. Have they returned?" Wanning replied, "Yes, but we didn't know what to do with the herbs they purchased, so we placed them all in your home, eldest senior brother." "Good," Yang Kai responded and led the two of them in the direction of his secluded home. A short while later, they arrived outside his house and Yang Kai asked Shi Minghui to wait for him before he entered with Wanning. The main reason Yang Kai sent his two junior brothers down the mountain to buy some herbs was so that he could use them to produce some medicine for body-tempering purposes. Void Spirit Sword Sect was not only few in numbers, but the disciples also had very low cultivations. Even though he had taught them the modified version of the void spirit art, there would not be obvious results in a short time. In any case, cultivation was something that had to be done slowly and steadily. Using this body-tempering medicine to aid his junior brothers and junior sisters in their cultivation would also help to build a strong foundation for them. It was impossible for Yang Kai to continue doing something like this for the long term. Fortunately, Wan Ying was a good candidate. He could teach her about the methods to prepare the medicine. Inside the secluded home, Yang Kai skillfully separated and categorized various herbs. At the same time, he patiently explained the process to Wan Ying. It was a stroke of good fortune that she seemed talented in this regard. Although she had never been exposed to alchemy before, she quickly learned the skills under his patient explanation and tutelage. He taught her to prepare several medicines, and her performance was remarkable. Something like this could not be considered complicated, not even qualifying as true alchemy. It was simply mixing different herbs together in the correct proportions. When needed, they simply had to boil the herbs in water so that the medicinal efficacies would seep into the water. The disciples could then absorb the medicinal efficacies in the water while cultivating to strengthen their bodies. You can observe those within the sect to see if there are any junior brothers or junior sisters who are interested in alchemy. I will find an opportunity in the future to teach you all, Yang Kai casually said while instructing Wan Ying. The divine armament world also had alchemists, moreover, they held great status. It was just that a small sect like Void Spirit Sword sect had been too poor to raise an alchemist. The several dozen bottles of pills that he found in the storehouse previously were bought at a high cost from other places. Eldest senior brother, you also know alchemy. Wan Ying shouted in disbelief. To which Yang Kai just chuckled, as you know, the ancestor's legacy inheritance is in my possession. The ancestor knows many things. I'm just scratching the surface. Oh. She did not doubt his words at all. After confirming that Wan Ying had no issues with the proportions and methods of preparing the body-tempering medicine, Yang Kai immediately left the rest to her and walked out of his secluded home alone. Shi Minghui was still waiting outside and quickly approached Yang Kai when the latter appeared. Yang Kai swept a glance at Shi Minghui and asked nonchalantly, how does Roaring Tiger sect compare with Tian Luo Hall in terms of strength? The difference is not much, Shi Minghui replied respectfully. The sect master of Roaring Tiger sect, Zhuangjuhe, is also in the 9th step Earth realm while their left and right protectors are in the 8th step Earth realm. There are also several elders in the 4th step Earth realm and above. But, this meager amount of power is nothing in front of you, sir. Are you planning to attack Roaring Tiger sect, sir? He had personally witnessed the 9th step Earth realm master, Shu Wancheng, being killed in an instant by Yang Kai. Zhuangjuhe was not much different from Shu Wancheng in terms of strength, so how could he be Yang Kai's opponent? They owe me something, Yang Kai snorted lightly. Wan Tian he had boldly claimed that he would return with a gift of apology that would satisfy Yang Kai the other day. So many days have passed since then, but there has been no sight of him. Did he think that he was easy to bully just because he was young? It's only right and proper to pay back one's debts. Shi Minghui's expression was righteous. I'll be honest with you, sir. Wan Tian he of Roaring Tiger sect once contacted us. He was the one who told us about the third elder Zhan Boxiong's death and the appearance of the true void sword. This man is despicable and cunning. He clearly wanted to instigate a fight between Tian Luo Hall and you so that Roaring Tiger sect could swoop in at the last moment to enjoy all the benefits. Is that so? The corner of Yang Kai's mouth lifted. It's the truth, Shi Minghui vowed. Yang Kai pondered something for a moment before looking at Shi Minghui. If I send you to deal with Roaring Tiger sect. Shi Minghui's expression stiffened, and he gave a dry laugh. Sir, please understand. Roaring Tiger sect has been operating for hundreds of years, so its foundation is very solid. Even if Tian Luo Hall dispatched all our elites, it is unlikely that we will come out on top in their territory. Waste. Yang Kai looked livid. If I have to do everything myself, then what's the point of having you? Shi Minghui did not dare to make a single sound in response. Where is Roaring Tiger Sect headquarters? Lead the way. We'll set off right now, Yang Kai instructed. It just so happens that I've run out of cultivation resources, and the mining of the Black Jade mine will still need some time. It's not a bad idea to plunder Roaring Tiger Sect for resources. Besides, Roaring Tiger Sect will surely have many people. If I can rope them into mining for me, it will help to increase the efficiency. 2 men on horseback departed from Void Spirit Sword Sect soon after. 3 days later, Shi Minghui led hundreds of people to Void Spirit Sword Sect. The sect master of Roaring Tiger Sect, Zhuangju He, also met with Su Chong Fa under Shi Minghui's leadership to announce that these people were here to help with the mining. Moreover, Roaring Tiger Sect had surrendered to Void Spirit Sword Sect and would be known as Void Spirit Sword Sect's Roaring Tiger Sect branch in the future. After the previous experience, Su Chong Fa easily accepted this turn of events. Be that as it may, he still felt like he was experiencing a strange dream. How did the 2 largest great forces within the surrounding 1,000 kilometers suddenly become Void Spirit Sword Sect subordinates? Not to mention how hesitant and cautious Zhuangju He had been when he met me. I wonder why his face was bruised and swollen. Over 1,000 people had now poured into Ash Mountain, and a constant stream of black jades were being mined. It had to be said that these 1,000 people were not ordinary commoners either, as they were all cultivators whose strength ranged from the mortal realm to the earth realm. Their efficiency was naturally much higher than ordinary people. A few days later, Yang Kai returned from Roaring Tiger Sect. After devouring the abundant resources inside Roaring Tiger Sect's storehouse, his cultivation had now reached the 5th step earth realm. It had to be said that the heaven-devouring battle law was simply heaven-defying. If not for this secret art, Yang Kai could not have had such a speedy cultivation rate. This heaven-defying evil art that he obtained from Wuquang had greatly accelerated his growth in this world. Void Spirit Sword Sect was now the veritable overlord within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. The 2 strongest sects, namely Tian Luo Hall and Roaring Tiger Sect, had already submitted to Void Spirit Sword Sect, so it was only natural that the remaining small fries could not do anything to change the situation. In any case, Yang Kai had no plans to cause trouble for those small great forces. On the contrary, these small great forces themselves could not hold back any more. They did not know why Void Spirit Sword Sect rose up so suddenly or what attitude Void Spirit Sword Sect had towards others. Therefore, they quickly sent representatives to give their greetings and express their willingness to submit to Void Spirit Sword Sect in the future. Yang Kai was open to all those who came. These small great forces had no grudges against him, and they might not have many resources themselves, but each sect could always send some manpower over to help with the mining. In less than a month, there were more than 2,000 people working day and night on Ash Mountain. The number of black jades that were mined every single day ranged from 300 to over 1,000 pieces. Moreover, as the mine deepened, the number of black jades that could be mined in a day increased steadily. 80% of the mined black jades were delivered to Yang Kai's secluded home, leaving only 20% for the development of the sect. Even so, this amount was not enough to keep up with his consumption. The black jades were quickly swallowed up almost as soon as they entered his hands. 2 months later, Yang Kai's cultivation reached the 9th step earth realm. That was not all though, as the cultivation of the Void Spirit Sword Sect disciples also began to show progress. Although the increase in their strength was not that great, their physical strength had been enhanced to a remarkable degree. Aside from cultivating, Yang Kai spent his remaining time teaching Wanning Ying and 2 other junior brothers alchemy. Void Spirit Sword Sect would surely have a high demand for pills in the future, thus, it was necessary to train their own alchemists. Aside from Wanning Ying, the other 2 junior brothers were disciples with some talent in alchemy whom Yang Kai recruited from the sect. It was just that Void Spirit Sword Sect was too few in number. He could not ask for too much and could only make the best of what he had. Even though the aptitudes of the other two might not be as great as Wan Ying, they were not bad. Unfortunately, as their cultivation was still low, they were unable to use their spirit chi for alchemy. Moreover, Void Spirit Sword sect had no earth fire for them to use. Every time they performed alchemy, they had to use something called a radiant flame stone as their alchemy flame. This was the path that many new alchemists in the divine armament world had to take. It was fortunate that Void Spirit Sword sect had the Black Jade Mine, otherwise, it would have been impossible to support Yang Kai's consumption. In addition, Roaring Tiger sect and Tian Luo Hall operated many businesses. The profits from the various businesses were delivered directly to Yang Kai to satisfy his insatiable cultivation needs. Life might be a little difficult these days, but they managed to persevere. Yang Kai was teaching Wan Ying and the two junior brothers when a set of footsteps came from behind him. He remained seated and didn't bother to turn around. It wasn't until he finished what he needed to say that he finally addressed the person behind him. "What is it?" Shi Minghui stood behind Yang Kai and cupped his fist. "Sir, I've gotten news." "Oh? So quickly?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrow in surprise. "It was by luck." Shi Minghui replied, "In half a month, the heaven-grade alchemist Gao Xianpeng will be staying in Heavenly Martial City for 3 days. Before Gao Xianpeng became famous, he became indebted to Heavenly Martial City's City Lord. Not only is Heavenly Martial City's City Lord old and frail, but he is also reaching the end of his life expectancy. Gao Xianpeng will personally come and help him refine some life extension pills." Heavenly Martial City. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "How far is that?" "It will take 3 days to arrive by horse." Yang Kai nodded lightly at those words and instructed, "Make preparations. We will set off for Heavenly Martial City in 3 days to meet Gao Xianpeng." "Yes." Shi Minghui quickly replied and turned around to leave. Yang Kai issued a few more instructions to Wan Ying and the others before he entered the secluded room next door. The black jades that were mined today had been delivered. Aside from the 20% left behind, all the rest were here. There were as many as 700 pieces. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and activated the heaven-devouring battle law to swallow them. However, even though he devoured all the black jades cleanly, he continued to show no signs of advancing into the heaven realm. It looks like this is the world principle's restriction of the divine armament world. If I want to advance into the heaven realm, I will really need the 10 revolutions clear heart pill. Martial Peak, Chapter 4492, Heavenly Martial City. With a secret art as heaven-defying as the heaven-devouring battle law, Yang Kai had already advanced into the 9th step Earth realm a month ago. He was only 1 step away from advancing into the heaven realm. However, he remained stagnant at this realm even though 1 month had passed since then. It was not that his cultivation resources weren't sufficient. He refined and devoured hundreds of black jades every day. After accumulating bit by bit for a whole month, this amount was extremely terrifying. It should have been enough to meet the advancement requirements a long time ago. It was not that his aptitude was lacking either. The identity given to him by the divine armament world might only have average abilities, but Yang Kai himself was a 6th order open heaven realm master. Something like aptitude would not limit his progress in any way. When it came down to it, it seemed he was simply lacking a certain pill. In the divine armament world, it was not difficult to advance from the mortal realm to the earth realm. Anybody with adequate aptitude and sufficient cultivation resources could advance from the mortal realm to the earth realm as long as they put in enough effort. However, it was not as easy when it came to advancing from the earth realm to the heaven realm. One required the help of a pill known as the 10 revolutions clear heart pill in order to succeed. Without that pill, one's efforts would be futile no matter how great their aptitude or cultivation resources were. Yang Kai originally wanted to borrow his many years of cultivation experience to force his way through this shackle, but to his dismay, he discovered that all his efforts were in vain after working hard for 1 month. His cultivation seemed to be bound firmly by shackles. Furthermore, the invisible chains vaguely felt like the principles of the heavenly way. It could be said that the divine armament world itself was preventing him from advancing into the heaven realm. Unless he had the strength to go against the entire divine armament world, there was no way he could break these shackles. Advancing from the earth realm to the heaven realm required the 10 revolutions clear heart pill. On the other hand, advancing from the heaven realm to the spirit realm required the 100 revolutions clear heart pill. The former could only be refined by a heaven-grade alchemist while the latter needed a spirit-grade alchemist. The 10 revolutions clear heart pill was a heaven-grade pill while the 100 revolutions clear heart pill was a spirit-grade pill. Thanks to the memories from his divine armament world self, Yang Kai had long known that the status of alchemists was extremely high in this damned place. In fact, it was even higher than in any other world that he had ever known in the past. That was because alchemists were needed to refine both the 10 revolutions clear heart pill and the 100 revolutions clear heart pill. It could be said the advancement of a cultivator often depended on a tiny little pill. It was somewhat incomprehensible. In the outside world, many pills had the effects of aiding advancement and improving the success rate of breakthroughs. Be that as it may, it was never a necessary component. Even without those pills, there was hope for a cultivator to achieve a breakthrough by relying on their own efforts. However, that was impossible in the divine armament world. The 10 revolutions clear heart pill and the 100 revolutions clear heart pill were requirements for those standing at the peak of the earth realm and the heaven realm respectively. Consequently, the status of alchemists became absolutely unrivaled in this world. Not only were many masters willing to act as bodyguards for alchemists in the same realm as themselves, but they were also very proud of such deeds. While this was something that was inconceivable in the outside world, it was something very normal in the divine armament world. Yang Kai had very profound accomplishments in the alchemic Tao. All the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills that were currently being consumed by Void Land's disciples when advancing into the open heaven realm came from his hands. Needless to say, he had handed this matter over to little senior sister Xia Ning Chang and wondrous pill Great Emperor now. With his attainments in the alchemic Tao, refining a 10 revolutions clear heart pill was not difficult. If not for the limitations of his cultivation, even refining the 100 revolutions clear heart pills would not be a problem. The main issue was that he did not have the pill recipe. This was an extremely awkward problem. Void Spirit Sword sect was a rundown sect in the divine armament world. It might have been glorious 1,000 years ago, but that glory was long since faded. They no longer had any alchemists in their sect, much less various rare pill recipes. Regardless of whether it was 10 revolutions clear heart pill or 100 revolutions clear heart pill, both were extremely valuable and they would never be sold to the general public. More importantly, the pill recipes of each alchemist were different, each one having slight variations and arrangements. However, all the results were ultimately the same. The clear heart pills refined by any alchemist would have the effect of helping cultivators break through to the next great realm. It was just that the subtle differences in their refining methods and materials would also result in slightly different effects. If Yang Kai wanted a 10 revolutions clear heart pill, then aside from refining one himself, he could only spend copious amounts of money to purchase it. Unfortunately, there were many cultivators in this world who were stuck at the peak of the earth realm and wanted to advance into the heaven realm. If nothing else, Roaring Tiger sect master Zhuangju He, Tian Luo Hall's former palace master Xu Wancheng and great elder Li Zhengqing had been stuck at the peak of the earth realm because they had no 10 revolutions clear heart pill. Both parties had once paid exorbitant prices for a heaven-grade alchemist to help them refine a 10 revolutions clear heart pill. However, that heaven-grade alchemist's schedule was fully booked for years to come. Even though the heaven-grade alchemist accepted their luxurious gifts with no trace of politeness, there was a long waiting list before they could obtain their 10 revolutions clear heart pill. Zhuangju He had a 4-year wait before his turn for the heaven-grade alchemist to refine the 10 revolutions clear heart pill for him. On the other hand, Xu Wancheng was worse. He had to wait for 10 years. How could Yang Kai afford to wait for such a long time? Besides, a conservative estimate indicated that he would have to spend 100 years in the divine armament world. Running around on his own for such a long time would be too tiring. He would have to recruit some trustworthy people. Those in the earth realm were too weak while those in the heaven realm were just barely acceptable. Be that as it may, who would be willing to slave away for him without the temptation of the 10 revolutions clear heart pill? After thinking about it, Yang Kai felt that it was more secure to obtain this pill recipe for himself. As long as he could refine the 10 revolutions clear heart pill, he could easily obtain both cultivation resources and subordinates in the heaven realm. Unfortunately, the alchemists in the divine armament world were extremely respected. Each alchemist had a large group of guards around them, so he could not conspire against them, thus, he had no choice but to think of a different method. Gao Xianpeng was the heaven-grade alchemist who accepted Zhuang Juhi's large payment but could only perform alchemy 4 years later. According to Zhuang Juhi, Gao Xianpeng belonged to a great force known as the Profound Pill sect. This sect was built on the alchemic Tao and their inheritance had been passed down for countless years. There were as many masters in the sect as there were clouds, which not only included a large number of heaven realm masters, but also spirit realm masters. At present, the Profound Pill sect was one of the top 10 sects in the divine armament world. The main reason was that the sect master of the Profound Pill sect had won one of the 10 great divine armaments during the last divine armament tournament, the Medicine King Furnace. Originally, there were several sects in the divine armament world which dealt with alchemy. They used to compete with the Profound Pill sect on equal ground, but ever since the Medicine King Furnace came to the Profound Pill sect, the Profound Pill sect established its position as the top alchemy sect in one fell swoop. For the next 100 years, the Medicine King Furnace would bring overwhelming prosperity to Profound Pill sect, and it could be said to be at the peak of its power. Gao Xianpeng was not only backed by a behemoth like Profound Pill sect, but he was also a heaven-grade alchemist himself. It could be said that his status was extremely noble. The truth was that Shi Minghui felt extremely uneasy about Yang Kai's intention to meet Gao Xianpeng. Even so, Yang Kai had already made up his mind. There was nothing Shi Minghui could do to stop Yang Kai. 3 days later, 3 people set off from Void Spirit Sword sect on horseback and headed straight for Heavenly Martial City. Aside from Shi Minghui, there was also a female elder from Roaring Tiger sect who was traveling with Yang Kai. She was known as Duyu. There was no saying what Zhuang Juhi's intentions were, but Duyu was as beautiful as a cherry blossom. Moreover, she had 2 majestic peaks, a soft and slender waist, and enchanting eyes. Even the way she spoke was very sweet and charming. Yang Kai was not bothered by this as he only asked Zhuang Juhi to send somebody to accompany him to Heavenly Martial City. Zhuang Juhi probably sent Duyu here because he felt that a woman was easier to talk to. Heavenly Martial City was not located near Void Spirit Sword sect, but it was not far either. After traveling for just over 3 days, a majestic city suddenly appeared in front of them. Shi Minghui called out, "Sir, Heavenly Martial City is just ahead." Yang Kai lifted his head and looked at the sky, then, he nodded, "Let's find a place to stay." Shi Minghui quickly said, "Rest assured, sir. This one has made arrangements in advance. Tian Luo Hall has property here." "Very good." Although Yang Kai was surprised that Tian Luo Hall had property here, he did not inquire any further. It didn't take long for the 3 of them to enter the city. Under Shi Minghui's guidance, they soon arrived in front of a shop. The shopkeeper immediately greeted them and arranged living quarters for them in the inner courtyard as soon as they stepped inside. There was another 10 days before Gao Xianpeng was scheduled to arrive at Heavenly Martial City, so Yang Kai was not anxious. What he needed to figure out right now was how to meet Gao Xianpeng and obtain the pill recipe for the 10 revolutions clear heart pill from him. According to the information Yang Kai obtained, Gao Xianpeng came here to refine life extension pills for Heavenly Martial City's city lord to whom he was indebted. When he arrived, Gao Xianpeng would surely be welcomed into the city lord's mansion. The city lord himself was at the peak of the heaven realm and in addition, commanded a large number of masters. I will lose all chance of contact if he enters the City Lord's mansion. Perhaps I can approach Heavenly Martial City's City Lord and enter the City Lord's mansion in advance to wait for his arrival? Yang Kai pondered for some time, and a plan gradually forming in his mind. All of a sudden, a knock came from outside the door and he looked up reflexively. Enter. The door opened and Du walked in with a tray. She was dressed very lightly. Furthermore, there were several plates of exquisite dishes and a bottle of alcohol on the tray. Yang Kai couldn't help taking a second glance at the woman. The main reason was that she was very scantily dressed. Her clothes were as thin as gossamer and her chest and thighs exposed large patches of her snow-white skin. What's more, she seemed to have just gotten out of the bath. As soon as she walked into the room, a faint fragrance filled the air. Her hair that was not fully dry also gave her a stunning appearance. Seeming to notice Yang Kai's gaze, Du lowered her head slightly and a red blush crept across her face as she sweetly announced, "Sir, it's time to eat." He nodded lightly. "Put it down over there." Du placed the dishes on the table and personally poured him a glass of wine before she stood nearby with her hands hanging by her sides. "I don't need you to serve me here. Help me buy something instead," Yang Kai instructed. "What do you want this mistress to buy?" "First, bring me a brush and some paper." She made a sound in response and turned around to walk out again. Not long afterwards, she brought the brush and paper. Yang Kai wrote something down before he handed it back to her. Du glanced at the paper and saw a list of herbs. Unable to recognize the names but still understanding what she had to do, she bowed elegantly. "This mistress will go and buy them now." Yang Kai had decided to bring 20% of the mining proceeds accumulated by Void Spirit Sword sect over the past 2 months on this trip in case he needed to purchase something. As a result, there were close to 10,000 pieces of black jade in his wallet. Judging from the current situation, his decision had been a wise one. Martial Peak, Chapter 4493, Night Visit. The City Lord of Heavenly Martial City was getting old and frail and would not live for much longer. Therefore, the reason for Gao Xianpeng's visit was to refine some life extension pills for him to extend his lifespan. Yang Kai had many pill recipes for longevity, and their effects were extraordinary. If he could refine just one of them, he could guarantee that Heavenly Martial City's City Lord would regain his vitality in an instant and his lifespan would increase significantly as a result. The problem was that his pill recipes required extremely rare and valuable herbs. Leaving aside whether he could find them in the divine armament world, the chances of finding them in a small Heavenly Martial City were slim to none. Besides, Yang Kai did not know anything about the life extension pills that Gao Xianpeng planned to refine or what kind of effects they had. But, if he could gain the trust of Heavenly Martial City's City Lord, then he could enter the City Lord's mansion in advance. Under those circumstances, he was bound to run into Gao Xianpeng once the latter arrived. That was why Yang Kai planned to prepare some pills that would strengthen and regulate one's vitality. These pills were relatively easy to refine, and more importantly, the required herbs were not that rare. He should be able to find them in Heavenly Martial City. If Heavenly Martial City's City Lord consumed the pills that Yang Kai refined over the long term, living for a few additional years would not be an issue. The night passed peacefully, and when dawn broke the next day, Du returned with a large bundle of herbs. "Good work," Yang Kai nodded. She smiled. "It's an honor for this mistress to share your worries, sir. Do you need anything else?" "No, you can leave." "Yes." Du retreated respectfully. Only then did Yang Kai take out a rudimentary and simple-looking alchemy furnace and several fiery red stones. This alchemy furnace was something he found in Void Spirit Sword sect's storehouse. He did not know how many years it had been left there, but it was probably a relic left behind by one of the alchemists in the sect from several generations ago. There were quite a few of these alchemy furnaces in Void Spirit Sword sect's storehouse in fact. Wan Ying and the 2 other disciples learning alchemy had also obtained one each. The fiery red stones were the radiant flame stones. Yang Kai had no alchemy flame of his own, and there was no earth fire to borrow here either, hence, he could only use the radiant flame stones for alchemy. The vitality pill that he planned to refine was not complicated. He would have easily succeeded in refining these pills in the outside world, but unfortunately, it would take some effort for him to refine them in this place. 2 days later, Yang Kai finished refining a bottle of vitality pills. These dark red pills were around the size of soybeans, and one small bottle contained 100 pills in total. Yang Kai summoned Shi Minghui and sent the latter to offer up 2 of the vitality pills to the city lord's mansion. As long as the city lord's mansion could verify the efficacy of the vitality pills, they would surely invite him over for a discussion. At that time, he could openly stay in the city lord's mansion and wait for Gao Xianpeng to arrive. Contrary to his expectations, however, Shi Minghui vanished without a trace. Despite waiting for an entire day, Shi Minghui did not return, and no one appeared from the city lord's mansion. Thus, Yang Kai faintly realized that something had gone wrong and instructed Du Yu to ask around for information. The outcome left him stunned. It would seem that women were indeed much easier to talk to, more so if the woman was as beautiful and well-endowed as Du Yu. She easily managed to obtain some clues even though the information from the city lord's mansion was tightly guarded. According to what she learned, Shi Minghui had indeed offered up the vitality pills to the city lord's mansion, but apparently, a problem arose during the testing of the pills. One of the Earth-grade alchemists in the city lord's mansion declared that the vitality pills Shi Minghui brought with him were poison and accused Shi Minghui of trying to assassinate the city lord. Therefore, Shi Minghui was captured on the spot and thrown into Heavenly Marshal City's dungeons. It was currently unknown whether he was dead or alive. Yang Kai was so furious that he burst out laughing. An emperor-grade alchemist like myself deigned to take the time and effort to refine those vitality pills. How dare they claim that they are poisonous? Yang Kai immediately felt the urge to storm straight into the city lord's mansion with his sword drawn. Shi Minghui might have been subdued using rather unscrupulous means by him, but he had been a good subordinate for Yang Kai during this time. Yang Kai could not ignore the situation now that something had gone wrong. Moreover, seeing as nobody from the city lord's mansion came searching for him, it was obvious that Shi Minghui had not revealed any information about them. Otherwise, the people from the city lord's mansion would have come for him a long time ago. However, Yang Kai quickly suppressed the impulse to act. He had the nagging feeling that this matter was more complicated than it seemed on the surface. He seemed to have gotten involved in some sort of power struggle, which meant that Heavenly Marshal City's city lord was likely not just on the verge of dying from old age. Hence, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling doubtful about the current situation. With his current abilities, charging straight into the city lord's mansion was actually not difficult. The difficult part would be rescuing Shi Minghui. Yang Kai was confident that he could move about undetected if he infiltrated the city lord's mansion, but it was different if Shi Minghui was added into the equation. There were many Heaven Realm Masters in Heavenly Marshal City after all. Not to mention, Heavenly Marshal City's city lord himself was at the peak of the Heaven Realm. He also had the backing of Gao Xianpeng of Profound Pill sect. It would not be beneficial for Yang Kai or Void Spirit Sword sect if things got out of hand here. After pondering for some time, Yang Kai asked Du Yu to find a way to inquire about Shi Minghui's current condition. His main concern was to determine whether Shi Minghui was alive or dead. Meanwhile, he decided to wait until nightfall to infiltrate the city lord's mansion. Du Yu accepted the orders and left. On the other hand, Yang Kai began making meticulous preparations. It was not until night fell that he changed into a set of black clothes, snuck out of his room, and headed straight for the city lord's mansion. As he ran forward, Yang Kai felt exasperated in his heart. A noble Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him was acting like a thief in the divine armament world. It was nothing less than a disgrace. The perimeter of the city lord's mansion was heavily guarded, to the point that even Heaven Realm Masters could only dream of sneaking into the building without anybody knowing. Nevertheless, these defenses were useless against Yang Kai. He concealed his aura and infiltrated the city lord's mansion under the cover of the night, and it didn't take long for him to slip through the outer perimeter and reach the inner courtyard. The surroundings were quiet. From time to time, Yang Kai would pass by some patrolling cultivators or come across people talking in hushed voices. Unfortunately, their conversations held nothing of value. At first, he wandered around aimlessly. As he did not know where Heavenly Martial City's city lord was located, he could only search slowly. A short while later, Yang Kai quickly hid in the shadows of a rockery as he heard the pitter-pattering of light footsteps came from not far away. He snuck a glance in that direction and saw a luxuriously dressed woman walking along the corridor with several maidservants in tow. The woman had a gorgeous appearance, an ample bosom, and a slim figure. However, she had a cold and indifferent temperament. She walked straight into one of the palaces. Meanwhile, the maidservants accompanying her stopped outside and quietly stood there waiting. Yang Kai did not know the identity of the woman, but judging from the scene in front of him, her status in the city lord's mansion was not low. Just as he was preparing to leave, he suddenly heard another set of heavy footsteps accompanied by an extremely ferocious aura. A Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Even though there was no spirit chi fluctuation around the other party, he could clearly sense that this person was in the Heaven Realm. This was his first time meeting a Heaven Realm Master since entering the Divine Armament world, thus, he couldn't help glancing in that direction curiously. The approaching person was a strong and burly man. He was short and stocky, and his muscles were quite bulky. Although Yang Kai was confident in the secret technique he was using to conceal his aura, he did not dare to act recklessly at such close distance. The other party had a much higher cultivation than him, so he only glanced briefly in that direction before he withdrew his gaze, lest the other party noticed him. The burly man walked straight to the door of the palace that the woman had entered earlier. The two maidservants by the door bowed elegantly in greeting. On the other hand, he simply pushed the door open and entered the room without saying a word. A short while later, some strange sounds came from within the room. It was a mixture of grunts and muffled moans. Yang Kai's expression turned black, and he took this opportunity to leave. An incense stick later, Yang Kai hid in the shadows and studied the majestic palace in front of him. There were guards stationed outside the palace and pained groans sounded faintly from within, giving off a sense of breathlessness similar to when a lamp was running out of oil. If my guess is correct, then this place is the residence of Heavenly Martial City's city lord. After searching for so long, he finally came across the right place. Before coming here, Yang Kai had been thinking about how to approach Heavenly Martial City's city lord and explain his intentions, as well as how to convince the city lord about the efficacy of the vitality pills he refined. However, when he heard the sounds coming from within the palace, he realized that Heavenly Martial City's city lord was dying. The situation seemed to be more serious than what he had heard, as he could even detect a weak death chi coming from within. All the plans Yang Kai made earlier were now useless. He did not know when Heavenly Martial City's city lord would die, so he could not afford to hesitate any longer. Yang Kai found an opportunity and tossed a stone to distract the guards outside the door. With that, he successfully infiltrated the palace from a skylight on the roof. Inside a private room with a spacious area, Yang Kai unexpectedly found not a single person standing guard. There was only one person lying on top of a large bed, covered by a blanket. Moreover, this man was breathing weakly and would cough with great difficulty from time to time. The dim candlelight inside the room only illuminated a small portion of the room. Yang Kai looked down from above and saw that the man lying on the bed did not look very old. That man had the appearance of someone in his early 40s, but his sickly complexion made him seem deathly pale. Be that as it may, it could be seen that this man had good facial features and could be considered quite handsome. As Yang Kai was observing the situation, the man on the bed suddenly opened his eyes and stared straight at where he was hiding on the roof beam. The gaze might be a little turbid, but a piercing light flashed through those eyes at this moment. Yang Kai was shocked as he did not expect to be discovered so quickly when he had taken such pains to hide himself. Soon though, Yang Kai figured it was related to how he had been staring at the other party for such a long time. At the same time, it also went to show just how powerful the man on the bed was. It was rumored that Heavenly Martial City's city lord was at the peak of the heaven realm, only one step away from advancing into the spirit realm. It could be seen that he really lived up to his reputation. Even though his physical condition had deteriorated so badly, his perception was still extremely sharp. "Who are you?" The man on the bed spoke calmly, showing no intention of calling for help and simply asking this question quietly. Since Yang Kai had already been discovered, he couldn't be bothered to hide any longer. He landed lightly on the ground without making the slightest noise and walked over to the bed. Then, he tentatively asked, "City Lord Miao?" Heavenly Martial City's city lord had the surname Miao and the given name Hong. It was only natural that Yang Kai knew about such information. "It is this Miao." "Who are you, little brother?" Miao Hong glanced at Yang Kai calmly. "Why did you come to visit the city lord's mansion so late at night?" After confirming that this person was Miao Hong, Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Void Spirit Sword Sect, Yang Kai." Void Spirit Sword Sect, Miao Hong frowned, as though recalling the information he received about Void Spirit Sword Sect. Void Spirit Sword Sect was just one of the small great forces nearby, so he never really paid much attention to such things. For that reason, he could not recall much information at such short notice. Thus, he frowned and asked, "Void Spirit Sword Sect is far from Heavenly Martial City. Why did you come here? Are you here to kill me?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4494, Nothing More Poisonous. Yang Kai laughed and said, "There is no enmity between Void Spirit Sword Sect and Heavenly Martial City. You worry too much, City Lord Miao. Looks like this guy has many enemies, otherwise, he would not have asked me if I was here to kill him as soon as he saw me." After pausing for a moment, Yang Kai eventually continued, "I'll be honest with you. I am an alchemist. When I heard that you were ill, City Lord, I decided to try refining some pills for you. I sent my subordinate to offer the pills to you as a sign of my sincerity, but to my dismay, the City Lord's mansion claimed that the pills I refined contained poison and captured my subordinate on the spot." "You are an alchemist?" Miao Hong glanced at Yang Kai in surprise. Yang Kai didn't just look young, he was young, probably no more than 17 or 18 years old. Having his cultivation at that age was surprising enough, so it was hard to believe that he was also an alchemist. It had to be said that alchemists were highly revered in the divine armament world. Moreover, their inheritance was very strictly guarded. Not just anybody could become an alchemist. "What grade of an alchemist are you?" Miao Hong asked curiously. "Earth grade." Yang Kai did not dare to say too much. In truth, his alchemy grade could not be categorized according to the standards of the divine armament world. If he had enough materials and adequate strength to persevere, even refining a spirit-grade pill would be a simple task for him. Miao Hong originally showed some interest, but his expression immediately turned cold and a trace of displeasure entered his eyes when he heard what Yang Kai said. It was one thing to have such outstanding cultivation at such a young age. Somebody like that could be considered a talented individual, but an earth-grade alchemist. How could a young brat achieve something like that? It had to be said that Heavenly Martial City was a notable great force in its own right. Even so, they paid a huge fortune and spent hundreds of years just to nurture 2 earth-grade alchemists. It would take at least several dozen years of hard work to become an earth-grade alchemist. "Little brother, this city lord has no idea why you came here. I don't have the mood to ask, let alone be bothered to care. Just go back to where you came from." After saying that, Miao Hong closed his eyes a little disinterested. Yang Kai was astonished and asked, "You don't believe me, City Lord?" Miao Hong replied coolly, "There's nothing interesting about mocking a dying man." Yang Kai nodded lightly and took a good look at Hong Miao before he started speaking. "If my guess is correct, your condition is not caused by old age but the relapse of an old injury. Isn't that right, City Lord? Miao Hong's tightly closed eyes opened slightly again, and he murmured approvingly, "You have a good eye, little brother." "How could you tell?" "The public only knew that he was dying of old age. They did not know that he was actually suffering from the relapse of an old injury." Yang Kai explained, "You don't seem that old from your appearance, City Lord. Of course, when it comes to a master like you, your cultivation makes it hard to tell your actual age from your appearance alone. However, the vitality in your body has clearly not been exhausted, yet is still strangely weak. Moreover, you seem to have a different force surging inside your body." Miao Hong finally revealed a surprised look at those words, "You can even tell that much?" Yang Kai asked, "City Lord Miao, if you can trust me, can you let me perform an examination on you?" Miao Hong studied Yang Kai solemnly for a moment before he lightly said, "There's nothing for a dying man to fear. You can take a look if you want, little brother." Yang Kai apologized for any offending actions and took Hong Miao's hand. Placing 2 fingers on Hong Miao's wrist, he probed Hong Miao's condition with his spirit qi. Hong Miao immediately noticed Yang Kai's true cultivation as soon as his spirit qi flowed into his body. This boy was actually at the peak of the earth realm. Although Hong Miao had been fairly certain that Yang Kai was at least in the earth realm after seeing him silently sneaking into this place, it wasn't until this moment that his speculations were confirmed. Not only was Yang Kai in the earth realm, but he was at the peak of the earth realm. He was only 1 step away from advancing into the heaven realm. "Little brother, how old are you?" Miao Hong asked curiously. 18. "I think," Yang Kai answered casually. In his memories, that was indeed the approximate age of this body in the divine armament world. Miao Hong smacked his lips in wonder, a true genius. It was unprecedented for anybody in the divine armament world to achieve such outstanding cultivation at such a young age. If there was a 10 revolutions clear heart pill on hand right now, Miao Hong was certain that Yang Kai could break through into the heaven realm in one go. An 18-year-old heaven realm master. Just how sensational is that? Although he never had much expectations for Void Spirit Sword sect in the past, Miao Hong now had a vague feeling that the rise of Void Spirit Sword sect was just around the corner. A short while later, Yang Kai retracted his hand. "There is indeed a strange force in your body, City Lord. It is devouring your vitality." Miao Hong replied, "I was injured in battle many years ago, and that energy has always been lurking inside my body. I can't get rid of this energy no matter how hard I try to dispel it. Since you are aware of this, do you have any good solutions to the problem, little brother?" Yang Kai mulled over the question for a moment. "I have both good news and bad news." "Which would you like to hear first, City Lord?" "Tell me the bad news first." Miao Hong decided. "City Lord, you have very little vitality remaining, and what little is left is rapidly fading away. If left untreated, you will die within 3 days." Miao Hong couldn't help snorting. "That sounds like pretty good news." Yang Kai replied, "I'm actually amazed you can still maintain consciousness, City Lord. Logically speaking, most people in Miao Hong's condition would have lost consciousness or become confused and disoriented. However, Miao Hong was still capable of speaking coherently. It could be seen that his willpower was extremely strong. "What's the good news?" Miao Hong asked. "The good news is that I can help you extend your lifespan, City Lord Miao. You won't die so quickly, but to remove this energy from your body," Yang Kai shook his head slightly, "I don't have enough strength. I'm afraid I can't help you with that." Miao Hong's eyes lit up. "It's fine. You only need to help this City Lord stay alive for another 7 or 8 days. 7 or 8 days, Yang Kai calculated the time. That was probably when Gao Xianxia would arrive at Heavenly Martial City. It looks like Miao Hong is staking his hopes on Gao Xianxia. That was not surprising. Gao Xianxia not only had a long history with Miao Hong, but he was also a heaven-grade alchemist. Compared to a person of unknown origins like Yang Kai, it was only natural for Miao Hong to trust Gao Xian Peng more. Going by this logic, it would seem that Gao Xian Peng was not coming here to refine life extension pills. He was probably coming here to help suppress the strange energy in Miao Hong's body. That's not a problem. Yang Kai nodded. Taking out the vitality pills he refined, he tipped 2 pills out of the bottle. These are the pills I refined personally. They can enhance and stimulate the vitality in your body, City Lord. They should help improve your condition. Miao Hong glanced at the soybean-sized pills in Yang Kai's hand, feeling uncertain whether he could trust Yang Kai. While Miao Hong was hesitating, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. Somebody's coming. Miao Hong had also detected the approaching presence. He might be terminally ill, but his powerful cultivation was not just a decoration. Besides, the visitor had no intention of hiding their movements. There was no way he could not hear them coming. Hardening his resolve, Miao Hong sucked in a breath of air that drew up the 2 pills in Yang Kai's hand into his mouth. Yang Kai had no time to escape, so he could only leap back onto the roof beam where he had been hiding before. A short while later, the sound of light footsteps approached from a distance and soon arrived in front of the door. "Greetings, madam." The voice of the guard at the door rang out. "How is the City Lord?" A cold voice sounded. It obviously belonged to this madam. The guard replied, "Same as usual." "Open the door. I'm going to take a look." Immediately after that, there were some sounds and the door was opened. Moonlight spilled into the room and a slender figure stepped inside. Yang Kai looked down and couldn't help feeling startled. That was because the madam was somebody he had seen before. It was the woman he encountered while he was wandering around earlier. Their tryst ended so quickly. Yang Kai couldn't help muttering to himself in his heart. However, his expression soon became strange. The guard at the door called her madam. What kind of relationship does this woman have with Miao Hong? The only person in the City Lord's mansion with the right to be called madam is the City Lord's wife. This, Yang Kai suddenly felt as though he had discovered a huge secret. Nevertheless, he was not sure whether his speculations were correct. It's possible that this woman is not Miao Hong's wife. But, if they are not husband and wife, then why is she here in the middle of the night? When Miao Hong spoke to Yang Kai earlier, his voice had been weak but he still had some energy. At this moment, however, he just lay motionless on the bed. His aura was faint and gloomy, almost as though he might die at any time. "Husband," the woman came over to Miao Hong's side and sat down by the side of the bed, calling out to him softly. Yang Kai immediately knew this woman was really the City Lord's wife. Lying on the bed, Miao Hong twisted with difficulty and tried his best to open his eyes to look at her. A low groan involuntarily came out of his mouth. "Husband, your condition has gotten worse." The woman's beautiful brow was slightly wrinkled. Combined with her cold temperament, she seemed very pitiable. "Looking at you in this condition breaks this mistress' heart." Yang Kai sighed in his heart when he heard those words. A married couple is devoted to each other for life after all. Even if this woman betrayed Miao Hong with her actions, it must be hard for her to see him in this condition. Before he could finish his thought though, he heard the woman's voice continue, "Why do you bother to struggle so hard? Why don't you just die here? Death ends all troubles. How much longer can you live in this condition anyway? 2 days? 3 days?" A gurgling noise came out of Miao Hong's throat. There was no telling what he wanted to say. On the other hand, Yang Kai was completely flabbergasted. The woman smiled, and the dimly lit room suddenly became dazzling for a moment. Then, she leaned down and pushed her ample bosom into Miao Hong's face. She gently said, "Smell this. This mistress still has his scent on me. It's very fresh." Miao Hong probably could not breathe properly with her twin peaks in his face. His hands tried to push her away weakly, but his efforts were to no avail. Her laughter gradually became more sinister, when you used such despicable means to snatch me from his arms back then, did you ever think that such a day would befall you? At this point, I'm not afraid to tell you this anymore. Our daughter is not yours. She is the product of Ko Yong and I." Those extremely vicious words came out of the mouth of this seemingly cold-tempered woman. If Yang Kai had not heard them with his own ears, he would never have believed it. He couldn't help thinking of the saying, "A wasp's stinger and the fangs of a poisonous snake's mouth were both venomous, but there was nothing more poisonous than a woman's heart." When Miao Hong spurted out a mouthful of blood, the city lord's wife deftly got up and stepped to the side to avoid being splattered by the filth. "Be bitch." His entire body shuddered, and he coughed up blood again. She stood by the side of the bed and looked at him coldly. It was not until his eyes rolled to the back of his head and he lost consciousness completely that she turned around and walked out. A short while later, her commanding voice came from outside the door. The city lord coughed up blood again. "Go in and clean it up." "Yes." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4495, Conspiracy. Half an hour later, Yang Kai leapt down from the roof beam once more and nimbly came to stand beside Miao Hong's bed. A faint stench of blood remained in the air, but the blood Miao Hong coughed up earlier had already been cleaned up by the guards. "I apologize for letting you see that, little brother." Miao Hong abruptly opened his eyes. Yang Kai jumped in fright. He thought that Miao Hong had fainted earlier, but it would now seem that Miao Hong was only pretending to be unconscious. Moreover, his tone of voice was so indifferent at this moment that Yang Kai couldn't help wondering whether he had always known that his wife was having an affair with another man. In any case, the city lord's wife was ruthless indeed. Miao Hong was already in this condition, but she still came over to specifically anger him. If it were anybody else, they might have died from rage just then. The fact that Miao Hong managed to survive showed that he was definitely a person who could endure pain, both physical and mental. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling amazed. Despite traveling across many worlds for so many years, he had never encountered something like this before. Be that as it may, this incident confirmed his previous conjecture. He had definitely gotten involved in a troublesome matter on this trip to Heavenly Marshal City. "Little brother, your pill is very effective," Miao Hong exclaimed approvingly. He could clearly feel his vitality recovering slowly. If he previously had the mentality that it couldn't hurt to give a dead horse medicine, he now had much more trust in Yang Kai. "At this point, I'm sure you've guessed the truth. This city lord did not capture your subordinate who came here to offer medicine. Rather, it was the doing of others. They want this city lord dead." Yang Kai frowned. "If that's the case, why don't they make a move against you directly?" Given Miao Hong's current condition, he would probably be helpless to fight back if they attacked him. Miao Hong coldly snorted, "If they make a move, they will leave behind too many traces. I have a friend who is coming to Heavenly Marshal City in a few days. Those people would not survive if he noticed any issues." Realization struck Yang Kai. He immediately understood why the city lord's wife ran here specially and used such vicious words to anger Miao Hong. It was all to aggravate his injuries and hasten his death. The friend that Miao Hong mentioned earlier was probably Gao Xianpeng. With the perception and experience of a heaven-grade alchemist, Gao Xianpeng would definitely notice if Miao Hong was murdered by somebody. On the other hand, there was nothing he could do if Miao Hong died of natural causes. Fortunately, the heavens never close off all paths. This city lord is thankful to have met you, little brother. Do you have more of the pills you gave me earlier, little brother? I do. Yang Kai nodded, but there's another problem. What problem? Yang Kai wrinkled his brow. I did not know about your current condition when I refined these pills, so I didn't consider something like this. These vitality pills will stimulate the vitality in your body after being consumed, but you also need to be supplemented with rich nutrients after taking them, otherwise, you will overdraw your remaining strength. Even if you can get through your current hardships, you will face endless troubles in the future. Miao Hong understood, so, that's how it is. He could tell that Yang Kai was not lying. Having consumed the vitality pills himself, he was the most aware of their effects on his body. After some consideration, he looked at Yang Kai earnestly. "Little brother, I am afraid I must ask for your assistance. Can you help this city lord bring in some supplements for the next few days? With your skills, you won't have any trouble coming and going from this place as long as you're careful. If this city lord can survive this crisis, I will definitely reward you handsomely in the future." Yang Kai helplessly said, "That seems to be the only way." He only wanted to come and investigate the situation in the city lord's mansion, but how could he have known that things would turn out like this? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling speechless. "City Lord Miao, my subordinate is still locked up in your dungeon currently. I don't even know whether he is dead or alive," Yang Kai said after a pause. Miao Hong pondered in silence for a moment. "I'll give you my faith token. Go and find a man named Huang De. He is the deacon of the city lord's mansion. With his help, your subordinate will not be in danger." Although he was basically placed under house arrest by his own wife, Miao Hong still had some loyal subordinates under him. This deacon named Huang De was probably one of them. While speaking, Miao Hong took out a jade token the size of his palm from under his pillow. Yang Kai took the jade token, which felt cool to the touch, and asked, "City Lord Miao, if Huang De asks about your condition." Miao Hong's eyes flashed. "You can tell him the truth." "Good." Afterwards, Miao Hong told Yang Kai how to find Huang Da's residence. Only then did Yang Kai take his leave. The city lord's mansion was not small. Fortunately, Yang Kai still had a faint recollection of the layout after his earlier exploration. With the help of Miao Hong's directions, he quickly found Huang Da's residence. It was only natural that their first meeting was laced with some misunderstanding. After Yang Kai revealed the faith token though, Huang De became very emotional and asked about Miao Hong's condition. As such, Yang Kai explained everything to him. Huang De was both pleased and surprised by the news. It was not until Yang Kai mentioned Ming Hui that he finally realized that the latter was Yang Kai's subordinate. "Don't worry. Your subordinate is only being locked up in the dungeons for the time being and is in no real danger. The city lord's mansion is currently facing troubled times with many people plotting in secret who do not want to raise any further fuss, so he won't be in danger until the dust of this huge incident settles. If anything unexpected happens, this old master will help to watch out for him," Huang De promised. "Many thanks, Deacon Huang." Yang Kai responded politely. After a busy night, it was almost morning by the time Yang Kai returned to his living quarters. A short while later, Du came to greet him. Yang Kai handed her the note he prepared in advance and sent her to purchase some items. Miao Hong needed a large amount of nutrients to support his waning vitality, however, his body could not currently withstand the burden of strong supplements. Even his cultivation, which was at the peak of the heaven realm, could not help in this particular case, therefore, Yang Kai needed to think of a gentler method. After some consideration, Yang Kai determined that preparing a medicinal soup was the safest option. Du did not know what Yang Kai wanted these ingredients for, but her biggest merit was her obedience. It didn't take long before she returned after buying the listed items. In the meantime, Yang Kai casually asked about Ko Yong. Ko Yong was the man who had an affair with the city lord's wife. According to the city lord's wife, her daughter was the result of her affair with him. Ko Yong? Du pondered for a moment. Is Sir referring to Heavenly Marshal City's vice-city lord? I think he is in the 7th step or 8th step heaven realm. Yang Kai raised a brow at those words. It was not judgmental. He just felt that Miao Hong's life was quite pitiful. Yang Kai was busy all day, and when night fell, he secretly snuck into the city lord's mansion again, this time to deliver food to Miao Hong. The effects of the vitality pill were evident, and after finishing off a huge pot of medicinal soup, Miao Hong's complexion became noticeably rosier. He was full of praise for Yang Kai, complimenting him on being a promising young man. It was clear that he was trying to win Yang Kai over. After all, it was impossible to find another person in the divine armament world who not only stood at the peak of the Earth realm but was also an Earth-grade alchemist at such a young age. It would surely be helpful if he could win Yang Kai over. In the following days, Yang Kai would head to the city lord's mansion at night to deliver nutrient-rich tonics to Miao Hong in order to supplement the vitality pills he had provided. Miao Hong's condition improved by the day, but his underlying injuries did not heal. There was no saying exactly how much strength he could exert, so he continued to endure under these circumstances, and he would deliberately pretend to be dying whenever his wife came to visit him. The city lord's wife would visit every few nights, and each time she came, she would viciously provoke him until he coughed up blood before she left in satisfaction. On one occasion, Yang Kai was hiding on the roof beam when he saw the city lord's wife and Ko Yong visiting together. They kissed and flirted openly right in front of Miao Hong. This time around, Miao Hong was probably so angry that he passed out for real, as it took Yang Kai a lot of effort to wake him up again. On a certain day, Yang Kai was here to deliver the medicinal soup and vitality pills. After Miao Hong finished consuming both, he lay back on the bed and said, "Little brother, I need to ask you for a favor." Yang Kai put away the items he brought and said, "Please speak freely, City Lord Miao. I want you to go and welcome the heaven-grade alchemist of Profound Pill sect, Gao Xianxia." Miao Hong panted for breath. According to the plan, Alchemist Gao will arrive at Heavenly Martial City in 3 days' time, but that cheating couple will not wait that long. You've seen the current situation over the past few days. They can't wait for me to die. If I'm still alive when Gao Xianxia arrives, they will probably risk making a move directly. That's why I want you to meet Alchemist Gao and ask him to hasten his arrival, preferably without allowing anyone to find out. Yang Kai smiled. "Don't worry, City Lord Miao. I've already taken care of this matter. There's no need to disturb Alchemist Gao." Yang Kai had anticipated the situation that Miao Hong mentioned. Knowing that the city lord's wife and Ko Yong would become desperate, he had made preparations in advance. "Oh?" Miao Hong was surprised. "What have you arranged, little brother?" Yang Kai reached into his pocket, took out a small jade bottle, and tipped out a longan-sized black pill from the bottle. "This is a turtle breath pill. City Lord Miao, you will fall into a kind of false death state after consuming this pill. Both your vitality and aura will be suppressed to the point that even those two will not be able to detect it." Miao Hong was extremely astonished. Taking the turtle breath pill from Yang Kai's hand, he asked a little hesitantly, "Is this pill really that effective? City Lord Miao, do you not trust me?" Miao Hong shook his head. "I might not have known you for long, but I can tell that you're a brave and righteous young man. If you really wanted to harm this city lord, you could have made your move a long time ago. Besides, you saved this city lord's life, so how can I not trust you? It's best if you can trust me, City Lord Miao. You don't need to worry either, as this turtle breath pill does not have any negative side effects. You just need to consume the antidote later and you will wake up within a quarter hour." Yang Kai paused for a moment. "Besides, meeting Alchemist Gao now will only tip them off. They also know that Alchemist Gao is your only hope, City Lord Miao, so I'm sure they're already monitoring his approach. There's no saying what consequences we might face if we rashly contact him at this time." Miao Hong pondered for a moment and nodded. "Your words make sense, little brother. Let's follow your plan." Yang Kai did not know how much Miao Hong trusted him, but it was clear that someone as stubborn and forbearing as Miao Hong would not be a kind man at heart. The betrayal of his closest confidant would surely have caused him to lose his trust in others. Nevertheless, he could probably sense that Yang Kai had no ill will towards him. Coupled with the fact that he had experienced Yang Kai's abilities over the past few days, it was reason enough to accept Yang Kai's suggestion. 2 nights later, Yang Kai hid on the roof beam and personally witnessed as the city lord's wife, Qin Yushuang, and Ko Yong angered Miao Hong so much that he spat up 3 liters of blood and died on the spot. Martial Peak, Chapter 4496, Gao Xianxia. The sudden death of Heavenly Marshal City's city lord caused the entire city to mourn. Everybody knew that the city lord was old and frail. It was public knowledge that he was reaching the end of his life expectancy. Even so, many people had trouble accepting the truth when this news was announced. Many shops and houses voluntarily hung white silk cloth above their doors to express their condolences to City Lord Miao Hong. Yang Kai stood beside the window on the second floor of Tian Luohal's shop. Du Yu stood beside him. Following his gaze, she looked out the window but did not see anything unusual, so she asked curiously, "Sir, what are you looking at?" "A storm is coming," he said. Du Yu looked up at the sky where the scorching sun was obviously shining brightly and thought, is there something wrong with his eyes? Somebody might come looking for me later. Just let me know at the time. After saying that, Yang Kai returned to his room. He had handed the antidote for the turtle breath pill to Huangde in advance. It was foreseeable that there would be a bloody battle at the city lord's mansion, but Yang Kai had no plans to participate in something like that. It was enough for him to quietly wait here. The only thing that interested him was the heaven-grade alchemist, Gao Xianpeng, who was coming soon. The pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill was in that person's hands after all. Less than a day after Miao Hong's death, Gao Xianpeng arrived. A heaven-grade alchemist held an extremely high status in the divine armament world, so his arrival created a great sensation in the city and many people went to look at the excitement from afar. As a heaven-grade alchemist of Profound Pill sect, Gao Xianpeng was quickly welcomed into the city lord's mansion. It was not until late at night that Du Yu suddenly knocked on Yang Kai's door. "Sir, a deacon from the city lord's mansion named Huangde is here to see you. Also, Shi Minghui is back." "Good," Yang Kai responded as he stood up and walked out. Huangde stood waiting outside the shop, and Shi Minghui stood next to him, looking ashamed. When he saw Yang Kai, he quickly spoke with chagrin. This subordinate was incompetent. "Please punish me, sir." He was only supposed to offer up 2 pills, but he was captured and detained for 8 days instead. Even he felt that he was very incompetent. Nevertheless, it was exactly as Huangde had mentioned before. The city lord's mansion was facing troubled times, so the city lord's wife, Qin Yushuang, and the vice city lord, Ko Yong, had no intention of causing further trouble. As a result, Shi Minghui was only captured and fortunately, was not subjected to torture. "It's not your fault. Go and have a good rest." Yang Kai waved Shi Minghui away and cupped his fist at Huangde, "Deacon Huang." Huangde returned the greeting, "You are too polite, little brother Yang. The city lord sent this humble one here to invite you to the city lord's mansion." Yang Kai had already expected this outcome so he simply nodded, "Lead the way." Turning back, he called out to Du Yu, "Come with me." Du Yu quickly responded with a confused look. She clearly heard Huangde saying that the city lord had extended his invitation, but, wasn't the city lord dead? Did Heavenly Marshal City obtain a new city lord so quickly? Even though Yang Kai had gone in and out of the city lord's mansion on numerous occasions, this was actually his first time walking in openly. Upon entering the premises, Du Yu was horrified. The guards around them were busy cleaning up the place as there were bloodstains that had not dried up all over the ground and traces of battle in many areas. It was obvious that a huge struggle had occurred in this place. However, she could not understand why people were killing each other in the city lord's mansion. Soon, the two of them arrived at a grand hall under Huangde's leadership. This hall was brightly lit, but a bloody aura permeated the air. Heavenly Marshal City's city lord, Miao Hong, sat majestically on the main seat. As soon as he saw Yang Kai, he laughed loudly and stood up in greeting, "Little brother, I was waiting for you. This Yang is reassured to see that you are safe, City Lord Miao." Yang Kai greeted warmly. "It's all thanks to you that this City Lord can stand here today. Come, come, come. Let me introduce you to an honored guest." While saying so, Miao Hong enthusiastically grabbed Yang Kai by the arm and led him into the hall. Yang Kai immediately saw the man sitting at the first seat on the left at a glance. There was nothing special about this man's appearance. Rather, he seemed extremely ordinary. He was dressed in pale blue robes, and at this moment, he was looking over with an inquisitive gaze. Behind him stood a man and a woman. Their auras were concealed, but Yang Kai could clearly sense that they possessed horrifying strength. Similar to Miao Hong, these two were most likely masters at the peak of the heaven realm. At this moment, they were standing behind the seated man like bodyguards. Thus, Yang Kai immediately knew that this man was the target of his visit, heaven-grade alchemist, Gao Xianpeng. Sure enough, Miao Hong pointed at Gao Xianpeng and introduced them, "Little brother, this is alchemist Gao of Profound Pill sect." Yang Kai gently nodded. This junior has long admired senior Gao. Gao Xianpeng looked at Yang Kai with interest. On the other hand, the expressions of the two guards behind Gao Xianpeng turned cold and a chilly pressure loomed down on Yang Kai. The status of a heaven-grade alchemist was highly revered, so most people would bring large gifts and act worshipful. Nobody would ever act as open and aloof as Yang Kai. It was only natural that these two were unhappy with his conduct. Even Miao Hong was slightly surprised. It was just that he was not in the position to say anything, considering all the help that Yang Kai had given him. Thus, he simply chuckled and continued with the introductions. "Brother Gao, this is the one I mentioned to you before, little junior brother Yang. It's all thanks to little junior brother Yang's help that this Miao turned misfortune into great fortune in this situation. Like you, he is this Miao's savior." Gao Xianpeng nodded lightly and smiled. "I didn't quite dare to believe it when I first heard about you from the city lord, but now that I see you, you are indeed a brave and talented young man. I've taken a look at both the vitality pills and the turtle breath pill you refined. Your methods are quite unusual but profound. Even the way you proportion the herbs is very innovative. I gained a lot from studying those pills. Are you an earth-grade alchemist?" "Probably." Yang Kai smiled. Gao Xianpeng was stunned. "If you are, then you are. If you're not, then you're not." "What do you mean by probably?" "Forget it, seeing as you can refine those two pills, you definitely have the foundation of an earth-grade alchemist. It looks like your master is not an ordinary person." As a heaven-grade alchemist, Gao Xianpeng was qualified enough to take no notice of earth-grade alchemists, but Yang Kai was a little different. He was so young that his future was unlimited, otherwise, Gao Xianpeng would not have been this polite. Yang Kai casually replied, "Perhaps. It's just that the master who taught me alchemy has no origins, so I'm not too certain either." Gao Xianpeng nodded lightly. "There are many such hidden masters in the world. If possible, can you introduce us, little brother? I would like to meet your master." To teach a disciple like Yang Kai, this hidden alchemist was bound to be a heaven-grade alchemist or higher. Thus, he was qualified to discuss alchemy with Gao Xianpeng. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Alchemist Gao. I won't hide the truth. My master only taught me for a few years when I was younger before he left. I've not heard from him since." As expected, Gao Xianpeng revealed a disappointed expression and sighed. "Is that so? What a pity." Miao Hong smiled by the side and said, "Let us sit and talk." After Yang Kai sat down, he finally continued, "Both of you are my saviors. If not for your help, this Miao Hong would have died a tragic death." Yang Kai had helped him to prolong his life, buying him time until Gao Xianpeng arrived. On the other hand, Gao Xianpeng brought two masters at the peak of the heaven realm with him to help clean out the traitors in the city lord's mansion and regain authority over heavenly martial city. As for what happened to Ko Yong and the others, Yang Kai could not be bothered to ask. They most likely were met with a tragic end. In fact, Ko Yong might have contributed to the smell of blood in this very hall. "Brother Gao and I have known each other for several dozen years and have a deep and inseparable friendship, so this city lord won't bother offering his thanks." Gao Xianpeng chuckled. "If not for your help back then, City Lord Miao, this Gao would not be standing here today. If you need help, this Gao will naturally come to your aid. Miao Hong nodded lightly and turned to look at Yang Kai. Little brother, we had not met until a few days ago, but you've already done a great kindness for me. This city lord is extremely grateful. Besides, this city lord promised to reward you handsomely. Little brother, do you have any wishes? If you do, please do not hold back. This city lord will not refuse as long as it is within my means. It could be seen that he was in a jubilant mood. Moreover, it was a gesture of sincerity to speak of such matters in front of Gao Xianpeng. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before nodding. There is indeed something I'd like you to do for me, City Lord. Go ahead and speak freely. Miao Hong looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai turned to look at Gao Xianpeng. I wish to compete with alchemist Gao in alchemy. The smile on Miao Hong's face stiffened while Gao Xianpeng looked surprised. As for the two bodyguards behind Gao Xianpeng, they shouted in unison, "How dare you!" Gao Xianpeng raised his hand slightly and looked at Yang Kai curiously. You want to compete with me in alchemy? Yes. I hope you will fulfill my wish, Alchemist Gao. Yang Kai said seriously. Gao Xianpeng burst out laughing. You are an earth-grade alchemist while I am a heaven-grade alchemist. We are in different grades altogether. How can we compete? Yang Kai replied, I've never competed with other alchemists before, so I'm curious about the difference between myself and the others. It is a rare opportunity to encounter Alchemist Gao, so I have a bit of an itch. Miao Hong spoke up from the side with a strange expression. Little brother, didn't your master tell you that a competition between alchemists is a very serious matter? Unless they have grievances against each other, they would never make such requests easily. Yang Kai was extremely astonished. Is there such an etiquette? He turned to look at Du Yu. Her complexion was ashen, but she nodded, yes. When she heard that Yang Kai wanted to compete against Gao Xianpeng in alchemy, she had been so frightened that she nearly fell to the ground weakly. Miao Hong burst into laughter and shook his head. Little brother, your actions are equivalent to pointing a sword at this Miao and declaring a battle to the death. Yang Kai was stunned. No wonder the two bodyguards behind Gao Xianpeng reacted so strongly. It seems that my request is no different from challenging Gao Xianpeng. Thank goodness Gao Xianpeng is not such a petty man, otherwise, we could have fallen out with each other right here and now. Yang Kai was ashamed and cupped his fist apologetically. It appears this Yang is truly ignorant and uninformed. Please forgive me, Alchemist Gao. Gao Xianpeng laughed. It looks like your master did not tell you much about the taboos among alchemists. Yang Kai did not know what to say to that as he did not have a master to speak of. The only master he had in the divine armament world was the sect master of Void Spirit Sword sect. His random excuse was only to deal with Gao Xianpeng's questions. But, if I can't compete with Gao Xianpeng, then how am I going to get my hands on the pill recipe of the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill? Just as Yang Kai was feeling extremely conflicted, Gao Xianpeng suddenly spoke up. It's been a while since I've encountered something so interesting. Let's do this instead. We can exchange some pointers with each other. Martial Peak, Chapter 4497, I will prepare them myself. Really? Yang Kai raised his brow at those words. He thought that he would need to change his plans, but who could have known that Gao Xianpeng would agree to his request? It was an unexpected surprise. Gao Xianpeng smiled. It's just a friendly match. Since it's not a competition, it's not a big deal. Besides, this Gao is interested in your alchemy techniques. He was certainly an honest person who said what he was thinking. If he was not interested in Yang Kai's alchemy techniques, he would never have agreed to this request. After all, he was a heaven-grade alchemist. It was impossible for an earth-grade alchemist to surpass him in alchemy techniques. Miao Hong hesitated. Brother Gao, is this really all right? Gao Xianpeng smiled slightly. Why? Are you afraid that this Gao will bully the weak, city lord? Miao Hong quickly waved his hands in denial. Brother Gao, you know that's not what I meant. It's just. Forget it. Since you've already agreed to this request, Brother Gao, this Miao won't say any more. I just hope that you know when to stop. Don't harm the peace. Of course, Gao Xianpeng turned to look at Yang Kai. Little brother, since you wanted to learn from me, I'll let you decide on the topic. What pill do you think we should refine? The 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. Yang Kai immediately replied. Gao Xianpeng was slightly stunned. The 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill? Little brother, are you sure you want to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill? Yang Kai said, I'm already at the peak of the Earth realm and I currently need a 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill to advance into the Heaven realm. After I complete this pill, I can also make the best use of the pill. Gao Xianpeng asked, Little brother, could it be that you're not aware? The 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill cannot be refined by those who are not in the Heaven realm. Why is that? Yang Kai furrowed his eyebrows. Gao Xianpeng explained, the spirit qi in Earth realm masters is not sufficient to support the refining of the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. Only those in the Heaven realm can refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. Seeing Yang Kai's ignorance, he couldn't help doubting whether the Vitality Pills and the Turtle Breath Pill were refined by Yang Kai. Yang Kai had never heard of such things before. Although the Divine Armament world had given him some memories along with an identity to move around in the world, he didn't know much of the common knowledge about the alchemic Tao here. Upon further consideration though, Yang Kai realized something. Cultivators needed the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill to advance from the Earth realm to the Heaven realm, but the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill could only be refined by those in the Heaven realm. If that was the case, then how did the first 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill come about? This question was similar to the question of which came first, the chicken or the egg? There was no answer. You won't have any advantages if we refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. Why don't you change it to something else instead? Gao Xianpeng suggested. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I am confident that I can refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. Leaving aside the fact that the spirit qi in his body was much stronger than general Earth realm masters, his own accomplishments in the alchemic Tao were enough to allow him to figure out a solution when faced with various problems. His top priority was to obtain the pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. Seeing Yang Kai's persistence, Gao Xianpeng became slightly annoyed. He felt as though Yang Kai was deliberately trying to show off in front of him. No matter how good-tempered he was still a highly revered heaven-grade alchemist. Nobody had ever been so presumptuous in front of him before. As a result, Gao Xianpeng's voice turned frosty and he declared, if you're so insistent, then we'll refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. There was no denying that Yang Kai was extremely talented. He had heard from Miao Hong that Yang Kai was only 18 years old. Be that as it may, Yang Kai not only stood at the peak of the Earth realm but was also an Earth-grade alchemist. Such a person was incredibly outstanding in the Divine Armament world. His extraordinary talent must have made him arrogant. It might not be a bad thing for somebody like him to face some hardships in life. Gao Xianpeng quietly vowed to himself. I'm going to put him in his place during our alchemy exchange. I have to show him that there's always somebody better than him out there. Seeing that the two had come to an agreement, Miao Hong laughed. This Miao is very fortunate to be able to witness two alchemists competing with each other. What herbs do you need to prepare? This Miao will send somebody to purchase them immediately. Yang Kai immediately perked up his ears. How could he know what herbs he needed to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill? All his hopes were pinned on Gao Xianpeng right now. All his efforts in Heavenly Martial City were only for this moment. A complete pill recipe not only included the list of herbs though, the refining steps, techniques, as well as the strength of the fire required was also needed. Nevertheless, it would be easier for him to deduce the pill recipe if he knew what kinds of herbs were needed. Gao Xianpeng smiled, "There's no need to trouble you, City Lord Miao. This Gao will send his subordinate to purchase the necessary herbs." After saying that, he turned around to the two Heaven Realm bodyguards behind him and issued some instructions. The female Heaven Realm master immediately walked out. Yang Kai nearly spat out a mouthful of blood at the sight. Despite knowing that it would not be easy to get his hands on the pill recipe of the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill, the scene in front of him still made him exceptionally gloomy. No wonder they say that the pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill is an alchemist's greatest secret. Gao Xianpeng's actions were naturally to prevent others from learning what kind of herbs he used in this refinement process. But, if he was acting so secretive, then how was Yang Kai going to know what kinds of herbs were needed in the pill recipe? Miao Hong turned to look at Yang Kai, who forced out a smile. "Many thanks for your concern, City Lord. I will also prepare my own herbs." "Good." Miao Hong stopped insisting, "It's getting late today and I'm sure the two of you have many preparations to make. In that case, let's do this tomorrow. When the two of you are ready, this Miao will open up the pill room so that you may compete to your heart's content." The city lord's mansion was in turmoil today and many people had been killed and injured. Miao Hong himself had barely escaped from the jaws of death earlier, thus, he was dead tired after forcefully pushing his energy to the limits and talking so much. Even so, he made sure to personally arrange for Gao Xianpeng and Yang Kai's living quarters before he left to get some rest. That night, Yang Kai sighed and put on his familiar black robes. Instructing Du Yu to keep watch, he silently left on his own. In order to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill, he had to know what kind of herbs Gao Xianpeng had purchased, therefore, he could only go out and investigate by himself. It was fortunate that he had been wandering around the city lord's mansion recently and he had perfected his stealth techniques over the past few days. After a short search, he quickly found the place where Gao Xianpeng was staying. Concealing his aura, Yang Kai silently crouched beside the skylight and looked down into the room. There was a single flickering candle inside the room. Gao Xianpeng sat on the bed, seeming to be resting in meditation. There was no sight of the male bodyguard, so he was probably outside the door. Thus, Yang Kai breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Both of Gao Xianpeng's bodyguards were at the peak of the Heaven Realm and not people he could oppose right now. There was already a precedent of being discovered by Miao Hong previously, so Yang Kai did not know whether his presence would be discovered if he kept spying into the room, therefore, the fact that the bodyguard was not inside the room was something to be celebrated. Although Gao Xianpeng was also in the Heaven Realm, his cultivation was not at the peak of the Heaven Realm. Besides, an alchemist like him would spend most of his energy on alchemy. Despite being a Heaven Realm master, he probably could not exert the strength corresponding to his cultivation. As long as Yang Kai was careful, he would not be discovered. After waiting for about an hour, Yang Kai suddenly heard the sound of footsteps entering the room. His spirits lifted, knowing that the female bodyguard had returned from buying the herbs. Sure enough, the female bodyguard knocked on the door and entered the room. She placed the bag in her hands on the table and cupped her fist. "Sir, I've bought the herbs." Gao Xianpeng didn't even bother to open his eyes. "Good. You may leave." "Yes." The female bodyguard responded and respectfully took her leave. Yang Kai's gaze latched firmly upon that bag like a leech. He knew that all the herbs needed to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill were inside. As long as Gao Xianpeng opened the bag to check the contents, he could get a glimpse of what he needed. And so he waited quietly. What made Yang Kai so depressed that he wanted to spit blood though, was that Gao Xianpeng continued to meditate without moving. Dawn was about to arrive, but Gao Xianpeng remained calm and peaceful. It was obvious that he was extremely confident in his subordinate's ability to carry out her duties. However, Yang Kai was waiting for Gao Xianpeng to open the bag. What am I supposed to do in this situation? Yang Kai was beginning to contemplate luring the two bodyguards and Gao Xianpeng away with some sort of trick in order to investigate the contents of the bag himself, but just as he was preparing to move, Gao Xianpeng, who had been sitting cross-legged all this while, finally roused from his meditation. Under Yang Kai's scrutinizing gaze, Gao Xianpeng got out of bed and boiled a pot of tea. While sipping slowly on his tea, he seemed to recall something and opened the bag, taking out all the herbs and checking them one by one. Seeing this, Yang Kai was tempted to summon the Azure Dragon Spear and stab Gao Xianpeng to death. Unfortunately, he knew that the idea was unrealistic, so instead, he quickly memorized all the quantities and the types of herbs. A short while later, Yang Kai quietly slipped away. He led Du Yu out of the city lord's mansion and returned to Tian Luohal's shop. Taking all the black jades that he previously brought with him, he hurriedly rushed to the various medicine shops. When the sun was high up in the sky, everyone gathered at the pill room in the city lord's mansion. Miao Hong personally opened the pill room, then he led Yang Kai and Gao Xianpeng inside, smilingly reporting, "This is the pill room of the city lord's mansion. You can access the earth fire here. Of course, it cannot compare with your alchemy flame, Brother Gao, but it is enough for the lowly alchemists in heavenly martial city." Gao Xianpeng nodded reservedly, "Since this is a learning exchange with little junior brother Yang, it's only right for everybody to use the same alchemy tools. This is fine." He obviously did not wish to seem as though he was bullying the weak, otherwise, it would not be an honest victory even if he won. It was a symbol of fairness for both of them to use the same earth fire and alchemy furnaces in this place. Miao Hong personally explained to Gao Xianpeng and Yang Kai about how to use their spirit qi to draw upon the earth fire, then, he asked the two of them to each find an alchemy furnace of similar standards. Only then did he stand to the side with a proud expression. As the witness of this competition, he was full of smiles. Although he was a master at the peak of the heaven realm, he rarely had the chance to observe heaven-grade alchemists like Gao Xianpeng personally performing alchemy. Under normal circumstances, the alchemy techniques of heaven-grade alchemists were absolutely confidential. Except for a few assistants, it was impossible for others to observe and emulate their actions from up close. Miao Hong had known Gao Xianpeng for decades, but he had never seen Gao Xianpeng refining pills. It was only natural that he was extremely interested in this matter. "If the two of you are ready, then this exchange competition can begin now." Miao Hong gestured. Gao Xianpeng nodded lightly. He opened his bag, took out the herbs, and arranged them by the side. Meanwhile, Yang Kai continued to activate his spirit qi and familiarize himself with the earth fire. The strength of the fire was extremely important in alchemy, so it was very important to familiarize himself with his new tools. Martial Peak, Chapter 4498, I have something to ask you. Needless to say, Yang Kai's main reason was to buy more time so that he could observe and emulate Gao Xianpeng's refining process. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to obtain the secrets of the pill recipe just by observing an alchemist during the process of refining a pill. However, Yang Kai was not comparable with ordinary alchemists. His profound attainments in the alchemic Tao were his greatest capital. Besides, he had partially deduced the pill recipe in his mind while buying the herbs. At this point, he already had several ideas in mind. If there was a complete 10 revolutions clear heart pill in front of him right now to further supplement the information he received already, he was 60% confident that he could fully deduce the pill recipe. Naturally, this process would take a long time, possibly taking several months to several years to complete. On the other side, Gao Xianpeng finished arranging and preparing his herbs. He activated his spirit qi and stimulated the earth fire, then, he skillfully placed herb after herb into the alchemy furnace to condense the medicinal liquid. In the meantime, he also glanced over to see what Yang Kai was doing. When he saw that Yang Kai was still getting familiarized with the earth fire, he couldn't help shaking his head slowly. He wondered whether he had been a little too hasty when he agreed to this competition, as Yang Kai's current performance was very disappointing. It was not until Gao Xianpeng had tempered most of his medicinal liquid that Yang Kai finally made a move. Under Yang Kai's instructions, Yu opened the bag they brought and took out the herbs one by one. Gao Xianpeng glanced over and couldn't help being startled. Even the earth fire below his alchemy furnace flickered for a moment. It was obvious that his mental state had been affected quite badly. He panicked for a moment and quickly controlled the alchemy flame again. The reason for his reaction was that he noticed the herbs Yang Kai brought were practically identical to what he took out earlier. Moreover, even the quantities were similar. This was very strange. Although the 10 revolutions clear heart pill could be refined as long as one was a heaven-grade alchemist in the divine armament world, the pill recipe owned by each sect was bound to have subtle differences. The most obvious manifestation of these differences was the difference in the type of herbs. Naturally, the medicinal efficacies of different 10 revolutions clear heart pill also varied in strength. As one of the current top 10 sects in the divine armament world today, Profound Pill sect boasted an impressive heritage and long-standing inheritance. The pill recipe for their 10 revolutions clear heart pill had thus undergone countless generations of improvements and modifications. Even if they dared not claim to be the best in the world, they would still rank among the top 3. Hence, it was impossible for the pill recipe mastered by other people or other alchemy sects to be identical to that of Profound Pill sect. That was why Gao Xianpeng was so shocked to see that the herbs Yang Kai brought out were almost identical to his own. On the other hand, Yang Kai looked up and nodded lightly at Gao Xianpeng. He knew that Gao Xianpeng was feeling suspicious. He had previously considered buying several extra portions of herbs to disguise his intentions. His main purpose in performing alchemy today was to imitate Gao Xianpeng. By doing so, he could then deduce and perfect the pill recipe during the process. Those additional herbs would not only prove to be useless at the end of the refinement process, but they would also serve to highlight his guilty conscience instead. So, he decided against that method. Fortunately, Gao Xianpeng said nothing even though he did not understand why the herbs that Yang Kai brought were so similar to his own. The only difference was in their quantities. He simply suppressed his doubts and decided to inquire about this matter after he finished the refinement process. As time passed, Yang Kai formed various hand seals that changed constantly. His spirit chi fluctuated wildly, and the earth fire he controlled also became stronger and weaker accordingly. Yang Kai looked like he had fully immersed himself in condensing his medicinal liquid, but in reality, he had separated a thread of his consciousness to observe Gao Xianpeng's movements. He then mimicked all of Gao Xianpeng's methods, though he did not copy everything exactly. His own attainments in the alchemic Tao were extremely deep, so even though he was imitating Gao Xianpeng's refining process, the truth was that many different concepts would instantaneously appear in his head. This allowed Yang Kai to use his own special means to replace Gao Xianpeng's secret alchemy techniques. Be that as it may, their alchemy refining process looked extremely similar. There was too little time and he needed to keep up with Gao Xianpeng's various alchemy processes, so Yang Kai could not afford the time to conceal his actions too much. Even Miao Hong, who didn't know anything about alchemy, could tell that something was wrong from where he stood watching by the side. His gaze would flicker between Gao Xianpeng and Yang Kai from time to time with a puzzled expression. With Miao Hong noticing something was off, there was obviously no fooling Gao Xianpeng. Even though Yang Kai had tried to change things up as much as possible, Gao Xianpeng could tell that Yang Kai's movements when refining the 10 revolutions clear heart pill were performed at practically the same rhythm as himself, only slightly slower. This realization made his expression change subtly. At this point, Yang Kai could not be bothered to care so much anymore. Things had already progressed to this point, so he could only continue until the end. As long as he could completely observe and emulate Gao Xianpeng's refining process, it would be a success. As more and more medicinal liquid was condensed at a steady rate, the temperature in the pill room increased accordingly. Gao Xianpeng's expression remained unchanged. For a heaven-grade alchemist like him, refining the 10 revolutions clear heart pill was not a difficult matter. All he needed to worry about was whether or not he could succeed in producing a pill at the end. In contrast, Yang Kai was drenched in sweat and his complexion was pale. It looked like the process was consuming a lot of his energy. He was not faking it either. Refining the 10 revolutions clear heart pill required a considerable amount of spirit qi, and it was only now that he finally understood why Gao Xianpeng had said that it was impossible to refine this pill unless one was in the heaven realm. The spirit qi in the body of an earth realm cultivator could not satisfy this level of consumption. Yang Kai was the only exception, as his heritage was incomparable to ordinary earth realm cultivators. That was why he managed to persevere until now. If it had been any other earth realm cultivator, their spirit qi would have been exhausted long ago. That was not all though, as he also needed to keep an eye on Gao Xianpeng's situation at all times and prevent the other party from finding any flaws in his performance. The mental consumption was not small. Yang Kai was indeed rather tired, but his fatigue was not as severe as it seemed on the surface. Half a day later, both of their refining processes reached the final stages. Miao Hong's expression was filled with shock and amazement. At this stage of the refining process, the pill was almost formed. He never imagined that Yang Kai might actually be a heaven-grade alchemist. Even so, Yang Kai remained steady and did not make any mistakes. The only difference between him and Gao Xianpeng was that his complexion was so pale that it was frightening. It would seem that refining the 10 revolutions clear heart pill with a cultivation in the earth realm was still a little too much. Nevertheless, this was enough to showcase his attainments in alchemy. All that was lacking was his cultivation. An 18-year-old young man who not only stood at the peak of the earth realm but was also very likely to be promoted to the heaven realm soon. Not to mention, he had the heritage of a heaven-grade alchemist. Such a person was absolutely terrifying. Miao Hong felt that he needed to reassess his opinion of Yang Kai. The status of a heaven-grade alchemist was enough to leave even him behind in the dust, not to mention that Yang Kai's cultivation was superb for his age as well. At this moment, Gao Xianpeng suddenly reached his hand into his pocket and took out a clear bottle. The bottle contained an unknown substance that looked like some sort of viscous liquid. Opening the alchemy furnace, he uncorked the bottle and tipped the bottle slightly. A drop of amber liquid dripped into the alchemy furnace. Yang Kai's expression instantly became gloomy. After all the effort he went through to reach this point, he never imagined that Gao Xianpeng would have a hidden ingredient. He had already figured out the necessary herbs and basic processes to refine the 10 revolutions clear heart pill. But, what is inside that bottle? It was fortunate that his mental strength was still strong, otherwise, his alchemy furnace could have exploded on the spot if he was not careful. All he could do at this point was pray that the ingredient inside that bottle was not a necessary ingredient in the refining process, otherwise, his attempt to refine the 10 revolutions clear heart pill would end in a failure. After Gao Xianpeng dripped a drop of the unknown medicinal liquid into the alchemy furnace, he quickly began condensing his pill. It didn't take long before an unusual medicinal fragrance spilled out from within. Miao Hong became excited. He knew that Gao Xianpeng was about to condense the pills. Success or failure would depend on this moment. Gao Xianpeng was indeed worthy of being a veteran heaven-grade alchemist. Under the ever-changing hand seals he used, he executed a pill condensing technique, and a soft sound immediately came from inside the alchemy furnace. Taking a small breath, he was in no rush to open the furnace. Instead, he looked up at Yang Kai and stared fixedly. Similarly, Yang Kai was about to condense his pills. His tense nerves slowly relaxed. He discovered that even without the unknown medicinal liquid, the 10 revolutions clear heart pill he refined were not affected. It would seem that the medicinal liquid Gao Xianpeng added at the end was not a necessary one. When he reached the final stage to condense his pills, Yang Kai did not use his 9 heavens profound pill method, as this pill condensing technique was far too powerful for the divine armament world. Hence, He only used another pill condensing technique that was neither too good nor too bad. A series of clanging sounds rang out soon after, and the medicinal fragrance in the pill room became denser than ever. Yang Kai's complexion was so pale that it was frightening. Pretending as though he was about to die, he stumbled and collapsed face first towards the ground. Fortunately, Diyu moved quickly and caught him before he fell, calling out anxiously, "Sir." Gao Xianpeng hurried over and stated, "He is suffering from overconsumption." It should have been impossible for an Earth Realm Master to refine a heaven-grade pill in the first place. I can't believe he actually did it. Hurry up and let him lie down. Diyu laid Yang Kai down as she was told. Then, Gao Xianpeng took out a pill and handed it to her and ordered, "Give this to him." She took the pill but hesitated slightly. On the other hand, Yang Kai just weakly said, "Many thanks, Alchemist Gao." Gao Xianpeng waved his hand dismissively, "Don't talk. Just focus on recovering. There's something I want to ask you after." Yang Kai sighed in his heart. He knew that Gao Xianpeng was very concerned about his performance earlier. Whether it was in terms of alchemy ingredients or the refinement process, he was being suspected of imitating Gao Xianpeng. Anybody who encountered something like this would probably be unable to get over it so easily. He secretly felt thankful that Gao Xianpeng was good-natured and did not kick up a fuss on the spot, but how was he supposed to explain this situation now? The current Void Spirit Sword sect could not afford to upset a heaven-grade alchemist. If he offended Gao Xianpeng here, he would probably suffer greatly in the future. After being fed the pill by Diyu, Yang Kai's spirit chi quickly recovered. On the other side, Miao Hong walked over with 2 jade bottles in his hand and smilingly said, "This Miao has taken the initiative to collect the 10 revolutions clear heart pill that you two refined." This is what Brother Gao refined. There are 4 pills. 3 of them are mid-rank pills and 1 of them is a low-rank pill. He handed one of the jade bottles to Gao Xianpeng. Gao Xianpeng accepted the bottle without reservation. "This is what you refined, little brother." Miao Hong's eyes gleamed as he looked at Yang Kai. "You produced 1 low-rank pill." Martial Peak, Chapter 4499, A Series of Strange Coincidences. Alchemist Gao, your skills are truly superb. This Yang is very lacking in comparison. I've learned a lot. Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly. Regardless of everything else, he had succeeded in secretly learning the pill recipe for the 10 revolutions clear heart pill, so it made no difference to him even if he admitted his loss in this competition. Besides, he deliberately made it so that he produced only 1 low-rank pill at the end. If he really put his mind to the task, it would have been impossible for him to produce such poor results even if it was his first time refining the 10 revolutions clear heart pill. Gao Xianpeng shook his head. This Gao was unable to refine a heaven-grade pill with the strength of an Earth Realm Master. It is this Gao who is lacking. He turned to look at Miao Hong. "Brother Miao, please prepare a secret room. I need to have a good chat with little junior brother Yang." "No problem." Miao Hong immediately agreed. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. He knew that it might be a blessing and not a curse, but even if it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. The traces of how Yang Kai had imitated Gao Xianpeng were far too obvious. Gao Xianpeng probably suspected something a long time ago. He probably did not ask anything earlier because he did not want to be distracted during the competition. Now that the competition was over though, it was only natural to get to the bottom of the matter. How should I explain this situation? Yang Kai was a little perplexed. I can't say that the pill recipe I obtained is identical to his. How can something so coincidental happen? But, there is no other reasonable explanation otherwise. At this point, he could only take 1 step at a time. Gao Xianpeng did not look like a pedantic person, furthermore, he was a heaven-grade alchemist. Yang Kai did not wish to have a falling out with him if possible. Miao Hong quickly prepared a quiet room and Gao Xianpeng and Yang Kai entered it with their entourages. Then, Gao Xianpeng turned to the two Heaven Realm bodyguards who had been following behind him all this while and said, "Leave us." "Sir," the female Heaven Realm master hesitated slightly. "Leave us," he instructed once more, in a firmer tone. Only then did the two bodyguards take their leave. Before they left, they shot a deep glare at Yang Kai, as if to say that they would immediately rush in and chop him into pieces if he dared to harm Gao Xianpeng. "You stand down too," Yang Kai ordered. Du Yu said nothing in particular and respectfully left the room. As soon as the door closed, Gao Xianpeng and Yang Kai were the only ones left in the room. Gao Xianpeng stared fixedly at Yang Kai with a measuring look. The way he observed Yang Kai up and down was as though it was his first time getting to know him. Yang Kai was watched so keenly that he felt uncomfortable all over, thus, he began mulling over how to end things later once the truth was exposed. There were two more sword chi attacks that he could activate in the True Void Sword, but those attacks were ridiculously overpowered. If he used the True Void Sword here, forget Gao Xianpeng, the entire City Lord's mansion would be razed to the ground. He neither wished to be pursued by Profound Pill's sect as a wanted man nor drag Void Spirit Sword sect into his mess, therefore, he could not use the True Void Sword chi unless it was absolutely necessary. "Little brother, do you know the identity of the master who taught you alchemy? What was his name?" Just as Yang Kai's thoughts were bouncing around in his head, Gao Xianpeng suddenly popped out this question. Yang Kai shook his head solemnly. "Unfortunately, I don't. I'm sure you know that I'm a Void Spirit Sword sect disciple, Alchemist Gao. Master came to Void Spirit Sword sect, taught me alchemy for a few years, and then left to travel around the world again. From the start to the end, he never revealed his name." He casually responded to the question while thinking to himself, "How would I know what my non-existent master is called? It's unrealistic to make up a name now. If Gao Xianpeng decides to investigate, my secrets will quickly be discovered. I can only be as ambiguous as possible." Gao Xianpeng raised his eyebrows. "That senior. Why did he teach you alchemy?" Yang Kai shook his head again. "I was only 6 or 7 years old when my master taught me alchemy. I was too young at the time, so I don't remember much from back then." 6 or 7 years old, Gao Xianpeng quietly made some calculations. "So, this happened approximately 10 years ago? Do you remember how he looked?" Gao Xianpeng continued asking. Yang Kai was helpless and could only continue talking nonsense. "I don't quite remember. I think he is quite old as his hair was graying. He also always wore a set of dirty clothes." Gao Xianpeng's eyes immediately lit up at those words, frightening Yang Kai so much that he quickly said, "As you know, I was very young back then. I don't remember much." I understand. Gao Xianpeng nodded repeatedly. "Think about it carefully. What other more specific special characteristics did your master have?" "More specific? Which aspect?" Yang Kai was honestly at his wits' end by now. He no longer knew how to continue with his story. "His hand." Gao Xianpeng raised his left hand and waved his hand around in front of Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before the realization struck him. Yes, there was something. I think he either had an extra finger or was missing a finger. An extra finger. Gao Xianpeng's expression was serious. Yang Kai slapped his thigh. "Yes, that's right. He had an extra finger." He didn't dare to say more. If he said anything else, he might end up exposing his own secrets. At this point, he had the vague feeling that this nonsensical master he created on the fly was an actual person. It was just that Gao Xianpeng seemed to have misunderstood something. Therefore, he quickly tried to take control of the conversation by asking, "Alchemist Gao, do you know my master?" Gao Xianpeng breathed out lightly. Yang Kai could sense that the way Gao Xianpeng looked at him had become much more cordial. Nodding lightly, Gao Xianpeng replied, "Of course. How can I not know him? If that's the case, everything makes sense now. Yang Kai sat up straight. Please enlighten me, Alchemist Gao. Gao Xianpeng smilingly said, didn't you realize that the herbs you and I both needed to refine the 10 revolutions clear heart pill, as well as the refining process and the steps are basically the same? Yang Kai was astonished, is that so? Gao Xianpeng nodded and explained, you were very focused on performing alchemy earlier, so you probably didn't have the time to observe your surroundings. However, I saw everything clearly. The pill recipe for the 10 revolutions clear heart pill that you and I have is almost identical. This should have been impossible as there are countless pill recipes for the 10 revolutions clear heart pill in the divine armament world. Moreover, each pill recipe will have subtle differences unless they come from the same sect. I was puzzled earlier and wondered why you had the pill recipe belonging to Profound Pill sect, but everything makes sense now. Yang Kai pretended to humbly ask for advice. Gao Xianpeng smiled, do you still not understand? The one who taught you alchemy belongs to Profound Pill sect. Huh? Yang Kai was genuinely shocked. I can't believe that the non-existent master I randomly created became related to Profound Pill sect. This is quite a pleasant surprise. Alchemist Gao, this, Yang Kai didn't know what to say. After careful consideration, he realized that the main reason for Gao Xianpeng's speculation lay in the fact that their pill recipes were identical. As for the special characteristics of his fabricated master, half came from his imagination and the other half was guesswork thanks to Gao Xianpeng's guidance. Why are you still calling me Alchemist Gao? Gao Xianpeng looked at Yang Kai with a smile. It was said that great fortune brought wisdom, and Yang Kai's wits were keen thanks to the good luck that came to him. He stood up and cupped his fist, greetings, senior brother Gao. Sit down and talk. Gao Xianpeng seemed even more amicable now. Yang Kai sat down as he was told, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. He had been worried about what Gao Xianpeng would do to him, but things had taken such a sudden turn instead. By some unfathomable circumstances, he was now Gao Xianpeng's junior brother. Of course, it's hard to talk about the specifics since I have not met your master in person. It's only my speculation that you are the disciple of that person, but I'm quite certain that is the case. Only that person will, act in such a manner. The pill recipe for the 10 revolutions clear heart pill that you obtained is the best proof. In this world, there was nobody who could deduce a complete pill recipe just by observing and imitating another person performing alchemy once. That was why Gao Xianpeng never suspected Yang Kai of imitating his refinement process on the spot. From the beginning, he suspected that Yang Kai was a disciple taught by one of the wandering senior experts of Profound Pill sect. His subsequent inquiry was only to confirm his speculation. Senior brother Gao, what kind of person is my master? Yang Kai took the opportunity to inquire more about his fabricated master, otherwise, he might accidentally expose his own lies in the future. Gao Xianpeng pondered the question for a while before he gave a short and helpless laugh. That person. How do I put it? His manner of conduct is very eccentric. It's not something you can guess by using common sense. In any case, you only need to remember this, that man is one of the oldest and most authoritative seniors in the sect. Even I have to call him Martial Uncle if I run into him. It's just that it has been many years since I last saw him. He doesn't really like to stay in Profound Pill sect. He prefers to travel all over the world. Only the heavens know what he does out there. Yang Kai was stunned. It turns out that master comes from such a prominent background. But, I'm surprised that person actually took in a disciple. Gao Xianpeng turned to look at Yang Kai with a pensive look. All of a sudden, the realization struck him. Martial Uncle has such discerning eyes. No Earth Realm master in Profound Pill sect could have refined a heaven-grade pill. Could Martial Uncle have noticed that junior brother Yang is incredibly talented? Is that why he made an exception and took in a disciple? Yang Kai shook his head. Master only taught me alchemy for a few years. Moreover, he never allowed me to call him master. He claimed that it was a disgrace to him. Gao Xianpeng failed to stifle his laughter. That's definitely how he does things. Don't worry about it, junior brother Yang. Seeing as you were taught by that man, that makes you part of Profound Pill's sect. You should pack up your things later and follow me back to Profound Pill's sect to greet your seniors. But, Void Spirit Sword Sect, Yang Kai hesitantly said, I'll be honest with you, senior brother Gao. This junior brother is the eldest disciple of Void Spirit Sword Sect. Furthermore, I grew up in Void Spirit Sword Sect and am deeply indebted to the Master Sect for raising me. This junior brother cannot be ungrateful. Gao Xianpeng was slightly taken aback. I forgot about that. He pondered in silence for a moment before he continued, in that case, I'll return to Profound Pill's sect and ask for instructions first. We'll see what the sect master decides. Your situation is rather special after all. Profound Pill's sect has never had such a precedent before. I'll visit Void Spirit Sword Sect to inform you once I have further information. Then I shall have to trouble you, senior brother Gao. Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He definitely had no intention of going to Profound Pill's sect. The master he casually created on the spot had accidentally gotten him involved with Profound Pill's sect. Although he managed to fool Gao Xianpeng, he was bound to face more inconveniences if he went to Profound Pill's sect. It would be bad if his lies were exposed in some way. Why are you being so polite with me, junior brother? Gao Xianpeng was clearly in a good mood. Reaching his hand into his pocket, he took out a jade bottle. Since you are already at the peak of the Earth realm, you will need a 10 revolutions clear heart pill to advance into the Heaven realm. Don't use that low-rank pill of yours as its effects won't be good. Your aptitude might be extraordinary, but it's better to be careful. I have a high-rank 10 revolutions clear heart pill here. It's just right as a welcome gift from me as your senior brother. This high-rank pill was clearly not the one he refined earlier. Nevertheless, Gao Xianpeng was a veteran heaven-grade alchemist. It was not strange for him to have such a pill on him. Yang Kai did not refuse and accepted the pill gratefully. Martial Peak, Chapter 4500, Heaven Realm. With a high-rank 10 revolutions clear heart pill in hand, Yang Kai's advancement into the Heaven realm was as good as an accomplished fact. Afterwards, Yang Kai asked about the amber liquid that Gao Xianpeng added at the end of the refining process. Gao Xianpeng only said that it was a secret recipe he developed himself, which could increase the success rate of pill condensation by a slight margin. Its presence or absence had nothing to do with refining the 10 revolutions clear heart pill. Something like this was very common. Even if everybody had mastered the same pill recipe, each person would have a different understanding of it. That was why many alchemists had their own special tricks. It was just that Yang Kai was meeting another alchemist for the first time in the divine armament world, so such practices were very curious and strange to him. With your talent, junior brother, you might even be able to modify the pill recipe for the 10 revolutions clear heart pill if you work hard in the future. By doing that, you will leave your name in history. You will be famous for countless generations to come. Yang Kai was embarrassed. You're praising me too much, senior brother. Gao Xianpeng shook his head. I have high hopes for you. To successfully refine a heaven-grade pill as an Earth realm master, as far as I know, you're the first person to ever succeed. Good, let's end our idle chat here. Let's go out now. I need to return to Profound Pill's sect as soon as possible and report about today's matters. It would have been different if Yang Kai was an alchemist with mediocre aptitude, but the key point was that his aptitude was extremely outstanding, so much so that he might even become the next master of the Medicine King Furnace in 100 years. This matter was related to the glory of the Profound Pill sect, so it could not be handled sloppily. The two of them pushed open the door and walked out, smiling and chatting with each other. Miao Hong, who had been standing outside the door, hurried over to greet them only to be stunned by the sight. Gao Xianpeng then briefly explained the situation. Miao Hong was shocked by the turn of events. Even his gaze became solemn when he looked at Yang Kai. He initially planned to recruit Yang Kai into Heavenly Martial City, but it would now seem that his plan was hopeless. Yang Kai had not only gotten a connection with Profound Pill's sect, but he also considered Gao Xianpeng as his fellow brother. How could he take interest in Heavenly Martial City? In addition, Miao Hong had also planned to prepare a banquet. There were two reasons for his actions. The first reason was to welcome Gao Xianpeng. The other reason was to thank both Gao Xianpeng and Yang Kai for helping him. Unfortunately, Gao Xianpeng was in a hurry to return to Profound Pill's sect to report about Yang Kai's matters and politely declined the invitation. Miao Hong did not insist. Afterwards, Miao Hong and Yang Kai saw Gao Xianpeng out of Heavenly Martial City. It wasn't until the luxuriously decorated carriage disappeared from view that Yang Kai turned around and cupped his fist. "City Lord Miao, I must take my leave too. I apologize for all the trouble I caused over the past few days. Alchemist Yang, you are too polite. This Miao has received your life-saving grace. If there is anything this Miao Hong can help with in the future, please don't hesitate to let me know. This Miao and Heavenly Martial City will never refuse." Ever since he learned about Yang Kai's connection with Profound Pill's sect, he recognized Yang Kai's terrifying potential, therefore, these words came out decisively. Next, Miao Hong abruptly changed the subject. "Alchemist Yang, are you really not going to stay a few more days?" Yang Kai shook his head with a smile. "No. I need to return to the Master Sect, but we might meet again very soon." Miao Hong was overjoyed to hear those words. "In that case, this Miao will quietly wait to hear from you." While he was speaking, he clapped his hands smartly. Two carriages immediately drove out from behind him. The furnishings might not be as luxurious as the carriage Gao Xianpeng took, but they were not bad either. Not to mention, the carriages seemed to be filled with something very heavy. The body of the carriages was clearly weighted down by something. "This is," Yang Kai looked at the carriages questioningly. 100,000 pieces of red jades to show you my sincerity. Alchemist Yang, please don't refuse." Despite listening to those words, Yang Kai did not react. On the other hand, the eyes of Du Yu and Shi Minghui standing behind him immediately gleamed brightly. 100,000 pieces of red jade was equivalent to 1 million pieces of black jade or 10 million pieces of white jade. This was a great display of sincerity indeed. Void Spirit Sword Sect might own a black jade mine, but they could only mine 10 to 20,000 pieces of black jade a month at most. It would take them at least 7 to 10 years just to accumulate an amount that was equivalent to 100,000 pieces of red jade. Therefore, Du Yu and Shi Minghui were blown away by Miao Hong's generosity. Miao Hong laughed. "Alchemist Yang, you will advance into the heaven realm soon. When your cultivation reaches this level, it's best to cultivate using red jades. The efficiency is far too low if you use black jades." Yang Kai cupped his fists. "Your kindness is appreciated, City Lord. It would be impolite for this Yang to refuse." Yang Kai currently required a large amounts of resources for his cultivation. Besides, Miao Hong was showing his favor in advance. There was no reason to refuse. The value of 2 carriages worth of red jades was not small. For that reason, Miao Hong further arranged for people from Heavenly Martial City to escort them back. It took several days, but Yang Kai and his companions finally returned to Void Spirit Sword Sect. The escorts left immediately after delivering the items. Even so, the appearance of such a large force frightened Su Changfa and the others badly. They thought that somebody else was here to pick a quarrel with them again. After receiving an explanation from Du Yu and Shi Minghui, Su Changfa's mouth fell wide open. It was not until a long while later that he shook his head in amazement and disappointment. "I've gotten old." Upon returning to Void Spirit Sword Sect, Yang Kai recounted the events at Heavenly Martial City to Su Changfa and the others. During the conversation, he secretly revealed that he was taught alchemy by a strange man when he was younger. There was no choice. Gao Xianpeng would surely come to Void Spirit Sword sect in the future. At that time, Su Changfa and the others would learn about this matter. Rather than letting them hear about this from somebody else, it would be better for him to disclose this information in advance to give them some buffer time. Sure enough, Su Changfa and the others were completely stunned by the news. Gu Kongning frowned. When you were 6 or 7 years old? Weren't you spending all day long thinking about how to peek on your martial aunt Hong Xiu while she was bathing? Where would you find the time to learn alchemy from others? As soon as those words left his mouth, Hong Xiu immediately shot a sharp glare at him. Yang Kai was shocked. Did I do that when I was younger? Cold sweat dripped down the back of his head in waves. Hong Xiu's sharp knife-like gaze immediately swept over him and his cold sweat oozed out even harder. Su Changfa lightly coughed. If it was a senior expert from Profound Pill sect, we would not have been able to detect anything. That's a good thing. I just never imagined that a brat like you would have such amazing talent in alchemy. You even managed to refine a heaven-grade pill. However, when he recalled that even the ancestor had handed his legacy inheritance to Yang Kai, Su Changfa found that it was not that surprising after all. Gu Kongning and Su Changfa exchanged a glance with each other before they nodded lightly in unison and said happily, "It is a joyous occasion for Void Spirit Sword sect." The true Void Sword replica that had been missing for so many years finally reappeared. The 3 true Void Sword Chi fortified the fate of the sect. Now that Yang Kai was a heaven-grade alchemist who had connections with Profound Pill sect, it was easy to see that Void Spirit Sword sect would soon rise to glory. Honored Master, I'm afraid I have to enter retreat immediately even though I just returned to the sect. Senior Brother Gao gave me a high-rank 10 revolutions clear heart pill before he left. By the time this disciple exits retreat, I will probably be able to advance into the heaven realm. Hong Xiu couldn't be bothered to be annoyed by what happened in the past upon hearing that. Instead, she exclaimed in astonishment when she heard those words, "What is your current cultivation?" "The peak of the earth realm." Yang Kai surged his spirit chi while speaking. The aura belonging to a master at the peak of the earth realm immediately permeated the air. Su Changfa and the others instantly became dumbstruck. The 3 elders of Void Spirit Sword sect were astonished by how fast Yang Kai's cultivation speed was. They could not wrap their heads around how a cultivator in the 4th step mortal realm could reach the peak of the earth realm in a short span of 3 months. Ignoring their reactions, Yang Kai went off to cultivate in retreat on his own. He had tried to break through before, but there was a layer of shackles formed by the world principles of this world. The help of an external source was required to advance from the earth realm to the heaven realm, otherwise, it was impossible to break through to the next realm just by relying on his strength alone. He did not know the reason behind this phenomenon and could only assume that it was a special characteristic of the divine armament world. Yang Kai sat beside a pile of red jades inside his secluded home and took out the high-rank pill that Gao Xianpeng gave to him. After a quick check, he confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the pill and swallowed it. The process of advancing from the earth realm to the heaven realm was a process of transformation for any cultivator. It was their first baptism in life, it was a sublimation of their power, it was a test of life and death. If they crossed this threshold, they would step into a wider world and see greater sights. If they failed to cross this threshold, they would suffer endless troubles in the future. Be that as it may, Yang Kai's heritage as a 6th-order open heaven realm master was not just for show. Not to mention that he had a high-rank 10 revolutions clear heart pill to support him, so there was no need to worry that he might fail. He activated the heaven-devouring battle law and the medicinal efficacies in his abdomen quickly dissolved. In addition, the pure spirit chi contained within the red jades around him seemed to be pulled by a strong guiding force and transformed into a wave of spirit chi that poured into his body through his pores. His aura was released without any reservations, then, it began to climb with a steady momentum and soon reached a peak. During his past attempts, Yang Kai would feel an invisible layer of shackles restricting his body whenever he reached this point. As a result, he became powerless to proceed any further. However, things were different this time. When he felt the invisible shackles wrapping around his body, he also felt the medicinal efficacies of the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill in his body simultaneously flowing throughout his body and quickly shattering the shackles around him. He immediately felt lighter, as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His aura that had reached the peak earlier continued to climb once more, moreover, it grew in leaps and bounds. An overwhelming force burst out with him as the center, along with a ripple of air waves visible to the naked eye. The loose rock around his secluded home cracked and heaved noisily. All the cultivators in Void Spirit Sword sect sensed something at that moment and quickly stopped what they were doing to look in the direction of Yang Kai's secluded home. Su Changfa, Gu Kongning, and Hong Xiu had been standing guard not far away from Yang Kai's home all this while. At this moment, the old man's aged face became emotional, a Heaven Realm Master. There is finally a Heaven Realm Master in Void Spirit Sword sect. Our ancestors have finally taken pity on us and have given us their blessings. While speaking, tears flowed down his cheeks freely. Gu Kongning and Hong Xiu were similarly moved. Su Changfa was getting older and his vitality was beginning to decline. His martial Tao would forever stay in the third step Earth realm. But, that was not the case for Gu Kongning and Hong Xiu. They still had the potential to move forward. The main reason for the slow growth of their cultivation was the lack of resources that could not keep up with their demands. Fortunately, the situation was getting better by the day. There were black jades being mined from the black jade mine every single day, and Yang Kai was a heaven-grade alchemist who could refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill. As long as they worked hard in their cultivation, they would eventually reach the heaven realm in their lifetime. For a moment, their eyes were filled with great hope. On the other side, Du Yu and Shi Minghui stood together. Having followed Yang Kai out on his trip this time, it could be said that they experienced many new things. Besides, their cultivation was not low. One was in the 7th step Earth realm while the other was in the 8th step Earth realm. It would not take more than a few years for them to reach the peak of the Earth realm. At that time, Yang Kai would be their biggest hope of advancing into the heaven realm. After all, it was not difficult for a heaven-grade alchemist like him to refine some 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pills for his own subordinates. After considering all this, the two of them exchanged a glance with each other and understood what the other was thinking. Even if Yang Kai were to remove the poison from their bodies now, they would not leave. They had made up their minds to follow him to the end. Martial Peak, Chapter 4501, Loyalty. Inside the main conference hall of Void Spirit Sword sect, Yang Kai sat valiantly in the main seat. To his left sat a group of elders from Tian Luo Hall with Li Zhengqing as their leader. On the other hand, to his right sat another group of people from Roaring Tiger sect with sect master Zhuang Juhe at their head. There was a clear distinction between the two sides. Moreover, all the people present today were cultivators in the 4th step Earth grade and above. It had been 1 month since Yang Kai advanced into the heaven realm, and many things had happened during this time. The biggest incident that affected the entire Void Spirit Sword sect was that the old sect master Su Changfa had abdicated his position. The eldest disciple of the younger generation, Yang Kai, had taken over in his stead. This was also what everybody desired. Yang Kai was the one and only Heaven Realm Master in the entire Void Spirit Sword sect. Not only was he the strongest, but he was also very young, thus, it was only a matter of time before he took over as the sect master. Su Changfa had simply brought this matter forward a little. What's more, Void Spirit Sword sect was now a booming business thanks to Yang Kai's efforts in developing the sect. Not only did Roaring Tiger sect and Tian Luo Hall become branches of Void Spirit Sword sect, but all the other sects and clans within 1,000 kilometers radius had also decided to submit to Void Spirit Sword sect. Therefore, Void Spirit Sword sect was indeed in need of a stronger sect master to act as a deterrent and a symbol. Su Changfa was getting on in his years. Although he was happy to witness the rise of Void Spirit Sword sect, he no longer had the energy to manage the sect. In this aspect, Yang Kai was full of vigor, which was perfect for the circumstances. For that reason, Su Changfa swiftly decided to pass the torch to Yang Kai after a simple discussion with Gu Kongning and Hong Xiu, regardless of whether Yang Kai agreed or not. The succession ceremony was held half a month ago. All the nearby great forces sent their representatives to express their congratulations, making it a lively scene. Aside from that, news of Yang Kai refining the 10 revolutions clear heart pill in heavenly martial city had spread like wildfire among the elders of Tian Luo Hall and Roaring Tiger sect. This was something that could not be kept secret, and Yang Kai had no intention of keeping it secret either. That was why he did not care when Diu Yu and Shiming Hui either intentionally or unintentionally spread this news to the public. The news caused a huge stir among the elders of Roaring Tiger sect and Tian Luo Hall. Accordingly, the attitudes of these people were obviously much more respectful and attentive nowadays. In the past, they had no choice but to surrender under Yang Kai's brutal ferocity after he forced them to consume poison pills. However, it was different now. Yang Kai was not just a Heaven Realm master but also a heaven-grade alchemist. A person like that was a pivotal figure in the divine armament world. Once this information spread, there would be many Heaven Realm masters willing to follow him. In the divine armament world, it was not shameful for a Heaven Realm master to serve under a heaven-grade alchemist. Rather, it was an act that was approved and recognized by the public. That was because Heaven Realm masters required large amounts of resources for their cultivation, while heaven-grade alchemists were wealthy people. As long as a Heaven Realm master could serve under a suitable heaven-grade alchemist, there would be no need for them to worry about cultivation resources again. Naturally, there was another, more important reason. If the heaven-grade alchemist they served could advance to become a spirit-grade alchemist, then they had hope of obtaining 100 revolutions clear heart pill and advancing into the spirit realm in the future. They were simply investing in their future in advance. The 2 bodyguards at the peak of the heaven realm who served beside Gao Xi and Peng were eagerly waiting for the latter to become a spirit-grade alchemist and subsequently refine 100 revolutions clear heart pills for them. After all, there were not many spirit-grade alchemists in the entire divine armament world. Even if masters at the peak of the heaven realm like themselves begged those spirit-grade alchemists for a pill, they might not have a chance of success. The people of Roaring Tiger sect and Tian Luo Hall were well aware that Yang Kai could easily amass a large force of heaven realm masters with his current status and identity, therefore, they were dispensable pawns in his eyes. It was not easy for them to gain a connection to a heaven-grade alchemist, hence, they would never let this opportunity slip by without a fight. Inside the hall, these people sat upright with their backs straight. They also had attentive looks on their faces. Despite so many people gathering in the main hall, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Even the sound of their breathing had been suppressed to the limits. They did not know the reason why Yang Kai summoned them all here. Ever since he returned from his previous trip, he had remained in retreat. Aside from the one time he showed up at the succession ceremony, there had been no sight of him. Looking around, Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction after seeing the respectful behaviors of these elders. He then shouted, "Li Zhengqing." Tian Luo Hall's sect master, Li Zhengqing, hastily stood up and cupped his fist. "Subordinate is here. How long have you been stuck at the peak of the earth realm?" Yang Kai casually asked. Li Zhengqing quickly replied, "Reporting to Sir, it has been 13 years since this old master advanced to the peak earth realm." Yang Kai nodded and looked to the other side. "What about you, Zhuang Juhe?" Roaring Tiger sect master, Zhuang Juhe, also stood up quickly and smiled brightly. "I'm slightly better off than brotherly, it has been 8 years for me." Yang Kai said, "This world has shackles that bind us tightly. Unless you break free of these shackles, you will never get a glimpse into the mysteries of the heaven realm." Raising a hand, he threw out 2 bursts of light towards Li Zhengqing and Zhuang Juhe. "Take this and cultivate hard. Don't disappoint this king." Both Li Zhengqing and Zhuang Juhe accepted the beams of light, and when they stared down at the item, they immediately became emotional. Li Zhengqing's lips trembled. This. Sir, see, could this be? Zhuangju. He took a deep breath and finished the sentence for Li Zhengqing. 10 revolutions clear heart pill? There was an uproar among the people in the main hall, and numerous gazes latched onto the pills that Li Zhengqing and Zhuangju he were holding in their hands like leeches. They might not need this pill right now, but it was something they would need one day. Yes, they are 10 revolutions clear heart pills. As you know, I am now a heaven-grade alchemist. This king refined these 2 pills himself, Yang Kai responded indifferently. He had already learned the pill recipe for the 10 revolutions clear heart pill by heart, so a few days prior, Yang Kai sent his subordinates to purchase some herbs for him and quickly refined some 10 revolutions clear heart pills. Seeing as he had no need to conceal his skills anymore, Yang Kai went all out during the refining process and produced 6 pills in the end. Out of which, 1 was a high-rank pill and 5 were mid-rank pills. To prevent standing out too much, he had only given Li Zhengqing and Zhuangju he a mid-rank pill each. Even so, his actions made those 2 incredibly emotional. They had known that Yang Kai would one day give them 10 revolutions clear heart pills to aid them in advancing to the heaven realm if they were loyal enough. However, they never imagined that such a great blessing would come to them so soon. They thought that it would take several years of loyal performance for them to obtain the 10 revolutions clear heart pill. Thinking about it again though, Yang Kai's strength was obvious. Not to mention that he was also a heaven-grade alchemist. Earth realm masters like themselves were probably of little importance to him. As such, they could play a greater role if he helped them advance into the heaven grade as soon as possible. Li Zhengqing was the first to return to his senses. He put the pill away with great care and cupped his fist. Many thanks for your gracious gift, sir. This old master swears that he will repay your kindness. He used to be the great elder of Tianluo Hall. Although Tianluo Hall was not a bad place, he had been suppressed by the palace master Xu Wancheng, who stood above him. Most of the resources had been taken by Xu Wancheng, so even if Li Zhengqing wanted to ask a heaven-grade alchemist for a 10 revolutions clear heart pill, he could not gather enough compensation to do so. On the other hand, Xu Wancheng had managed to accumulate enough compensation to make such a request. Be that as it may, he still had to wait several years for his turn to come. The problem Zhuangju he faced was similar to Xu Wancheng. Back then, Zhuangju he traveled tens of thousands of kilometers to Profound Pill's sect to request a 10 revolutions clear heart pill. He had handed over a substantial reward only to be told that he had to wait for another 8 to 10 years. But now, there was a 10 revolutions clear heart pill right in front of him. He gave a deep sigh as he thought to himself, the treatment sure is different when you have powerful friends. With this pill, he was 80% certain that he could advance into the heaven realm. Cupping his fist solemnly, he said, "Many thanks, sir. This subordinate will not let you down. I will definitely advance into the heaven grade as soon as possible and dedicate my services to you." Yang Kai nodded lightly and swept his gaze over the others below him. As for the rest of you, there's no need to be envious of them. If any of you reach the peak of the earth grade and wish to advance into the heaven realm, feel free to come to me. I will prepare a 10 revolutions clear heart pill for each of you. The expressions of the others changed upon hearing those words, and they thanked him with great emotion. Even if Yang Kai tried to drive them away now, they would never leave. Staying here meant that there was no need to worry about the 10 revolutions clear heart pill that was required to advance into the heaven realm. Where else would they find such a beneficial deal? Afterwards, Yang Kai dispersed the crowd and went to check on the studies of Wan Ying and his other 2 junior brothers. He taught them some common knowledge and techniques for alchemy, and only then did he return to his secluded home. Out of the 100,000 pieces of red jade Yang Kai brought back from Heavenly Martial City, only half of them remained. If anybody were to learn about his consumption rate, they would be absolutely shocked. However, for a person who used the heaven-devouring battle law like him, this was the result of deliberate suppression. The power of the heaven-devouring battle law was unfathomable. Even Yang Kai was horrified by this secret art that allowed him to devour everything in existence when activated. If he did not deliberately suppress the power of this secret art, he would have finished consuming the 100,000 pieces of red jade a long time ago. Unfortunately, Yang Kai needed to allow his body to become accustomed to the surge in his cultivation, and he also needed time for the might of his dragon vein to remove the hidden dangers brought about by cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. Therefore, he had no choice but to slow down his cultivation. Fortunately, the toughness of his body gradually increased as his cultivation improved and more power from his dragon vein could be stimulated as a result. All of this formed a delicate balance with the heaven-devouring battle law, so there were no hidden dangers for the time being. During this past month, his cultivation did not grow by much as he only advanced from the first step heaven realm to the second step heaven realm. The main reason for such slow progress was that the amount of resources he required just to advance by one step was colossal now that he was in the heaven realm. Other cultivators might not face such issues, but Yang Kai knew that he was unlike other people. If it was said that one's body was a container, then other people might have the capacity of a large lake when they reached the heaven realm. In contrast, Yang Kai's capacity was as large as an ocean. The spirit chi he needed to accumulate in order to advance into the next minor realm was many times greater than average. The reason for such an occurrence was that the gradual strengthening of his body allowed him to accommodate even more spirit chi. That was why Yang Kai was confident that he could win against most masters at the peak heaven realm despite only being in the second step heaven realm. Moreover, he could succeed purely with his own strength, without the support of the true void sword chi. The days went by smoothly. In addition to cultivation, Yang Kai would take the time to teach Wanning Ying and the others daily. Nothing else required his personal attention, as ever since giving Zhuang Juhe and Li Zhengqing the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pills, the entirety of Roaring Tiger Sect and Tian Luo Hall had become absolutely loyal to him. Meanwhile, the diligence of the younger Void Spirit Sword Sect disciples was gradually producing results in their cultivation. At present, Void Spirit Sword Sect was no longer lacking in financial resources. Not only did they have the Black Jade Mine, but Roaring Tiger Sect and Tian Luo Hall also kept sending various cultivation resources over as tribute. As a result, the disciples no longer needed to suffer through poverty like before. Thanks to the consumption of various cultivation resources and supplemented by the body-tempering secret art that Yang Kai taught them previously, the bodies of Void Spirit Sword Sect disciples not only became stronger, but their cultivation also improved at a steady pace. Martial Peak, Chapter 4502, Someone from Profound Pill Sect. Void Spirit Sword Sect was flourishing by the day. Soon, 1 month had passed. Yang Kai stepped out of his secluded home on a bright sunny day. After 1 month of training, he finally reached the next step in his cultivation. He was now in the third step heaven realm. However, he had used up all the red jades that Miao Hong had given to him. There were many black jades in Void Spirit Sword Sect, so he decided to give it a try. However, he realized that just like what Miao Hong had said, when a cultivator reached the heaven realm, it would be ineffective to use black jades to cultivate. Red jades would be a much better option. He knew that he should head out to look for cultivation resources. The notion made him feel slightly somewhat dispirited. Nevertheless, it wasn't a difficult task for him. Now, he was a heaven-rank alchemist, and he possessed the pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. Therefore, it wasn't hard for him to collect some resources. As long as he exposed the fact that he was able to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill, countless cultivators would come over to request alchemy services from him. After all, in this divine armament world, a lot of cultivators were stuck at the peak of Earth realm. Yang Kai had already expected this day to come, therefore, before he left Heavenly Martial City previously, he had insinuated to Miao Hong that he might return to the city soon. Compared to Void Spirit Sword Sect, Heavenly Martial City was much more powerful, and it also had a larger population. Yang Kai had already decided to return to Heavenly Martial City and set up a pill shop. While refining pills for others, he could also collect the resources he needed. With sufficient resources, he would be able to reach the peak of the heaven realm at the fastest speed. As for the 100 revolutions clear heart pill needed for achieving an ascension to the spirit realm from the heaven realm, Yang Kai could only play it by ear. He wasn't in a rush anyway, and he believed that a solution would present itself eventually. He left his secluded home while he was still lost in his thoughts, and when he looked up, he became startled for a moment. That was because Wan Ying was seated outside his home as she stared vigilantly at Li Zhengqing, who was just standing in a nearby place with a helpless expression, as though he was waiting for Yang Kai to come out. However, the old man wasn't in a healthy state as he had been injured. His face was slightly pale, and his arm seemed to have been fractured as it was hung close to his chest with a long piece of cloth. Upon hearing the noises, Wan Ying and Li Zhengqing gazed at Yang Kai. The former got up joyfully and dashed towards Yang Kai. In an obedient manner, she called out, "Eldest senior brother." Yang Kai nodded gently and stroked her head. Wan Ying instantly started blushing as she moved away and pouted, "I'm a grown woman, eldest senior brother. Please stop treating me like a child." Despite what she had said, she appeared to be enjoying his touch. Yang Kai laughed and nodded his head, "Got it. I'll be more mindful." Then, he gazed at Li Zhengqing, "What happened? Who hurt you?" An embarrassed Li Zhengqing bent his back and replied, "Sir, I have no idea who hurt me. The person's movement skill was brilliant, so I was unable to see them clearly." Yang Kai was surprised, "You're in the heaven realm now. How could you not even see who hurt you?" Although it had only been a month since he last met Li Zhengqing, Yang Kai could sense that the old man was now in the heaven realm. Li Zhengqing started flushing, "I really couldn't see the person clearly. I'm truly useless." "So, what happened?" Li Zhengqing hurriedly narrated the incident in detail, as that was the reason he had been waiting here in the first place. Before Yang Kai entered retreat to cultivate, he had ordered that no one should disturb him. Therefore, Wan Ying had been standing guard outside of the secluded home, and she wouldn't even let Li Zhengqing come anywhere near the place. Upon hearing his story, Yang Kai finally learned that about half a month ago, a Heaven Realm master snuck into Void Spirit Sword sect. No one knew who the person was or even if they were a man or woman. They also had no idea why the person had snuck into this place. Li Zhengqing and Jianghu he ascended to the Heaven Realm not long after. Since this was a serious incident, they personally led their subordinates to look into the matter. Unfortunately, when they finally detected some traces and found the intruder's hiding place, they were easily defeated by that person. Li Zhengqing and Jianghu he were injured even though they had joined forces. Fortunately, that person didn't seem to have the intention to kill, so after injuring Li Zhengqing and Jianghu he, they immediately fled. Otherwise, the two new Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't have been able to survive. Other than the ones guarding the Black Jade Lode, the people from Tian Luo Hall and Roaring Tiger sect had gone all out to look for that mysterious person, but they hadn't found a single clue so far. The reason Li Zhengqing had been staying there was to inform Yang Kai about it as soon as the latter exited his seclusion. "A mysterious person, heh," Yang Kai frowned, "why do you think that person came to our sect?" The elusive person never killed anyone, and they were able to defeat two new Heaven Realm Masters, so it was obvious that they were very strong. The person must be in the third step Heaven Realm at the very least. There must be a reason for such a person to sneak into this place. Li Zhengqing replied, "Brother Zhuang and I discussed it before, and we're worried that the person came here for the Black Jade Lode. After all, in Void Spirit Sword sect, only the Black Jade mine could arouse the interest of Heaven Realm Masters." Yang Kai nodded gently, "It's a possibility. Did you find anything in the lode itself?" Li Zhengqing shook his head, "That's what's strange about it. We didn't find any trace of the intruder in the mineral lode." "Is that person still in Void Spirit Sword sect?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "Yes, I believe so." Li Zhengqing bowed his head, "That person is powerful. Even though we discovered them once, they didn't immediately leave. Brother Zhuang found the person again last night, but they soon disappeared. Interesting, Yang Kai's lips curved into a smile. There was a mysterious Heaven Realm Master who appeared in Void Spirit Sword sect and kept hiding in different places. It was expected that the people here were anxious. Before they figured out the person's intentions, the entire Void Spirit Sword sect would be shrouded in suspense. Alright, Before Yang Kai finished his words, he saw a burly man rushing towards them. He's from Tian Luo Hall, Li Zhengqing spoke up. The burly man stood in front of Li Zhengqing and cupped his fist. Greetings, Sect Master. What's wrong? Li Zhengqing asked. The burly man replied, there's a Heaven Realm Master at the bottom of the mountain who has requested to meet the Sect Master. Li Zhengqing turned solemn. A Heaven Realm Master? Did he reveal his background? The burly man shook his head. He didn't. However, he gave me this thing. He said that the Sect Master will understand it when he sees it. Upon finishing his words, he held out a token with both hands. A doubtful Yang Kai took it and instantly saw the character, Gao, on the token. Upon realizing who the visitor was, he said to the burly man, invite him to the reception hall. I'll be waiting for him over there. Yes, the burly man replied and turned to leave. Li Zhengqing gazed at Yang Kai and asked, Sir, could the visitor be? No. He's from Profound Pill Sect. Profound Pill Sect? Li Zhengqing straightened his face as the sect was truly famous. It was one of 10 great sects in the divine armament world that currently controlled the Medicine King Furnace divine armament. A moment later, a muscular man stepped into the reception hall. Just like what Yang Kai had expected, the visitor was the one he had in mind. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that the man was carrying a person in his hand. This person's strength was apparently sealed, so they appeared weak while trying to struggle out of the man's grip. Gao Ming greets Alchemist Yang. The man directly threw the person onto the ground, and ignoring their glare, he cupped his fist to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded his head. Are you the bodyguard of Senior Brother Gao? When he saw the token just now, he reckoned that Gao Xianpeng must have sent someone over. When they parted ways in Heavenly Martial City previously, Gao Xianpeng said that he had to return to Profound Pill Sect as soon as possible to report the matter of Yang Kai's existence to his sect. 2 months had passed, so it was about the right time for Profound Pill Sect to react. Yes. Gao Ming nodded. It was the first time Yang Kai heard his name, so he asked curiously, you share the same surname as Senior Brother Gao. Are you two from the same family? Gao Ming nodded, that's right. I see. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai reckoned that Gao Ming's loyalty could be guaranteed since he and Gao Xianpeng were from the same family. Gao Xianpeng must share the same concerns, which was why he asked Gao Ming to be his bodyguard. Then, Yang Kai took a glance at the person who was squirming on the ground and asked curiously, who is this? The person on the ground was a woman, but her face couldn't be made out for now. Although her spirit chi had been sealed, she was still squirming like a worm as though she was trying to flee. The sight was quite comical. Gao Ming replied, I detected this person's aura when I was climbing the mountain. Since she was being rather stealthy, I decided to capture her. Please forgive me if she's from your sect. Yang Kai was instantly amused, she's not from Void Spirit Sword sect. Then, he turned to look at Li Zhengqing, is it her? Li Zhengqing shook his head, I can't be sure. Just ask her about it. Yang Kai rose from the chair and walked up to the woman to block her way. The woman immediately lifted her head and roared, get lost. Yang Kai adjusted his clothes and squatted in front of her before clenching her chin and lifting her up. He realized that she was a young woman with an alluring face and skin was as fair as snow. Despite her beautiful looks, the woman was clearly quite fierce and incensed as the first thing she did was widen her mouth in an attempt to bite Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai exerted more force into his grip, which ensured that she was unable to close her mouth. She could only hoot in response. Are you the one who has been hiding in Void Spirit Sword sect? Yang Kai questioned. The woman still hooted in response. Yang Kai grunted and scolded, I'll release you, but don't you bite me, otherwise, I'll break all your teeth. The woman glared at Yang Kai without saying anything. It was only then that Yang Kai released her, which instantly left some red marks on her fair face. Speak. Are you the one who has been making a scene in Void Spirit Sword Sect? Are you the one who hurt my subordinates? So what if it was me? Despite her alluring face, the woman was hot-tempered. Release me if you have the guts and fight this great ant. Yang Kai chuckled and gazed at Gao Ming. What's this woman's cultivation? Gao Ming replied, 6th step heaven realm or slightly higher. You're unlucky, then. Yang Kai started sympathizing with her. A 6th step heaven realm master should be quite powerful, and she was basically peerless in Void Spirit Sword Sect. However, she happened to come across Gao Ming, which was why she was easily captured. Martial Peak, Chapter 4503, Unlucky Huarong. What's your name? Where are you from? Yang Kai asked. The woman glared at him, do you think I'll tell you? You're pretty hot-tempered. Yang Kai grinned, then yelled, Li Zhengqing. Yes. Li Zhengqing hurriedly stepped forward. Whip her 100 times before I interrogate her. Li Zhengqing was startled for a moment, but he soon replied, yes. Then, he moved towards the woman. The woman was horrified. 100 whips were no big deal, as since she was a heaven realm master, the torture wouldn't kill her. However, after 100 whips, her clothes would certainly be destroyed. How was she going to face anyone when her body was exposed by then? She couldn't believe that such a vicious man existed in this world. My name is Huarong. Huarong. The woman hurriedly spoke up. So, it's Sister Hua. Yang Kai nodded gently. What are you doing in Void Spirit Sword Sect? Huarong batted her alluring eyes. Will you believe me if I say I'm having a stroll around here since this place is beautiful and serene? Yang Kai looked up and shouted, Li Zhengqing. Wait. If you don't believe me, I'll come up with another excuse. Huarong cried. Yang Kai waved his hand, take her away and whip her 100 times. True Void Sword. Huarong exclaimed, I'm here for the True Void Sword. Oh. Yang Kai arched his brow, then took the sword from his waist and waved it in front of her. You're here for this sword? Huarong nodded, yes. Yang Kai stared fixedly at her and realized that she didn't seem to be lying. She really seemed to be here for the True Void Sword. It seemed that he and Li Zhengqing had gotten it wrong. The Black Jade Lode in Void Spirit Sword Sect wasn't the only thing that could arouse the interest of Heaven Realm Masters. There was also the True Void Sword. Nevertheless, it wasn't surprising at all. Although the True Void Sword was just a replica of a divine armament, it was still commissioned by the True Void Sword Lord using a lot of money and resources. Therefore, the True Void Sword was no ordinary weapon, as it was a spirit armament, making it practically invaluable. However, since this was the inheritance left behind by the True Void Sword Lord for his descendants, there were naturally some security measures in place. The sword had 3 distinct portions of sword chi sealed within it and could only be safely used by one who cultivated the Void Spirit Sword art. If an unsuspecting person rashly activated the sword's power, the True Void Sword chi would kill the wielder instead of their enemies. It wasn't certain how Huarong found out that the True Void Sword had appeared, but that was apparently the reason she had come all the way here. Unfortunately, even if she managed to obtain the sword, she wouldn't be able to use it unless she was able to remove the sword chi from within it. That's the True Void Sword? To the side, Gao Ming, who had always remained calm and collected, was shocked as he looked dazedly at the sword in Yang Kai's hand. As a Heaven Realm Master, he certainly had heard about True Void Sword before, as it was one of the 10 great divine armaments. Yang Kai shook his head. Of course, it's not the real True Void Sword. An ancestor from Void Spirit Sword Sect made this weapon by imitating the divine armament. It's just a spirit armament. A spirit armament. Gao Ming took a deep breath. Although this true void sword was just a spirit armament, no ordinary person had the right to possess it. Such a treasure would bring misfortune to its owner if they weren't strong enough. It was imaginable that if word got out, Void Spirit Sword sect would never have any peaceful days again. Forget about Heaven Realm Masters, even many Spirit Realm Masters would come over to snatch this weapon. You're pretty good at gathering information, Yang Kai flashed a smile at the woman. Huarong remained curled up like a worm, but she was no longer squirming. The main reason was that all her spirit chi had been sealed, so it was pointless for her to struggle. As she gazed at Yang Kai with a tilted head, she suggested by saying, "Your sect is unable to keep this weapon. Why don't you give the sword to me to save yourselves some trouble? Your problems will all be solved then. Even if I give it to you, do you think you can keep it?" Yang Kai burst into laughter. Huarong shrugged, "That's my problem." To the side, Gao Ming snorted, "A spirit armament is truly precious. However, if Alchemist Yang is unable to keep it, no one else in the world can do that." Huarong was startled for a moment. How arrogant. How could Void Spirit Sword sect? Gao Ming cut her off by saying, "Void Spirit Sword sect naturally can't hold onto a spirit armament, but what about Profound Pill sect?" Profound Pill sect? Huarong was astonished as she gazed at Yang Kai in puzzlement. "You're from Profound Pill sect?" Gao Ming stated, "Alchemist Yang is a disciple of the 34th generation from Profound Pill sect, and he's also a heaven-grade alchemist." What? Huarong was flabbergasted as she got to her knees and looked up at Yang Kai. With widened eyes, she stuttered, "He is a heaven-grade alchemist? What's so surprising about it?" Yang Kai looked smilingly at her. Huarong examined him and tooted, "It said that one can't judge a book by its cover. If I hadn't heard it from a cultivator who's at the peak of the heaven realm, I wouldn't have believed it. By the way, who are you?" As she spoke, she turned to look at Gao Ming. She was truly unlucky to have been captured by Gao Ming. Initially, given her cultivation, Void Spirit Sword sect was basically defenseless against her. Unfortunately, she happened to come across a cultivator who was at the peak of the heaven realm. It was said that curiosity killed the cat. When Gao Ming was going up the mountain, Huarong secretly took a peek at him, which was why her whereabouts were exposed. She was subsequently captured by him. A proud Gao Ming declared, "I'm a blood warrior under heaven-grade alchemist Gao Xianpeng, Gao Ming. A blood warrior from Profound Pill sect?" Huarong's pupils contracted, then she let out a sigh, "It's no wonder you were able to capture me easily. I admit defeat." She no longer appeared high-spirited as she sat on her backside and looked away. "Just kill me. I've made a rash move and offended a heaven-grade alchemist, so I deserve to die despite being such a young woman." She seemed to be a resolute person, and if it weren't because her eyes were darting around when she spoke, Yang Kai would have admired her audacity. "Since you've barged into Void Spirit Sword sect and wounded my subordinates, I can't let you off easily. However, seeing as you didn't have the intention to kill, I won't sentence you to death. Why don't you receive one attack move from me? I'll release you after that." Yang Kai looked condescendingly at her. Huarong was surprised, "Are you serious? Do I look like I'm pulling your leg?" Yang Kai dispassionately replied. Huarong was startled for a moment, then nodded, "You're a good man. I'm in the wrong as I shouldn't have offended your sect." Yang Kai turned to look at Gao Ming, "Please lift her seal." Gao Ming appeared hesitant, but he still stepped forward and sent his spirit chi into her to release the seal he had placed. Huarong immediately got up and began stretching her limbs. Gao Ming said, "Please be careful, Alchemist Yang. Although this woman is weaker than me, she's still pretty strong. It took me quite some effort to capture her just now." Yang Kai nodded and gazed at the woman, "Are you ready?" "Of course Before Huarong could finish her words, she saw something flashing through her eyes. When she came to her senses, she realized that Yang Kai was already right in front of her. From the corner of her eye, she could see something coming right at her head, so she anxiously lifted her arms to block it. Before she could accuse Yang Kai of launching a sneak attack, she heard a loud bang. Instantly, she became dizzy, and after staggering for a bit, she collapsed to the ground. Raising his true void sword, Yang Kai took a glance at the unmoving woman and frowned. I guess I used too much force. The weapon was sheathed when Yang Kai struck Hua Rong's head with the flat of his blade. Although she had passed out, her injury shouldn't have been serious. Gao Ming was dumbfounded. After lifting the woman's seal, he secretly circulated his spirit qi and was ready to make a move to ensure nothing unexpected would happen, but the subsequent incident thoroughly shocked him. He thought that Yang Kai was a pretty despicable man. How could Yang Kai launch a sneak attack on such an alluring woman? That wasn't what a gentleman should do. Nevertheless, he wouldn't dare to say it out loud. Ying, throw her off the mountain, Yang Kai gave an order to Wan Ying, who was still dumbstruck. Wan Ying replied and picked up Hua Rong before shuffling out. A moment later, a speechless Wan Ying returned. Li Zhengqing was stunned. Did you get rid of her so soon? Wan Ying replied, no. That woman wasn't really passed out. Not long after I left this place, she woke up and leapt off the mountain. Upon realizing what had happened, Li Zhengqing remarked, she's quite a clever woman. That Hua Rong obviously pretended to have passed out, otherwise, she couldn't have regained consciousness so soon. Then, Li Zhengqing looked worriedly at Yang Kai. Sir, will there be a problem if we let her go? Yang Kai waved his hand. Don't mind her. She doesn't have any ill intentions. I guess she's just interested in the true void sword, otherwise, you and Zhuangju he would have been killed. Since she doesn't have the intention to kill, a light punishment for her was enough. You're indeed a righteous man, sir. Li Zhengqing bent his back. Yang Kai recalled the sight of him striking the woman with his sword. Now, he had a better understanding of the power he had grasped. He then turned to look at Gao Ming and said, sorry for the farce, brother Gao. Gao Ming hurriedly replied, please don't call me that, Alchemist Yang. I don't deserve it. Just call me Guardian Gao. Yang Kai nodded. Why have you come to Void Spirit Sword Sect, Guardian Gao? Does senior brother Gao want you to pass on a message to me? Gao Ming cupped his fist. Senior Gao wants me to bring you back to Profound Pill Sect. He said that since you're also part of Profound Pill Sect, you should return to your roots and acknowledge your ancestry. Besides that, the elders have some questions for you as well. I see. Yang Kai felt his heart skipping. Although he knew that the matter regarding Profound Pill Sect would be a problem, he hadn't expected it to come so soon. Previously, in Heavenly Martial City, Yang Kai randomly came up with an imaginary master to explain his skills, and Gao Xianpeng someone concluded that person was a senior from Profound Pill Sect. That was why Yang Kai suddenly became related to Profound Pill Sect. Honestly speaking, Yang Kai never wanted to go to Profound Pill Sect. Although he was able to fool Gao Xianpeng previously, it would be terrible if his lie was exposed after he headed there. Yang Kai believed that there were many spirit realm masters in Profound Pill Sect since it was one of the 10 great sects, and there was no way he could go up against such a force as he was currently. Once his lie was exposed, he would be doomed. Martial Peak, Chapter 4504, Blood Warriors of Profound Pill Sect. However, since those from Profound Pill Sect were aware of Yang Kai's existence, and Gao Xianpeng had sent someone over to invite him, it would arouse their suspicion if he rejected the invitation, and his lie might be exposed. It seemed that he had no choice but to head to Profound Pill Sect. Nevertheless, it would be a good thing if he could really join Profound Pill Sect. Although it had only been 2 months since he ascended to the Heaven Realm, it would only take him a few years before he could make it to the Spirit Realm given the speed at which he cultivated using the Heaven-devouring battle law. By then, he would need to use the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. The 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill was a spirit pill. Only a small number of great forces in the divine armament world possessed the pill recipe, and each one was a top existence in this world. It was practically impossible for Yang Kai to get the pill recipe of the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart pill from those great forces. However, if he could assimilate into Profound Pill sect, he might be able to get the pill recipe from them. All in all, there were pros and cons if he headed to Profound Pill sect. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai decided to give it a try. It was said that fortune favors the bold, so he reckoned that it was worth going to Profound Pill sect. As long as he was careful enough, his lie wouldn't be exposed. After all, he had successfully fooled Gao Xianpeng already. At the thought of this, he nodded. Since it's an order from senior brother Gao, I'll definitely obey. However, Void Spirit Sword Sect. Gao Ming said, don't worry, Alchemist Yang. You're a heaven-grade alchemist and a disciple from Profound Pill sect. As long as word spreads, no one will dare to harm Void Spirit Sword sect. Yang Kai reckoned that the other man was right. No one in the divine armament world was willing to rashly offend a heaven-grade alchemist, especially when he had something to do with Profound Pill sect. Will you please wait here for 2 days, Guardian Gao? I'll settle everything in my sect and follow you to Profound Pill sect. Gao Ming naturally wouldn't object to it. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai was busy handling all the trivial matters in Void Spirit Sword sect. His trip to Profound Pill sect was risky, so he decided not to bring anyone with him. Furthermore, there were only 2 Heaven Realm Masters in Void Spirit Sword sect, so it was pointless to bring them with him. He'd rather let them stay here to protect the sect. With Li Zhengqing and Jianghu he guarding Void Spirit Sword sect, they could at least fend off some reckless people. Yang Kai then refined some 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill and passed them to Su Chang Fa so that there wouldn't be a lack of such pills when their disciples had to achieve an ascension. There was a Black Jade mine in the Master sect as well as other businesses controlled by Tian Luo Hall and Roaring Tiger sect, which could sustain the sect's development for a long time. As for the junior brothers and junior sisters, Yang Kai had some arrangements for them as well. Wanning Ying and 2 other junior brothers had gained some experience in the alchemic Tao, so there wouldn't be a problem after they were given some pills for body tempering. What they lacked was cultivation, which couldn't be solved in a short time. Yang Kai also left behind a book which contained his insights into alchemy for Wanning Ying. The book also contained many pill recipes. With this thing in her possession, she could still cultivate alchemy on her own even though Yang Kai wouldn't be by her side. Everything was settled in 2 days. Outside the mountain, Yang Kai bid farewell to the seniors, junior brothers, and junior sisters of his master sect. Su Chang Fa and the others were worried as, after they parted ways, it would probably take a long time before they reunited. Furthermore, Yang Kai was going to a faraway place. As seniors, Su Chang Fa and the others were expected to be worried. Wanning Ying was sobbing as she wouldn't let go of Yang Kai's clothes. Alright, stop crying. I'll come back to visit you all after some time. Yang Kai helped Wanning Ying brush the tears from her eyes. If it weren't because he was worried that he might fall into trouble in Profound Pill sect, he could have brought Wanning Ying with him and personally taught her. However, his future was uncertain, so it might do more harm than good to her if he brought her with him. Please take good care of yourself, eldest senior brother. If you feel aggrieved in the outside world, remember you can always come back. Wanning Ying cried. Please protect the sect on my behalf. If anything happens, go to Profound Pill sect to look for me. Yang Kai then turned to look at Li Zhengqing and Jianghu He. Both of you will be in charge of Void Spirit Sword sect when I'm not around. They cupped their fists and said with straight faces, don't worry. We'll not disappoint you. Then, Yang Kai also talked to Su Chang Fa, Gu Kong Ning, and Hong Xiu for a bit before he leaped onto his horse and beckoned to Gao Ming, let's go. Gao Ming nodded his head and led the way for him. After waving his hand at the crowd, Yang Kai clenched the horse with his legs and charged forward, soon disappearing into the distance. Profound Pill sect was pretty far away as it would take them half a month to arrive at their destination. They would also pass by Heavenly Marshal City on their way. However, not long after they left the mountain, Gao Ming frowned and looked behind as though he had detected something. Yang Kai said, keep going. Let's see what she's up to. A surprised Gao Ming asked, you're aware of it as well, Alchemist Yang? He was at the peak of the heaven realm, so it was expected that he could detect any anomaly around them. However, Yang Kai was a newly promoted heaven realm master, so it was surprising that he had also noticed it. Yang Kai replied with a smile, alchemists have very sensitive perceptions, otherwise, we can't accurately control our alchemy flames. After giving it a thought, Gao Ming realized that it was true. Alchemists indeed had more acute senses, therefore, he obeyed his order and kept going. Upon moving past a call, they hid on the side and waited patiently. Soon, a figure was charging forward in their direction. As soon as she dashed past the call, she saw two people staring fixedly at her. She instantly stiffened and became rooted to the spot. With a cold expression, Gao Ming glowered at Huarong, who had been tailing them. Huarong batted her eyes, then rubbed her palms together and beamed at them. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to bump into you here. Are you leaving? Where are you going? There was still a bump on the woman's forehead after Yang Kai struck her with his sword previously. It looked like there was a horn on her head, which was quite comical. Gao Ming questioned grimly, why are you stalking us? Huh? Who's stalking you? Huarong looked around, then pointed at her own nose. Are you talking about me? I'm worried it's just a misunderstanding. I happen to. She soon realized she was unable to keep fabricating a lie, so she said meekly, all right, it seems that you won't believe me. Not wanting to waste any more time on her, Yang Kai shook his head and warned, stop following us, or I'll hit your head one more time. Then, he leaped onto the back of his horse and beckoned to Gao Ming before galloping away. However, Huarong used a profound movement skill as she tagged along with Yang Kai closely and asked curiously, are you really a heaven-grade alchemist? Did you lie to me? Yang Kai shot her a glance, wondering what was wrong with her. Her head was previously struck by his sword, but she still relentlessly followed him. It wasn't certain what she was up to. Would you like to hire a bodyguard who is loyal and manageable? How do you find me? Huarong kept babbling regardless of whether Yang Kai would respond to her. It's really easy to manage me. You just have to give me some resources and food every day, and I won't demand anything else. If anyone tries to harm you, I'll protect you. Huarong tried her best to recommend herself, moreover, I'm quite beautiful, so you can look at me when you're bored. Of course, you can't do anything to me. I'll only be a bodyguard, not a whore. What do you think? Do consider hiring me. I'm a powerful sixth-step heaven realm master. Unable to take it anymore, Yang Kai grabbed his sword and attempted to strike her head while bellowing, take this. A shocked Huarong instinctively covered her head and leaped away. Seizing the chance, Yang Kai hastened his pace and left her behind. Watching the man leave, Huarong was infuriated. She gritted her teeth and raced after him, however, she wouldn't dare to go near him this time as she tailed him from a distance. After pondering on it for a moment, Gao Ming said, it seems that woman is determined to become your bodyguard, Alchemist Yang. It's no wonder you're unable to get rid of her. A helpless Yang Kai replied, I can't believe there's such an unreasonable person in this world. Gao Ming shook his head, you might not be aware of it, but it's actually quite normal. Many heaven realm masters aspire to become the bodyguards of heaven-grade alchemists. In that case, not only could their cultivation resources be guaranteed, but they also wouldn't have to worry about obtaining 100 revolutions clear heart pill once that heaven-grade alchemist manages to ascend to the spirit grade in the future. It's a clever move. Although Yang Kai was already aware of such information, he still found it inconceivable when he finally had a taste of it. Huarong was a powerful sixth-step heaven realm master, but she could be so obstinate in order to serve him. Is that the same case for you, Guardian Gao? Yang Kai asked. Gao Ming shook his head, I'm different from them. As a blood warrior of Profound Pill sect, I was born to protect the alchemists in the sect. When you arrive at Profound Pill sect, you also have a right to select blood warriors to protect you. Oh, that's wonderful. Yang Kai was surprised. He then recalled that when Huarong saw Gao Ming 2 days ago, she indeed mentioned the blood warriors of Profound Pill's sect. However, he wasn't bothered about it at that time. Gao Ming went on to say, alchemists spend most of their time practicing alchemy, and they rely on pills to increase their cultivation, therefore, they're usually not very strong. In that case, their safety can't be guaranteed when they go outside. Considering all that, our sect trains a number of blood warriors from youth. When an alchemist of our sect reaches the earth realm, he'll have a chance to select a blood warrior, and there'll be another chance when he ascends to the heaven realm. Therefore, a heaven-grade alchemist from our sect usually has 2 blood warriors while an earth-grade alchemist has 1. Of course, besides the blood warriors from our sect, the alchemist can also hire bodyguards from outside. Nevertheless, he'll have to bear the costs of hiring one. Yang Kai was stunned by how generous Profound Pill's sect was. Just like what Gao Ming had said, blood warriors started receiving training in the sect when they were young, so they could be said to be the disciples of the sect. The only difference was that they were trained to fight, and their loyalty wasn't a concern at all. With the protection of blood warriors, the alchemists from Profound Pill's sect could rest assured when they headed out into the world. Blood warriors were something that was familiar yet distant to Yang Kai. When he was still in the Great Han Dynasty, there was a group of blood warriors in the Yang family whose duties were about the same as those from Profound Pill's sect. Martial Peak, Chapter 4505, Recruitment Stage. Unlike the bodyguards hired from outside, blood warriors can get a certain amount of resources from the sect every month, so we could be considered part of the sect. Moreover, Gao Ming put on a smile at this point, we can get a lot of good stuff from the alchemists we follow, therefore, those from the Blood Warrior Hall yearn to be selected by an alchemist. Whenever an alchemist comes over to select a blood warrior, those little brats all become quite energetic. It's understandable. Yang Kai could imagine the sight, then he took a look at Huarong, who had been tailing them. In that case, it seems I was wrong about her. Gao Ming said, that doesn't matter. You'd better not rashly accept any strangers. If you want a bodyguard, you can select one from the Blood Warrior Hall when we get to the sect. Yang Kai nodded gently, then suddenly recalled something. Are there spirit realm masters in the Blood Warrior Hall? Gao Ming shook his head, no. Throughout the entire divine armament world, spirit realm masters are considered peak experts. Such people naturally wouldn't stay in the Blood Warrior Hall. However, many of the Blood Warriors grow with their alchemists, therefore, the bodyguards of the elders are basically all spirit realm masters. You'll find out more about it when you arrive at Profound Pill's sect. Yang Kai went on to ask more about Profound Pill's sect, and Gao Ming replied to him honestly. The main reason was that Yang Kai didn't inquire about any secrets, so there was no need to hide anything from him. In any case, given Gao Ming's position in the sect, he was unable to get his hands on any top secrets. Yang Kai stealthily tried to get more information about the person he claimed to be his master, however, Gao Ming had no idea about this revered but mysterious person. The main reason was that he wasn't Gao Xian Peng's bodyguard at that time as he was still in the Blood Warrior Hall, so he had never come across that person. Since Yang Kai was unable to gather any useful information, he could only give up. Now, he could only play it by ear and try to make sure his lie wouldn't be exposed. He still hoped to get the pill recipe for the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart pill from Profound Pill's sect. As they moved forward at full speed, they arrived at Heavenly Martial City 3 days later. They decided to visit Miao Hong and stayed over for one night. Miao Hong received them in a hospitable manner, and upon learning that Yang Kai was returning to his roots in Profound Pill's sect, he congratulated him. The next day, they leaped onto different horses and continued their journey. They never came across any trouble along the way. Gao Ming was at the peak heaven realm, and he was from Profound Pill's sect. Naturally, no one would dare to offend him. Half a month later, they finally arrived at Profound Pill's sect. The mountains were huge and the spirit peaks were beautiful. As one of the 10 great sects in the divine armament world, Profound Pill's sect was located in a picturesque mountain range. There was a city at the bottom of a mountain that was named Profound Pill City, which was bustling with noise. According to Gao Ming, even though the city was the property of Profound Pill's sect, they didn't really mean to develop it. It was just that the city had developed into such a scale over a long time. Countless cultivators would come here every year to ask the alchemists from Profound Pill's sect to refine pills for them. Most people were unable to enter Profound Pill's sect, so they would wait at the bottom of the mountain. There wasn't a city initially, but as more people gathered together, a city was gradually formed. The city's scale then increased over time. Now, Profound Pill City was one of the largest cities in the entire divine armament world. In Profound Pill City, there were a lot of herb shops and pill shops. One could find any herbs that existed in the divine armament world in this city. Before Yang Kai even entered the city, he saw many people flying around in the sky, which greatly surprised him. He was now a Heaven Realm Master, and although he was able to fly, he would have to consume a lot of spirit chi to do so. Heaven Realm Masters usually wouldn't fly unless it was absolutely necessary. People who could fly as they pleased were Spirit Realm Masters. In other words, the people flying around before his eyes were basically all Spirit Realm Masters. These were the strongest cultivators in the divine armament world, and there was no doubt that the Spirit Realm was the goal for all Heaven Realm Masters. At the very least, Yang Kai could see a sense of yearning in Gao Ming's eyes as he gazed up at the sky. Gao Ming was now at the peak of the Heaven Realm, so with just 100 revolutions clear heart pill, he would be able to make it to the Spirit Realm. Unfortunately, Gao Xianpeng wasn't a spirit-grade alchemist yet, so he was unable to refine the pill for him. Outside Profound Pill City, there was a wide avenue that was paved with stones which led to the nearest spirit peak. Gao Ming led Yang Kai to charge forward in that direction and no one stopped them. However, Yang Kai could see many people walking on both sides of the road. Some of them appeared nervous as they were going up the mountain, while some of them appeared dejected or excited as they were going down the mountain. Although there wasn't a restriction around the avenue, there seemed to be an invisible power that ensured no one would dare to step on it. While Yang Kai and Gao Ming were moving forward, those people looked at them with envious gazes. Noticing Yang Kai's doubt, Gao Ming secretly explained, "This avenue is exclusive to the disciples of Profound Pill's sect. Those who are not our disciples are not allowed to use it. The people you see are the ones who are here to ask for alchemy services from our sect. There are so many of them." Yang Kai was shocked. Gao Ming said with a smile, "There are actually not many people today. There are days when more than twice as many people line the streets here." It was then that Yang Kai realized why those people sported different expressions. Those who got their pills were excited while those who didn't were crestfallen. The sect established the Seeking Pill Pavilion where people would go to request for pills. When you have a right to make pills in the future, you can set up a place there and get a medicine boy to be stationed there. If anybody wants you to refine pills, they will pass the necessary ingredients and compensation to your medicine boy. Yang Kai's eyes brightened when he heard that. That's interesting. Then, he turned to look in a different direction. What are those people doing there? Is that Seeking Pill Pavilion? He could see that there was a huge platform where a large group of people, both men and women of different ages, gathered together. After scanning them, Yang Kai realized that many of them were cultivators in the Earth Realm or Heaven Realm. They had occupied the corners as they either looked around vigilantly or cultivated with their legs crossed on the ground. There were several dozen to 100 of them. What bothered Yang Kai was that there were traces of blood that had turned crimson on the ground. The traces of blood were a mess, and some of them were multi-layered. Yang Kai had a feeling that many fights had taken place here before. The place was at the bottom of the mountain where Profound Pill's sect was located, so why would anyone get into a fight there? Looking over, Gao Ming explained, "That's not Seeking Pill Pavilion. That's the recruitment stage." Recruitment stage? Yang Kai frowned. What is it for? Gao Ming swept a glance over them and suddenly pulled the reins of his horse, since we still have some time, you can take a look to find out what the place is for. Yang Kai stopped his horse beside Gao Ming and looked curiously at the recruitment stage. Just then, a young man with a blue hat walked down the mountain with his hands behind his back. Despite his young age, he looked pretty arrogant. Yang Kai felt like laughing when he saw him. However, when the cultivators on the recruitment stage saw the blue hat youth, they broke into a commotion as though a stone had been dropped into a still lake, which caused a layer of ripple to form. The blue hat youth directly shuffled towards the center of the recruitment stage and looked around with a smug expression. Seeing that all of their attention was on him, he coughed lightly and said, "My master needs to hire 2 bodyguards. He has total trust in me, so he has entrusted me to handle this matter." As soon as he finished speaking, one of them hurriedly asked, "Sir, is your master in the heaven grade or the earth grade?" The blue hat youth glared at the person who spoke as though he was blaming him for saying something unnecessary. A moment later, he reluctantly replied, "He's an earth grade alchemist for now, but I believe he'll make it to the heaven grade soon." Right after he finished his words, the eyes of many of the cultivators on the recruitment stage dimmed and soon, many cultivators left. Seeing that, the blue hat youth yelled, "Don't go. I said that my master will make it to the heaven grade very soon. By then, you'll be the bodyguards of a heaven grade alchemist. It's not every day you get such a chance. If you don't seize it now, you'll regret it in the future." Regardless of what he said, those who were determined to leave had stepped down from the recruitment stage. About half of the cultivators were left. Yang Kai could clearly see that the people who left were all in the heaven realm while the ones who stayed were in the earth realm. He had a speculation about the use of the recruitment stage, so he gazed at Gao Ming and asked, "Is it a place where alchemists hire bodyguards?" Gao Ming nodded, "That's right. Besides the blood warriors assigned to them, alchemists can also hire their own bodyguards, and there isn't a limit in number. Of course, the prerequisite is that they have enough money to employ them." Did the Heaven Realm Masters leave because they think an Earth-grade alchemist wouldn't have enough money to pay them? That's one of the reasons. Another thing is these Heaven Realm Masters treasure their dignity, and it's reasonable that they want to follow at least a Heaven-grade alchemist. They wouldn't be able to get over it if they followed Earth-grade alchemists. Yang Kai nodded to mean that he got it. The blue hat youth was haughty when he came, but at this moment, he appeared dispirited. While standing in the center of the recruitment stage, he let out a sigh. One of the Earth Realm Masters asked, "Sir, what are your master's requirements when selecting bodyguards?" "Requirements?" The blue hat youth looked up at the sky as though he was bored, then he grinned, "There aren't really any special requirements. Why don't all of you fight against each other? I'll select the people I prefer and bring you to see my master. Perhaps my master will hire some of you." The demand was boorish, but the Earth Realm Masters seemed to have directly accepted it, so the person who asked the question nodded, understood. At that instant, the atmosphere around the recruitment stage became tense. Everyone, regardless of their age or gender, gazed vigilantly at the people around them. It seemed that a scuffle was about to take place. It was then Yang Kai realized why there were so many traces of blood on the recruitment stage. A scuffle could be ignited when it was just an Earth-grade alchemist who tried to hire bodyguards, so nothing need be said about a Heaven-grade alchemist. This situation was clearly quite common in this place. "Let's go." Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to watch such a farce. He pulled the reins and beckoned to Gao Ming, after which the two of them continued moving forward. Soon, the noises of battle could be heard coming from behind them.